Still haven't let go. A room filled with exquisite whiteness. Lin's clear water-like eyes blinked as he gazed at the long strings of messages on his phone. A villainous smile surfaced on his flawless face. 6 years. It seems a saying is true, one will be haunted by what they could not obtain in youth. As an illegitimate child of a great family, he was raised like a princess, wearing dresses every day, and everyone around him believed he was a girl. Perhaps because of his naturally fair and delicate skin, he was exceptionally beautiful, once becoming the most beloved little princess of the family. As a child, he already knew the plot, and knew he was a villain. Or rather, a mere cannon fodder villain. He spent most of his time abroad, and by the time he returned, the protagonist had already dealt with most of the trouble. Now that he's here, things will be different. He remembered that the protagonist had a very miserable childhood, so using his memory, he added the protagonist as a contact. Of course, he used a girl's account. The protagonist, like one shrouded in shadow, seeing the only ray of light, would be comforted when hurt and encouraged when disappointed. He barely had to exert any effort to gain the protagonist's full trust, drawing from him the security and happiness he had never felt before. They talked about everything. This continued for 2 or 3 years. When they reached the stage of frequently exchanging gifts, Lin Xi often sent him snacks and handmade woven presents. He was afraid that the childhood memories would fade, so he wanted them to be etched deeper. But one day he received something different, a shy love letter from the boy. He was stunned. He had received such things at school before, full of youthful passion, but none had ever reached his hands. After that, he went abroad. Online, for various reasons, he lost contact. After all, who would have thought that a villain like him would be confessed to by the protagonist? It was too abnormal. Abroad, he had his own tasks to complete. This year marks the 6th year. He finally returned and opened those messages. Something was off. The phone lagged for several seconds, and the storage was full. His eyes flickered slightly, and his slender fingers swiped across the screen, selecting a few short messages to read. August 9th, 2016. Are you still there? I don't know if you'll see this. I don't know why you stopped talking to me, but I really don't want to lose you. It's my fault. I shouldn't have secretly written that to you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. September 1st, 2016. I miss you so much. I can't help but send you messages. When I was lonely before, seeing your replies made me feel warm all over. You always cared for me like an angel. February 9th, 2017. I'm so sad. You suddenly disappeared. I want to go back to the past. I'll do anything. I dream every day that you send me messages, still being so kind to me. I laugh and then I cry. February 29th, 2017. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm trash. I shouldn't have done that. Just reply with one word, and I'll never bother you again. The earliest message was from unknown time. Scrolling to the very bottom, the latest message was from a few days ago, March 16th. Lin Xi's face showed no expression. Even the smile from before faded. What a foolish protagonist. His purpose in doing this was to gain the protagonist's trust. He didn't want to follow the old villain's path and become a sworn enemy. Instead, he would pretend to be friendly. For example, playing with the protagonist's feelings, manipulating everything about him. That was what a villain like him should do. 6 years. The protagonist still hasn't let go. This alt account is fully cultivated. He could test the results anytime. Even if he sent a single comma, now the other person would probably be unable to sleep all night, bombarded with a flood of messages. He couldn't remember exactly how he had gained the protagonist's trust back then. Just chatting, always caring. Thinking about the gifts he sent, was it too ambiguous? Lin Xi shook his head. After 6 years, who remembers the details? But using a girl's account to care for someone. He did question his own mental state at the time. While the protagonist is a special case. No guilt at all. The goal is clear: fatten him up and sell him cheap. After all, if he doesn't mess with him, the protagonist will mess with him later. Someone is so clingy, their little head is overheated. Lin Xi looked at his fingers coldly. Anything but a lovesick fool, especially one who falls for a big villain like him. He's truly desperate. Too bad this big pig hoof can only be sold for $2 a pound. His account was still in stealth mode, so the avatar was gray. But if he changed the status to online, the special alert would notify the protagonist immediately. Without a doubt, the protagonist must have set him as a special contact. I can't send him a message. I haven't sent a single word in 6 years. If I do, this alt account will be wasted. Lin Xi thought seriously. He didn't need to send a message to tell the protagonist he was back. He could make the protagonist pine for him, unable to sleep at night. Got it. A flash of inspiration. Post a status update. As a charming and adorable villain, of course, he had to toy with the protagonist a little, making him think it was a beautiful, pure moonlight girl. He remembered there was a large cosplay event coming up held in Dongling. Perfect, he could go enjoy it. So, action. Lin Xi changed into a different outfit. In his room, there were hundreds of clothes in the wardrobe. In truth, he never voluntarily wore these dresses. He was raised as a girl, not only wearing dresses, but also all kinds of jewelry and accessories. They were inexplicably put on him, and they looked exceptionally good. Lin Xi resisted inwardly, but he had to accept it gradually. Apart from designer brands, top designers custom-made dresses for him every year, priceless on the market. Here, every piece was invaluable. He easily picked several dresses suitable for the cosplay event, finally choosing his favorite. a lotus-green gown with the charm of a Xinxia drama. He had tried on many before, so he was experienced in recreating the look of an ancient fairy maiden. First he removed his original clothes. In the mirror a flawless face appeared with a slim, graceful figure. The lines of his silhouette curved elegantly, making it hard to distinguish gender. His long, slender legs occupied most of the mirror. A feast for the eyes. Even girls would be envious. Lin Xi suspected himself he was becoming more and more beautiful with such a supple figure, especially those clear water-like eyes, autumn ripples, and slightly upturned eyelashes that stirred the soul with every move. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, her smile, enchanting. A single glance moved the soul. How come the villain is getting more and more beautiful? Lin Xi raised his eyebrows slightly, even he was moved. Even living with this body, every day this beauty made it hard not to admire it regularly. Her delicate long hair was slightly coiled, and she wore this cool, elegant dress. Her hair was styled in a flowing bun with a pair of turquoise earrings hanging from her ears, setting off her snow-white jade-like skin. The lotus-green hem of the dress traced a graceful arc, revealing half of a slender calf, smooth and delicate, evoking endless imagination. Such stunning beauty with a fitted waist and fairy-like dress clinging to her ethereal goddess-like figure, perfectly showcasing feminine softness and icy purity. Lin Xi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Who would recognize this? Even standing right in front, they wouldn't recognize me. Then he got to the main event. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of himself, not including his face, just clearly capturing the dress he was wearing. Then he selected the best one, the pure icy jade-like fairy attire with a pair of slender white legs faintly visible, which became the highlight of the photo. If this were posted online, it would be the absolute best of the best, enough to firmly captivate the protagonist. Lin Xi set his account status to online and directly opened his social feed. This alt account only had the protagonist as a friend. He hadn't logged in for years, and this time he mainly wanted to test the importance of this alt account. In a university dormitory room, several people were lying on their beds while others were playing computer games, filling the room with noisy sounds. On a clean upper bunk bed, a phone let out a ding sound, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Brother, could it be that little girlfriend of yours who's been chasing you again, inviting you out to dinner? What little girlfriend? That would put our Qingdai University's campus belle in a bad position. If Brother Yi has to choose, he should choose her. He's not human at all. None of us have found a partner, and if this continues, he'll be kicked out of the dorm. The roommates all expressed disdain, but the envy and jealousy were almost written on their faces. Yi Mohan, their dormitory head, who had been at the school for less than a semester, already had legends circulating about him. Not only was he handsome, but he was also so popular with girls that it made them read with envy. The worst part was that even their dream goddess, the Qingdai University campus belle, had fallen victim to his charm. He was like a walking male hormone, and the most terrifying thing was that the guy didn't even care. Now not only the guys would be crying in the bathroom at night, but the girls would be crying in the bathroom too. Although Brother Yi had always been single, only they knew that the girls' hopes were slim. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Mohan walked out of the shower having washed his hair. His hair was wet, and he was drying it with a towel. He wore only a pair of shorts, revealing his strong upper body. Dark drops of water dripped from his short black hair, flowing down one by one from his sensual neck to his sculpted, powerful abs, forming streaks of water on his body, creating an inexplicable impact. Yi Mohan squinted his eyes, wiping his face with the towel. His features were well proportioned, with a sharp jawline and eyebrows as sharp as swords. The youthful light in his eyes gave a sense of freshness and purity. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, he looked incredibly vivid and handsome, as if a radiant glow emanated from behind him. Wow, Brother Yi, you've gotten even more handsome. The few people beside him couldn't help but feel humbled. They deeply felt how wonderful it was to be blessed by the heavens. Even the Qingdai University campus belle, who never dated, had fallen for this man and become obsessed with him. Keep talking if you know what's good for you, Yi Mohan said, his voice magnetic and pleasant. TCH. The dormitory erupted in jeers. By the way, Brother Yi, why don't you agree? She's the campus belle. Even if you're aloof and disdain beauty, you should know how powerful her family is. The other three roommates all didn't understand. Was this the gap between people? They were just NPCs around the big shot, used to highlight how different the big shot was. Yi Mohan glanced at them. First he unhurriedly put on the clothes hanging nearby. Everyone waited for Yi Mohan's answer. Yi Mohan simply said calmly, I don't want to date right now. TCH. Another round of jeers filled the dormitory. Showing off. The most infuriating thing was that Yi Mohan actually pulled it off. They wanted to date, but could only talk about their 2D wives in the dormitory. At that moment, one of the roommates, who happened to be on the bed next to Yi Mohan's, out of sudden curiosity, leaned over to look at the lit phone screen. Wow, you've been fooling us all along. You said you didn't want to date, but you even set her as a special contact. Hey, it's not the campus belle, nor that girl surnamed Chun. Wow, Yi Mohan, you wouldn't be secretly having an online romance, would you? The other two roommates who heard this also wanted to go over and look, but were immediately interrupted by a voice. What did you say? Yi Mohan's tone sharpened, his voice almost seamlessly picking up the conversation, and his eyes grew serious. The other person, confused, looked again at the screen. The screen does show it's a special contact. No need to be so agitated just because you've been caught. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Mohan rushed over, not even bothering to pull up his half-worn pants, and quickly grabbed the phone by his bed. Seeing the familiar avatar, his breathing became rapid and his pupils suddenly dilated. The roommates were stunned. In all the time they had known Yi Mohan, they had never seen him so serious, and it was just a single message. The person on the bed muttered softly, "It must be someone very important." "Oh no, it seems I guessed right." Yi Mohan's eyes were covered by a mist which gradually moistened and turned red. Yi Mohan stared at the profile icon that had remained dark for 6 years, now suddenly illuminated. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind, as if transporting him back to 6 years ago, to the days when he first met her. A fragment of memory surfaced in his thoughts. "Yi Mohan, you have no friends. From now on I am your friend. You can tell me anything that troubles you. I happen to be looking for a confidant online, someone I can share everything with." "Do you know what sharing everything means?" "It means I want to know all about you, and it'll hold you close to my heart. Just don't throw me into a ditch." Yi Mohan recalled his feelings at that moment, as if he had never anticipated that someone like her would suddenly burst into his world and become an inseparable part of his life. In his childhood, all his happiness came from her. Chatting with her frequently felt like the heavens had closed every door for him, only to open a unique window. But 6 years ago that window closed again. The reason was the mistake he had made, one that would haunt him. He shouldn't have been so abrupt, so sudden, that she vanished from his world without a trace. Along with her disappeared his purest joy. She had rescued him from the dark corners of his world, becoming the only beam of light in his life, yet he had failed to cherish her. Yi Mohan swallowed hard. He had thought he would never reach her again. She was the person he believed to be the best in the world, and also his most beautiful first love from his youthful, naive days. It was only then that Yi Mohan snapped out of his memories. With trembling hands, he opened the chat window. He typed a single line. "Do you still remember me?" His heart pounded with anxiety as he awaited her reply. Whether she remembered or not, he would be overjoyed, for he could finally contact her again. A person he could never forget in this lifetime. Though she was only part of his memories for 2 or 3 years, those were the happiest years of his life, from childhood to adulthood. In those moments of deepest despair and grief, a single message from her made him forget everything, allowing him to truly feel that someone cared. Seconds ticked by. Just as Yi Mohan was anxiously waiting for her reply, the once-lit profile icon suddenly went dark again. He looked again. It showed offline. His mind exploded with a buzz, leaving a blank void, and his heart felt dragged down by an invisible weight. He felt terrible. No. Yi Mohan had waited for this moment for 6 years, sending hundreds, even thousands of messages, tens of thousands of words. Every word was something he wanted to say to her in person. Now that she had finally appeared, he couldn't let her disappear again. She had vanished once, he wouldn't allow it a second time. She meant too much to him, he wanted to hold on. But staring at the now gray cartoon avatar, even if he sent tens of thousands more messages, it was like trying to grasp the shape of the wind. His eyes were filled with profound despair. He directly dialed a voice call. He called several times in succession, desperately trying to reclaim what he had lost. But each time the result was the same: no one answered. Yi Mohan's pupils turned into dark voids, as if his soul had left him, leaving only an empty shell. "What's wrong, Brother Yi?" The people nearby noticed something amiss and whispered among themselves. "This looks a bit like heartbreak. Could it be? So that's why Brother Yi never even looked at the school beauties. He's had someone in his heart all along. Let's toast to that." "Stop it, let him be." Yi Mohan stared at his phone, then suddenly, like a madman, opened the girl's social media page. The special notification that popped up wasn't a message from her, but a post she had shared. It was the only post in 6 years, and the only clue he had about her. Sure enough, seeing a post she had made 5 minutes ago, his pupils suddenly dilated. "Firefly Anime Expo, here I come." Those few short words were incredibly precious to him. He wished he could read them over and over again. Below it was a picture. When he saw it was a selfie, Yi Mohan's pupils widened even more. Though her face wasn't visible, her graceful figure was fully captured in the photo. On her wrist was an exquisite jade bracelet, and she wore a snow-white inner garment with a lotus-green silk dress exuding a cold, ethereal aura like an immortal. It was an absolutely beautiful picture, pleasing to the eye. One glance, and it lingered in the mind. Her long, slender white legs perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Even without seeing her face, it was clear she was a stunning beauty. Looking at the photo wasn't enough for Yi Mohan. He zoomed in to examine it, and even that wasn't enough. He saved it to his album, afraid it might vanish the next second. This was the only piece of information about her in 6 years. He had been staring at this single picture for over an hour now. The others exchanged glances. They shook their heads again. What was this? 1 second he looked heartbroken, and now he was so focused. Could it be he was turning sorrow into motivation to study secretly? Damn it. "Wang Qin, do you know about the Firefly Anime Expo?" Yi Mohan's eyes were filled with determination, as if he had figured everything out in that hour. "Huh. Firefly. I know it. I was actually thinking about whether to go or not." As the resident otaku in the dormitory, Wang Qin was very familiar with this event. He had joined the anime club at school and often visited conventions. The Firefly Anime Expo was a major event he was considering attending, though it might mean surviving on instant noodles for the rest of the month. When does it start? Yi Mohan's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Huh. Wang Xin thought he was the only otaku in the dorm, never expecting to gain a convert so suddenly. I'm going to this Firefly Anime Expo too. What for? If you're going with your girlfriend, count me out. My wallet can't take it. Wang Xin lost interest. He didn't want to be a third wheel. I'm going to find someone, Yi Mohan said. Find someone. This statement not only startled Wang Xin, but also drew the others closer. Online romance. Meeting in person. And from Yi Mohan, the cold and aloof heartthrob. This was explosive gossip. If it hit the school's official forum, it would top the hot list in a second. Alright, no problem. They'll buy the tickets now, Wang Xin said, a grin spreading across his face as he pulled out his phone to place the order. After all, he was their dorm leader, and they had never been this close to an online romance turning real. They had to witness this. For the sake of brother Yi Mohan's lifelong happiness. And the fact that the person Yi Mohan was meeting wasn't even from their school, it would crush the hopes of every female student and be an exhilarating spectacle. Who would have thought? Yi Mohan, the heartthrob who had turned down the department beauty and the school beauty alike, had been hiding a little-known online girlfriend all along. This shattered the pride they once held before him. We may not always have your back, but we're with you on this meeting, they said. For him to be so devoted to an online romance, ignoring the beauties throwing themselves at him at school, they truly admired him. All three of them initially wanted to accompany Yi Mohan to cheer on the dorm leader, but at least two had to stay behind in the dormitory. They had no choice but to offer moral support. After pooling together some farewell funds, they figured they could survive on instant noodles for the latter half of the month. Yi Mohan couldn't refuse, of course. He could repay them later by other means. The Firefly Anime Exhibition was held in Dongling. It was thousands of miles away from the magical city, so the only fast option was to fly there. It would still take half a day. Yi Mohan and Wang Xin bought their tickets together and waited in the departure lounge for boarding. At that moment, Wang Xin's curious expression was impossible to ignore. What? You can't contact her. Then how are you going to find her? Yi Mohan gazed deeply into the distance. I haven't been in touch with her for 6 years. 6 years? Wang Xin's face was full of shock. That was too long a gap. What had he been doing back then? He couldn't even understand what the movies were about. Yi Mohan had already started his journey back then, and Wang Xin's eyes held nothing but boundless admiration. No wonder he could resist the sugar-coated bullets from all the girls at school. He had seen the world long ago. So you finally got in touch yesterday after 6 years? Wang Xin asked. Yi Mohan shook his head. Wang Xin paused. What do you mean? You didn't get in touch. You haven't contacted each other for 6 years, so how do you know she'll show up at the Firefly Anime Exhibition? I saw her social media post, Yi Mohan said after a moment of silence. That was the only piece of information he had. There was also a picture. He didn't even know what she looked like now, or her name. He hadn't cared about such things back then. It wasn't until he lost her that he realized he knew nothing about the girl. She had always been the one to take the initiative to understand and care for him. Perhaps that was one of the reasons he had regretted the past for so many years and could never forget her. Wang Xin nodded. Then as he came to his senses, he looked at Yi Mohan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Wait, she posted on social media, but didn't reply to you. Brother Yi, what exactly happened between you two? It's a long story. Yi Mohan fell into an unforgettable memory from a certain period. That summer was the most beautiful one in his life. A withdrawn and taciturn youth slowly transformed and grew. Once bullied and looked down upon, he began to instill fear and even terror in others. His academic performance soared from the bottom of the class to the top, as if he had been enlightened, displaying a learning talent that surpassed everyone else. During that time, everyone around him felt as if he had suddenly become a completely different person. You need to exercise, preferably build 8-pack abs, so no one will bully you. But even if you can, I'll teach you a method. Just keep playing dead and commit to the act. The protagonist is too easy to push around. Learn a few tricks from the villains. As for your studies, you'll improve once you meet the female lead. You want me to teach you? They'll just teach you casually. Pay attention in class and do your homework. Otherwise, I won't talk to you for a day. You silly fool, Yi Mohan, I'm scolding you a lot now. When you grow up, you won't come back to hit me, will you? Although she often said things he didn't understand, he had indeed gained a lot. It was filled with beautiful memories. Suddenly, the departure lounge broadcast the boarding announcement, pulling Yi Mohan out of his myriad thoughts. Passengers on Flight 614 to Dongling City, please proceed to Gate 13 for boarding immediately. Wang Xin patted him on the shoulder. Come on, don't just stand there. It looks like this convention might not turn out well. Tell me more on the plane. As the representative carrying the hopes of 3 people, he had to give Yi Mohan good advice. Girls who didn't want to be found were rarely easy to locate. Soon the two boarded the plane and headed for Dongling City, expected to arrive at 8 in the morning. On the plane, Yi Mohan sat by the window with Wang Xin on his left. They talked a lot. Why won't she talk to you? Because I did something wrong. Yi Mohan's eyes were tinged with sorrow as he gazed out the window and fell silent. Wang Xin sensed Yi Mohan's low spirits and didn't press further. But he had never seen Yi Mohan like this before. He had always thought Yi Mohan was just naturally cold toward pursuing the opposite sex. Few people had likely ever witnessed this side of him. As his roommate and good friend, he could only sincerely hope this trip would go smoothly. You must have been really close back then. Wang Qin seemed to say it casually, then called the flight attendant for a blanket, planning to get a good sleep before landing. Yi Mohan remained silent. Watching the slowly moving scenery outside the window, his heart was anxious, afraid he wouldn't see her, and even if he did, she wouldn't recognize him. At best, he could only say that 6 years ago they were good friends. Perhaps they were just kids back then, and now they had grown up, but he still held a faint hope that she was still the same. Suddenly, Yi Mohan took out his phone and scrolled down the screen for what felt like dozens of minutes. His eyes flickered. Finally, he stopped on a message she had sent. If you come looking for me one day, when we're grown up, it'll probably be a big scene. But you don't need to seek me out deliberately, we'll meet eventually. Do you believe me? By then you probably won't need me anymore. Yi Mohan stared at that message for a long time, then read them one by one. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He laughed joyfully, but the next moment his eyes grew moist and reddened. Over these 6 years he had read these messages countless times. He had memorized every single one. Through these messages he reconnected with her, what kind of person she was, and could truly feel that she had once existed. A person who always said strange things. But she was also the best person in the world, the one who cared for him most. He often dreamed of her. To preserve these messages, he still used an old phone from several years ago. Many things had changed in these 6 years, but this phone had always stayed by his side. "I'm coming to find you." Yi Mohan sent this message, then put away his phone. His eyes were full of anticipation. After knowing each other for so long, they would finally meet in reality for the first time. Outside the window, the sky was filled with white clouds and blue. Lin Xi was also on a plane, but she was on her family's private jet. She would arrive in Dongling around tomorrow morning as well. "Miss, do you need anything prepared?" Several black-clad bodyguards with sunglasses beside her exuded an extraordinary aura. Their duty was to protect the young lady, so they had to follow her almost everywhere. "No, I'm just going to a convention. You don't need to follow me." Lin Xi put down her phone. Of course, she couldn't let the bodyguards follow her. It was too conspicuous. She had already sent a photo of her outfit to the protagonist. If he actually found her, it would be no fun. As a villain, she had never met the protagonist, and this time the protagonist wouldn't be able to find her either, no matter how hard he tried. That indescribable agony of being so close, yet unable to see the one you can't let go of. Tagore once wrote in a poem, "The farthest distance in the world is not between life and death, but when I stand in front of you, yet you don't recognize me." Lin Xi naturally wouldn't recognize him. The online world was all so illusory. The protagonist had never understood this truth in 6 years. The Firefly anime exhibition lasted 2 days. There would be crowds both days. Lin Xi would only stay in Dongling for 1 day, so the protagonist's chances were slim. "Alright, we'll protect you from the shadows. Just say the word if anything happens." "Good. By the way, you guys can cosplay as the men in black." The morning sun rose in the east. This is a coastal city in the south where the temperature is quite suitable for this season, creating an ideal environment for human habitation. It is also the second largest city with the highest population. Wang Qin just got off the plane and was staring at a certain spot, dumbfounded, uttering several exclamations in a row, almost incoherent. Yi Mohan seemed to have not slept all night, appearing a bit dazed. "What's wrong? Is that all you can say? A woman just got off a private jet, and my god, she's stunning." At first Yi Mohan didn't pay attention until Wang Qin exclaimed again. "She's wearing an ancient style of fitted dress in azure. If you told me she was a fairy, I would believe it. No wonder rich people are so beautiful." Yi Mohan suddenly froze, snapping out of his half-asleep state. He quickly turned his head to look in the direction Wang Qin was pointing, but all he saw was a glimpse of azure, and then a group of men in black surrounding him. "Hey, you saw that right. Just got off the plane to find your first love online, and now you're looking at another woman. Just wait until I tell your girlfriend." Wang Qin teased with a grin. He thought it was rare for Yi Mohan to even look at beautiful women. This was material for at least a week of discussions in their dorm. "It's nothing." Yi Mohan was lost in thought as he exited the plane normally. Wang Qin had never seen such a scene and kept babbling about what had just happened. "There are over a dozen bodyguards in black behind you, plus a private jet. I wonder who she is. By the way, isn't she going to a cosplay event in that outfit?" Seeing that Yi Mohan was silent, Wang Qin soon lost interest and dismissed the incident as a minor episode. Lin Xi was unaware that her arrival coincided with the main character's descent from the plane. The Firefly Anime Expo opens at 9:30, and there is still over an hour to go. Are you just going to wait at the entrance? That's too harsh. With so many people, you could be waiting for a long time. Is there any way to call people out? Wang Qin, having attended the Firefly event before, knew how chaotic it could be. Even finding someone with a phone could take ages, let alone contacting them. "I just need to know what kind of outfit she's wearing, and she should be easy to recognize," Yi Mohan said calmly. He had looked at that photo countless times yesterday. Even if he didn't believe in himself, he had to believe in her. That feeling was unlike any other. As long as she was there, he had to find her. This might be the only chance he had. Yi Mohan pressed his lips together, having missed one opportunity before. He didn't want to miss a second. Please, with an event of this level, there will be a lot of people. For Forget it, this is the only way. Let's go, I don't want to wait in line for 1 or 2 hours. Wang Qin breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. He didn't know how heartbroken Yi Mohan would be if he couldn't find the person he was looking for. After all, they hadn't been in contact for 6 years, and this was a rare opportunity. After leaving the airport, the two of them took a taxi. Arriving early, it was still not 9 o'clock, but the place was already packed. What could these people be so eager about? The power of the second dimension is truly terrifying. Wang Qin exclaimed in surprise. There were even more people than last year. There are too many people. They'll get in line first so I can contact you from inside. It's best to find her early, otherwise in an hour or two there will be even more people. Wang Qin said as he squeezed into the line, merging into the crowd of second dimension enthusiasts. Yi Mohan nodded. He had set the photo as his phone wallpaper, so it was easily accessible. Thus he quickened his pace, searching through the line looking for the first spot, constantly scanning backward. A beautiful ancient azure dress was quite easy to spot, though amidst the crowd in modern clothing, he would definitely recognize her at first glance. But here with various cosplay outfits, he had to exert more effort in searching. Moreover, there was not just one line, more and more people were gathering in the plaza. Yi Mohan gripped his phone tightly, continuously scanning, his eyes darting around. Several times he thought he saw someone resembling her, but as he excitedly rushed over, he found out it was wrong after just a few steps. Until the anime expo opened, everyone started moving into the large building, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. However, the only heart that didn't blend into this atmosphere was Yi Mohan's. As the crowd grew denser, sweat trickled down his temples, yet his actions showed no sign of slackening. Yi Mohan stood outside the entrance of the expo, watching every person entering. In fact, there were many girls dressed in azure attire. With just a second glance, he could see that they all looked the same as in the photo, lacking that unique beauty. He kept searching and searching while Wang Qin had already gone inside. Even by 11:30, he hadn't found her, and by now the number of people entering the expo had dwindled significantly. Hurry in. You said she wore an azure ancient dress, right? Is it possible that the person you're looking for didn't enter through the front, but was invited to perform at the expo already inside with the staff? Yi Mohan suddenly received a message from Wang Qin. It seemed he had seen someone who looked very similar. If she had entered through the staff entrance, waiting here would be pointless. Without hesitation, Yi Mohan went inside, where there were even more people, and his eyes were dazzled by the sights. But before he could catch his breath, Wang Qin, who was not far from the entrance, approached him. Quick. I said you've been waiting outside for so long without finding her. She must have gone in first. It's been a waste of time. Let's go. I'll help you find your first love. Although Wang Qin was also enjoying himself inside, taking many pictures, they had a main purpose for attending the expo this time. He had to help Yi Mohan fulfill this wish. He hadn't just been having fun for the past few hours, he had been keeping an eye out for Yi Mohan. Since everyone who entered through the front had been checked, they must have entered through the staff passage. He might have found her. If I really find her, I'll be doing you a huge favor. You go. You have to treat me to a nice meal when we get back. Wang Qin said with a smile, indicating that he had put in a lot of effort to find her. After a while, they arrived at a very crowded area, filled with the sounds of second dimension music. Everywhere he looked, he could see familiar characters. Is that on stage what you were talking about, the azure ancient dress? It looks similar, and she has quite a few fans, looking really good. Wang Qin pointed at a group of girls dancing on stage, focusing on one girl in the back. Due to the front row being completely full, Yi Mohan and Wang Qin could only watch from a distance. The outfit did seem similar, but he couldn't be sure. He only had that one photo, and had never seen the girl's real face. Look, she's dancing up front now, and she's really good. No need to say more. With your reputation at our school, your first love must be this outstanding. Wang Qin patted his shoulder and said. Yi Mohan suddenly remembered details from the photo. It wasn't just the dress, but also what she wore on her hands. Wait, I can't be sure yet, but if I get closer I will definitely recognize her. Yi Mohan could see that the girl was indeed wearing something on her hand, but from too far away, he couldn't make it out. Wang Qin nodded. With so many matching traits, the chances were undoubtedly high. Let's go. I have to confirm it face to face. Wang Qin treated his friend's matter as his own. The two couldn't push through the crowd ahead, so they moved to the side, waiting for the performance on stage to end, so they could get a chance for close contact. The reason Yi Mohan remained uncertain was that at first glance, she didn't resemble the girl in the photo. The more he looked, the less she seemed like her. Her outfit was nothing like the one in the picture, nor was it as beautiful. But perhaps when he truly met her in reality, his courage had faltered, leaving him timid. A few minutes later, thunderous applause erupted, and the group of girls on stage began walking their way. As they drew closer, Yi Mohan's unease grew. It felt unfamiliar, as if he feared facing reality. Or worse, that she might not remember him at all. You're on your own. Wang Qin stepped forward, only to be stopped by two people. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in here. The opportunity was fleeting, and hesitation was no longer an option. Seizing the moment, Yi Mohan dashed to the girl in the cyan dress, staring at something on her wrist. At that instant, Yi Mohan's tense heart relaxed considerably. It was different from the photo. The girl had once worn a simple braided bracelet, and up close her dress wasn't as elegant as the one in the picture. For some reason, a smile crept across Yi Mohan's face, as if he had already known this girl wasn't the one he sought. "Are you a fan?" the dancing girl asked, looking at the handsome man who had suddenly appeared before her. Instead of feeling resistant, she was a little shy and embarrassed. Hearing her voice brought him back to reality. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else," Yi Mohan said apologetically, then turned and walked away. "Hey, you didn't mistake me," the dancing girl called after him, but Yi Mohan's heart belonged only to the girl in the photo. He still hadn't found her. He didn't even know if she had come at all, or if she had, he simply couldn't locate her. "It's fine. Since we're here, let's enjoy ourselves while we look. If fate wills it, she might appear before you without you even searching." Wang Qin sighed. Trying to find someone by their clothing was futile. Her preferences changed, and she might have already changed outfits. This method was hardly better than searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi, with so many wonderful girls around, why cling to an online love from years ago, with almost no connection now? Wang Qin didn't know what to say. Perhaps in reality, she wasn't as perfect as he imagined. The so-called beauty was merely a figment of his own mind, one he couldn't bear to admit. "They'll keep looking," Yi Mohan said, then fell silent. Without experiencing the despair of being pulled from endless darkness in childhood, one couldn't understand his feelings. She was everything beautiful in his heart. If he could, he would trade everything he had now just to see her once. Wang Qin certainly wouldn't let Yi Mohan be alone. Suddenly a voice like a clear bell sounded from behind. "Boss, how much is this?" Yi Mohan paused. He lifted his foot, then set it back down. "What's wrong?" Wang Qin asked, curiously looking around at the items for sale. Yi Mohan turned around and saw a flawlessly beautiful profile. Her head was slightly bowed, her body bent forward, accentuating her graceful curves. A few strands of silky hair brushed her forehead. Her lashes were long and fine, framing clear, captivating almond eyes. Her nose was small and slightly upturned, her lips soft and pink with delicate lines that exuded a unique charm. Even from the side, her beauty was stunning, especially the hint of cool detachment in her gaze, as if she were distanced from the world. Yi Mohan glanced at her and forgot what he was doing, lost in this sudden, unexpected encounter. The sounds around him grew faint and blurred. Most striking was the cyan lotus-colored ancient dress she wore with its fitted waist, and the glimpses of pale skin at her side that appeared and disappeared with her movements, making it impossible to focus. "Thank you, boss." She paid and tucked away a small Pikachu keychain. As she walked further away, Yi Mohan snapped back to reality. For some reason, his heart had suddenly begun to race, a feeling he had never experienced before. She was undeniably beautiful, but his Boda's unusual reaction told him that this girl in the cyan silk dress was different from all the others he had mistaken. It wasn't just beauty, it was a feeling. "What are you staring at? Let's go." Wang Qin had been distracted by the anime merchandise on the table. When he looked at Yi Mohan again, he was still lost in a daze. Falling into the grave of love is terrifying. Accompanying Yi Mohan to the Dongling comic convention to find someone, he felt as if Yi Mohan had become a different person, frequently zoning out. "Hey, wait, where are you going?" Wang Qin called out helplessly as Yi Mohan walked off without a word in another direction. Yi Mohan followed the girl's silhouette, driven by an inexplicable feeling. It was as if they were meant to know each other. He had forgotten to check if she wore anything on her wrist. But looking at her outfit, it was exactly like the one in the photo. The more he looked, the more certain he became. If she still wore the same accessory, then he could be sure she was the one he was looking for. Yi Mohan followed her cautiously, his pace unconsciously quickening, closing the distance between them. It seemed that in the next second, he could reach out and touch the girl he had dreamed of, the one he hadn't contacted in 6 years. But then he saw it. Her fair wrist was bare with nothing on it. Yi Mohan froze. He slowed his steps, no longer moving forward. In his heart, he screamed, wishing he could see the emerald jade bracelet from the photo on her wrist, confirming without a doubt that it was her. With hope rising only to be crushed by despair, his heart felt like ashes. Yi Mohan's head buzzed, unwilling to acknowledge the truth that lay before him. Ultimately, he remained rooted in place, staring blankly, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Suddenly, the girl's silhouette in his sight came to a gentle halt as she placed a Pikachu keychain into her bag, only to retrieve an exquisite green bracelet, which she adorned on her wrist. At that moment, it felt as though everyone around him vanished from his world, leaving only the girl merely 10 meters away. It was her, the girl from the photograph. The beautiful first love he had once brought into his life had truly appeared before him. Yi Mohan's pupils dilated in an instant, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. It felt like a dream. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Crystal clear tears fell one by one onto his toes, dampening the ground. "Look, the little bird is out. Finally, we can see the little bird," someone suddenly shouted. The atmosphere on site instantly surged with excitement as everyone nearby began to push toward the stage, where a soft and adorable voice called out, "Hello, everyone." The crowd surged more fiercely, dragging even those who wanted to leave into the throng. Yi Mohan soon realized, as he was pushed back further and further, that the girl was moving away from him. He exerted all his strength to rush forward, but with every step he took, he was pushed back too. "I want to go out. Let me out. I have something very important to do." Yi Mohan began to shout in desperation, but the soft voice from behind only heightened the atmosphere, turning the path into one of entry only. Yi Mohan watched helplessly as the girl distanced herself step by step further away. I. He tried his best to call out using the only method he could to attract her attention. At that moment a nearby boy suddenly approached the girl to strike up a conversation, laughing and chatting amiably, the atmosphere incredibly harmonious. Yi Mohan saw this scene, his shouting gradually subsiding, and his mood plummeted, feeling the distance between him and the girl widening, gradually drowning in the surging crowd. The exit is over there, Lin Xi pointed in a direction. At that moment his focus remained on the main character. Fortunately this fellow had been watching near the entrance, allowing him to find it immediately. Although he didn't arrive earlier than the main character, he was walking through the VIP passage of the comic exhibition, so it was impossible for him to be recognized upon entering. Can we add each other on WeChat? The boy beside him asked, shyly scratching his head. Clearly asking for directions was just a pretext. He was used to it, having had no less than 5 people approach him in the past hour asking for directions. Of course, there were also those who wanted to take pictures. Lin Xi was just about to refuse when several burly cosplayers in black clothing surrounded him. Big brother, what do you want? He instantly became frightened, having never encountered such a scene. And then he was forcibly taken away. This made some eager young onlookers immediately abandon their thoughts. Miss, it's about time. We have already reserved the restaurant, and we can rest for a moment before heading back. Mainly there were too many people around, often with individuals who didn't know their place, coming up to speak to the young lady, which made them very displeased. Could someone like the young lady be aspired to by mere commoners like them? Lin Xi turned to look back, but he could no longer see the main character's figure. Although the main character was indeed easy to recognize, he ultimately had to be lost in this gathering of anime enthusiasts. However, unexpectedly, the first time he approached the main character he nearly got recognized. The protagonist was quite sensitive. Let's go, Lin Xi said coldly. His gaze, devoid of any emotion, moved away from the crowd, handing the bag in his hand to a man in black, and then walked toward the exit of the comic exhibition. A smirk hinted at the corner of his mouth, revealing a playful smile. The protagonist was truly amusing. The most interesting aspect of coming to the Dongling comic exhibition was witnessed, making the trip worthwhile. Inside the exhibition, even after the girl had disappeared for over 10 minutes, people continued to discuss the earlier scene. Did you see? More than a dozen men in black followed her. It was so cool. Those men in black looked even more exaggerated than those in movies. That girl seemed extraordinary. Her aura was that of a wealthy young lady, as if she had touched a world beyond comprehension. Yi Mohan dashed out, panting heavily, but he could no longer find even a trace of the girl. Only the voices of those discussing the situation echoed in his ears. Where did she go? Where did she go? I clearly found her already. Yi Mohan's eyes were lost, murmuring to himself. Why did it turn out this way? Why was the heavens playing such a colossal joke on him? Brother Yi. Wang Qin spotted Yi Mohan's troubled expression amidst the crowd. I found her. I found her. You found her. That's wonderful. But where is she now? I saw the distance between us growing, then suddenly. A flicker crossed Yi Mohan's eyes. 6 years had passed, and he wished to see her one last time, but she no longer lingered for him. It seemed like a perfect meeting destined by fate, yet he let it slip away. His heart turned as cold as a 10th sandier ice cavern, a pain far worse than a blade piercing through his chest. It was an indescribable feeling, yet undoubtedly one of the most agonizing experiences in the world. The person he had searched for 6 years vanished before his eyes once more. Brother Yi. Wang Qin wanted to offer words of comfort, but they stuck in his throat. Even as an outsider he felt an overwhelming sorrow, let alone the turmoil within Yi Mohan's heart. Hope had barely flickered to life, and he had even seen her face only to be struck by a sudden crushing despair. Gazing around he saw a dense shifting sea of people endlessly moving and weaving. Yet Yi Mohan clung to a sliver of hope. He tirelessly searched the sprawling exhibition hall spanning thousands of square meters, his pace never slowing. The two of them wandered aimlessly through the vast exhibition like headless flies. Meanwhile Lin Xi sat dining in a restaurant perched atop a distant high-rise, gazing at the bustling urban vista outside the window. She speared a small piece of steak with her fork and brought it to her lips. Surrounded by a host of restaurant staff, he was the sole diner. The exquisite, spacious restaurant felt somewhat empty. Miss, if this meal does not satisfy, we can find another venue, said the bodyguard nearest to her. The restaurant manager stood tense and silent, cold sweat beading on his forehead, until he heard the young woman's cool voice. It's acceptable. Only then did he force a smile, relieved that this Miss Lin, contrary to rumors, did not possess the peculiar and fastidious tastes of other heiresses. The weather here is quite pleasant, Lin Xi remarked casually, her clear eyes fixed on the azure sky dotted with white clouds. Miss, you could stay here for a couple more days. Just send word to the family. Never mind, she said softly. Lin Xi uttered those 2 words lightly. The real drama awaited her return. At this moment, if all went according to plan, the Lin family would soon be in turmoil. Though she could do little to influence it, it was after all her home for this lifetime. Xiaolong, go and check on those 2. Report back to me on their situation, Lin Xi instructed. The protagonist was her most crucial pawn. Seeing him still lost in the past, unable to let go, made her especially eager to see how events would unfold. Those who were originally the protagonist's leading ladies would probably be left with nowhere to weep. Yes, miss. By the time the exhibition was nearing its end, Yimo Han still hadn't found the girl. He had nearly turned the entire venue upside down, but there was still no trace of her. Wang Qin was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. I can't go on anymore. She's probably long gone. We won't find her no matter how long we search. The crowd in the exhibition was thinning out and many vendors had already packed up and left. Yimo Han still couldn't accept this. If he didn't find her today, he could convince himself that she had never come to the exhibition. But he had found her stood so close, and yet he had missed her for the second time. Pain. It wasn't just a brutal ache, it was a heart-wrenching torment. The image of her face etched into his mind today haunted him every second, every minute. It was as if his affliction had been dormant only to erupt now, making it impossible to live without seeing her again. Wang Qin sighed as he looked at him. He couldn't fathom what it was about that girl that had bewitched Yimo Han so completely. Before getting off the plane, his obsession might have been a 6 or 7 on a scale of 10, now it was a full 10. He even began to doubt whether coming to Dongling had been the right choice. Yimo Han's state was deteriorating beyond saving, it seemed. Unless he found that girl, she was the only cure. Wang Qin tried to find some topic to lighten the oppressive mood. At least you saw what she looks like. The trip wasn't a total loss. So is she pretty? What's so special about her? Yimo Han opened his phone, staring at it intently, as if light would shine from his eyes. He'll say this, and you might not believe me, but she might be the only one he'll ever love in this life. Wang Qin was taken aback looking at Yimo Han's expression. Anyone else saying that would be hard to believe, but coming from Yimo Han, he knew it was true. People online would call such a person a fool. But in that moment, he realized this wasn't foolishness, it was the closest thing to true love in the world. Who wouldn't wish to be that one exception? If it doesn't work out, we can try tomorrow. The exhibition runs for another day, though we might not make it back for school. Wang Qin knew the odds were slim, but he said it anyway. His feet were killing him, and he was still sprawled on the ground. Yimo Han could see he was exhausted. Wang Qin was already overweight, and walking all day was a torture for anyone, let alone him. You go back first. Yimo Han wanted to stay another day in Dongling and search the exhibition again. Now he could recognize her with just a single glance. Just one glance. He had to reunite with her. He trusted that feeling, as she must remember him too. Back when they first met, she had taken the initiative to add him as a friend. It seemed like a wrong number, a chance addition, but she still treated him as a friend. He had gradually gone from acquaintance to friend, from offering help to feeling a subtle connection. She had changed so many things, like an angel sent by fate. No matter what, he wouldn't let any opportunity slip this time. He would take the initiative. Brother, you get some good rest tonight. Wang Qin could only offer this kind advice before dragging his weary body onto the earliest flight. Though he wanted to stay, he knew he couldn't help much. If things didn't work out, Yimo Han might need to be alone. Yimo Han stayed the night in Dongling. He managed to sleep for 2 or 3 hours, then rose early the next day and headed to the exhibition. But from opening to closing, even as the staff began dismantling the decorations, Yimo Han stumbled out in despair. That was it. He had thought he could control his emotions if the trip to Dongling proved fruitless, telling himself it was normal not to find someone he hadn't contacted in 6 years. He never expected that when the moment truly arrived, he would lose all control. He had seen her, but he hadn't done what he needed to do. The feelings in his heart were now etched even deeper into his very bones. Now from head to toe, he felt dead. Regret, helplessness, longing. A torrent of emotions churned painfully in his mind, turning it into a tangled mess. Throughout this time, he kept pulling out his phone, staring at it for 2 or 3 hours at a stretch, as if he had suffered a heartbreak. No, he didn't even have the chance to experience one. The only heartbreak Yimo Han could claim was the chat records on this phone, along with a single photograph. Yet having seen the real-life girl who was far more beautiful and enchanting, the photo could no longer satisfy him. He boarded the plane, reluctant as he was to leave Dongling. Perhaps the girl was still in this city, but amidst the vast sea of people, finding her seemed an impossible task. I really miss you. 6 years. When will I next see you online? Yimo Han clutched his phone. After sending hundreds, even thousands of messages over the years, he must have frightened her. He thought she might not have even opened them. Yet seeing her online for the first time in so long meant she had returned. There was still a chance to reach her. Suddenly his phone chimed. Yimo Han's heart leaped with excitement as he opened the chat interface with the girl. But the next moment a wave of sorrow washed over him. If only it had been a reply from her. It was Wang Qin. That guy had already arrived at school and asked how things were going. Yimo Han told him the truth. It didn't turn out well. Wang Qin and the others could only console him, advising him not to fixate on one girl. There were plenty of admirers at school. Even if they weren't his first love, their looks and charm were nothing to scoff at. Yimo Han typed, "See you tomorrow," and ended the chat. In his heart, he had long known the answer: no other girl could compare to her. Even if someone were more beautiful, they lacked that indescribable connection. Back then he had been foolish. His heart had already given him the answer, but he let a bracelet mislead him. If given another chance, he would rush forward without hesitation, grab her hand, and damn the consequences. 6 years. A full 6 years, and he had been waiting for this moment. Yi Mohan had 2 accounts on his phone. One had never changed its name or avatar for fear the girl wouldn't recognize him. The other was for mundane social matters and requests from admirers. But even after adding them, he never replied to those girls. Apart from Wang Xin and a few roommates, other messages were inconsequential. Yi Mohan furrowed his brow slightly and began deleting unimportant messages. His phone was nearly out of storage. But such a massive task would take considerable time. Well, what else can I do? Lin Xi was quite satisfied with this trip to Dongling. The protagonist wandered around aimlessly like a headless fly searching for a day, no 2 days, so foolishly. Yet after meeting her once, he still wasn't content. How greedy he was. Lin Xi could already imagine that once she activated her alternate account and messaged the protagonist, his messages would become even more frequent and he'd start making romantic demands. Who would want to date the protagonist? A cold, haughty gleam shone in Lin Xi's eyes. He was a villain after all, doing all this just to toy with the protagonist. Of course, he wasn't so twisted as a child. He was merely sacrificing some time to ensure his own survival. But to develop genuine feelings and be unable to let go for 6 years, Lin Xi had to admit. Even the villain won't let you off. You're truly desperate. Now as a villain, Lin Xi was thoroughly intrigued by the idea of tormenting the protagonist. With his alternate account acting as a shield, even if discovered, the damage would be minimal. Got it. I can use a secondary account. What a brilliant idea. Lin Xi planned to employ the same trick again. His alternate account had already driven the protagonist to despair. Adding a secondary account would make the protagonist fall at his feet, elevating him from a mere villain to the ultimate antagonist. Thus, with the divine skill of a repeat performance, Lin Xi created another account. The nickname and avatar couldn't be too casual. He'd use a pretty internet picture for the avatar and come up with a cute nickname. Don't ask why he was so skilled at this. Everyone knows the joke about being scammed out of 300 yuan in an online romance. As a charming and adorable villain, learning such trivial tricks was a piece of cake. Now with this new account, Lin Xi had no buffs, so he had to be extra cautious when dealing with the protagonist. How many villains had died because of such carelessness? Couldn't they all use a bit more brains? But Lin Xi's goal was to play it big, making the protagonist both love and hate him deeply. He could already imagine the joy of scolding the protagonist harshly while the protagonist begged for forgiveness. With the protagonist's keen instincts, he might have another account too. Adding this one won't raise suspicion. Lin Xi acted immediately. He scoured Tsinghua University's campus network searching for information about Yi Mohan. Surprisingly, there was plenty, including obviously fake gossip. He knew the protagonist's nature, foolish but not capable of such misdeeds. Unable to find Yi Mohan's contact info, Lin Xi took the initiative to post a request. Excuse me, I'm looking for Tsingda's campus heartthrob, Yi Mohan's contact info. I'm head over heels for him. Please, if anyone knows, tell me. It means the world to me. Lin Xi typed away satisfied and clicked confirm. Okay, I've established this account's persona. He couldn't wait to start. What could be more enjoyable than tormenting the protagonist? Soon any post about Yi Mohan gained traction. Comments began flooding in. Sigh, another soul bewitched by Yi Mohan. How many have asked for his contact this month? No chance, better give up and go to sleep. Even Tsingda's campus bell is waiting for his reply. What? I'm waiting for my goddess to reply, and she's waiting for someone else. Why? Yi Mohan's just a bit better looking and taller than me. Our account digits are the same, so why isn't anyone asking for my contact? Sigh, another one lost their mind. Director Zhang, head of the psychiatry department. Lin Xi read a few comments and couldn't help but find them amusing. These netizens sure knew how to have fun. Just then a notification popped up in his backend, startling him. He opened the message. I'm Yi Mohan's roommate and good buddy. His contact is XXXXXX. Don't thank me. I'm a real hero. Lin Xi's heart leaped with joy. Found it. Well, that's selling out your roommate. Nice move. You can't rely on others for this. You need the protagonist's foolish friends. Lin Xi searched for the account. Sure enough, it wasn't just one. The main account had hundreds of thousands of likes. Truly a protagonist with a halo, able to pick and choose like royalty. Many helpful netizens had warned that even with the contact, getting added might be tough. But I have leverage over the protagonist. A clear smile danced in Lin Xi's eyes. Everything was going according to plan. He knew the protagonist's deepest secrets. Wielding them, the protagonist would have to obey to uncover his own mysteries. So Lin Xi typed another message and sent a friend request with the verification info. Then he waited, hoping for good news. Yi Mohan was busy deleting useless chat records. He couldn't use the system to delete them all, or he might lose the other account's data. He had to do it manually, and most of it was long, rambling confessions. Yi Mohan paused. He had done the same thing before. For the girl he had known so long, with whom he had such a good relationship. He desperately wanted to salvage it, even if it meant returning to being just good friends. Suddenly his phone chimed. Yi Mohan saw a friend request, nothing unusual. Just as he was about to ignore it, his eyes inadvertently caught something, and his pupils dilated as he read carefully. I know about your pretty first love. What was it she gave you? All those folded stars in a bottle. A simple sentence, yet it made Yi Mohan's heart race. Familiar memories flooded back. It was 2 years into their acquaintance when the girl had first given him a gift. He wanted to reciprocate but couldn't afford the pretty things girls liked. After much deliberation, he chose to fold stars. Those colorful stars all together were beautiful. Surely she would love them. That was the best gift he could think of. Not only that, but he also wrote words he wanted to say to her inside each star, carefully copying every line. His Chinese teacher had once said that if you truly love someone, you'd even pluck the stars for them. He had folded those stars for 3 whole months, filling a bottle and sending it to her. No one knew about this. Her existence was a secret he had kept to himself. Who is she? How could she know about this? Yi Mohan was instantly unsettled. This was supposed to be a secret between him and the girl. The first part might have been leaked by his roommates for money, but the second half proved otherwise. This information didn't come from Wang Qin or the others. Only someone who truly knew the story, perhaps someone who knew the girl, could have this information. Yi Mohan took a deep breath, accepted the friend request, and typed a message. How do you know about this? Yi Mohan's nerves were on edge. He couldn't afford to miss another chance. The girl was still offline, and suddenly someone who knew about the past had reached out. It felt like fate was giving him an opportunity. Not long after, the other person replied, of course I know. I used to know her, and we were pretty close. Yi Mohan's body trembled as his fingers flew across the keyboard. You're her friend? That's great. Can you help me contact her? I've been sending her messages, but can't reach her. In that instant, Yi Mohan felt a surge of light and hope. The exhaustion from 2 days of searching the convention vanished. His eyes sparkled with excitement. We were just classmates, and we haven't been in touch for a long time. I heard there was a campus heartthrob named Yi Mohan at Qingda, and thought it might be a coincidence. I never expected it was really you. You haven't been in touch either. Did something happen to her? Yi Mohan seized the key point, asking with concern. Didn't she tell you? 6 years ago her family sent her abroad to study. We lost contact, but it seems she recently returned. A knot in Yi Mohan's heart was untied. So the 6 years of silence were due to her studying abroad, not because of his confession letter, at least not entirely. Perhaps she had wanted to tell him, but leaving without a word was easier than saying goodbye. Do you have any way to contact her now, eh? Yi Mohan immediately asked. Then, now that she's back, will she go abroad again? He wanted to ask several more questions, but held back, waiting for answers first. Well, it seems you've been pretty devoted to her all this time. I do have some information about her, but am no saint. I just don't want to tell you. The campus heartthrob, so popular with girls, still wants to find her. Do you really like her that much? Seeing the reply, Yi Mohan's heart tightened. Clearly the person had some issues with him, likely due to the rumors at Qingda. But he was innocent and could speak his truth. Yes, I like her. You might have heard things about me. Many girls at school pursue me, but I've never had a girlfriend. You can ask anyone at Qingda. Yi Mohan hoped this would at least soften the other's attitude. Oh, that's nice. And he? The reply was utterly unyielding, making Yi Mohan even more anxious. He desperately wanted all the information about the girl from this person so he could find her. But the other quickly sent another message. Forget it. If there's nothing else, they'll block and delete you. I just heard a familiar name. As for her, you'll have to find her yourself. Yi Mohan bit his lip, unable to wait any longer, and quickly sent a message. Tell me whatever you want, I'll do it. Are you sure? Lin Xi thought to himself, finally took the bait. Naturally, he wouldn't make overly demanding requests at the start. He had to proceed gradually, letting the protagonist taste a bit of sweetness, making him increasingly unable to resist. Lin's villainous guide to fooling protagonists: what one cannot obtain is often what they desire most. Lin Xi took a moment to sip some tea, while stretching languidly, leaving the protagonist hanging for a while. By now he must be growing anxious. I'm sure. Just tell me her information, and he'll do anything. Why aren't you speaking? Tell me what you want. She truly matters to me. I've been searching for her for 6 years. Hey, answer me quickly. Lin Xi held a bowl of tea in his hand, leisurely moistening his lips. He read the messages with a silent smile. How amusing. Extremely amusing. Hadn't he already ensnared the protagonist? Within less than 5 minutes of adding him, he could make him do anything. Oh. Lin Xi set the teacup down on the table and typed several swift messages. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. All right, send me 300 yuan for each question. Let's see your sincerity. Pay up first, and then I'll tell you. Although he wasn't short on money, he saw no harm in fleecing the protagonist. Few possessed such capabilities. Yi Mohan read the reply and breathed a sigh of relief, though he was frustrated to see it was about money. He gritted his teeth. They'll give you 10,000. Tell me everything you know. Just 10,000. That's too cheap. No deal. If you don't want to know, fine, I'll block and delete you. Alright. Yi Mohan feared seeing the red exclamation mark. The simplest way now was to learn about the girl through this person, even find her. So Yi Mohan immediately sent 300 yuan. He had already thought of the first question. Haha, aren't you afraid he'll take the money and delete you? Lucky for you, I'm greedy enough. Go ahead and ask. Seems I undersold it. Anyway, remember, 300 yuan only covers one question. Yi Mohan quickly asked the first question. Where is she now? In Modu. There, I've told you what you wanted to know. Yi Mohan was stunned. In Modu. They were in the same city. This would make finding her much easier. A surge of joy filled Yi Mohan's heart, and he pressed on. The exact location? Where in Modu? His deep eyes sparkled with indescribable delight and excitement. He hadn't recognized her at the convention, but now he could find her again. She must still remember him. That's another question. And you think 300 yuan is enough for such details? How naive. Yi Mohan replied, how much then? At least 100,000. Not too much, is it? After all, you can find her directly and learn everything from her. 100,000 is quite a bargain. 100,000. Yi Mohan's first thought was that this person was an absolute money grubber, asking for 100,000 for just a location. Even the most ruthless capitalists weren't this greedy. Still, Yi Mohan wished he had that much money. Spending it all would be worth it. Money could be earned again. She was worth far more than 100,000, even a million. Priceless. I don't have that much right now, Yi Mohan admitted honestly. He couldn't scrape together 100,000. As a sophomore in college, it was a hefty sum. Lin Xi understood this well. At this stage, Yi Mohan might have plenty of romantic luck, but fortune hadn't smiled on him yet. After a major event, even 100,000 might be within reach. But for now, the protagonist was just a poor soul. The dongling anime expo had likely drained his last savings. So what one couldn't obtain in youth due to lack of means could influence an entire lifetime. Oh, you don't have it? Then go earn it. Not a cent less. Lin Xi insisted, still playing the greedy miser fixated on money and nothing else. Wanting love. Wanting a girlfriend. How naive. Did he think a formidable villainess came so easily? Impossible. Yi Mohan pressed his lips together, staring at the screen for several minutes before typing. I can give you an IOU in person. They'll pay you back as soon as I have the money. No deal. This is the most expensive question. You could ask something else. Forget it, you've got no oil to squeeze. They'll give you a few freebies. For other things I want to know, you can trade in other ways. Lin Xi decided to let Yi Mohan taste a little sweetness. Otherwise, if the line was pulled too tight, the fish might slip away. She's still single, never had a boyfriend. She won't be going abroad anytime soon. She's cute and loves to cling. That's all for now. For more ITLL, cost you extra. With the protagonist's youthful hormonal energy, the thought of a perfect first love would make his eyes light up. Learning that the girl wasn't leaving the country and was in the same city filled Yi Mohan with countless possibilities. Hope lit up his face. He immediately sent another message. Thanks. What can I trade? Can I do it now? Lin Xi almost felt embarrassed. He had truly fooled the protagonist thoroughly. He considered asking for some revealing photos to post on the campus network and humiliate him, but that was too lowbrow. He had everything planned. A major event was coming up that required this. Though the protagonist seemed unremarkable now, he was still a protagonist with a powerful background destined to become a big shot. Not now, but I'll let you know when there is. After sending that message, Lin Xi ignored him. This was the art of manipulation, playing with human nature, never revealing true intentions, appearing indifferent, leaving others guessing and anxious. We'll have to meet eventually. 6 years. How should I plan this? Lin Xi decided to let loose. The aloof, indifferent heir's persona was just an act for others. He didn't want to get involved with unsavory people. In reality, his pampered status in the Lin family meant he had nothing to fear. But he didn't want to be like the protagonist, constantly running into trouble and solving it. His main goal was to maintain distance, avoiding mindless villains. But with a secondary account, he could let loose a little. Pink hair, colored contacts, as flashy as possible. After all, such a good-looking villainess would be wasted without dressing up. The most important thing was a mask with any excuse, like not exposing himself to air to fool the protagonist. It was all about extremes. What did far away yet close at hand mean? Keeping the protagonist forever guessing what game was being played. Seeing you beg me. How exciting. Yi Mohan got off the plane. He put away his phone. He couldn't come up with that much money now, but since the other party had mentioned it, he would wait to see what demands they might make. Hopefully, nothing too extreme. Still, he was happy. He had gained a lot of useful information. This trip not only let him see the girl, but also learn where she was, and that she was still single. Perfect. Yi Mohan felt the air had become fresher, especially when he thought of her, just as he imagined a gentle and lovely girl. The scene quickly shifts to the Lin family. Old Master Lin is a person whose word is law. He was a legendary figure in the Magic City, having built his empire from scratch. He is also Lin Xi's grandfather. He has 3 sons, Lin Jiani, Lin Changxing, and one who passed away young, leaving only a single heir. However, Lin Xi was raised as if she were a daughter, not only because she was much younger than the other family members, but also due to her stunning beauty with fair skin and delicate features. She was cherished at home. Who wouldn't adore such a beautiful little princess? Lin Xi grew up in this environment, and on top of that, she spent a considerable amount of time abroad. She received the best education and enjoyed the finest material comforts. Recently, a significant event occurred in the Lin family. Old Master Lin fell gravely ill, and the family pillar, now over 70 years old, had finally collapsed. Previously, his illness was minor issues. This time, he collapsed into a coma, clearly different from before. Had he been sent to the hospital a few minutes later, he might not have survived. A wave of visitors rushed to the hospital to pay their respects, but they couldn't see the patient in the ICU. However, their intentions were not purely kind. Each harbored ulterior motives. They sought to claim more family assets before the old man passed away. The Lin family is a top-tier aristocratic family in the entire Magic City with assets exceeding hundreds of billions, yet among the two sons, only one could inherit the family business. This inevitably stirred up a storm of intrigue. Lin Xi anticipated everything, knowing that Lin Xi and Lin Chongqing were not good people. Moreover, they inherited none of the old man's capabilities. Any one of them would ultimately lead the Lin family to ruin. To put it simply, they were wastrels lacking any business acumen. The Lin family had thrived thanks to Lin Xingxin's remarkable intellect, establishing the first empire in vehicle manufacturing. The brands produced by the Lin family are widely used across the country, making their impact undeniable. Other subsidiary industries do not earn as much as the automobile manufacturing company. Obtaining the inheritance of this company essentially means stepping into the position of the Lin family head. Below one person, above thousands. Originally, there were 3 sons with 3 paths for inheritance. Lin Xi, raised as a girl since birth, was excluded from this matter. The heirs were solely Lin Xi and Lin Chongqing. Lin Xi was content with this arrangement, avoiding the need for scheming, fighting, or managing large company projects. The fortune left by the old man was enough to last her 10 lifetimes. Lin Xi and Lin Chongqing, such worthless individuals, would eventually meet their reckoning. On this day, news from the hospital arrived. Old Master Lin had finally awakened from his sickbed, which relieved many, yet simultaneously furrowed their brows. Lin Xi received the news and headed to the hospital, eager to see her grandfather who had always cared for her the most. Riding the hospital elevator, upon reaching the corner, she saw the entrance crowded with people dressed in various styles, some familiar faces among the strangers. All in all, with the noisy atmosphere, it was quite lively in this place. "Let me in to see my dad. I am his biological son. If my dad is awake, I should be allowed in." "Yes, but what if something goes wrong? How do we know you're not lying? If something happens, you will bear full responsibility." A few pairs of men and women were arguing with the doctor stationed at the door, their faces flushed with anger, completely disregarding the hospital's setting. "I'm sorry, although old Master Lin has awakened, he still needs to rest. You can't let so many people in." The doctor stood with hands raised, patiently explaining the situation. With so many people present, the patient's condition, already precarious, could worsen at any moment, and he must not be subjected to any stress. "Did you not hear what I said? The person inside is my dad. If I can't go in, who else can? I must see my dad today." Seeing the doctor firmly blocking the entrance, not allowing his wife and child to enter, he compromised. "If it comes to it, just let me in alone. You can't stop me. If my dad isn't awake, I will sue your hospital into bankruptcy." At this moment, another man grew upset, pointing and scolding. "What do you mean, Lin Xi? Just because you're going in alone, you think you're the only one who is dad's son? What about me? Why the rush? Afraid I will inherit all the family assets. Let me tell you, Lin Chongqing, I am the second son. The eldest has been dead for a long time. The inheritance rightfully belongs to me and has nothing to do with you." Lin Chongqing immediately erupted. "How dare you? Who says it has nothing to do with me? Who do you think you are? Just because you are a few months older, you act all high and mighty, yet you have done little to help at home. If I reveal the trivial matters you've accomplished at the company, I wonder if Dad will still pass the inheritance to you." The two continued to argue. Nearby, 2 women joined in, unwilling to back down, spitting insults at each other, and had it not been for the intervention of others, they might have started a physical fight. Lin Xi watched this spectacle in horror. It was terrifying, too terrifying. Thankfully, it had nothing to do with her, and she found their ugly faces quite embarrassing. It was evident that if the Lin family fell into their hands, it would not be long before it went bankrupt. At that moment, some people noticed Lin Xi's arrival, and their eyes revealed a sense of respect. This was the only daughter left behind by that person who had passed away. Lin Xi nodded and approached the somewhat helpless doctor, who was unable to persuade the arguing parties. After asking about the situation briefly, the doctor sighed and said, "Although he has awakened, his condition remains poor, so be prepared mentally at all times." The doctor sighed again. Meanwhile, he looked back at the 2 groups, still squabbling, shaking his head in helplessness. This was the stark contrast between relatives. They likely did not care about the fate of the person inside, only about how much inheritance they could obtain. In contrast, the girl before him was much better, continuously inquiring about the patient's condition, and she seemed well informed about the patient's ailments. Although she did not display much emotion, unlike the others, her eyes revealed her deep concern for her family. At that moment, the door to the ward suddenly opened slowly. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, wearing a very refined pair of gold-framed glasses, giving the impression of a diligent worker. This caused the 2 arguing groups to pause and fall silent. To their surprise, they had entered so early. Someone had gone in ahead of them. However, upon seeing this man, Secretary Chun, who had been by old Master Lin's side for decades, they could not help but put on a flattering smile. "We were just about to go in to see old Master Lin. Oh, we didn't expect you to come out so quickly. How is his health?" "Exactly, the doctor just won't let us in. I have no idea what's happening inside. How can I not be anxious? Is father really all right?" The 2 brothers chimed in with each other, their faces etched with a look of deep concern, as if all their earlier actions had been solely out of worry for the old man. Secretary Chun waved his hand. "Don't worry, I've checked. He's still conscious for now. Then he let out a sigh. But I'm afraid he won't hold on much longer. Master Lin is advanced in age, and with years of accumulated ailments from overwork, everything has flared up all at once. Hearing this, the two brothers immediately put on expressions of disbelief, their faces filled with grief. How is that possible? Father was in such good health before. He could still hold meetings normally. How could it suddenly flare up? Father has worked himself too hard. We've long told him to hand the company over to us, but he wouldn't listen. Now it's all come to this from overexertion. Even the wives of the two brothers joined in dabbing at their tears with tissues and beginning to sob. Anyone who hadn't witnessed their earlier behavior would have been fooled. The whole group together could have started a film studio. By the way, who is father planning to leave the estate to? What's the specific distribution? Lin Chongqing, the third son of the family, immediately lost his composure and began to inquire. The others nearby were still weeping but pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Master Lin hasn't mentioned it yet. He's just woken up. But I suspect he's already made up his mind. Besides, his condition isn't as dire as you think. He can still speak and communicate normally. Secretary Chen looked at the crowd, pressing in a hint of displeasure in his tone. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lin Changsheng's face as he tried to cover up. Matters concerning the future of the Lin family should be addressed early just in case something sudden happens. Lin Jinny also dropped all pretense. Exactly. Matters of inheritance should be discussed sooner rather than later. Secretary Chen, you should ask my father as soon as possible. Otherwise, any sudden change in the Lin family would catch everyone off guard. At that moment, Secretary Chen had grown weary of them. He lifted his head, looked toward the crowd behind, and called out loudly, "Has Miss Lin Xi arrived?" Instantly those standing in the middle stepped aside, and Lin Xi's view suddenly cleared. She had been at the front earlier, but the moment Secretary Chen came out, she was shoved to the back. There was no helping it. She had planned to listen for any useful information before leaving. It was far too noisy here. "You're looking for me. Master Lin wants you to go in." Secretary Chen stepped aside, motioning for Lin Xi to enter the ward. Seeing this, the two brothers immediately pressed, "What about us? Master Lin only asked to see Miss Lin Xi alone. You can head back for now. The doctors are watching over him. Nothing major will happen for the time being." Lin Jinny was taken aback for a moment, but then thought it made sense. The old man had always doted on Lin Xi, that young girl. After she had spent 6 years abroad, he missed her so much that he called her back to attend university in the country. Still, no matter what, the inheritance of the Lin family would never fall to a newly adult, inexperienced young girl. The doctor chimed in to explain, "It's best to keep the patient undisturbed. If he wishes to see someone, having just one person by his side can help improve his mood." The two brothers nodded in agreement. They had no intention of staying long, but they would station people here to report on the old man's condition at all times. "Go on and Miss Lin Xi. Everyone else please disperse. Master Lin won't face any danger for now, so rest assured." Secretary Chen addressed the lingering crowd with a raised voice. As Lin Xi walked forward from the back, the two brothers immediately put on warm, amiable smiles when she passed by. "You've always been closest to your grandfather. He only wants to see you, so while you're in there, help your uncles ask about the inheritance. Put in a good word for us in front of Grandpa. If your Uncle Chongqing becomes the head of the Lin family, we'll give you whatever you want. You'll lack for nothing." The two began whispering in her ear, desperate to know who would inherit the Lin family. They even started spinning tales, painting a grand empty promise. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Lin Xi's lips. When it came to spinning tales, she was the master. Minor villains, keep your distance. She had no intention of stooping to their level. Lin Xi opened the door to enter, but the two continued to follow, whispering in her ear. "Don't forget, put in a good word for your Uncle Chongqing. If you need anything at the hospital, just give your uncle a call." Secretary Chen blocked them, and only then did they stop exchanging fierce, hostile glances. Lin Chongqing, trying to use a young girl to fight for your own chance. How pathetic can you get? And you dare say you didn't speak just now. That girl is the eldest brother's child. If she were a man, neither of us would even have a chance to compete. In the end, under Secretary Chen's displeased gaze, the two brothers parted ways at the hospital entrance in discord. The hospital corridor fell back into silence save for one or two people sitting on the benches. Sigh. Secretary Chen let out a sigh. Just as Master Lin had predicted, those two sons had indeed made a scene outside. In comparison, this granddaughter, who had only recently returned from abroad, was the one Master Lin worried about most. Stepping into the ward, Lin's eyes immediately fell upon the white-haired old man lying in bed. His face was pale, and he looked much frilier than the last time she had seen him, surrounded by various medical instruments. Seeing the man in bed open his eyes, she called out softly, "Grandfather. Lin Xi, you're here." Master Lin's gaze turned gentle and warm. Despite his weakness, the tenderness in his eyes was unmistakable. Before I went abroad, didn't I tell you to take good care of yourself? Now you see." Lin Xi's voice was soft, carrying a hint of reproach, but a thin sheen of mist veiled her eyes, and an inexplicable ache gripped her heart. Even though she had long known this would happen, she also knew that the man before her would never change his ways. This was roughly the time of the old man's fate. After her grandfather passed away, she had no attachments left, and continued her studies abroad, returning home only once every few years. I wanted to spend more time with you. The old man's voice had grown hoarse and feeble. A heavy smell of medicine filled the air, yet Lin, she cherished every moment. She sat beside him holding his hand. Master Lin's expression eased slightly, the pain lessening. The bond between grandparent and grandchild held a unique, profound affection. After an unknown stretch of time, she left the ward. Lin Xi's face was expressionless. Your grandfather left you quite a few valuable things. Would you like to confirm them? Secretary Chun said beside her. No need. Lin Xi replied calmly. After taking a few steps, she turned back to glance. Who do you think grandfather will name as his heir? Neither of them carries the shadow of Master Lin in his youth. Secretary Chin didn't answer directly, but offered another remark instead. In truth, any outsider could see it. Only those without ability would fight so fiercely over the inheritance. Lin Xi walked out of the hospital. She still had no intention of revealing her identity and wanted to avoid any trouble. Yet watching those two unscrupulous men squander her grandfather's hard-earned legacy was hard to stomach. However, perhaps there was another way. Soon news of the Lin family patriarch's critical condition spread far and wide. It stirred up considerable buzz in public opinion. Stories of Master Lin's Ragstorch's legend moved many to lament how times had changed. No matter how formidable a person was, they couldn't escape the end of life. Yet many were still fixated on which of the two Lin brothers would become the sole power holder of the family, given that the Lin family's company was worth hundreds of billions. Lin Jiani and Lin Chongxing, who had been quietly sharpening their knives in the shadows, now clashed openly at odds with each other. As soon as Lin Xi left the hospital, she received calls from both of them. To this, she could only offer a few pleasant words, that grandfather still had faith in them, but nothing concrete, and managed to brush them off. In truth, she had long known that to claim the inheritance, she would have to solve a difficult puzzle. But that puzzle was already solved. After 2 agonizing days of waiting, Master Lin, still in the hospital, released a message. Whoever could find a man named Yi Tiansheng who had saved his life decades ago when he was young, or find his descendants, would become the heir of the Lin family. Upon hearing this news, the two brothers immediately sprang into action, dispatching people without delay. They had to find this Yi Tiansheng. But Lin Xi already knew. Yi Tiansheng had passed away 10 years ago, leaving behind only one descendant, Yi Mohan. That's right, the campus heartthrob of Qing University, the top student and protagonist. His hidden identity was that of Yi Tiansheng's son, this superhero who had saved countless lives. He had not only saved the Lin family, but also the Mo family, and even the neighboring Li family of Anning. In other words, he was stacked with multiple buffs, truly the protagonist. So while others were still wasting time and effort searching, he had already managed to contact Yi Mohan. Moreover, he held something over Yi Mohan, which was himself allowing him to make Yi Mohan do all that he was capable of doing. However, one must ask, does he not feel any guilt from manipulating others like this? The answer exists, but he couldn't possibly confess directly. That would be too awkward. Besides, if the protagonist became indiscriminate, he would be in trouble. Yet having come this far, he had embarked on an unprecedented path of villainy. He might as well continue down this path. According to the third rule of the Lin family villains, he would rather see the world destroyed than yield to the protagonist's might. By the way, what would happen if he got caught? Lin Xi thought, feeling a chill down his spine, and quickly shook his head. It's best not to get discovered. The protagonist had already been hoodwinked to this extent, daydreaming and losing sleep over it for a full 6 years. He had initially aimed to be the best friend, allowing the protagonist to feel various forms of affection, thus securing a trump card for himself. To his surprise, the protagonist regarded him as a first love and had been obsessively thinking about him for 6 years. Truly, he was deserving of death 1,000 times over. A mere protagonist had such intentions towards a villain. At this moment, Lin Xi felt justified. After all, he was a villain, and if the protagonist harbored such improper thoughts, he would certainly refuse. Moreover, he intended to play with him ruthlessly, leaving no mercy, so as to uphold his dignity as a villain. He truly had no grasp of his own character. Since the last opportunity was wasted, he'll give the protagonist a chance this time. Lin Xi opened Yi Mohan's chat window, but he noted that he had too many alternate accounts and must not mix them up. The consequences of such mistakes would be far worse than death. Are you there? You have 10 seconds to reply, or there will be no opportunity left. Lin Xi's heart was filled with provocation as he began to act, deceiving the poor protagonist. Yes, yes, yes. Yi Mohan replied within 3 seconds, a true instant response indicating he had been glued to his phone these past few days. Of course, it could also be that he had marked Lin Xi as someone particularly important. Instant reply. What do you wish to offer yourself to me? So you are this lecherous. If we're not chatting anymore, I'll block and delete you. Yi Mohan. If that's your request, I'm sorry, I cannot accept. Seeing Yi Mohan respond so seriously, Lin Xi couldn't help but almost break character. Damn, how could this protagonist be so amusing? He had thought he was truly a hot commodity, as if any female could not resist him. Lin Xi felt intrigued. His character seemed to embody the essence of an unlikable villainess. Thus he no longer restrained his powers, forcing himself to exert 70% of his strength. According to the seventh rule of the Lin family villains, the more the protagonist wanted to avoid doing something, the more he would insist on doing it. The more the protagonist desired something, the more he would refuse to give it, simply doing the opposite. No, I must have you. Hurry, by the way, dress a bit more handsomely. You must wear the outfit for playing basketball, make it look youthful, as that's my type. Yi Mohan. What do you want to do? He had previously thought that the person on the other end was simply a money grubber, but now he had changed his mind. Not only was he a money grubber, but also a pervert. He was astonished. How could a girl have such a twisted classmate? With no boundaries left, did he want to scam for sex after not getting any money? Lin Xi covered his mouth. What do you want to do? It seems you really don't understand. I want to teach you how to play basketball. He could already imagine Yi Mohan's expression on the other side of the screen, likely not expecting to be caught by a pervert, and showing a look of existential doubt. However, that was indeed quite close to the truth. Yi Mohan was once again speechless, suddenly feeling that 100,000 didn't seem like a lot after all. At the very least, it was a pervert who was uncertain whether he would encounter an even more perverse girl. All right, enough of the teasing, Lin Xi said, wrapping up his act and returning to the main topic. He could only go a bit wild online occasionally. In reality, he was still a wealthy young lady. You just need to help me with a very simple favor. What favor? Seeing that it was just a joke earlier, Yi Mohan finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it wasn't something like that. Is your father named Yi Tiansheng? He used to save quite a few people. Yi Mohan was taken aback. How do you know? I'm someone who was saved by your father before, and wanted to find him to express my gratitude. However, since your father is no longer around, I've come to find you. Many are still looking for you now. As long as you meet the person who wishes to see me, you can tell me her information, right? Yi Mohan saw that it wasn't a difficult task at all. Just a meeting would suffice. Exactly, let's go now. The person is currently in the ICU. Whatever he asks, just answer him, and he will know who you are. He is eager to see you. Yi Mohan originally planned to continue haggling, but upon hearing this, he immediately agreed. Understood. Lin Xi quickly sent the hospital information and location, urging Yi Mohan to hurry. Of course, he was already at the hospital speaking to the people here and informing his grandfather. Then he concealed himself and vanished. No, wait, it seemed that things could be even more interesting. Hiding was not a true skill. Not getting discovered in front of the protagonist was the real skill. Lin Xi thought carefully. Suddenly a nurse walked past him, and Lin Xi had a brilliant idea. He instructed someone to find a nurse's uniform that suited him in the hospital, and unexpectedly, it was found immediately. It's my first time wearing something like this, though it's not for any fetishistic reasons. Lin Xi thought to himself as he held the nurse's uniform, realizing he was further down the path of crossdressing, now even starting with nurse uniforms. However, to be fair, the pure white uniform looked angelic. He wondered how he would feel wearing it. Not long after, Lin Xi donned a mask and cautiously stepped out of the changing room. The originally expensive custom-made little white dress was swapped for a snow-white nurse's uniform, which, while slightly tighter in design, still retained a hint of special charm. Yet it still appeared primarily approachable. White as the main color made it simple and elegant, exuding a sense of purity. He also wore a little nurse's hat. He looked like a naive intern nurse fresh out of university. Miss, what are you doing? The several burly bodyguards outside were stunned. They almost didn't recognize her. What was this miss playing at? Changing her clothes. Shoo. Lin Xi placed a finger to his lips, signaling them to keep quiet. Wait, don't say anything. You just treat me as an ordinary little nurse standing beside you. Don't let anyone else see, all right? The bodyguards exchanged glances and then nodded. They didn't know the reason, but since the lady asked them to cooperate in this act, they would fully comply, without a hint of error. After all, they were versatile bodyguards. Lin Xi prepared himself, looking in the mirror without removing the mask to ensure he couldn't be recognized. The appearance was even more believable than a real nurse. They could always blend in as the main character, and they wouldn't even know who he was. Yi Mohan found this hospital based on the address information and directly took the elevator to the top VIP private ward. This should be the right place, Yi Mohan said as the elevator doors slowly opened. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately saw several burly men guarding the ward door. He was taken aback, realizing the person in the ward was no ordinary figure. His father had mentioned saving a few people when he was young, but the specifics remained unknown. What's the matter? A burly man blocked the door as someone approached, demanding, Yi Mohan. Someone here should be looking for me. Completing the task would grant him what he desired. This was his paramount goal. Though the situation seemed precarious, he had no choice but to steel himself and proceed. Yi Mohan, or whatever your name is, do you know where you are? Get out. The burly man cursed, mistaking him for a nosy journalist. I heard the person inside wanted to see me, so I came. See you? Who do you think you are? I've never seen you before. Dressed like a pauper, you can't even fake it properly. Yi Mohan wanted to retort, but the burly man edged closer, fists clenched. This was clearly one of Lin Xi, or that fool Lin Shengsheng's men, snobs who looked down on others. Lin Xi, observing from afar, mused that this was typical of the protagonist. Such rotten luck. If he simply turned invisible, Yi Mohan might never get in today. Xiaolong, you know what to do, Lin Xi said to the two bodyguards beside her. Rest assured, miss. Leave it to me. With that, they stepped out together. Lin Xi disguised herself as a nurse, quietly blending in behind them. Yi Mohan's attempts at communication failed. Even though he was desperate to complete this task and obtain the girl's information, there was nothing he could do. Wait. One of Lin Xi's bodyguards stepped forward. Impressive, turning away the very person old Master Lin seeks. This is outright lawlessness. The two brothers men stationed here instantly recognized Lin Xi's bodyguards. What business is it of yours? How can you be sure he's the one old Master Lin wants? Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? We're here to protect old Master Lin's safety. Lin Xi's bodyguards exchanged a glance at the man's arrogance, smirking. So it's just a yapping dog. We thought you were formidable. Our miss has vouched for him. Let him in. The bodyguards moved to clear a path to the ward. Yet the men stood their ground, blocking the way. No one enters. Do you know who I answer to? Lin Xi himself. He must arrive first. The one you serve still needs our miss to put in a good word with old Master Lin. What's there to boast about? The burly men tried to resist, but they were no match for Lin Xi's seasoned bodyguards. A fierce glare radiating the aura of someone who had truly killed was enough to cow them without a single blow. Block us again, and you'll be lying inside with a single word. Scram. Our mistake, our mistake. They fled immediately. Some people only acted tough. Faced with true strength, they became more cowardly than rats. Yi Mohan stood by as the bodyguards cleared the way to the ward. Go on in. The old master has been looking for you for days. Yi Mohan snapped back to reality. Oh, thank you. He had thought all hope was lost. Unexpected help filled him with gratitude. It's nothing. You should thank our miss. Miss? He was puzzled. Lin Xi, lurking behind, wanted to punch the blabbermouth. Couldn't he keep his mouth shut? This protagonist had a nose like a bloodhound. Head sniffer out soon enough. As he had guessed, the old man's money was not merely a sum of currency, but also a catalyst. A full 10 billion was an astronomical fortune for the protagonist at this moment. According to the original storyline, the protagonist would not receive this 10 billion, it would be embezzled by the two brothers, who would also create endless obstacles for him, ultimately fostering deep animosity toward the Lin family. However, he had already informed his grandfather of this in advance, hoping the old man might alter the method of conferring the money. As the two were speaking, he said, there's no need for that much. I only came to see you on behalf of my father. In truth, the favor isn't worth 100 billion. Yi Mohan's lips trembled as he uttered the figure, for at just over 20 years of age, encountering numbers in the billions made anyone feel lightheaded. Old Master Lin gazed at this young man, as if seeing his own younger self, and narrowed his eyes. He too had made many mistakes when he first came into wealth, and perhaps the same would hold true for this youth. Maybe the money could not be given so openly. Nevertheless, he was determined to repay the Lin family's debt of gratitude for the life-saving favor from years ago. How about this? I will leave a larger portion of my inheritance to my granddaughter. You may seek her out whenever you need funds in the future. She will be studying at Tsinghua University, and I ask that you look after her as well. Lin Xi's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Truly, the protagonist's luck was unmatched. With so many bodyguards around her, why would she need a stranger's care? It was clearly a setup. Old Master Lin then recounted Lin Xi's background. Her parents had died, leaving her without any true relatives after his passing, and urged Yi Mohan to watch over her. Yi Mohan felt a deep resonance, having lost his own parents at the age of 8 and been raised by foster parents. Don't worry, you'll take care of her whenever I can. Good, I'll inform my granddaughter. At least the money I've left will suffice for a lifetime. Old Master Lin trusted his judgment. The son of that man was undoubtedly exceptional, and his appearance and spirit grew more pleasing by the moment. Lin Xi fell silent. What was happening? Things were taking a strange turn. The protagonist had activated his cheat mode, bypassing him, the villain, entirely to secure the old man's dying wish. It was too outrageous. Damn the butterfly effect, otherwise he would have had no contact with the protagonist at this point, let alone such entrustment. As a villain, how could he ever be under the care of some insignificant protagonist? Lin Xi couldn't be bothered to listen anymore, and strode out, finding it utterly pointless. Even if his grandfather intended for him to take money from the protagonist, he wouldn't take a single cent. I can't let him get too cocky. I need to mess with him, maybe beat him up. Lin Xi was already plotting mischief. As a villain, he couldn't let the protagonist have an easy time, especially not with such improper thoughts about him. The memory of the protagonist's words about taking care of him flashed through Lin Xi's mind, infuriating him. How dare that dog of a protagonist forget his place? He regretted saying anything at all. He should have let the protagonist's 100 billion be stolen by whoever wanted it with no involvement from him. Hey miss, I'm good at this. Several nearby bodyguards chimed in upon hearing that someone had displeased the young lady, immediately volunteering. Yes miss, just say the word, and we'll keep him better than for months. Lin Xi trusted the bodyguard's abilities, but a simple beating held little appeal. No need. After calming down, a sly smile flickered in his clear eyes. There's plenty of time. We'll take it slow. In the hospital room, Yi Mohan chatted with old Master Lin for dozens of minutes. Lin Xi wasn't worried that Yi Mohan might deduce from the old man's words that he was the girl he sought. First, he had lied about the country he had gone to and had fabricated details that would appeal to a boy's imagination. For instance, he described a naive, quiet girl who startled easily and looked adorable in a uniform, evoking endless fantasies. With such a misleading portrayal, the protagonist would never connect it to him. After all, as a professional villain Lin, she had considered every possibility to ensure no accidents occurred. Meanwhile, the hospital room entrance was crowded as Lin Xi and Lin Chongqing both arrived simultaneously, each followed by a large entourage. They had rushed over, each assuming the other had found the person, but upon confronting each other they realized neither had succeeded. Who had found him then? Could he have come on his own? A soft creak announced the door opening, and Yi Mohan emerged, carefully closing it behind him. "Hey kid, you're Yi Mohan, Yi Tianqing's son." Lin Xi charged forward, his tone rude. Yi Mohan glanced at him, then at the crowd surrounding him, feeling displeased. The arrogant thugs from earlier were part of this group. "What's the matter? Who brought you here?" Lin Chongqing stared intently, as if trying to see through the young man. "I'm not telling you." Yi Mohan wanted to leave, but Lin Xi blocked him. "Hey kid, tired of living? My father's talking to you." Lin Xi restrained his son and put on a friendly smile. "Young man, don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We just want to know who summoned you. It concerns a very important matter. Tell us, and we'll let you go." He then gestured to his men who blocked the exits. Trapped with no way out, Yi Mohan fabricated an excuse. "Someone called me out of the blue. I don't know who it was and no one told me. Give me the phone number, please." Lin Xi reached out. Yi Mohan was taken aback. He couldn't reveal the truth about the online situation, lest these people cause trouble for the other party. Just then the elevator doors slid open, and Secretary Chen stepped out. Taking in the scene, a smile spread across his face. "It seems neither of you seized the opportunity. Yi Mohan, son of Yi Tianqing, has already met with the old master, and sent me the drafted inheritance documents 2 hours ago." "What do you mean? Besides us two brothers, who else in the Lin family is qualified to inherit the position of family head?" Lin Jianyi's voice rose in fury, unable to believe that as the eldest son, he wasn't the heir. Lin Changxing's expression was even more exaggerated as he tried to storm into the hospital room, only to be restrained. "Technically no one else qualifies. But you forget another person, the old master's younger sister from a generation ago, who lives overseas. She married into the family, and her son's son also bears the name Lin." "Impossible. We've never even heard of him. How could father leave the inheritance to some unknown rather than his own sons?" They had little recollection of this junior, even if he occasionally attended major Lin family events. Now they were eager to dismiss him as unworthy of the Lin name. "The old master intended to leave the inheritance to one of you, but he declared that whoever found the heir first would get it. And since this person happens to be eligible, your failure to seize the chance left the old master with no choice but to proceed this way." Lin Xi and Lin Chongsheng were stunned. After all their scheming, a junior had reaped the benefits. Lin Xi, hidden at the back of the crowd, had orchestrated everything, but credited the achievement to his chosen pawn. Lin Mingzhi, an unremarkable figure, but among the many he was the only one Lin Xi deemed worthy. Though he appeared rarely in the original plot, he was far superior to the rest. At least under these two brothers, the Lin family would go bankrupt within a few years. By doing Lin Mingzhi this immense favor, Lin Xi knew the latter's character would ensure gratitude, elevating his own standing in the family. Not that it mattered much. He couldn't be bothered with other affairs. Still, having someone owe him a massive debt was rather pleasant. Lin Xi was not concerned about family matters and did not want to see the two brothers playing their contrasting roles. After all, they had not inherited the Lin family's main assets and could not stir up much trouble. Once back at home, Lin Xi finally took off the nurse's outfit and changed back into her original dress. Who would have thought that a rich young lady could also be a cross-dressing master, proficient in various uniforms? How could Lin Xi give money to the protagonist? It would be more reasonable for the protagonist to give her money. After all, it would be better for her to take it than for those two brothers to squander it. She deceived Yi Mohan, claiming that providing emotional support through multiple accounts was a form of hard-earned compensation. However, she could appropriately invest some money in the protagonist and expect returns of at least 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Lin Xi instantly found a new path to play the good person and have the protagonist lead her to success without doing anything. This kind of good fortune was simply too delightful. Lin Xi was still smug about reducing the protagonist to a mere tool. At that moment her phone buzzed. The protagonist had already sent a message asking for his reward after completing the task. Lin Xi saw it and set it aside. The protagonist still harbored serious ulterior motives toward her, and she must not allow him to gain any advantage. A few minutes later, Lin Xi sent a small question mark in response. Seeing this, Yi Mohan quickly picked up his phone to reply. "I've already met him. You promised me, you should tell me now, right?" "What do you mean tell you?" Lin Xi feigned ignorance, which infuriated Yi Mohan. "What I need to know is the girl's exact home address." "Oh." Just when Yi Mohan let out a sigh of relief, he saw the next message that came through, and his eyes almost popped out. 100,000. Never had he encountered such a despicable person. Yi Mohan wished he could jump through the screen and give the other party a good beating. But now he could only speak politely. "Did we not agree? You promised to tell me what you knew." "Yes, but I've been a bit forgetful lately. I can't remember unless I get some money to awaken my buried memories." Yi Mohan. This was undoubtedly the most shameless person he had ever encountered. Suddenly, before he left the hospital, a person called Secretary Chun handed him a small note with Lin Xi's contact information on it. As long as there was a financial need, one could ask this wealthy young lady for money. Forget it, that word doesn't sound good. It should be called capital transfer. Okay, fine. 100,000, I'll give you 100,000. Yi Mohan was furious. He never expected that his kindness would go unrewarded. Had he known, he would have given that account information to those people and let them trouble her. He opened that small note, entered the digits one by one, and clicked confirm on the last number. Just as Yi Mohan approached the wealthy young lady he might never interact with again with the utmost sincerity. But the next second, a familiar avatar and nickname popped up on the screen. Yi Mohan's eyes widened. At that moment, a message popped up slapping him in the face. He didn't expect it to be me, did you? Yi Mohan was frozen in place, standing there for several minutes in disbelief. You are. He never imagined that this greedy and flirtatious person would actually be a rich young lady. The stark contrast was enough to shock him. What's wrong? Surprised? Are you feeling a bit excited, or even secretly delighted chatting with the Lin family's young lady? Yi Mohan was still somewhat in disbelief, repeatedly checking the number on the small note to confirm. He had no choice but to accept it. He had previously claimed he would take care of her, and not tearing her apart limb from limb was already quite decent. He then angrily sent a message. You're so wealthy, why did you scam me out of 300 yuan? Do you really lack this little money? Of course I do. And what do you mean scam? Each question is clearly priced at 300 yuan, alright. Yi Mohan was defeated. A dignified, wealthy young lady worth billions still coveted his meager wealth. This is too much. Do you know how important this information is to me? Do you know? Otherwise I wouldn't have stayed with you for so long. The only way I could find out about her is through you. Yi Mohan was on the verge of breaking down. What was clearly a serious endeavor for him was nothing in the eyes of the other party. They treated him like a toy, betraying their agreement. Lin Xi understood that the protagonist had been unable to let go for 6 years, and his heart had reached a desperate level. It was truly unavoidable. She originally intended to be a villain, yet at that moment, she felt a twinge of compassion. After all, she still needed to treat the protagonist as a tool. It was not a loss. Alright, if you promise me, just one last request, I guarantee I'll tell you. First go buy me an ice cream strawberry flavor, and just deliver it to my doorstep. Lin Xi took the opportunity to find a way out. She couldn't directly tell him, as she still needed to maintain her villain identity. Where? Yi Mohan said it was excessive, but upon hearing there was hope, he went to do it directly. He could only obtain the girl's information here. Meanwhile, Lin Xi waited for the ice cream in her bedroom, lying on the bed and gazing at the white ceiling. Am I being too excessive? Although it sounds interesting, I really don't want to be a villain. But this protagonist, damn it, he's so annoying. Lin Xi simply stopped thinking and waited for the ice cream to be brought by the protagonist. She still did not regard him as a mere tool. The path of the villain still requires slow cultivation. Lin Xi felt a bit flustered. Not long after she received a message from the protagonist. Lin Xi looked out the window and could see the protagonist in the distance. Of course, at that distance the protagonist could not see her. Soon the strawberry ice cream was delivered to Lin Xi by a servant. She took a spoon, had a random bite, and found it quite good. At least her mood improved a bit. Looking out the window again, the protagonist was still standing at the door and had not left, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Xi shook her head helplessly. The next second, she opened her phone and sent him the location information, but of course it couldn't be her current place. It was instead somewhere she had stayed before. As a wealthy young lady, even though she had received much pampering as a child, there were still many things she could not touch. Once she did, adults would take them away. So she created a secret base from her childhood. This secret base holds many trinkets from his childhood, gifts meant for the protagonist, as well as items he had offered. Back then he feared for his life and wished to cultivate a better relationship with the protagonist. Moreover, these were gifts often given by girls, such as scarves and hats. He spent a long time learning to knit, making several mistakes before finally producing something presentable. He thought the protagonist would be so grateful that they would cry, but unexpectedly it crossed the line of friendship and was perceived as a first love. He felt bewildered. This was his first time as a villain, and it was so intense. Although he had always been treated like a girl, the protagonist was truly hungry for his attention. Alright, I've told you now. But I don't know if she still lives there. Lin Xi was sending messages while gazing at the protagonist, who stood foolishly at the door and let out a sigh. Thank you. Then Lin Xi saw him leave, and he felt a sense of relief. Although he revealed a secret base of the protagonist's past, it wasn't a big deal. Most of the items were related to the protagonist and represented part of his childhood memories. However, no matter what, he absolutely could not let the protagonist discover his true identity. He would remain a villain. The supportive first love would only exist in the protagonist's fantasies and would never appear again. The only downside was being recognized by the protagonist at the comic convention, where they even saw his face. But he was originally dressed as a girl, and with a change of style the protagonist would likely be unable to tell the difference. The main point was that he was bad. Yi Mohan guessed that no one could possibly be him. Who would think that the person they had been longing for was right in front of them? Of course, Lin Xi had long prepared a set of general villain guidelines to deal with the protagonist, known as the Lin family's villain principles. There were over 100 rules. For example, Rule 12 of the Lin family's villain principle states that being soft-hearted towards the protagonist is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Lin Xi, you are a villain from Namliang. Next time you deal with the protagonist, you must be a bit harsher. It would be terrible if you get recognized. Lin Xi spoke while enjoying the strawberry ice cream that Yi Mohan had bought, and had to admit it was not bad. Yi Mohan received the address of the girl he had longed for, the one he could never forget, his first love. A wave of excitement surged in his heart. He would soon meet her, and recalled the last encounter at the comic convention, his cheeks flushed and his heart racing. This was the feeling of infatuation. Just a glance, and he recognized her without a doubt. He looked at the location. It was in Modu. No doubt about it, but he wondered why the address the girl had sent him was in a more distant place. After graduating from high school, he had searched for her, retracing the coordinates of the girl's letters step by step to recover the happiness and memories of childhood. Yet he still received no useful information in return. Yi Mohan often pondered while holding his phone. Getting to know her online and becoming best friends had perhaps become an indispensable part of his life. She had changed many things about him, and he had become better because of her. The distance was nearly 70 to 80 kilometers away, and it would take several hours by car. Yi Mohan decided to call for a ride. Driver, please go to this location. Sure, young man, you look so excited and happy. Are you going to meet your girlfriend? The driver joked. Yi Mohan was taken aback. He replied, no, I'm going to meet a friend. A female friend. Yi Mohan nodded. Well, that's close enough. Young man, let me tell you, if you meet someone you like, never hesitate. You must say it face to face. When pursuing a girl, you must hold on to your heart and not give up. The driver continued to chat while Yi Mohan's vision began to blur, reminiscing about the times the girl not only messaged him, but also sometimes called him directly to discuss strange questions he had back then. Yi Mohan, if you had a campus beauty and a treasure girl who was infatuated with you, which one would you choose? Or would you choose both? Yi Mohan, you have so many girls around you in the future. What if you suffer from kidney deficiency? Yi Mohan remembered how he foolishly stated his love for his first crush, the very first girl, which immediately made her laugh. Only a fool would believe in first love. Ew, I certainly don't. By the way, who is your first love? It wouldn't be some girl in class, would it? Yi Mohan, I must reprimand you. Falling in love early is not right. Yi Mohan recalled this incident. He couldn't help but smile at the memory, as she didn't even notice how much time he spent with which girl. Just then his phone dinged. A message from Wang Qin popped up. Yiga, what's up? Why have you been skipping class every day recently? Are you still looking for your first love girlfriend? Just give it up. The counselor keeps asking me about you. It's fine. I'm almost done here. Just help me find a reason to explain it. Almost done. Did you really find her? Amazing. Don't worry, I'll help you with the school stuff, but do it quickly. Time seemed to fly by. Yi Mohan opened the map, getting closer to that location, feeling as if he could sense her presence. He would soon meet her. The vehicle gradually came to a stop. Yi Mohan got out, and before the driver left, he offered a word of encouragement. Young man, good luck. Yi Mohan stood alone, observing his surroundings. This place was much less crowded than the center of Modu, and though it wasn't desolate, it appeared significantly quieter. For those who enjoyed tranquility, this was the ideal place to live. The address showed 388. He walked past a row of bungalows, and before him appeared the only room with a second floor. Upon seeing the sign 388 on the wall, he could confirm this was the place. Yi Mohan steadied his emotions and couldn't resist checking his appearance in his phone's camera. He still looked decent and had a bit of confidence in his looks. He could imagine knocking on the door and the girl opening it for him. After so many years, they would finally meet in reality. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The joy he felt was impossible to contain, just as that driver had said. Just follow your heart. The confession he made 6 years ago now seemed childish, more like a child's interpretation of beautiful things. The girl probably left for abroad immediately, and might have truly been angry leaving without a word. But no matter how much he speculated, he couldn't guess. They were no longer children, and their thoughts had matured since then. This time he had to end this regret, and reclaim what he had lost. At the very least, he had to take the first step. Yi Mohan walked forward step by step. He reached the door and gently knocked. After a few seconds of silence, he knocked again, more earnestly. This time was different. A sound came from inside the house. At that moment, Yi Mohan's heart froze. He hadn't even thought of what to say first. Would staring at her too long make him seem like a creep? His mind went blank. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a woman in her 40s or 50s. Her gaze scrutinized the unfamiliar young man. Who are you? After a few seconds of silence, she took the initiative to ask. Yi Mohan finally snapped back to reality. Although she wasn't the person he was looking for, she might still be in this house. Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you, ma'am. I came to ask if there is a girl living here, someone who recently went abroad. I'm her friend, here to find her. A girl? A friend? The woman shook her head, stating that apart from her, there was only a small child in the house, no one else. There's no one here you're looking for. You must have the wrong place. She finished her sentence, and was about to close the door. Excuse me, ma'am, is this 388, Tomu Street? Yi Mohan felt a rush of anxiety, and hurriedly said. The woman paused upon hearing his words. That's right, this is 388, Tomu Street. But there's no one here you are looking for. Before you moved here, was there a beautiful girl who lived here? She went abroad 6 years ago. No. Yi Mohan was once again stunned by her answer. By the time he reacted, the woman had already closed the door. He stared at the closed door, his mind swirling with thoughts, but his eyes reflected a hint of dimness. Still unable to find her. He thought he would see her soon, yet it turned out like this. Why? Why was it so hard to succeed just once? Yi Mohan turned to leave when suddenly the door opened again and the woman's voice came through. I remember now, the friend you're looking for isn't named Xiaoxi, is it? When you mentioned going abroad, it jogged my memory. My memory seems to get worse every year. Yi Mohan's footsteps halted and his head straightened as if reborn. Xiaoxi. The name seemed to be etched in his memory and his spirits lifted. He rushed up to the woman, trembling with excitement, and said, yes. Does she live here? Can I see her? Well, she doesn't really live here anymore, and I don't have her contact information. She only had one room here. Oh, she came by a few days ago to pick something up? Is she very beautiful, wearing a jade bracelet about this height with hair about this long? Yi Mohan described her, while gesturing, unable to hide his excitement. The woman paused upon hearing the description. I didn't notice if she was wearing a bracelet, but she is indeed very beautiful. If she's as beautiful as you say, then she must be the friend you're looking for. Did she say when she would come back, or where she lives now? I don't know, but she left quite a bit of stuff in her room. Since you're her friend, you can go check out the room. Maybe you can find something to contact her. The woman was quite friendly, and let Yi Mohan enter the room since he was a friend of Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan felt a bit embarrassed. How could he enter someone else's room when the girl wasn't even there? Ma'am, is that appropriate? I think you'll wait for her to come back again. It's fine. It's not easy for you to find her after so many years. Besides, I go in to clean every few days, and the room only has some ordinary things. Or when will you wait for her? She usually doesn't come here. By the way, judging from your description, you must like her, right? The woman joked with a smile, which made Yi Mohan's cheeks flush. He hurriedly explained, no ma'am, I don't. Young men these days don't know to be proactive when pursuing girls, and won't even admit it. You've come all this way, but it's true that you haven't found the right place, as she rarely comes here. As they spoke, the woman led Yi Mohan to the second floor and opened a room. Here it is, this is her room, and there are some things left here. I don't know if they still mean anything to her. Yi Mohan looked around. It was a room that wasn't big, but wasn't small either, and from the bedding and decor it was clearly a girl's room, and she didn't seem very old. Inside the room, apart from a bed, there was a bookshelf and a desk. Everything was filled with various items. Aside from some books, there were also several bottles and jars. Suddenly, Yi Mohan's gaze was drawn to an object, and he slowly walked over to pick it up. Familiar memories echoed in his mind, causing his pupils to constrict. This is the star I gave her back then. Yi Mohan remembered this jar. He had even stuck a cute sticker on it to make it look prettier, hoping the girl would like it. 6 years had passed. Holding the jar again stirred waves of emotion within him, as if he could feel the warmth from when the girl held it. So this was what you gave her. I see, so these things have been here all along. The woman seemed to suddenly understand something, smiled, and shook her head, then stepped away to leave Yi Mohan alone in the room. She had thought these items looked like gifts, but after so many years the original owner had finally come to find them. Yi Mohan gently unscrewed the jar and randomly took out a star, unwrapping it. The writing inside was neat, but it was evident that it belonged to a young student. Happy birthday. I hope you stay happy for a lifetime. Yi Mohan continued to take out the next star and unwrapped it. I hope we can always be this happy and enjoy such beautiful moments together. Yi Mohan was stunned and tears began to well up in his eyes. Time had flown by so quickly. They hadn't been in contact for 6 years, as if a train filled with endless beauty had suddenly come to a halt. Can it still go back? Yi Mohan's voice was devoid of emotion, yet each word was heavy with feeling. I can definitely go back. Yi Mohan placed the bottle back in its original spot, then his gaze shifted to the large box on the table. He opened it cautiously, revealing a pile of yarn balls and several knitting needles with a few strands of yarn still hanging from them. Opening another box beside it, he found numerous failed attempts stored there. Yi Mohan seemed to recall something, his memory drifting back to that winter 6 years ago, when she had given him a most unique gift. At that time he had been on the phone. The girl seemed to detect the shiver of cold in his voice. Yi Mohan, are you cold? Not cold. You say you're not cold. Your voice is trembling. Do you think I can't hear it? We said we'd share everything, so are you not taking me to heart? Yi Mohan, are you going to forget me eventually? You heartless man, after all the good I've done for you. The girl's angry voice came through the phone, and Yi Mohan quickly explained. In truth, he didn't want her to worry, but somehow he preferred hearing her care for him now. I'm a bit cold. Where are you cold? Didn't I give you that down jacket with the food I sent before? Is it too thin? Yi Mohan, talk to me. My head feels a bit cold. Oh, I see. Yi Mohan knew at times like this that though she said nothing more, he would soon receive a package from her. He never knew why she was so good to him. This question had always lingered in his heart, and once he quietly asked, Yi Mohan, because I like you. When he heard that answer, he was overjoyed, turning the entire winter into spring. Then her playful laughter echoed again. Just kidding. Just don't forget me in the future. Even though you don't know anything, just know it's me. Until a few days before the new year. He finally received her package. He wondered why it had taken so long this time. When he opened it, he saw a blue and white scarf. The pattern was beautiful, and the quality was thicker than ordinary scarves. Inside was a small note with delicate handwriting, clearly a girl's. Yi Mohan, Happy New Year. Yi Mohan distinctly remembered that year was reported as the coldest winter in nearly 2 decades. But that down jacket kept him warm, and wearing the scarf made him even warmer. His heart burned as he endured a winter that wasn't cold. To this day, that down jacket had been worn for 5 years before he finally had to discard it reluctantly. But he had kept the scarf all along, even bringing it to college. Now he realized she had knitted it herself. The box contained several failed attempts, likely a hat and gloves, suggesting she had intended to make a 3-piece set, but failed. Having not succeeded, she only sent the scarf. No wonder it had taken so long. Yi Mohan couldn't help but smile, remembering that one line from her with exceptional clarity. It had been a joke. But, if only it were true, he would spend his whole life guarding it. After reminiscing, Yi Mohan stayed inside the house for 2 or 3 hours before coming out. Everything here was deeply connected to her, and to him as well. Auntie, if you have any news about Xiaoxi, could you let me know? Yi Mohan said, believing she would surely return here. The items they had given her were all well preserved, filling him with immense excitement. This showed that she hadn't forgotten him either. No problem. The auntie was kind-hearted and agreed readily, especially seeing Yi Mohan's reddened eyes. She comforted him gently. It's okay. You had such a good relationship before, misunderstandings can be resolved. Xiaoxi is truly a good person, young man. Once something is lost, it's 100 or 1,000 times harder to win back. Yi Mohan nodded. He hadn't seen her in person this time, but seeing these things made him look forward to it more. Before leaving, he got the auntie's phone number, promising she would call him with any news. At the Lin residence, she had already guessed that Yi Mohan would see those things and sink into some sweet memory, then grow more eager to see her, desperate to rush before her and weep. 6 years. Do you know how I've survived these 6 years? Please date me. Then he'd ramble on with a bunch of nonsense. But so what? He couldn't, at least shouldn't. With the protagonist around, his villain reputation would be ruined sooner or later. Wait, why should he be afraid? Come on, let's duel. Who's afraid of whom? Lin Xi was still arrogant inside. A mere protagonist was easy to handle. But forget it, what if the protagonist got more excited? Good thing I hid those little toys a day early. Lin Xi leisurely crossed her fair legs, satisfied with her foresight. Though hidden in the box, what if the protagonist thought they were girly things and rummaged through them? That would be awkward. Then the perfect first love goddess in his heart would turn out to be Lin Xi. Had already dealt with it thoroughly. The name wasn't real either. Xiaoxi. The second character was 11, so she picked something similar, more feminine, perfect for fooling the protagonist. The image of the first love goddess in the protagonist's heart had deepened even more. What if the protagonist didn't even enter the room? Then this info would be useless, right? Lin Xi shook her head. No, she had to ask how it went. Since she ate the strawberry ice cream he bought, she had to make him feel the first love goddess boudoir. Then seeing those well-preserved gifts would deeply touch his soul again. Lin Xi typed away and sent a message. You found it, right? Yi Mohan saw the message and replied directly. Found it, but she wasn't home. She doesn't stay there most of the time now. Did you go into her room? Yes. Lin Xi turned over, lying in bed, while texting Yi Mohan, teasing him relentlessly. You pervert. You went into her room when she wasn't there. Did you do something naughty? Yi Mohan explained. I just took a look, nothing else. I don't believe you. You definitely did something sneaky. So how was a girl's room? Did it have a special scent? Yi Mohan. He had wanted to thank her for finally helping him, but now he had no mood for it. Were all rich girls this twisted? The elite circle. Yi Mohan didn't know how to describe it, but he decided to be cautious with Miss Lin Xi and avoid her if possible. He had promised old Master Lin before, but he never said his granddaughter was this twisted. Lin Xi covered her mouth, laughing so hard she could barely stand. This protagonist was too amusing. No, she had to do this more often. As a villain, she had to torment the protagonist. It was just too satisfying. 2 days later, old Master Lin finally passed away. During these 2 days, Lin Xi had stayed by his side, witnessing his death firsthand. Lin Xi felt no regrets. The one person in this world who was kindest to her was gone, and now she had no direct relatives left. Soon the news spread far and wide, and many mourned the loss of this legendary figure. At the funeral, countless people came to lay flowers, the line stretching to the next street. Lin Xi wore mourning clothes, expressionless amidst the tearful crowd. In the end, she had seen her grandfather off on his final journey. Among them, Lin Jiani and Lin Shangshang's wives wailed loudly, earning praise from bystanders for their filial devotion. Their acting is deeper than mine. I'll hand over my role to them. In truth, most knew it wasn't genuine affection, just a show. 3 women make a drama. This scene was a big production. They claimed reluctance to part, but really they couldn't bear to lose a share of the inheritance. Actually, Grandpa's estate had long been planned, but he hadn't chosen a clear successor. Later, he officially chose Lin Mingzhi as the Lin family heir, meeting him once. Lin Mingzhi was also his grandson, bearing the Lin surname and blood ties. He had attended Grandpa's birthday celebrations and other family events, though Lin Jiani and Lin Changxing, along with their sons, had always stolen the spotlight. In front of Lin Xi, Grandpa entrusted some matters to Lin Mingzhi. Lin Xi met this newcomer he had brought up and found him decent, at least better than Lin Jiani and Lin Shangshang's sons. The main Lin family assets and the group company were inherited by Lin Mingzhi, making him the largest shareholder. A portion went to Lin Xi. Lin Xi and Lin Changsheng also received a share, but only a construction subsidiary. Other money and properties were entrusted to Secretary Qin, still under Lin Xi's name. This showed how disappointed old Master Lin was with his two sons. However, he doted immensely on Lin Xi. If he had known his granddaughter was actually a grandson, he would have left everything to him. In the original storyline, the Lin family should have fallen into the hands of one of these brothers who would then fight each other. Now with the plot changed, all fingers pointed at Lin Mingzhi. Moreover, he who was supposed to study abroad didn't leave. After the funeral, he'll have to deal with Lin Xi and his brother, or the Lin family will never have peace. Lin Xi looked at them from afar. At the same time, the two brothers glanced back at her with a sinister look, clearly plotting something malicious. As a fellow villain Lin, she had to be wary. After all, villains were experts at underhanded tricks. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Lin Xi messaged Lin Mingzhi telling him to investigate the two brothers' shady dealings in the company, see how much they had embezzled, and look into their beloved son's heinous acts. Lin Mingzhi had just taken over the group and didn't have many trusted people around, so it would take 10 days or half a month. But once he found their leverage, he could eliminate them by using others as a weapon. Lin Mingzhi had previously managed overseas companies and wasn't naive. He was smart. Otherwise, the Lin family wouldn't have been handed to him without being a hands-off owner. Lin Xi and Lin Changsheng have a lot of influence in the family and the company. Lin Xi thought this would be a great battle. The protagonist had spent considerable effort to eliminate them, so getting them out early wasn't easy. But there was no choice. They had already targeted him. If he didn't go abroad, he would have to see the two great scourges of the Lin family removed. The Lin family's great villain. Only him. Suddenly Lin, she spotted a familiar figure mingling among the crowd of dignitaries. Damn, how did this guy get here? He quickly hid and summoned a few nearby bodyguards. Xiaolong, get this guy out of here quickly. Lin Xi thought he had no disguise on now. If recognized, it would be disastrous. He didn't want to die of embarrassment here. Having too many alternate accounts always made him worry about being recognized. What a hassle. Lin Xi decided to reflect on his actions, careful not to let the protagonist with his keen instincts catch on. Yi Mohan had just finished laying flowers and lingered, feeling a pang of emotion. Just days ago they had chatted, and he had promised to take care of the old man's granddaughter. Truly, Grandpa Lin, I've never met your granddaughter, but from what I hear, her temperament alone would keep anyone from daring to provoke her. Rest assured, but as for me, this heiress seemed to have endless schemes. Though she had helped him, it was best to steer clear. He already had too many girls entangled in his life. It wasn't what he wanted. His heart belonged to only one. Xiaoxi, the most unique and beautiful girl. Yi Mohan secretly wondered when he might see her again. Little did he notice a figure nearby, frozen in self-reflection, too afraid to move. What's the protagonist up to? He hasn't noticed me, has he? Lin Xi thought, cold sweat soaking through his clothes as he instinctively shrank back. He's leaving. Just then an impatient voice sounded beside Yi Mohan, and he looked up. He saw several burly men with unfriendly expressions pointing toward the exit behind them. It's too crowded now. If you're done, leave quickly. The exit's over there. Yi Mohan was taken aback. Everyone else was fine, but they had come specifically for him. Was he being targeted? Faced with the muscular men, Yi Mohan had nothing left to do, so he reluctantly headed for the door. He thought to himself that the wealthy families were indeed snobbish, or perhaps they singled him out because of his lack of status. But he didn't care. As long as they didn't deliberately cause him trouble, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Yi Mohan. A voice came from behind, familiar, yet not immediately recognizable. He turned to see a girl with flowing long hair and delicate features. Zhao Zitong, the campus belle of Qing University, often featured on promotional posters. She had little to do with him, but recently she had been pursuing him relentlessly. He had been dodging her, yet here she was again. It really is Yi Mohan. What a coincidence to meet you here. Zhao Zitong seemed overjoyed. Watching from afar, Lin, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, female-led. But seeing Yi Mohan's indifference to Zhao Zitong's enthusiasm, even a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, puzzled him. What was this? The beautiful campus belle was practically throwing herself at him, yet Yi Mohan barely glanced her way. Yi Mohan, oh Yi Mohan. I won't even bother scolding you. Lin, she sighed. As long as the protagonist was gone, he didn't care what he did, even if he dueled with someone else. Just not with him. The villain's handbook didn't cover that. Suddenly Lin, she spotted another familiar figure. Lin Mingzhi, a tall man over 6 feet with a talkative face, but very few words. He remembered seeing him at his birthday parties as a child, always with that same demeanor. Sometimes Lin, she found it amusing to tease him like playing with a child. Back then his mind wasn't that of a kid, and watching a solemn little boy was oddly entertaining. Lin Mingzhi had little presence in the vast Lin family, but he was still a Lin, one of the many descendants. In truth, he was highly capable, far surpassing the idle rich kids at home. Grandfather's assessment was, thank goodness the Lin family has Lin Mingzhi, otherwise I'd never feel at ease with the rest. Just then Lin, she noticed Lin Xi and Lin Changsheng glaring at Lin Mingzhi with venomous looks, their malice written all over their faces. He had long understood. These days won't be peaceful. Lin Xi smiled again. But isn't a strong one forged from a pile of corpses? Back at school, Yi Mohan returned to his regular classes. He had missed many lessons and needed to catch up as well as explain things to his advisor. Yet he felt no regret. Not only had he seen the girl and learned her appearance, but he had also gathered very useful information. She was naturally airhead, loved staying in corners, looked adorable in uniform, delighted in receiving gifts, and enjoyed being clingy. Most importantly, he now knew one of her addresses. With so many gifts left there, she would surely return. The thought made Yi Mohan's lips curl into a faint smile. Who didn't have a girl they liked? And she was his first love. Though not truly a romance, she was the first girl he ever truly cared for. 6 years now, maybe more, 7 or 8. Beyond her there would never be another. Yi Mohan called the auntie every few days asking about Xiaoxi. Though there was no news yet, perhaps next time there would be. They were so close. Living in the same city, each keeping gifts meant for the other. Of course, Yi Mohan was still pursued by countless girls at school. Especially Zhao Zidong, who was practically throwing herself at him, showing up in the same classroom every time. She didn't care what subject it was, or if she understood. As long as Yi Mohan was there, she followed. Other girls hadn't given up either. As long as he was single, he was the hottest commodity. Maybe one day a confession would work, just like in the novels. Bro, didn't you say you found your first love? How's it going? Spill the details. We're dying of curiosity. Wang Qin suddenly spoke from beside Yi Mohan, his face full of eager gossip. He had thought Yi Mohan had sworn off women, but he had secretly harbored a first love out of contact for 6 years, with Yi Mohan pining away. Even Wang Qin, a believer in pure love, had to admire it. This was practically a novel-worthy story of a perfect reunion. The other roommates also looked at Yi Mohan, wondering if he had enjoyed some indescribable bliss these past days. Damn, what does love even feel like? But under their gazes, Yi Mohan remained silent, as if nothing had happened. Wang Qin grew incredulous. Wait, you took all those days off and found nothing? You went on a wild goose chase? No, I found the right place, just didn't see her. Yi Mohan said flatly. Sure you didn't see her? I feel like you're already dating, or maybe you've been brainwashed. To Wang Qin, his demeanor was worlds apart from the last time at the convention when he couldn't find her. He kept smiling to himself. Something good must have happened. It couldn't be obsession from not finding her. That wouldn't be so calm. Wang Qin and the other roommates exchanged glances and shook their heads in confusion. Yi Mohan picked up his pen and said, It's fine, but I'm close to finding her. Hearing this, the roommates' lips twitched. Was he going to ask for leave again? He had just promised the advisor. However, Yi Mohan's lips curled as he added, This time I won't miss her again. Even if her avatar stayed gray, he would find her in reality, just as he had said back then. He would eventually come knocking. In his heart, they had been best friends, internet confidants with no secrets, but as he grew older, he wanted more. She had been so kind to him, yet wanted to vanish suddenly. It wasn't that simple. From a young age, he knew that a girl who treated him well, neither too much nor too little, deserved a lifetime in return. Yi Mohan, what are you guys talking about? A familiar voice suddenly came from beside them. Wang Qin's scalp tingled instantly. Oh, campus belle Zhao, nothing much. Just chatting about everyday stuff. She really followed him everywhere. Zhao Zidong, such a renowned campus belle, was visible every day. Every time Yi Mohan switched classrooms, Zhao Zidong followed, even making the people sitting with him give up their seats. If they refused, they'd face trouble. She wielded considerable influence at school. They lacked Yi Mohan's charm and couldn't afford to offend her. Bro, good luck to you, Wang Qin said, patting Yi Mohan's shoulder with a tone of sympathy and a hint of envy. Even the campus belle was turned away. Only Yi Mohan could be the dream of thousands of Qin University girls. Who knew how happy his little girlfriend would be to hear that? If he could resist such temptation, he'd surely be the ideal boyfriend once in a relationship. Campus belle, this seat's for you. For anyone else, I wouldn't give it up. Let's go, Wang Qin said, pulling his roommates aside to clear a small area perfect for a couple. Wang Qin and the others certainly weren't going to stick around for that. Though it wasn't yet a lovey-dovey scene, just the campus belle chasing him. It was even more infuriating. Worst of all, Yi Mohan acted indifferent, showing no interest in her. It made you want to kill him with a knife. Compared to him, life was unfair. Wang Qin, do you think the campus belle can beat the first love? She's chasing him so hard. I feel like, bro, you will eventually cave, someone beside him speculated. Wang Qin immediately showed disbelief, shaking his head as he looked at the campus belle, and said confidently, You underestimate Yi Mohan. If you'd come with me to the convention last time, and seen his expression, you'd know how important that girl is to him. With that, they all looked toward Yi Mohan with a hint of sympathy. The campus belle was nice and pretty, but she was trouble. Nearly half the school's leadership had to bow to Zhao Zidong. Once you got involved, you knew the consequences. Hold on, bro, for the sake of our whole dorm, Wang Qin pleaded. He didn't want to be targeted at school. If only he could bear that burden instead. Yi Mohan felt a gaze on him. He looked over and saw Zhao Zidong staring at him with adoration. What do you want? He asked, glancing at Wang Qin, who had moved far away, his displeasure growing. Zhao Zidong immediately said, Be my boyfriend, how about it? She was clearly confident in her looks, charm, and status. Sure, she could win Yi Mohan over. Everyone knew she was chasing him, and many already assumed they'd end up together. After all, in novels the campus belle and campus heartthrob always get together. But Yi Mohan was utterly unimpressed. His once favorable impression of Zhao Zidong had soured because she was disrupting his life. To others this might be a dream, but in his heart there was only Xiao Shi. Everyone else was a distraction. Sorry, I don't like you, Yi Mohan said, rejecting her outright. No matter how beautiful or good Zhao Zidong was, she wasn't what he wanted. His heart belonged to one person. Why, oi? Zhao Zidong bit her lip, unwilling to give up. She was so outstanding. No girl at school was prettier. And she was a girl who had never looked twice at any guy, yet she had been so forward. Yi Mohan's repeated rejections made her pride crumble. The atmosphere between them grew tense. One loved, the other didn't, and there was no spark. Yi Mohan spoke, because I already have someone I like. You're lying. That excuse won't fool me, Yi Mohan. You know how much I like you. Stop making up stories to deceive me. I won't accept it. Yi Mohan said nothing, writing a name in his notebook, Xiao Shi. Then with an unchanged expression he said, if you don't believe me, ask Wang Qin and the others. And you know I took leave these past days to find her, so stop bothering me. Zhao Zitong still refused to believe it. Yi Mohan had never been linked to any girl at school. He was always single. How could he suddenly like someone? She didn't believe it. She wouldn't accept it. What girl could surpass her in looks and status? She had always been the family's cherished princess, and she would never allow anyone to take away the person she loved. Does Yi Mohan really have someone he likes? Zhao Zitong stood before Wang Qin and the others, demanding. Her tone sent chills down their spines. Did Yi Mohan tell you that himself? Wang Qin asked cautiously. Yes, so what? Hearing this, Wang Qin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Yi Mohan's secret first love was about to be exposed. Yes, we only found out recently. That guy Yi Mohan kept it well hidden. With the matter brought into the open, they ceased their concealment. Since Yi Mohan would never choose Zhao Zidong, it was just as well. No more need for anxious vigilance. Who is it? Zhao Zitong's expression shifted instantly, her tone sharpening as she demanded. A sense of a cherished gift being snatched away washed over her. Oh, we don't know either. All we know is, yes, it's someone Yi Mohan fell for through an online romance. Wang Qin said cautiously, not wanting to provoke the campus belle standing before him. Online romance. Zhao Zidong hadn't expected to lose to someone she didn't even know. Could it be that Yi Mohan preferred this kind of invisible, intangible relationship? What was the appeal? She found it utterly childish, convinced it was merely an excuse he used to avoid a real relationship. Yes, that's right, an online romance. Wang Qin quickly affirmed, hoping to dissuade Zhao Zidong once and for all so everyone could go their separate ways in peace. I see. So you're all in on this charade, thinking I'm so easily fooled. Zhao Zitong's overcast expression cleared, replaced by a knowing look that saw through every ruse. She lifted her chin with a hint of pride. It was sheer confidence. Even if Yi Mohan were to fall in love, she would always remain his first choice. And the one she had set her sights on would eventually be hers. Yi Mohan, if you don't want to date now, I'll wait for you. Don't worry, there are still plenty of days ahead in college. Zhao Zitong planted her hands on her hips, as if declaring to everyone that Yi Mohan belonged to her alone. Wang Qin and the others were utterly bewildered. Hadn't they said Yi Mohan had someone he liked? Why wouldn't this campus belle Zhao believe it? I'm finally starting to understand the pain Yiga goes through, one muttered. Damn, there are still 2 or 3 years of college left. If the real one doesn't show up soon, Yi Mohan might end up being overwhelmed by campus belle Zhao one day. That's terrifying. Everyone stared in shock at the speaker. Oh, I misspoke. I meant enviable. Yeah. They were increasingly feeling like NPCs beside a big shot. What was going on? As for Zhao Zitong's disbelief, Yi Mohan offered no further explanation. He had already said his piece. The only one he loved was not a campus belle, not a first love, not anyone else, but the very first person he had ever loved. Yi Mohan, if there's something on your mind, just say it. I'll try my best to accommodate you. But in return you have to call me for an hour every night to review your English vocabulary. No excuses. What? 2 hours? Are you getting more lenient with me? Don't I need to sleep? And staying up late stunts your growth, didn't you know? Yi Mohan gazed out the window, often lost in thought, recalling the words Xiao Shi had spoken. After a full day of classes, he lay on his bed in the dorm, staring at the ceiling, pondering various matters. He even sent a message to that young miss of the Lin family to inquire about some information, but didn't even receive a reply. He sighed, reflecting on the peculiar temperament of this wealthy heiress. She had deliberately made things difficult for him before, yet ultimately, she had given him her address. Perhaps she wasn't as bad as she seemed. Oh no, Yigo, I heard some people are coming to cause trouble for you. A voice suddenly broke the dorm's silence, as someone rushed and panicked. Hearing this, the others continued with their own activities, quipping, Who dares to mess with my Yigo? Don't they know about his glorious freshman year exploits? It's Lin Xi. The newcomer blurted out, swallowing nervously, and added, he's on his way over now. Lin Xi. At first the name didn't ring a bell until someone realized he was the most notorious playboy on campus. Backed by a wealthy family that had donated a building to the school, he had long been running rampant without consequence. Are you sure it's Lin Xi? Isn't he a junior? What does he have to do with us? Why is he coming after us? Wang Qin was starting to panic. Lin Xi was no ordinary person, or rumors abounded that anyone who crossed him met a grim fate. Lin Xi. Anyone who had spent a couple of years in Moda knew that the Lin family was a dominant force overshadowing the entire city. If they so much as stomped their feet, it would cause tremors for miles. In short, he was formidable, no less influential than Campus Belle Zhao, and wielded unchecked power within the school. It seems to be about Campus Belle Zhao. Word has it that the two of you were getting quite close, and Lin Xi got wind of it. He's also fond of Zhao Zito. The logic was now complete. Lin Xi was coming after Yi Ge because of a woman, and matters of the heart rarely ended well. Yi Ge, what do we do? Wang Xin asked. This was Lin Xi, a figure of influence not just on campus, but throughout Modu, with many unsavory tales attached to his name. If things went south, Yi Mohan might very well fall into his clutches. Should we send a message to Zhao Zitong and ask her to come help? Someone else suddenly suggested. The situation had escalated. Campus chat groups were already buzzing with news that Yi Mohan had angered Lin Xi and would face dire consequences. Yi Mohan remained silent. A fierce knocking came from outside the door, making Wang Qin's heart sink. Yi Mohan, get out here. I know you're in there. If you don't come out, I'll kick this door down. Once we get in, none of you are leaving. Wang Qin turned pale with fear, about to grab something for self-defense, when Yi Mohan climbed down from his bed and walked step by step toward the door. This has nothing to do with you. He'll be back soon. He opened the door to reveal several figures with garish spiky hair and mocking grins. Didn't expect you to have some guts. Come on, our boss wants to see you. Yi Ge. Wang Qin called out anxiously from behind. Yi Mohan waved his hand. It was a matter that had to be settled sooner or later. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Xi would show up, dragging him back into the affairs of the Lin family. It was irritating, but no matter who came looking for trouble, he would face them head-on. Having been bullied since childhood, he now stood unflinching even in the face of a titan. The group of dyed-haired youths led Yi Mohan to a secluded spot. A crowd was already waiting for him there. At the forefront stood a man in a flashy floral shirt looking quite trendy. This was Lin Xi, the second son of the Lin family, Lin Jianyi's eldest and most favored child. So you're Yi Mohan. You were the one my grandfather sought out before. Lin Xi said with a smile. Yes, what of it? I heard your father once saved my grandfather's life. What did you get out of it? He offered me 10 billion, but I turned it down. Damn, someone like you actually exists. A rare breed. Now tell me what's going on between you and Zhao Zito. What's your relationship? No relationship at all. Lin Xi let out a disdainful laugh. I've seen plenty of your type, stubborn as mules. One beating, and you'll be on your knees spilling everything. He gestured, and a dozen men began closing in on Yi Mohan with ill intent, while others blocked off any possible escape route. Let me show you what happens when you dare to lay a finger on someone under my protection. Several individuals lunged at Yi Mohan with their fists, leaving him no time to react. Lin Xi wore a sinister grin, anticipating the moment when Yi Mohan's handsome face would be bruised and swollen, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. However, Yi Mohan raised his arm, catching the nearest fist in his palm, then delivered 2 swift kicks that sent the others crashing to the ground. Damn it, the one whose fist was trapped felt his grip tremble, raising his other hand to strike at Yi Mohan's head. But his speed was far too slow in Yi Mohan's eyes. He sidestepped effortlessly, then with a powerful twist of his right arm hurled the man to the ground. The entire sequence was swift and fierce, executed with fluid precision. Clearly not his first time, but rather the mark of seasoned experience. Witnessing this, Lin Xi swore and shouted, "Keep going. I don't believe he can take on over a dozen people." Those who had fallen scrambled back to their feet, ready to swarm him again. Yi Mohan pinned the first man under his foot, followed by a pitiful cry. Damn, that's brutal. They had already heard rumors of a ruthless freshman, not only exceptionally skilled in combat, but also fond of trampling his opponents. The group stood rooted in fear, each waiting for someone else to make the first move. This infuriated Lin Xi. Were they all useless? 10,000 yuan for every punch you land on him. At these words, the entire group perked up, abandoning all hesitation as they rushed forward with raised fists. Truly, money emboldens the brave, but Yi Mohan was no easy target. The necklace on his chest shimmered with an emerald glow as a surge of formidable energy gathered in his fist. Yi Mohan watched the nearest assailant charge in and unleashed a punch, the wind howling fiercely. He felled one, then swiftly countered with another blow, his movements both stylish and rapid, leaving Lin Xi utterly dumbfounded. As each lackey was taken down, without the slightest resistance, Yi Mohan seemed to grow stronger, landing a kick to the chest that sent a man flying into a tree. How does that kid have such strength? Lin Xi had only intended to teach Yi Mohan a lesson. Beat him to a pulp, leave him crippled just like the others. But he never expected Yi Mohan to possess real skill, calmly facing over a dozen opponents and gaining the upper hand. Before long, the sounds of struggle faded, leaving most lying on the ground, unable to rise. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Lin Xi pulled out a small butterfly knife from his pocket. "Damn you, die," he muttered, hurling it straight at Yi Mohan, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight. Then with a profound glint in his eyes, Yi Mohan reacted swiftly, raising an arm. Lin Xi thought he had struck true. either death or injury, but was stunned to see the knife not embedded in flesh but caught in his hand. He had actually snatched the flying butterfly knife barehanded even amidst the crowd. At that moment Yi Mohan felt a sharp pain in his palm as he gripped the blade of fresh blood began to seep from the wound. He harbored murderous intent toward this so-called Lin family scion who had just tried to kill him. Since high school he had displayed a talent for fighting, but focused on his studies and rarely had the chance to act. In college he had only dealt with a few people. After all, as long as no one provoked him things stayed peaceful. He was no different from an ordinary person. But when it came to a real fight, even the professional taekwondo experts from the school club couldn't last a single round against him. Lin Xinghan had picked the wrong opponent, like kicking a steel plate. Yi Mohan, what are you trying to do? Lin Xinghan asked, the knife now in Yi Mohan's hand, a chilling dread creeping down his spine. He hadn't initially intended to kill, just to severely injure, but now his murderous intent had been awakened, though he remained unflustered. You dare try anything? Do you know who I am? With one word, I can make you vanish from Modu. Lin Xinghan was arrogant, dismissing Yi Mohan as nothing more than a commoner. Hearing this, Yi Mohan took down the last man beside him and strode toward Lin Xinghan, who had been watching from the sidelines. Wait, what? What are you doing? Don't get cocky just because you have some skill. Do you know who I am? My father is Lin Xi. He built a building for this school. Yi Mohan said nothing, exuding an aura of ruthlessness that even made Lin Xinghan tremble, his voice losing its earlier bravado. I, Yi Mohan, am not someone to be bullied, and no one has ever dared to cross me. He tossed the knife aside, and just as Lin Xinghan breathed a sigh of relief, a fist smashed into his face, shattering it grotesquely. Got it. Got it. With each word his fist slammed into the face. Got it. Lin Xinghan's voice grew weaker, his face so battered that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Suddenly, as Yi Mohan's focus was on Lin Xinghan, a man who had been lying on the ground slowly rose behind him. Driven by the promise of 10,000 yuan per punch, he crept closer. Too weak to throw a punch, he could only muster a kick aimed at Yi Mohan. But dizzy and disoriented, he missed his target, striking only the hem of Yi Mohan's clothes. An object flew out of his pocket. Yi Mohan reacted, instantly ceasing his assault on Lin Xinghan and swiftly neutralizing this new threat. Of the dozen or so men, only he remained standing, all others had fallen. Suddenly a thought struck him. He felt for his phone in his pocket, his eyes widening in shock. Gone. His phone was gone. Panic flashed across Yi Mohan's face as he frantically searched the area. Eventually he found it by a large rock. Shattered into two pieces, its screen cracked. Yi Mohan hastily picked up the two, as trying to piece them together, but the damage was too severe. Even if they could be reassembled, there was no hope of turning it on. His heart shattered, just like the phone on the ground. Even facing a dozen attackers, he had never felt such fear. His spirits plummeted into an abyss of despair, unable to utter a single word. With the phone broken, all the chat records with Xiaoxi were lost. What do I do? What do I do? He muttered, helplessly clutching the fragments, wishing he could give his own life for failing to protect it. Repair it. Yes, maybe it could still be fixed. The data inside might be preserved. Yi Mohan carefully gathered every piece, handling them with utmost care, then hurried away, leaving behind a group of injured and unconscious men sprawled on the ground. Lin Xinghan watched Yi Mohan leave, breathing a sigh of relief, then a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes. As long as he remained in Modu, he would ensure Yi Mohan died a gruesome death. At that moment, a burly man emerged from behind a tree. Lin Xinghan was about to call for help, but froze at the sight of a cold, familiar face. It stirred a memory from his childhood, a time when he loved to bully others for fun. But then Lin Xi had slapped him across the face. That incident left a deep scar on his psyche, and he had never dared to look at his younger cousin, who was several years his junior, ever again. You. The burly man walked over and picked up the knife lying nearby. Lin Xinghan's eyes bulged. He recognized these men as the bodyguards Lin Xi had brought back from abroad. How much is she paying you? He'll double it. No, we'll give you 10 times. Sorry, young master Lin Xinghan, but blame your father. He's already made a move against the young lady. If he saw your corpse, he'd probably faint from rage. The man drove the knife in, blood splattering across his face. Lin Xinghan's face remained frozen in terror as he struggled for a moment before going still. Checking for breath, the man left with satisfaction. When some of the others regained consciousness, they found Lin Xinghan missing. A couple who had remained awake witnessed everything, but chose to keep it buried, vowing never to provoke Yi Mohan again. It was terrifying. Boss, can you take a look at this phone and see if it can be fixed? Yi Mohan rushed in, phone in hand, his voice breathless from running nonstop. The phone shop owner glanced at him and said, let me have a look. Yi Mohan carefully released the parts from his grip. Upon closer inspection, the phone wasn't just broken in two. The screen was shattered into tiny glass fragments. The owner was startled not by the phone, but by the fresh, gaping wound on Yi Mohan's hand, which he had partly wrapped in his shirt, smearing blood onto the fabric. Some blood had also stained the phone. How did this happen? It's serious. Forget the phone. Go to the hospital and get that hand bandaged first. The owner gasped, the wound looking worse the longer he stared. A long, deep gash, still oozing blood, a gruesome sight. It's fine, boss. Please just check the phone first, Yi Mohan insisted despite the pain. Oh, you kids these days. Is a phone really more important than your life? Go to the hospital quickly. It'd be a shame to scar such a handsome hand. Boss, fix the phone first, then he'll go to the hospital, Yi Mohan said, still uneasy until he saw it repaired. The owner guessed there must be something precious inside, and sighed, rummaging through his supplies. Whatever's important, you need to treat your hand first. What's more important, the thing or you? Good thing I keep a first aid kit here. Sit down, and let me bandage your hand first, or I won't be able to help with the phone. As he spoke, he pulled out a dusty medical kit from the back. Opening it revealed a surprisingly well-stocked set of supplies. Thanks, boss. Yi Mohan reluctantly agreed to have his hand bandaged. Still uneasy, boss, could you check the phone first? I can handle the bandaging myself. Don't move. I want fix the phone until that hand is properly dressed, the owner said, standing up to guide Yi Mohan into a seat and begin cleaning the wound. The owner then set to work, first cleaning the blood from his hand. Hey young man, what happened? How could you be so careless? The phone shop owner asked. Yi Mohan's brows were tightly furrowed, the intense pain in his hand causing the veins to bulge. It's nothing. Let me bandage it for you. You'd better go to the hospital yourself afterward. Thank you. As Yi Mohan spoke, he watched the owner wrap his hand into a large, clumsy bundle. Oh, this. Sorry, I'm not very skilled at this. But when it comes to fixing phones, I'm definitely the best, no doubt. Once the bleeding stopped and the wound was dressed, Yi Mohan hurriedly urged the owner to check on the phone. The information on this phone is really important to me. Please, boss. Don't worry, if it can be fixed, I'll fix it. The owner said as he sat down on a small stool, his gaze finally falling upon the pile of shattered phone fragments. Well, he had spoken too soon. The phone had taken a brutal fall. The screen was shattered beyond recognition. Fixing it would be extremely difficult. Seeing how anxious Yi Mohan was, the owner could only brace himself and take a look. This phone of yours is several years old. Why are you still using such an old model? It'd be cheaper to just buy a new one. But if you need the data inside. The owner trailed off as he sensed Yi Mohan's growing distress. Taking pity on him, he quickly added, I have a master who's even better at fixing phones. From what I can see, some of the internal parts aren't damaged. There's a chance we can recover the data. Really? Can you save the chat history? Yi Mohan's face lit up with hope. It's not certain. We'll have to leave it to fate. But other shops will tell you it's beyond repair. My master specializes in this, helping people retrieve data from their phones. How long will it take? Yi Mohan asked. We'll have to send it to Jianghua. It'll take at least a week. A week? Yi Mohan hesitated for a long time, but in the end he had no choice but to send the phone away. It was the only hope of getting it fixed. He had used that phone for 7 or 8 years, always handling it with care, keeping it by his side almost every moment. Suddenly losing it felt like losing something precious. Though he could log into his accounts on a new phone, the chat history with Xiao, she would be gone entirely. Apart from the memories in his mind, there would be no trace left that any of it had ever existed. Boss, no matter the cost, please fix it. I'm begging you. After saying goodbye to the shop owner, Yi Mohan's spirits plummeted, his mind wandering. Back in the dormitory, he opened the door to find Wang Qin and a group of others huddled together discussing something. Seeing Yi Mohan return in such a disheveled state like he had just been defeated, they grew concerned. What's wrong, brother Yi? Did they hurt you? Wait, you're injured. Seeing this, his roommates cursed Lin Xi ancestors for generations. They all knew Yi Mohan had nothing to do with Zhao Xiaohua, making this trouble all the more unjust. Yi Mohan waved his hand. It's nothing. I went to the phone shop and the owner bandaged it for me. Nothing. Your hand might as well be gone, wrapped up like a giant dumpling. It's okay though. If you can't get food or anything, we'll help you out. Their camaraderie ran deep. As the campus heartthrob of Tsinghua University, Yi Mohan had always done them favors, and now it was time to repay him. Yi Mohan felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't bring himself to say the owner had just haphazardly wrapped the bandage, making it look far worse than it was. By the way, why did you go to the phone shop? Shouldn't you have gone to the hospital? Wang Qin suddenly asked. Yi Mohan replied, my phone broke. Your phone? Only then did they realize this was what had dampened his spirits. He always carried that phone with him, and in his spare time, he was always looking at it. Later they discovered his first love was the reason. They learned the phone held all the chat history between Yi Mohan and his first love, a memory he clung to for 6 years, never forgetting, always holding a grudge. The old phone you always carry with you broke? Wang Qin asked cautiously. Yi Mohan said nothing. All he could think about was getting the phone fixed as soon as possible. This long wait was torture as the phone contained everything about Xiaoxi, including that photo. As Yi Mohan lay on his bed starting to wallow in despair, Wang Qin climbed up and poked his head over. Brother, shouldn't you buy a new phone now? What if your first love, Xiaoxi, tries to contact you? You wouldn't know. Yi Mohan was taken aback. He was right. What if there was news? He really needed to buy a new phone, otherwise if Andy called, she wouldn't be able to reach him. Any recommendations? The latest model for sure. It's smooth, gives you face, and you'll get messages from your girlfriend instantly, no lag. Wang Qin added, the only downside is it's a bit expensive. Everyone in the dorm was living on instant noodles. Yi Mohan didn't have much money, so buying the latest phone was out of the question. Just then, there was a knock at the door again. Wang Qin and the others quickly grabbed weapons for defense. Don't worry, Brother Yi. Once a dorm head, always a dorm head. We've got your back. Get to the back. I'm using the most powerful weapon in the dorm. Wang Qin had somehow grabbed a clothes pole, which still had someone's floral socks on it, emitting a foul odor. But when the door opened, a young man in a suit and glasses stood outside holding a briefcase. He clearly wasn't there to cause trouble. Hello, does Yi Mohan live here? The young man asked politely, prompting Wang Qin to quickly kick the socks under the bed. Him. What's the matter? Our young lady sent a message. I've come to ask why you haven't replied yet. Yi Mohan said, my phone is broken. It's not fixed yet. It might take some time. He still didn't understand who this person was, or which young lady he was referring to. In that case, our young lady has given you 100,000 yuan to buy a new phone. With that, he pulled several stacks of cash from his briefcase and handed them to Yi Mohan with both hands. The others stared wide-eyed. 100,000 yuan, just given away like that. What kind of titanium alloy phone costs 100,000? No, I don't need it. Yi Mohan thought it was from Zhao Zitong, so he refused outright. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Our young lady said if you want to know anything more, you'd better reply quickly. It's been 2 hours since you last replied. Yi Mohan froze, immediately realizing who this was from, the Lin family. He had just dealt with them. There was no way he would take their money. No. Leave. I will never take a single cent from you. Wang Qin whispered on the side. Brother Yi, it's 100,000. A whole 100,000. Even if it meant dating someone and breaking up later, 100,000 was worth it, let alone just for a phone. They'll leave the money here. You can discuss things with our young lady. I won't disturb you any further. The young man placed the stacks on the bed and left with a smile. Brother Yi, it's fine. A real man can bend and stretch. Take the easy way out first, eat the soft rice from Zhao Xiaohua. Who knows, it might lead to great things. His roommates all thought the money was from Zhao Zitong, but only Yi Mohan knew it was from Lin Xi, the wealthy young lady of the Lin family. Though they had never met, his impression of the Lin family made him want to avoid any contact. Leave the money here. Nobody touches it. After saying this, Yi Mohan climbed into bed, leaving Wang Qin and the others exchanging bewildered looks. He would never take a cent from the Lin family. If any of them came again, he wouldn't be as polite as he had been today. Because of the phone incident, Yi Mohan had developed a deep hatred for the Lin family of Modu. 2 hours later, there was another urgent knock at the dormitory door. Wang Qin exchanged glances with the others and bravely went to open it. Is it Lin Xinhan or Zhao Zaihua's people? Someone asked just as the door was kicked open. 2 burly muscular men in black suits stood outside. Their hearts nearly stopped from fright. Just as they were about to alert Yi Mohan, who was still in bed, an explosive voice rang out. Yi Mohan. They wondered how a girl's voice could be heard in the male dormitory, and it was actually quite pleasant. Then a slender girl with pink hair wearing a mask rushed in. Her eyes, adorned with colored contacts, looked delicate and beautiful, and her angry expression only added to her lively and adorable charm. Holy crap, what is this? Wang Qin, still in his anime-themed clothes, felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze of this cute pink-haired girl. Lin Xi stormed in her gaze, following the other's eyes to Yi Mohan, who was still in bed. Their eyes met. She confirmed he was the one she was looking for. Then she charged straight at him, jumped onto the bed, and pulled the curtain shut. What's happening in there? Did Brother Yi provoke some incredible girl who's now stormed into the men's dorm and onto his bed, eh? So bold. So incredibly bold. Wang Qin and the others stood there stunned like country bumpkins seeing the world for the first time. This couldn't be right. Were rich people really this wild? Or was it intentional, and they, the roommates, were just part of the act? The bodyguards walked in, blocking the view. Please step outside. Our young lady will be done shortly. So they had no choice but to leave their own dormitory, squatting outside the door, smoking and utterly confused. Why hadn't they ever experienced anything like this, not even an ordinary romance? Do you think Brother Yi can handle it? That girl looks so cute with pink hair, but I've never seen her on campus. I don't know. Don't ask me. I've never even held a girl's hand. Me neither. I hear they're soft. I wonder if that's true. As they spoke, Yi Mohan's anguished cries came from inside. They paused. They smoked 3 cigarettes in a minute. Just then someone from the opposite dormitory saw them all squatting outside and asked, puzzled, "What are you guys doing out here?" You might not believe this, but a pretty girl just burst into our dorm and assaulted our dorm head. Huh. Inside the dormitory. Ignoring my messages, huh? Tell me why. What's the reason? You can explain now, can't you? Yi Mohan tried to sit up, but the girl immediately pushed him back down. He never expected anyone to be this aggressive. The pink-haired girl, her face hidden behind a mask, exuded the aura of a wealthy young lady. And from her sparkling eyes alone, he could tell she was absolutely beautiful. Strangely, he didn't feel averse to it. Lin Xi sat on top of him, wearing a short skirt that contrasted sharply with her usual style. She gripped his shoulders with both hands and slowly leaned down, pressing her entire body against his. Now they all think we're doing something naughty in here. Yi Mohan, you'd better explain yourself properly, or I'm not leaving. Yi Mohan's body tensed. They were too close. He tried to push her away with his hands, but a sharp pain shot through them. SSS. Yi Mohan winced, clearly in discomfort. Lin Xi noticed his injured hand, the bandage faintly stained with blood. What are you doing? If your hand is hurt, just lie still. Why were you so careless when you were fighting? Yi Mohan was momentarily stunned. Lin Xi remained calm on the surface, her disguise perfect as she confronted the protagonist in real life. She was genuinely furious that this protagonist was trying to slip out of her control. Impossible. Yi Mohan realized how easily this could be misunderstood and began to explain. My phone is broken. I can't reply to your messages. And you haven't replied to mine either. Didn't I send someone to give you money? You think it's not enough? You can tell me. Is $1 million enough? How about $1 billion? But then you'll have to work for me for the rest of your life. They'll tell you what to do, and you do it. Deal? Lin Xi stared straight at Yi Mohan, a smile playing on her lips. Though she knew the protagonist would refuse, she was the villain, and saying this made her feel powerful. Then in a sultry tone she added, doesn't the offer of being kept by a rich young lady tempt you at all? Or are you still thinking about your first love? Don't you want to see what I look like? I guarantee I'm no worse than her. She deliberately toyed with Yi Mohan's emotions right in front of him, watching his aloof expression. Lin Xi was laughing inside, wondering how much he would regret it when he learned the truth. No, I don't. And money can't buy everything. At least not with me. I won't take a single cent from your Lin family. Yi Mohan's expression was resolute. He even turned his head away as if disdainful of being associated with Lin Xi and the Lin family. So inspirational. What if I go find someone else? You won't regret it, will you? It's none of my business who you find. Yi Mohan's tone remained indifferent. Don't worry, I was just kidding. But there's something you definitely want to see. Lin Xi finally climbed off him, slipped off her pink suede shoes, revealing her small, delicate feet, and stood on his bed. Yi Mohan glanced at her, but quickly looked away, feigning disinterest. Just leave. The dorm matron will kick you out soon. It doesn't matter what you show me, I want. Look. He thought she was about to show him something inappropriate. He quickly shut his eyes. What are you doing? Lin Xi asked curiously, then pulled out her phone and tapped it a few times. You'll probably want to see this. I happened to run into her today, and I even snapped a photo. Yi Mohan heard this, but didn't react at first until the next second when realization dawned. He immediately turned his head and said who. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Truly it was all for his long-cherished first love. Luckily, she had taken a photo beforehand. This would surely captivate the protagonist completely, Lin Xi thought to herself as she opened a picture on her phone. She turned and handed the phone to Yi Mohan. Just look for yourself. Yi Mohan immediately leaned his head over. In the photo was a girl with long flowing hair dressed in a simple white dress. Her clear eyes curved into a smile as a gentle breeze blew past, so beautiful and dazzling that it was impossible to look away. Yi Mohan's eyes widened in shock. It really is Xiaoxi. Her smiling face looked even more beautiful than when he had last seen her at the anime convention, stirring something deep within his heart. He realized he had missed out on so much. He reached out to take the phone from Lin Xi's hand, wanting to study the details closely. Lin Xi snatched the phone back, first looking down at Yi Mohan from a superior position. What do you think you're doing? Could you let me see that photo one more time? Or tell me where you met Xiaoxi. He'll do anything you ask. Yi Mohan's eyes were fixed intently. His previously indifferent attitude had now perked up, and he was utterly at Lin Xi's mercy, his tone softening. No. This time it was Lin Xi who turned her head away, wearing an air of indifference. Yi Mohan grew as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, wishing he could travel back a few hours and treat Lin Xi better. So he took the initiative to apologize. All right, I'm sorry, okay. He clasped his hands together, his demeanor quite sincere, completely contradicting his earlier attitude. He said he didn't want to see it, but now he wished he could look at it every day. That's more like it, but there's not much sincerity in it, Lin Xi said with a hint of meaning, lightly kicking Yi Mohan's body with her foot, which he dodged. What more sincerity do you want? Yi Mohan thought to himself that he had nothing to offer. How could he ever guess the thoughts of this wealthy young lady? Lin Xi glanced at him and said, lie down. Who told you to get up? Yi Mohan was stunned for a moment, then obediently lay down. It depends on your skill. Lin Xi gently lifted one side of her skirt. No, this won't do. Yi Mohan jumped up in shock, making the bed tremble, and grabbed the blanket to cover himself. He was the protagonist, but also a virgin, and this scene was something he had never encountered before. Lin Xi found it amusing and put her skirt back down. Just kidding. You didn't really think I was interested in your body, did you? I'm not that perverted. At the same time, she thought to herself that she was just scaring the protagonist, never expecting him to actually be frightened. He probably thought she had rushed into the dorm to throw herself at him. Tisk tisk, as if such good fortune existed. You were just about to. Yi Mohan said, still uneasy. No, I wasn't. I told you I was just teasing. Lin Xi immediately retorted. I would never like someone like you. Handsome on the outside, but a simpleton who gets hurt fighting. How pathetic. Lin Xi kicked at Yi Mohan's bed again, messing it up, deliberately acting like a bully. Then he slowly climbed down from Yi Mohan's bed, thinking to himself that playing the villain was way too satisfying. He had just thoroughly humiliated the protagonist in his own dorm. Miss, be careful, the bodyguard beside him said. After getting down, Lin Xi put on his shoes, straightened his clothes, and turned to leave. Oh, by the way, if you still want that photo, follow me. I might just delete it later. With that, the bodyguard opened the door, and Lin Xi walked out as if nothing had happened. Wait. Yi Mohan bit his lip, and for the sake of Xiao Zai's photo, he followed. After both of them had left, Wang Qin and his group had been waiting outside for nearly 20 minutes smoking pack after pack. When a few roommates finally walked in, they saw the scene. The bedclothes were a mess, the mattress was disheveled, clearly the aftermath of a massive battle. Holy crap, the bed is such a mess. It was that intense. I can't take it anymore. Yi Mohan, how can you face your first love, you scumbag? My pure love. Wang Qin fell to his knees and let out a loud roar. He no longer believed in pure love. Lin Xi went back by car. Yi Mohan had to follow, so he hailed a ride-hailing car and specifically instructed the driver, "Driver, please follow that car ahead." The driver gave him a look as if he were a creep. "Young man, you should learn better things. I'd better take you to the police station." "I'm not. Don't say anything. I saw the girl in the car ahead too. Any young man can make mistakes." Yi Mohan. In the end, he managed to explain himself to the driver and continued following behind Lin Xi's car. When Yi Mohan finally got out, the driver said before leaving, "Ought to be young is wonderful. If only I were as young as you." Yi Mohan didn't know why every time he hailed a ride, he ended up with a chatty driver. After that, he followed Lin Xi into a large mansion. The servants inside didn't stop him. Once inside, Lin Xi sat on a sofa, quietly looking at his phone. For some reason, Yi Mohan felt that Lin Xi sitting there was the true image of the eldest miss of the Lin family, not perverted, not lifting her skirt. Lin Xi lifted his eyes and glanced, sighing inwardly. "He's sneaking a peek at me again, huh? He says he only likes his first love, but his body language is quite honest. This protagonist still needs some refining." Lin Xi remained silent, and Yi Mohan, seeing so many servants around, didn't know what to say either. He stood there dumbly, hoping that if Lin Xi was in a good mood, he might tell him where Xiao Zai's photo was taken and her location. There was no choice. No one could guess the mind of a wealthy young lady, especially this eldest miss of the Lin family. Not long after, a group of people in white coats arrived, some with receding hairlines, clearly seasoned professionals. "Quick, take Miss Lin's pulse." "Don't worry, Miss Lin, we are the best doctors from the city hospital. We will do our utmost to cure whatever illness you have." A swarm of doctors rushed towards Lin Xi, as if about to perform some major surgery. "It's not me." Lin Xi didn't know what to say. Sitting here looking perfectly healthy, did he look sick? He pointed to where Yi Mohan was standing and said, "It's him. Remove the bandage on his hand and re-wrap it. That big lump is annoying to look at." Yi Mohan was stunned. Though unexpected, his first thought wasn't that the wealthy Miss Lin was being kind. Instead, it was that once his wound was healed, he could go up again, in the literal sense. Perhaps her various perverted behaviors had left him with a stereotype. What is she really up to? Yi Mohan wondered. Then the doctors all rushed towards Yi Mohan, running, as if responding to an emergency. "Lie down quickly. We're here, young man. You're safe." Yi Mohan. He had only injured his hand, not on the verge of death. 5 or 6 doctors surrounded Yi Mohan, slowly removing the gauze and rewrapping it with professional techniques. It had to be said, it looked much better than the previous lump, and his hand even felt quite comfortable. "How is it, young man? Satisfied? You won't find a better wrapping technique in all of Modu. It's pretty good indeed." Yi Mohan nodded. Just then a doctor with a receding hairline remarked admiringly, "Not bad, young man. You have plenty of young energy. Your girlfriend is lucky." Lin Xi, who overheard this, thought, "What the hell? It's just a hand wrap. Why are we talking about young energy? He'll deduct your salary for this. By the way, I have a question. Why does Miss Lin Xi always wear a mask?" Having chatted a lot online, Yi Mohan was curious about meeting the eldest miss of the Lin family in person for the first time. "Oh, that. Miss Lin had a respiratory infection and can't be directly exposed to the air, so she has to wear a mask recently. If you want to see Miss Lin's face, you won't be able to for a while," the doctor said with a smile, knowing as a man what the young man was thinking. "Don't worry, Miss Lin is absolutely beautiful. It's good for a young man to have ambition, but the Lin family situation is very complicated. It's not as simple as you think." The doctor patted Yi Mohan on the shoulder. Yi Mohan was stunned, not understanding. After the doctor left, Lin Xi finally looked up from his phone. He held the leverage in his hand. The protagonist would have to obey him whether he liked it or not. "Don't think I'm being nice to you. Some people in the Lin family are hostile towards you. If you die, I won't be able to explain it to grandfather. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you." Of course, he wasn't worried about the protagonist dying. He was the protagonist after all. Yi Mohan still had a very important role to play later. A tool man with a wounded hand would be far less effective. As the eldest miss and a villain, he would continue to deceive the protagonist, making him both afraid of and dependent on him. That was what he wanted. Article 30, one of the Lin family villain code: falling in love with the person you hate the most is the most lethal thing. Oh wait, that was borrowed from Stephen Chow, but he had still included it in the villain code. Let's go. Lin Xi's main purpose was to get Yi Mohan's hand bandaged. Now that it was done, Yi Mohan could leave, but he was still sneaking glances at him. So perverted. Surrounded by a bevy of campus beauties, he still needed a villain to complete the set. He was, well, forget it. It was impossible to tell from the outside. And here he was, a villain, yet more handsome than any female lead or campus belle. Where was the bug in this system? Damn it, did I not bully him hard enough today? I should have beaten Yi Mohan up on the bed. Lin Xi thought to himself, then consoled himself. He's the protagonist. It's normal for him to be a bit annoying. That photo. You promised to give it to me, Yi Mohan said, refusing to leave. He had been told that if he followed he could get the photo. His mind was filled with the person in that photo. He longed to see it again. Xiao Zai's smile was so beautiful. Photo. Lin Xi suddenly remembered the photo, then looked at Yi Mohan's infatuated face plastered on such a handsome protagonist. You pervert. Are you going to use that photo for something weird? Lin Xi was now determined not to give the photo to Yi Mohan. This protagonist was simply too perverse. You never truly know a person's heart. He thought of her as an enemy, yet she had secretly placed her photo under his pillow. Lin Xi turned her head away, unwilling to look at him, and refused without mercy, not giving it. You clearly said you'd give it to me if I followed you here, and now you're going back on your word. Yi Mohan grew anxious. How could a proper young lady behave like this? It was too infuriating. He had already been standing here for a full 2.5 hours. Yes, I did say that. But have you just met me today? Not giving is not giving. You're probably up to no good, you pervert. I want to talk to a pervert. What no good? I just want to look at it. Yi Mohan hadn't even thought of that angle this young lady had, which could only be described as well experienced. So you just want to look at it, not do anything improper. Lin Xi squinted, her pink-colored contact lens-covered eyes a hint of suspicion in her gaze. Yes. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Yi Mohan quickly explained, I swear I won't do anything improper. Besides, I'm not as dirty-minded as you, okay? I wouldn't do that kind of thing to Xiao Zai's photo. Lin Xi nodded after hearing this. How can you prove it? Yi Mohan flushed with anger and embarrassment, saying, How am I supposed to prove that? It's not like I can set up several cameras in the dorm room, facing me. That's true. Lin Xi nodded. In fact, he was curious whether Yi Mohan would do such a thing. After all, the protagonist wasn't an ordinary person. So when you do that kind of thing, what do you look at? Lin Xi asked earnestly. Yi Mohan felt as if he had turned to stone. Meeting Lin Xi, the legendary eldest miss of the Lin family, was undoubtedly the greatest misfortune of his life. The topic has strayed, and who would reveal such a private question? Oh, sorry, that was presumptuous of me. Lin Xi nodded. Maybe if he took off his mask, Yi Mohan would spill everything upon seeing the one he liked. TCH head, just switch accounts and ask him out eventually. Fine, I'll give it to you, but consider this a favor you owe me. A favor? Another favor? No, you agreed to give me the photo yourself, so I don't owe you anything. Yi Mohan didn't want to keep owing favors back and forth lest he never escape this young lad's grasp. Then tell me the answer to the question I just asked. Lin, she said casually. Yi Mohan immediately changed his tone. Fine, but you have to tell me where I can find Xiao Xi. You know where she is now, right? Clearly a single photo wasn't enough. A smile curved behind Lin Xi's mask as he lied without a hint of shame. All right. She's in the biggest Milan Mall in Pingjiang district. As for where she lives now, it should be around there. Milan Mall. Yes. I suggest you take a few walks there every day. You might just run into her. Oh, got it. Yi Mohan was quite satisfied with this information. He planned to head over after class today and see if he could have a chance encounter. How are you giving me the photo? Printing it out. I don't have a phone right now. I accidentally broke mine. Lin Xi waved his hand. I know. The next second, a man in butler attire handed Yi Mohan an unopened latest model phone. Please take it, Mr. Yi Mohan. This model hasn't been released on the market yet, and its feel is exceptionally smooth. Yi Mohan hesitated before taking it, asking, How much is this? They'll pay you back later. Lin Xi didn't even look at him. For some reason, most protagonists in books were the same. Upright, brave, handsome, rejecting temptation, afraid of getting tangled in more trouble. What was he worried about? That the phone might be rigged with a bomb to blow up his dorm. If you don't want the photo, forget it. And if you really want to repay me, my bed is big at 830 tonight. 1888 per session. Never mind. Yi Mohan took the phone and carefully opened the packaging. He had never used such an advanced device before. I've sent it to you. Take a look. Lin Xi sent the photo directly. It was the least flattering among his many pictures, yet it had already hooked the protagonist. What if he sent some of his more special private shots? Would Yi Mohan be begging on his knees? Really, is it that good looking? You kept pestering me for it. Lin Xi remarked casually. Yi Mohan stared at the photo and said, Yes, beautiful. In my eyes, no one is more beautiful than her. Pervert. Lin Xi watched as Yi Mohan's eyes practically glowed and cursed under his breath. Did he have to look that intently? After Yi Mohan left Lin, she took off his mask, his face slightly flushed like the sunset. He murmured softly, I actually sent him that photo. Yi Mohan returned to the dorm. On the way, he kept gazing at the photo, his lips curled into a smile that was harder to suppress than an AK. How could there be a girl in this world who smiled so beautifully and adorably? It felt like only spring existed across all 4 seasons. Too wonderful. He opened the dorm door. Instantly, everyone's eyes shifted to Yi Mohan, making him feel uneasy. What's wrong? You don't know what you did in the dorm. Wang Qin said, his tone both sour and resigned, as if he had given up arguing. Huh, what did I do? Yi Mohan was stunned, following Wang Qin's gaze to his messy bed. Wait, when did this happen? He suddenly remembered Lin Xi taking off her shoes and messing up his mattress with her feet, leaving everything in disarray. I really didn't do anything. She deliberately made the bed a mess to frame me. You've known me for so long. How can you not believe me? We do believe you, but how do you explain the sounds we heard from outside? Huh. Yi Mohan was baffled. What sounds? They hadn't done anything at all. Yi Mohan, on behalf of your first love, I must strongly condemn you. Where's your promise of eternal devotion? You've already bowed to someone else so quickly, Wang Qin said. In reality, he was so envious he could cry. If this kept happening, they'd start doubting life again. Being an NPC was really tough. Just then someone noticed the phone in Yi Mohan's hand different from his old one. Bro, you bought a new phone. Damn, it's a big brand. Must have cost a fortune. I don't know. Someone gave it to me. As long as it works, I'm fine. Yi Mohan had used a junk phone for 7 or 8 years like a wife he grew more reluctant to part with. I've never seen this model before. Is it a knockoff? A nearby person examined it closely, puzzled. Yi Mohan recalled. He said it's the latest model, not yet released on the market. It's actually not that good looking, right? I wouldn't take it even for free. Yeah, it probably feels terrible to use. In recent days, the Lin family had been embroiled in bloody infighting to the point where even a random servant could sense the ominous tension in the air. The two brothers, relying on their existing power, dared to challenge Lin Mingzhi, who held significant authority, determined to reclaim the inheritance rights to the Lin family's main assets. This vast, stable family enterprise, secure for decades, was now torn apart by familial strife. Before capital, all emotions faded, leaving only attainable profits. Lin Jianyi's eldest son Lin Xinghan had died at Yi Mohan's hands, and Yi Mohan was about to face some major trouble in his life. Lin Xi couldn't help him, nor did he need to. This was a trial Yi Mohan must endure to slowly grow into a true powerhouse. As for Lin Xi himself, the two brothers had set their sights on his wealth. Not just a portion of the shares, but also the treasures left by the old master, almost all intended as Lin Xi's dowry. The simplest method was to target those around him, bribing some to poison his food and water. Lin Xi had long anticipated the brothers' cunning tactics, so he remained vigilant. While servants could be bought, his personal bodyguards were beyond any amount of money. Through various means, he had managed to poach a group of people who would later be Yi Mohan's allies, though it cost him a considerable sum to secure such loyal protectors. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, these men would do so without hesitation. This was why Lin Xi chose to stay in the country rather than go abroad. He had prepared for this for a long time. Some would die, but not him. If he could manipulate the protagonist, handling these soon-to-be defeated villains was a piece of cake. Should I lay low for a while? Before long, all this should be taken care of. Lin Xi sat in the car, receiving a text message indicating the situation wasn't ideal. Recently, he had faced poisoned meals and assassination attempts, someone even trying to stab him. Even before getting into the car, he had to check for bombs. Despite facing such dangers daily, it was mostly harmless. His bodyguards handled everything quickly. What he needed to do now was stay home as much as possible, avoiding unnecessary risks. At the moment, Lin Xi was relocating to a more secure manner. His previous residence was too close to crowded areas, so to avoid prying eyes, he moved to a place far from the city without servants. Even if the Lin brothers knew, they wouldn't find it easy to plant assassins nearby. Lin Xi didn't feel like doing anything these days. At most, he fed Yi Mohan a few pieces of false information, sending him on wild goose chases to keep him from staring at that photo all day. Miss will arrive in about 10 minutes, said the driver and bodyguard in the front seat. Lin Xi nodded. Regardless, it was better to err on the side of caution. The value of the life she carried was unparalleled even in the entire magic capital. Those two brothers had hired numerous assassins to target her. They'll leave him be for this month. Lin Xi remarked that once the trouble was resolved, she would attend Qing University. As a villain, she was inevitably bound to cross paths with the protagonist. As she pondered future events, a large truck suddenly charged recklessly toward them from ahead, its speed accelerating, clearly intent on taking the lives of everyone in Lin Xi's car. Lin Xi's pupils dilated in an instant. Time left no room for reaction. "Miss, watch out," was all she heard before the massive truck closed in to just a few meters. The next second, a deafening crash echoed, and Lin Xi's mind went blank, unaware of what had transpired as she slipped into unconsciousness. When Lin Xi awoke again, she found herself lying in a hospital. The familiar scent of medicine reminded her of the days when her grandfather was still alive. "I'm not dead," was her first thought. That the truck hadn't managed to kill her, and she had assumed she would transmigrate once more. Now in the hospital, her body. Lin Xi felt a faint pain emanating from her lower body, but she couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Surviving this was already a narrow escape from death. Just then, several doctors entered the ward, seeing Lin Xi lying in bed with her eyes open. "You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days." Lin Xi heard this and responded with a soft acknowledgement. The situation wasn't as dire as she had imagined. The doctor added, "Rest assured, your body isn't seriously injured. The truck hit the car behind you, yours only overturned. Everyone in the rear vehicle died." Lin Xi's face showed little expression as she remained staring blankly out the window, eerily quiet. "How much longer until I can be discharged?" she suddenly asked. "The earliest would be tomorrow, but your leg has a minor injury and needs rest. It's best to use a wheelchair for this week." "All right, I'll be discharged tomorrow." After the doctors left Lin, she continued gazing out the window. It seemed she had underestimated the Lin brothers. But since she hadn't died this time, they couldn't blame her for switching tactics. If they wanted her life, they'd have to see if the protagonist agreed. Before long, Lin Mingzhi rushed over. Are you okay? I'm fine. Should I find you a place to leave the magic capital? What about S-City? It's farther away. No need. I know a place. Yi Mohan rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window, exuding an air of melancholic aloof charm that sent waves of infatuation through the female onlookers. Truly worthy of being the school heartthrob. Even his dazed expression was stunningly handsome. He pondered how he had been hanging around Xiaozai's area for days. Yet he hadn't encountered her even once. Was he just that unlucky? He wondered when he would hear news of her. Yi Mohan pulled out his phone, staring at a photo he had set as his wallpaper. He could look at it any time. This was his favorite screensaver, featuring the one he loved. Since his previous phone had broken and he hadn't gotten it back yet, this was his only photo. Yi Mohan, what are you looking at? Zhao Zitong, the campus belle, leaned in and asked. Yi Mohan quickly turned off his phone. Nothing. What treasure is that? Let me have a look. Don't be so stingy, Zhao Zitong cooed in a sweet voice. Yi Mohan simply ignored her. As soon as class ended, he walked straight out. Could it be an online romance? She speculated. Zhao Zitong guessed that Yi Mohan had been looking at his phone more and more frequently lately, as if cherishing some precious thing. He'll find out sooner or later, she huffed. On the way back to the dormitory, Wang Qin and his group accompanied Yi Mohan. Bro, what's going on? You never stay in the dorm after class. You're not being kept by some wealthy woman, are you? No, that girl last time wasn't rich. At best she was. Wait, you're not into high schoolers, are you? Yi Mohan simply replied, looking for someone. He planned to search again later. Maybe Xiao Shi would come out today. He had only been at it for 3 or 4 days, which clearly wasn't enough. You still haven't found her. I thought you knew where her home was, Wang Qin said, knowing exactly who Yi Mohan was looking for. Almost there. Just then Yi Mohan's phone rang, and he answered immediately. A familiar voice came through. Xiao, Yi, didn't you say to call you as soon as there's news of Xiao Shi? Yi Mohan froze, then said, yes, Auntie. Do you have news of Xiao Shi? She recently moved back home. If you want to see her, you can come now. Disbelief flickered in Yi Mohan's eyes, quickly drowned by joy as he confirmed the truth of the matter. He immediately replied, okay, I'll head over now. Under the gaze of Wang Qin and the others, Yi Mohan's face radiated boundless excitement as he sprinted out of the campus. Did he just get a shot of adrenaline? Yi Mohan hailed a taxi, urging the driver to hurry. To his surprise, the driver wore a nostalgic expression. Finally, someone who wants me to drive fast. Don't worry, young man. In my younger days, I was known as the god of speed. Before Yi Mohan could even fasten his seatbelt and react, the car took off like a rocket. With sparks flying all the way, a journey that would normally take hours was completed in under 60 minutes. Thanks, driver. Yi Mohan stepped out of the car, feeling unsteady and a bit dizzy. Nevertheless, he stood at the door of the room, pausing briefly before ringing the doorbell. Soon the door was opened by the same aunt he had met before. Annie. Yi Mohan started to speak, but the aunt cut him off, opening the door wide. Don't say anything. Go in. And be careful. She seems to be sick. Yi Mohan froze at this news. Sick? She had been fine when he last saw her. Worry crept into his heart as he asked the aunt directly, is it serious? It looks quite serious. She's in a wheelchair. Go see for yourself. The aunt pointed to the upstairs room, signaling him to be quiet and not disturb her too much. This instantly tempered Yi Mohan's excited and fervent heart into one of caution. How could this be? His heart ached for her. The girl he had longed for, only to learn of her injury upon the verge of reunion. Concern welled up in his eyes. The aunt went about her business. Yi Mohan carefully ascended the stairs alone, pondering what his first words should be. This was the real meeting after 6 years. 6 years without contact. She had never seen him before. What expression would she have when she learned his identity? She had changed him so much back then. Without her, his life would have been shrouded in darkness, devoid of meaning. Anxiety, hesitation, a myriad of complex emotions surfaced in that instant. Yi Mohan finally reached the door, yet hesitated, unable to lift his hand. At this moment he felt fear. What if? Even though in his dreams he had longed to meet her, searching all the way from Dongling to here. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and raised his hand to knock, only to find the door already ajar, leaving a crack. Thus Yi Mohan gently pushed it open, moving with extreme caution, as if transported back 6 years to his childhood. His youthful heart feared missing this chance never to regain what he had lost. He saw the person he had been searching for, clad in a simple white dress, her flawless beauty ethereal as a spirit, her face pale, yet still breathtakingly lovely, seated in a wheelchair. Quiet and serene, unlike any other girl, she was like a painting of unparalleled beauty, noble yet touched with purity, like a snow lotus atop the Himalayas, distant, yet heart-stirringly beautiful. Yi Mohan stood in a daze. Somehow the girl in the wheelchair felt different this time. Though similar, it was not the same, as if perhaps he loved her even more. At that moment the sound of voices in the room snapped him back to reality, and he realized there was a man standing there. He stood behind the girl, pushing her wheelchair, and their discussion was clearly audible to him. Are you sure you want to stay here? It's so small, or will you be comfortable? It's fine, I used to live here, and it's quite secluded. Should I arrange for some people to look after you? Don't worry, they're all trustworthy. No need, I just want some peace and quiet here. They'll handle things on your end. Oh, I can stay here for a while. Just then the doors suddenly swung open and the two of them stared at the flustered figure standing outside. Lin Xi had anticipated Yi Mohan's arrival, but her face feigned bewilderment as if she didn't recognize him. Caught eavesdropping, Yi Mohan was at a loss for words, especially upon seeing the girl's gaze, as if he were a stranger. He felt more out of place than ever, as if he shouldn't be here. It was Lin Mingzhi who broke the silence with a smile. You must be Aunt Wang's son studying in another province, right? Hearing this, Yi Mohan deliberately avoided the girl's gaze, and on a whim answered, yeah. For some reason, seeing this man, no less impressive than himself, seemingly more mature, and speaking to the girl with such care, made his own presence feel like an intrusion. Lin Mingzhi took the initiative to approach, extending his hand for a handshake with effortless grace. Hello. Hello. Yi Mohan returned the gesture, but still evaded the girl's eyes. All the preparations he had made on the way here crumbled in an instant. The girl he had yearned for day and night was right before him, yet he had lost all confidence. He thought it pointless to bring up the past, perhaps she had already forgotten. Those childhood memories, so naive. Only he had taken them seriously, holding on to them for 6 years. Is there something you need? Lin Mingzhi asked. Yi Mohan felt awkward. No, go ahead. I won't disturb you. He still couldn't muster the courage to look at the girl again. She was so beautiful, even more so than in her photos. A distant, unfamiliar angel seemingly forever out of reach. Yi Mohan turned around, his lifted foot hesitating to take the next step. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but he had no reason to stay. His heart felt unbearably heavy. 6 years, and he still couldn't forget. How could he ever? She was the most important person in his world with no one else to compare. His heart felt as if it had died. Walking out of here, he would no longer be whole. Hesitantly, he lifted his foot and crossed the threshold, just about to step out. Yi Mohan. At the sound of his name, he froze instantly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Are you an idiot? Didn't you say in your messages how much you missed me? Why can't you say a word now that we've met? Yi Mohan's eyes reddened. She had recognized him. A torrent of complex emotions surged through his mind, but in the end only one remained. Resentment. The resentment of 6 years flooded Yi Mohan's heart in an instant. He had thought the girl didn't remember him at all. She hadn't replied to a single one of his countless messages. He had thought they could never go back. A translucent film of mist covered his eyes, gradually moistening until they were brimming with tears. He clenched his teeth, holding back, refusing to let them fall. It seems you know my cousin. You two talk, will take my leave. Lin Mingzhi patted his shoulder and walked out, closing the door behind him. Inside the room, only 2 people remained. Lin Xi watched Yi Mohan's back. When he turned around, his gaze was shattered, on the verge of bursting like a dam breaking. Can I hug you? Just once. Yi Mohan's voice was hoarse, his cautious request laced with grievance. Lin Xi had never seen him like this. Not even at the comic convention had he reacted so intensely. Okay, she replied softly. Thankfully, he had mastered that quick voice-changing course, and now his sickly appearance in the wheelchair was a perfect disguise. He was nothing like the arrogant young miss of the Lin family. Even close contact wouldn't raise suspicion. Especially now, with Yi Mohan regressing to his childhood self, messaging her whenever something upset him, acting just like this. Even asking for a hug. Lin Xi didn't refuse. It was just a hug, nothing serious. Something old friends often did. With her consent, Yi Mohan approached the girl. Seeing him on the verge of tears, stumbling as he came closer, Lin Xi reluctantly opened her arms. The moment he opened his arms, he felt himself pulled into an embrace. Tight, yet not uncomfortable. It was Lin Xi's first time being held by a man, a towering figure over 6 feet, who enveloped her completely. Lin Xi could hear the sobs in his throat and feel the tears streaming down his cheeks, inadvertently soaking. Something stirred in her heart as she felt the weight of his heavy breathing and the pounding of his heartbeat. Then she heard him say, I missed you so much. It was the first time Lin Xi had seen Yi Mohan cry so uncontrollably, his voice raspy with tears. She didn't know how to comfort him. She simply patted his head as if soothing a stray dog. Perhaps meeting an old friend was like seeing a version of your past self. Back then, when the protagonist was bullied, she had comforted him online, genuinely caring for that child. In the room, half an hour passed. Lin Xi's body was growing numb. Yi Mohan was still kneeling before her, as she wondered if he had lost all reason. Even for a first meeting after so many years, could he really hold on this long? She wasn't going to disappear. Don't you think it's time to let go? This time, it was Lin Xi who spoke, tentatively, afraid that Yi Mohan's years of pent-up grievance hadn't been fully released, reducing him to a child. Hearing her voice, Yi Mohan immediately let go, his face flushing red. His voice remained the same, but his tone was no longer so heavy. His eyes were filled with apology, the tips of his ears tinged with red. Sorry, it's fine. Lin Xi looked at him nonchalantly, her clear eyes drooping slightly as she said, actually, it felt pretty good. Your hug was very comforting. Yi Mohan shuddered at her words, his face instantly turning crimson, the blush spreading to his ears until they were completely red. If it's for a short while, you can do it again. Lin Xi tilted her head and smiled at him. In that moment, Yi Mohan felt like he was dreaming. Spring had arrived, truly arrived. The girl of his first love whom he had thought was an unreachable angel just moments ago actually liked being held by him and wanted another hug. Yi Mohan's heart raced to its peak. He was at a loss for words, his lips trembling. He had never made such a fool of himself in front of a girl before. He had never felt such happiness. Just then a knock came from outside the door. It was Aunt Wang, the owner of the house. Xiaoxi, I've made some dishes. Do you want to come down? Startled, Yi Mohan, who had been about to hug her again, immediately pulled back his outstretched arms. Like a shy boy before his crush, his ears were already burning red. Lin's clear eyes observed him, appreciating his nervous and embarrassed expression, a hint of cunning flickering in her gaze. So this was how the protagonist acted toward a girl he liked, completely different from his attitude toward the school beauty. If he were to lift her skirt now, he'd probably be thrilled and excited without any resistance at all. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Lin, she said softly, the corners of her mouth curving upward. Yi Mohan had countless questions to ask, but faced with the girl's gaze and smile, his mind went blank, still immersed in the embrace from moments ago, unable to snap out of it. She smelled so good, her body was so soft. Just thinking about it made his face flush uncontrollably again. And he had lost control of his emotions earlier, crying like that. Wasn't that incredibly embarrassing? He felt like he could faint from the sheer bliss. Happiness had come so suddenly, yet he seemed so unworthy. Lin Xi watched him, still standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say, and sighed inwardly. Let's go downstairs together first. Okay. Yi Mohan's mind was truly a mess, agreeing to everything he heard. Lin Xi was now certain. If she hadn't called out, this foolish protagonist would have missed the chance again. This time she had deliberately planned to stay here for a while. First, the most dangerous place is the safest. Nothing is safer than staying by the protagonist's side. Now that she had changed her identity, no longer the eldest miss of the Lin family, but an utterly ordinary person, she still had to bewitch the protagonist completely. This time, as soon as an enemy showed their face, Lin, she only needed to lie feebly in this wheelchair, and the protagonist would immediately charge in with a 30-meter-long blade. Show your face and get struck. Don't show your face, and the protagonist will strike anyway. It was as if there were no villains left. Once she changed her identity, she became the best villain of all, and the protagonist couldn't bully her. Lin, she still had to maintain a persona during this time. First loves were usually beautiful, weren't they? She had previously used information to fool the protagonist, claiming to be naturally airhead, kind-hearted, cute in a uniform, usually wearing a skirt uniform, liking to be clingy, and getting happy over small gifts. Wasn't this tailor-made for her? She would have the protagonist's little thoughts figured out completely. On the surface, pure and kind, eager to help others, but in reality a dark and scheming villainous girlfriend, right? Lin, she had it down perfectly. Within 3 days, Yi Mohan would be done for falling into the trap the villainess had designed. Let me push you. Yi Mohan looked at the girl sitting in the wheelchair and offered to help. Thank you, you're so kind. Yi Mohan's face immediately reddened. He scratched his head awkwardly and quickly said, It's nothing. He didn't know what had come over him. Hearing the girl's voice, his mind became a hazy fog, and all he knew was that she was speaking to him. Was she praising him? Yi Mohan walked behind the girl and carefully pushed the wheelchair. When they encountered a doorstep, he used some strength to lift the wheelchair over, and feeling that she didn't move at all, he breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as they left the room, another challenge awaited them. Going down the stairs. The staircase on this floor was indeed long, posing a significant problem for Lin, she with her injured leg. Lin, she fluttered her eyelashes and said considerately, It's okay, I should still be able to walk. My leg injury isn't that serious. She pretended to stand up, deliberately putting on a pained expression. Seeing this, Yi Mohan felt a pang of heartache and quickly helped her sit back down. If your leg is injured, don't try to stand. Just stay in the wheelchair and they'll carry you down. Yi Mohan said, then reached down and lifted the wheelchair directly off the ground. His strength was truly impressive. He lifted it with apparent ease, and Lin, she remained as steady in the wheelchair as if on flat ground. But how could Lin, she let such a good opportunity slip? She immediately pretended to be a little scared. It's a bit high, I'm a little scared. You'd better. Yi Mohan didn't catch the last part of her sentence, but the next words were impossible to ignore. Just carry me directly. Yi Mohan's spirits lifted. This was asking him to carry her directly. He had never carried a girl like this before. Such intimate contact, holding the person he liked completely in his arms. The thought made him tremble with excitement. If you don't want, I can walk down myself. It's fine, don't force yourself. Lin's eyes tone dropped, sounding a little dejected. I can, Yi Mohan said hurriedly. How could he possibly refuse? As long as it was her, he would carry her any way she wanted. Thank you, you're so kind. I knew you were still the same as before, Lin, she said with a sweet smile. Yi Mohan almost lost his grip, but luckily he held on. So he set the wheelchair down, walked around to the front of Lin Xi, and crouched down in front of the girl. How are you going to carry me? Lin Xi asked from the wheelchair, allowing Yi Mohan to approach freely, letting him carry her however he wished. She was curious to see what he would do. Don't worry. Yi Mohan reached out his hands, but stopped before touching the girl. Holding her like this directly in his arms didn't seem quite appropriate. It was too intimate. Let me change the position I carry you in, he said, looking at the girl's soft body, becoming even more cautious. Yi Mohan slid one arm around Lin Xi's waist while his other hand groped downward. Lin Xi cooperated by bringing her legs together and lifting them slightly. His other hand then cradled the girl's fair, slender legs. And so Lin Xi was lifted into Yi Mohan's arms, her long hair cascading between his arms. Yi Mohan held the girl with utmost care in a princess carry. Still a little uncertain, he asked Lin Xi, "Is this okay?" Lin Xi nodded. "This is much better." Yi Mohan lowered his head and could see the girl's delicate face. Holding her body in his arms felt so soft and light. So this is how light a girl could be. And this feeling. His body tensed up, involuntarily growing hot, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He was too embarrassed to look down, his face flushed, not wanting the girl to notice his agitation. Step by step, Yi Mohan carried Lin Xi down the stairs, very carefully, yet quickly and steadily, finally setting her safely down on the sofa. "Thank you," Lin Xi said again. "It's nothing." Yi Mohan quickly turned his head, went back upstairs to get the wheelchair, and then didn't know what to say. Lin Xi kept looking at him, her clear eyes smiling, making her look even more beautiful. Yi Mohan's face flushed again. He scratched his head and said, "Do you still remember?" Just then, Aunt Wang walked over carrying several dishes. Seeing the two in the living room, she said, "Oh, you came down. Ah, Xiao Yi, you haven't left yet. I forgot you're injured. I should have brought the food upstairs." "It's okay, Auntie." Lin Xi then said, "Someone just carried me down." Looking at Yi Mohan, he tensed up again. Had he carried her? Yes, he had carried her. He really had carried her. "Oh, that must have been Xiao Yi," Aunt Wang said, placing the dishes on the table. There were 5 or 6 dishes, the kind she usually only cooked when there were guests. The aroma was very appetizing, and Annie was quite a good cook. "It was nothing," Yi Mohan said. Seeing him standing, Aunt Wang quickly invited Yi Mohan to sit down and eat with them. "Since Xiao Yi hasn't left yet, stay and have a meal." "Xiao Shi, I didn't know what you liked, so I just made a few random things." "Your leg is injured. Our place here really is quieter and has a better environment than those central areas. Look, these vegetables are all grown in my own garden," Aunt Wang said, enthusiastically piling food onto Lin Xi's plate. "You lived here 6 years ago, still such a little girl. I never thought you'd grow up to be so beautiful. Come on, eat some more." As it turned out, Lin Xi living here was a coincidence. She had wanted to find a place with fewer people, and this area happened to be undergoing demolition with very little compensation offered. Lin Xi had used her own influence to save this place. Aunt Wang was a very kind person, and her house was mostly empty with just her living there. So Lin Xi had rented a small bedroom here for decades, but she never actually stayed there. It was just a small base. However, this time she was truly going to live here for a while. It was very remote from the city center, and her 2 brothers wouldn't be able to find her here easily. Her main goal was to lure the protagonist over. And with this new identity, she didn't need to wear a mask anymore. Her looks were genuine, but the identity was fake. "Oh, right, Xiao Shi, about your injury. The person who brought you here told me to just call for him if anything happens. But I'm often not around in the afternoons. I have to pick up my grandchild from kindergarten and take him to his parents." Annie's child was in kindergarten, and the parents didn't have time to pick him up, so Annie had to do it. But she was worried that during her absence the patient might have an accident at home with no one to care for them. Lin Xi shook her head. "It's okay, Auntie. It was just a minor car accident. My leg injury isn't that serious. He'll probably recover in a month or 2. This statement was half true, half false. In reality, she would be better in a week, but how could she recover that quickly? She deliberately said this for the protagonist to hear, to make him worry and think about coming over every day. "No, that won't do. The person who brought you here, your brother, right? He specifically told me to take care of you. He said he'd give me a large sum of money. How could I possibly accept that? Besides, weren't you the one who knew that demolition leader? If it weren't for you, our area would have been forcibly demolished long ago." Aunt Wang still had a very responsible demeanor, and since Lin Xi was staying with her, she had to take good care of him. Just at this difficult moment, Yi Mohan hadn't eaten a single bite, all in hopes of finding this opportunity. "And he'll come over in the afternoon to take care of Xiao Shi, as I have no classes then." He could just come over and get closer to the girl. After not seeing each other for 6 years, he really wanted to be together every day. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang's eyes lit up, and she smiled, saying, "Ah, thank you, Xiao Yi. It's perfect since you are friends. Oh, I'll leave it to you this afternoon." Then she looked at Lin Xi and asked, "Xiao Shi, is that all right? You two are of the same age, so there will be plenty to talk about." Lin Xi thought to himself that there was no way it wouldn't be fine. He was doing this on purpose, and Yi Mohan would unwittingly fall into the trap. "Want a date, huh? Just let him experience the hardships of love." Taking care of him was not an easy task, and he could secretly cause trouble for the protagonist. Though he wasn't a villain in body, his heart still harbored villainous thoughts, allowing Yi Mohan to suffer without realizing it. He had to keep leading Yi Mohan around. "Aunt," Lin Xi continued to eat. Yi Mohan looked at Lin Xi's shy expression, and his heart fluttered. She was just too cute and too beautiful. As long as he faced Lin Xi, his heart melted instantly, and he became completely nervous, unsure how to interact. After all, it was their first time. Before, they had only chatted online, and now he didn't know how to interact with the girl he liked in reality. Aunt Wang observed the atmosphere at the dining table, and naturally understood what was happening. The boy hadn't eaten a bite, only sneaking glances at the girl, really thinking no one noticed. As someone who had been through it, Aunt Wang naturally knew what was going on as someone was in love. Alright, enough of that. You two eat first, I have things to do later. Just leave the dishes here when you're done, and I'll clean up. Yi Mohan, having been here before and having received many benefits from Annie, immediately said, "No problem, Annie, I'll take care of it later." "Hey, don't worry about that. You guys eat first, shall she eat more so you can get better?" After Aunt Wang finished speaking, she turned to leave, and only the two of them were left at the table. Yi Mohan quietly turned his head to look at Lin Xi, only to suddenly find Lin Xi was also looking at him. He quickly turned back pretending to eat, but it was too obvious. Lin Xi couldn't help but laugh. Hearing her sweet tinkling laughter made it hard for him not to smile back. The atmosphere at the table became more relaxed, and Yi Mohan was no longer so tense. He found the girl was even better than he had imagined, and that made it easier to interact with her, but now that they were sitting so close, the contrast made Yi Mohan really feel a bit at a loss. It felt like he couldn't even chat anymore. He clearly wasn't that kind of person, but he was like this only with her. "Are you really coming over to take care of me tomorrow?" Lin Xi suddenly asked. Yi Mohan nodded. "Yes, I will take care of you from now on until your injury heals. So you won't take care of me anymore once I'm healed?" Upon hearing this, Yi Mohan panicked and hastily explained, No, that's not it. He would take care of her forever as long as they could be together." "Then why aren't you looking at me?" Lin Xi continued to ask. Yi Mohan moved his face away from the bowl of rice, slowly lifting his gaze towards the girl. He suddenly saw her pair of clear water-like eyes which seemed to hold thousands of stars, causing Yi Mohan to forget everything, falling into a world where only she existed. "Why are you silent again? Is there something on my face?" Lin Xi blinked, asking curiously. Yi Mohan finally came to his senses, taking in the flawless beauty of her delicate face, with its wonderfully soft contours just a few centimeters apart. If he moved a little closer, he could almost touch her. Yi Mohan could hear his heart pounding nervously. It was too close. A kind of pheromone within him spread to the maximum. At that moment, he realized how much one could care for another person. His body couldn't help but respond, overwhelmed by the feelings. "Do you only like chatting online? You barely talk in real life, or do you not like me?" Lin Xi leaned over, closing the distance between them, her lips nearly halfway towards him. Yi Mohan could even see the thin layer on her rosy lips, which would definitely taste incredibly sweet if he bit down. No. Yi Mohan's heart raced, feeling a sudden surge of confusion. He stood there like a wooden head, unsure of whether to retreat, and he even thought about kissing her. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought in his mind. Any normal man would have such thoughts, especially towards someone he liked. Lin Xi pulled back, puffing her cheeks, and said gloomily, "If you don't like me, then why did you write me a confession letter?" Yi Mohan only realized what he had just said. How could he let this happen? No, I don't mean I don't like you." "Then you do like me?" Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled. Yi Mohan was anxious and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say at that moment. "Oh, then I get it, you're taking care of me, because you like me, right?" Yi Mohan didn't expect the girl to be so direct about her feelings. He thought they would gradually get to know each other again, given that they had only known each other online, and it had been 6 years. "Yi Mohan, are you still the same as before? If you or we can talk about anything. You can share your stories with me. Perhaps you've been waiting for me for 6 years, and I should tell you what I've been through." "Yes, the same. I've been looking for you for 6 years. You were so nice to me back then. I thought when you saw my confession you purposely ignored me. I regretted it back then, naively thinking that someone who was so nice to me would agree to be with me. But you never replied to my messages. You used to initiate conversations with me while I sent you messages like crazy, always trying to reach out to you. I'm sorry. I thought you were mad and didn't care about me anymore. I desperately tried to win you back, always longing to find you, wanting to go back to how it was before, even if just for a day or a second, just to hear your voice again, no matter how long I had to wait." After spilling out all the words he had kept inside, the atmosphere around them became a bit somber, almost like a reflection on everything that had happened over the past 6 years. 6 years. Neither too long nor too short. The children who once didn't understand the importance of love had grown into adults. Some things changed, yet some remained the same. In short, it wasn't something that could be summed up in a single sentence. After saying everything he wanted to say, Yi Mohan felt a sense of relief. He had never expressed so many thoughts at once before. He had spoken directly to the girl about everything he wanted to say. On the surface, Lin Xi felt deeply touched, but inside she was thinking, why did he have to be so sentimental? How could she come up with a story after this? Now she had to come up with a touching story, or it would be impossible. Lin Xi slowly opened her mouth. "That was really a long time ago. I didn't expect it to last this long. It's been 6 years now. I received your letter and read it seriously from start to finish. You wrote it so earnestly, and I was very touched. However, I told you back then not to start dating early, yet you still did, and I was the one who started dating early. At that time, my whole family was going to move abroad, and perhaps we would never return. So, I think this question will never have an answer. I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. Maybe I thought it was for the best. Without news from me, you would quickly forget me, because reality and the internet are two completely different things. 6 years later, I don't know how to answer you. I haven't read your messages, but now perhaps, Yi Mohan, you are still the same as before. Or have you changed? Do you still want to be my boyfriend, or are you still with me?" Lin Xi pouted and said, I don't want to be the same as before, only able to stare at a phone screen. Yi Mohan, the real you seems different from the online one. Previously you pretended not to know me and didn't like to talk to me, not even daring to glance at me. Yi Mohan, you wouldn't have seen the real me and not like me, would you? Looking at the girl's cute expression, Yi Mohan had nothing to say. Oh, how could he not like her? He liked her too much. No, I just felt a bit nervous. It's not like that. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, and I just can't forget you the moment I saw you. Really? Lin Xi calmed down a bit as she listened to Yi Mohan showering her with compliments. She thought, wow, it seemed she was so important to him that he couldn't forget her upon seeing her. Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? He was just trying to flatter her, right? Had he really seen the most beautiful girl? This was like falling into a pit and unwilling to climb out. Really? Yi Mohan said earnestly, more genuine than gold. So when you say you like me, is it true or not? Yi Mohan suddenly became shy again. Just as he was about to speak, a slender fair finger was placed in front of his mouth. He felt a cool touch on his lips. The girl's hand was as delicate as a white lotus root, her wrist adorned with a jade bracelet that complemented her fair skin, smooth as white jade. The girl then placed her finger to her lips and gently shushed him, "Don't speak." Yi Mohan's face flushed instantly. Ah, was this considered an indirect kiss? Such important matters must be thought over carefully. How about this, we'll talk once my injuries heal? The girl shifted the subject and continued, besides, I don't necessarily have to agree with you. You look like you're often lost in thought, not saying much, completely different from when we chatted online. Yi Mohan couldn't take it anymore and immediately explained, I was just like this at the beginning. All right, Lin Xi laughed and said, I'm just teasing you. You actually believed it. No matter how you are, you're quite good for me, and you even helped me with something. The girl thought to herself this identity was much more entertaining than the previous one when teasing the protagonist. Earlier she was just a bit scared, but now there was also a touch of youthful shyness. It was that kind of nonchalant act, yet very cautious, her face red as a tomato. Aren't you going to eat? It'll get cold, Lin Xi kindly reminded him. Only then did Yi Mohan realize his chopsticks had fallen to the ground, one on the floor and one on the table. He picked them up, wiped them with a napkin, and continued to eat. You should eat too. What do you like? I can bring you some when I come over tomorrow. With the protagonist's halo at work, their first meeting had already started to increase the goodwill. Lin Xi ignored his words and instead pointed to the dish that was out of reach, saying, I want to eat that one. Yi Mohan immediately picked several pieces and placed them in Lin Xi's bowl, also rearranging the dishes so that the ones she liked were in front of her. Aunt Wang had just finished washing the dishes and came to check on them. Seeing this scene, she thought to herself that she didn't need to worry too much. A Xiao Yi taking care of her was sure to be better than her. Such a beautiful girl with such a kind personality, which young man wouldn't feel his heart racing? At this moment, she definitely couldn't go out. Damn, this protagonist is going to drive me crazy, and he's even helping me with food. Lin Xi thought, helplessly unsure where to hide her bowl. After finishing the meal, Aunt Wang suddenly appeared, tidying up all the food on the table before disappearing again. Are you still going to carry me up? Lin Xi looked up at Yi Mohan. Yi Mohan was momentarily taken aback. His heart surged with excitement, and then he remembered that he had to take care of Lin Xi, ensuring her recovery from the injury on her leg. Perhaps. All in all, he was eager to be with her, believing that if he could become her boyfriend, it would undoubtedly be the happiest moment of his life. The dream suddenly felt so close that Yi Mohan found it hard to believe. Yet seeing the girl right before him gave him the courage to accept it. Let me help you, he offered. Can you change the way you hold me to that position you thought of when you first carried me down? Lin Xi remarked the protagonist was still too shy, which was not acceptable. Yi Mohan's eyebrows twitched slightly as he replied, all right. He approached the girl again and crouched down, and in the next moment he felt her cool arms winding around his neck. Then her body pressed closer, and it felt as if his heart was in close proximity, making him unable to resist embracing her. Yi Mohan, you've grown up. You were just a child before, and your voice has changed completely. The sweet and melodious voice of the girl reached his ears, causing Yi Mohan's ears to tingle, leaving him momentarily unsure of where to hold her. But soon the girl's weight rested entirely against him, and she was very light, allowing him to hold her effortlessly. It's been so long, you must not be a child anymore. Yi Mohan said, his breath heavy, perhaps a bit nervous, causing his voice to tremble slightly. Oh, not a child. In my eyes, you're still a child. What do you want to cry in your sister's arms? In reality, Yi Mohan was a few years older than Lin Xi, and he was aware of it, yet he would not argue. He simply responded softly, She had taught him so much in the past, and regardless of anything, she was an important person to him. Lin Xi rested her head on Yi Mohan's broad shoulder, her gentle facial contours nearly touching his neck. How tall are you now? I remember you used to be only 1 meter 30, right? 1 meter 89. You do look quite tall. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so high. No wonder holding you feels so comfortable. While answering the girl's questions, Yi Mohan carefully ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he opened the room door and gently placed the girl on the bed. Seeing that everything was fine, he was about to lift up only to realize that the girl's hand was still resting on his neck, not letting go. The girl lay on the bed, her hair spread around her, her arms enveloping the man's head, their eyes meeting in midair. Yi Mohan. What's wrong? Yi Mohan felt his body slightly warm. At that moment the air seemed to freeze, and in the next second anything indescribable could happen. Lin Xi then actively released her arms, smiling sweetly. It's nothing but the first time I've seen you, and I didn't expect you to have turned into a big child. I just wanted to see you more. Yi Mohan felt his heart flutter, overwhelmed by a feeling that was wonderfully indescribable. It's getting late, soon it will be dark. Lin Xi turned to look out the window at the setting sun, its afterglow perfectly illuminating Yi Mohan. Alright, I'm leaving now, Yi Mohan replied, realizing he had almost lain back down on the bed. Lin Xi waved her hand, revealing a sweet smile. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The thought of meeting the girl again the next day made Yi Mohan's heart unable to contain its excitement. He wished it were already tomorrow. What had happened between him and the girl today was enough to keep him awake all night. In just one day he not only returned to the past and met the girl he had longed for, but he also held her not just once. Her body was so soft and she smelled so nice, wearing a little white dress. Her figure seemed flawless with skin as white as snow and long hair soft and smooth. When he held her, he didn't dare use too much strength, fearing that he would melt in her embrace. Her voice as sweet and melodious as a lark struck a chord in his heart, making the world seem more beautiful. As Yi Mohan contemplated, he almost bumped into the door and stumbled out clumsily. After opening the door, he stepped outside. Seeing Yi Mohan's departing figure, Lin Xi's lips curled up slightly, already beginning to get into the swing of things. This was the feeling. The protagonist had been thoroughly enchanted and was under an unending spell. After stepping out of the house, Yi Mohan was still outside, exuberantly waving his hands, looking as if he had just won a lottery worth millions. He was so ecstatic. Lin Xi watched this scene through the window, and he even performed a piece of performance art. It seemed unnecessary to drug him anymore. He was already at a late stage of excitement, and there was no need to give him more encouragement. What he intended was to offer a bit of sweetness, and then gradually reel him in. The antagonist was just a seasoned fisherman. Of course, some antagonists couldn't catch fish at all, they were merely raising them. But he was different. The bait was goner as long as he said to the fish in the lake, "I will take you to eat delicious food." The fish would willingly take the bait. Once the fish took the bait, it was no longer about eating delicious food. Staying here is quite nice, peaceful. Lin Xi sat in her wheelchair watching the setting sun gradually sink and the wind blowing from outside, gently lifting a strand of her hair. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such tranquility. The antagonist indeed required a bit of appropriate solitude. While contemplating what heinous deeds to commit, her current goal was to live through to the end as a minor antagonist and experience the pleasure of being an antagonist along the way. I've been toying with the protagonist, what should I do? He seems to have taken it seriously. Lin Xi's face revealed a smile completely different from her previous gentle and kind demeanor. Sacrificing a little bit, the protagonist would not truly believe that the charming girl before him was just a cute girl. A few days prior, while lying in a hospital bed, he had already thought everything through. Since he wanted to play this way very well, let's see who the true antagonist is. How could the protagonist's so-called first love ever be willing? Impossible. He would never give in for nothing. The protagonist was nothing but a fool. Only an idiot would believe that 6 years of effort could move someone only for such an intimate gesture to happen at their first meeting. Of course he liked Xiaoxi, but what did that have to do with Lin Xi? The ideal type, the first love, all of it was a lie. Every step was meticulously orchestrated by the villain. Only one thing was real, that face of his, which had utterly enchanted the protagonist. The comic convention was meant to create an atmosphere of fateful encounter. People always trust their first impressions, never questioning whether it's a mere illusion or someone's deliberate design. The protagonist could be used. There were many other ways to elevate him to the top tier in the Magic City. How could he be without desire? It was all a facade put on for everyone, especially for those in the family. Some villains were still desperately targeting the protagonist. But he only needed to play the patient angler, letting the fish take the bait willingly while he reaped the benefits from the sidelines. The phone rang. Lin Xi answered, and a voice immediately sounded. "Miss, they probably can't find where you are yet, but they've clearly set their sights on Yi Mohan. They've hired many people to finish him off. However, miss, since Yi Mohan is so close to you, your side isn't safe either. Should we come to protect you, or perhaps have Yi Mohan leave your location?" It was Lin Xi's group of bodyguards. He had intentionally stationed them at the mansion he was supposed to live in, creating the illusion that the eldest miss of the Lin family was residing there. He had even found a stand-in, making it quite safe. Even if discovered, they wouldn't find Lin Xi's true location anytime soon. No need. If you come, they'll definitely find you. Since I didn't die last time, they'll only be more determined to eliminate me. I was the one who helped Lin Mingzhi rise. They might have already guessed that. Lin Xi finished speaking and hung up. Though his leg was injured and he could barely walk, he was safer than before. Yi Mohan was blessed with the protagonist's halo. Trying to kill him was futile. No matter how many came, almost none would return. The last incident with the Lin family, combined with the ongoing pursuit, would only deepen Yi Mohan's hostility toward the Lin family, including his identity as the original eldest miss. But it didn't matter. Even if he had once held a blade to Yi Mohan's throat, as long as he held leverage, Yi Mohan would have to kneel. Even if he stepped on Yi Mohan's head, Yi Mohan could only endure. 3. Lin Xi counted, pulling out his phone. 2. He logged into a different account, smoothly accessing it. 1. Immediately, Yi Mohan sent several messages, a flood of texts filling the chat box, turning the phone into a vibrating frenzy. But it was easy to imagine that on Yi Mohan's end the screen was a vast sea of green. In the ride-hailing car, the sun had fully set, and the scenery outside was pitch black. This area was remote without streetlights. Hey young man, checking your funds. All green. Which fund did you buy? Tell me you'll give it a try too, the driver said, curiously peering through the rearview mirror. Funds. I'm chatting and sending messages. Yi Mohan replied, glancing at the driver in confusion before turning back to frantically type. The driver was speechless. Who chats with an entire screen full of green? As a driver with over a decade of experience, he quickly understood. He sighed. Why did young people nowadays love being doormats? They all knew that simping led to nothing in the end, yet they persisted. For what? Young man, stop texting. Maybe she doesn't even like you. You're handsome, there are plenty of good girls out there. You're from Qing University, right? My daughter goes there. Would you like? The protagonist's halo activated, but Yi Mohan had become deaf to the world. He didn't hear a single word, too absorbed in chatting with the girl. When the driver finished, Yi Mohan looked up and asked, puzzled, Driver, what did you say? Are we almost there? No, nothing. Yes, we're almost there, about half an hour left. The driver fell silent, lamenting what a waste of a handsome face and tall physique. Such a great son-in-law, but he was deaf to the world. What kind of girl had stolen his soul? He couldn't help but wonder. Ding, 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 ding. Lin Xi received several messages in quick succession, all from the same person. I'm back at school now in the car. Why does the driver always talk so much? When I was texting, he thought I was checking funds. By the way, how did you hurt your leg? I have an old Chinese medicine grandfather who's amazing. Want him to take a look. Last time I hurt my hand, he applied some medicine, and it was fine in a few days. Make sure to rest well at home, stay in bed as much as possible. Don't go downstairs when no one's around. Message or call me if anything comes up. My number is 156XXXXXX. He'll come right away. He'll come early tomorrow. Do you need me to bring anything? He'll get you some medicine. Be careful with your leg injury. Lin Xi stared at the sudden avalanche of messages. He scrolled through several, but couldn't reach the end. His brow furrowed as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had known that once this account went online, the protagonist, who had waited 6 long years, would have endless words to say. Caring words he longed to express. All right. In these 6 years you've learned nothing but how to send long texts. Lin Xi quickly steadied his vibrating phone with both hands and activated Do Not Disturb mode, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He had nearly been driven mad by this protagonist. Really, 6 years ago he barely replied. Now he had completely changed. Before Lin, she was the proactive one. 6 years later, Yi Mohan, upon seeing such a beautiful girl, had turned the tables, taking the initiative, craving a sweet romance. I absolutely cannot let Yi Mohan succeed. Romance. Screw that. All he wants is to duel with the villain every day. Bro, you smell nice. I don't smell nice at all. Alone in his room with no one to hear, Lin Xi dropped the act. Who said a villain couldn't curse? The main issue was that there was so much to read, and Lin Xi was getting annoyed. At least stay calm. He himself was a contrast, and Yi Mohan was the same. Daring online but tongue-tied in reality, making Lin Xi feel like the focus of his intense attention. Damn it, you idiot. How do I make him shut up? No, how do I make him stop typing? Lin Xi thought for a moment, then forced himself to calm down, reminding himself that this was the protagonist. Even if he seemed a bit annoying, it was fine. If Lin Xi hadn't been maintaining his persona, he would have switched accounts and started cursing, letting the protagonist experience the online ferocity of the villainous little man. In the end, Lin Xi opened the voice chat, cleared his throat, and spoke in the gentlest tone he had ever used. I'm going to sleep. If you have anything to say, come tell me tomorrow afternoon. Then he typed 2 words, good night. As for why he didn't finish with voice, it was another trick. Yi Mohan would definitely want to hear it, and wanting to hear it would only lead him into another trap. A voice saying good night was the reward for taking care of the villainous little man all day. Afterward, Yi Mohan only replied with 3 words, okay, good night, ending the day's chat. Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had dealt with that nuisance. He could now quietly enjoy the night view outside the window. It was completely different from the city center. The crisp, rhythmic chirping of insects, the rustling of wind through leaves, and the starry sky with the moon created a truly atmospheric scene. He could watch TV shows, play games, or chat with his taciturn cousin Lin Mingzhi. Anything to avoid seeing that fool Yi Mohan again. Hey, it's not even 8 o'clock. Sleeping this early, the driver muttered casually after hearing the voice from the back seat. Some might believe 9, even 10, but before 8. Who would buy that? He thought this only to see through the rearview mirror that Yi Mohan actually believed it. He listened to the message several times, held the phone to his ear, and a smile spread across his face. The driver was speechless. In decades of driving, he had seen all kinds of people, but today he had met a true master. Huh. Yi Mohan looked up at the driver, not catching what he said. Nothing. He'll shut up. You can't hear me anyway. Even though the driver drove fast, it still took over 2 hours to arrive. The sky was pitch black. Fortunately, Yi Mohan had already eaten at Aunt Wang's house, or his stomach would have been growling with nothing left in the cafeteria. As Yi Mohan stepped out of the ride-hailing car, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere around him. Someone was watching him. Could it be the Lin family again? He pondered, recalling recent events that always seemed to land him in trouble. Fortunately, during high school, he had met an old man who taught him many things. After entering university, he hadn't returned for a long time, wondering how those people were doing now. Don't regret it. It's been a while since I've used my true strength. A flicker of coldness passed through Yi Mohan's deep eyes as he entered the dormitory. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Brother Yi, you're back. Wang Qin spoke first, poking his head out before pulling Yi Mohan aside and whispering. Zhao Hua came to the male dormitory in trance looking for you. We said you weren't in. She asked us, but of course we didn't know where you were. Yi Mohan nodded, still holding his phone, not paying much attention. The next moment he noticed the tension in Wang Qin's voice and looked up at him only to see his face pale, as if he had experienced something terrifying. What's wrong? Yi Mohan asked, puzzled. It couldn't be Zhao Zitong who had frightened Wang Qin so much. Wang Qin leaned in, lowering his head and whispering, Brother Yi, let me tell you something. You'd better be careful these days, or just stay on campus. This time it's different. Yi Mohan furrowed his brow. What exactly happened? I went out shopping today and got surrounded by some thugs. They asked if I knew you. Luckily I managed to trick them. I heard they're out to kill you, and they have tattoos on their arms. You might not know this, but I have some connections in the underworld of this city. The gangs here are ruthless, things can get chaotic, and people can disappear without a trace. Wang Qin's words were clear. You must never cross these people. These shadowy forces kill without blinking. Unlike small towns, almost every major family in the city has ties to these gangs. Over the years, countless shady dealings have relied on them. Yi Mohan listened and nodded. I understand. Don't go out these days. He had sensed it too. Just now someone seemed to be watching him. It appeared he had been placed on their hit list. But it had been so long since he last dealt with such matters that he had almost forgotten. You're still going out. What could be more important than your life? Wang Qin asked incredulously. Of course there is, Yi Mohan replied, patting his shoulder to reassure him. After washing up in the bathroom, he climbed into bed and saw the girl's recent message. He couldn't resist playing the voice note again. The memory of their close encounter today echoed in his mind. He had been completely unprepared, yet he still savored the feeling. If only tomorrow could be the same, holding the girl's soft, fragrant waist in his arms. That would be absolutely wonderful. Lin Xi sat by the window, quietly gazing at the beautiful night scene outside. The indoor light cast a glow on her exquisite face, serene, yet tender, stunning all around. Even the croaking of frogs and chirping of insects outside the curtain seemed to halt, as if captivated by this enchanting sight. For some reason Lin Xi hadn't fallen asleep yet. Perhaps it was because this was the first time staying in the room from her childhood, a place filled with memories. It felt both unfamiliar and familiar. She looked toward the bookshelf where many trinkets were displayed, including several gifts from Yi Mohan, like a doll with a bow-tied Hello Kitty. It looked like a cheap street doll toy worth less than 10 yuan, but it still looked pretty on the shelf. He remembered glancing at it and tossing it aside. A protagonist giving a villain a cute toy. Or was it meant for a girl? At the time he found it too strange. But his reply on the phone was still full of surprise and affection, which encouraged the protagonist to continue collecting gifts. Other kids might spend their pocket money on snacks or toys they liked, but the protagonist saved up to buy gifts for the girl. One might think he was saving for a wife. Lin Xi had countless expensive items in the Lin family mansion, each worth 5 or 6 figures. Yet she still received these cheap street stall gifts from the protagonist. These gifts are all here, she noted. He remembered none had been thrown away. If a fight ever broke out, he could just grab any gift as a finishing move. Memories were the deadliest weapon. Lin Xi picked up a bracelet. The material was mediocre, but it was still quite pretty. Of course it couldn't compare to a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands, it was just special in shape and design. Suddenly she realized that whenever she received such things she would glance at them, and set them aside, never wearing them. Let me try it on, Lin Xi thought, slipping the bracelet onto her fair wrist. She shook it gently, and felt no discomfort. Raising her arm under the moonlight, the bracelet accentuated the delicate whiteness of her skin. It looked even more beautiful on her than on a girl's hand. Deciding not to take it off, Lin's eyes gaze shifted to a small jar filled with folded stars. She opened a few stars out of curiosity, then intrigued, unfolded more. Soon only half the jar remained. How amusing. Would Yi Mohan dare to say in real life what's written here? He'd say he wants to marry me. Lin Xi joked, though she realized she had missed out on so many fun things back then. Now that Yi Mohan was older, he couldn't be fooled like a child. Some words when spoken in childhood would make him too shy to reply for an entire day. Now Yi Mohan was eager to take the initiative. As the villainous boss controlling the entire situation, she couldn't let the protagonist take the lead. That would make her passive. A sudden thought struck her: this was getting dangerous. Lin Xi shook her head and gathered all the stars back into the jar, almost getting drawn into those words. What a cunning protagonist using gifts like these. Fortunately, during their first formal meeting today, the usually bold Yi Mohan was too shy in front of such a cute girl. By constantly feeding him sweet talk, she had seized control. Many inexperienced people think girls are soft and fragrant, easily manipulated by a smooth talker. Lin Xi decided to wait until her injuries healed before anything else. If Mohan wanted to rush things, he'd have to wait. So even though she appeared more fragile and couldn't walk Lin, she wouldn't let the protagonist lose control while still making him more obedient. As for when her injuries would heal, forget about the protagonist getting any ideas. He seemed confident, but it was all an act. If it came to that, he'd be in trouble. Just then Lin Xi picked up her phone and saw it was almost midnight. She glanced at the chat interface with the protagonist, which still showed typing. Unbelievable. Can't sleep, huh? Want a sweet romance? Let me add some fuel to the fire. Lin Xi tapped the voice call button and dialed directly, speaking in a tender, slightly coquettish tone. Mohan, I can't sleep. Can you keep me company? She could hear the exclamations of his roommates in the background shouting, whoa. Mohan's face instantly flushed as he listened to the girl's voice on the phone, and a warm sensation surged in his nose. Late at night, past midnight, suddenly receiving a call like this from the girl he liked. What an experience. Mohan felt he would be excited all night, without a trace of drowsiness. Because of this call, the other roommates couldn't sleep either, and immediately began teasing him. Mohan, what's this? You lied to us saying you're single, even lying to your sworn brother. Inhuman, utterly inhuman. Lying in the bed you shared with another girl while chatting with another on the phone. On my pure love. You're not getting out of this dorm tonight, I swear it. The next day, Mohan wore a look of drowsiness, but in truth he hadn't slept at all. After that voice call, the girl had spoken a single line before hanging up, and no matter how many messages he sent, she never replied. He had clutched his phone all night, unable to sleep. It wasn't until Mohan sat in the cafeteria having breakfast with his roommates that the girl sent him 2 words. Good morning. His eyes lit up as he immediately set down his soy milk to reply. Good morning. A smile curled at the corners of Mohan's lips. He sent several more messages before finally resuming his meal with satisfaction. The people around him instantly grasped the situation. His first love, his little girlfriend, had returned. They never imagined that a first love from 6 years ago, one that began online, without even a face-to-face meeting, could actually be found again. He's completely transformed again. Brother Yi hasn't had it easy. No wonder he's been dashing off after class these past few days. And with campus beauty, Zhao, clinging to him, her heart must be shattered by now. It's fine. Brother Yi never had any interest in her anyway. In the end, the campus belle loses to the first love, the moonlight of the heart. Wang Qin and the others chatted among themselves. Mohan ate his breakfast in silence, his mind solely focused on the afternoon when he could see the girl again. Just then a figure appeared, drawing the attention of many male students in the cafeteria. Zhao Zitong, the renowned campus belle of Tsinghua University, was the dream of nearly every freshman entering the school. With her array of advantages, she fueled the romantic fantasies of countless young men. Zhao Zitong scanned the cafeteria and quickly spotted Mohan amidst the crowd. His face as handsome as any campus heartthrob, and his unique aura had captivated her completely. She was determined to find a boyfriend this good-looking in school. She had wanted to speak to Mohan the previous afternoon, but couldn't find him. This morning she headed straight to the cafeteria early, surprising the onlookers. Zhao, the campus belle, rarely ate in the cafeteria and was seldom seen in crowded places. Yet here she was. Why is campus belle Zhao here? Are you stupid? What else would someone do in a cafeteria? Maybe she's looking for someone. Looking for someone. The crowd followed her gaze and sure enough landed on Mohan. In an instant, a wave of resentment surged around Mohan, resentment points piling up one after another. They thought he was flaunting his romance in the cafeteria so early in the morning. But these oblivious onlookers had no idea this wasn't a love show at all. Mohan's heart belonged to someone else entirely. Brother Yi, the campus belle, is here. We're done eating, so we'll head off. You should hurry too. Wang Qin patted Mohan on the shoulder, drained the last of his soy milk, and left. The next second, Zhao Zitong appeared beside him. Mohan glanced at her, then turned back to his breakfast. Of course, he wasn't eating, his fingers were busy typing messages. His heart was secretly rejoicing. How wonderful to be like before again. But this time he had learned to take the initiative. He had to seize this chance and take good care of Xiaoxi. I went to the male dormitory entrance yesterday afternoon to find you. Why weren't you there? Even your roommates wouldn't say where you went. Zhao Zitong spoke up when she saw Mohan ignoring her. As the campus belle of Tsinghua, she had her pride, but when she met someone she truly liked, lowering her stance a little was acceptable. She could learn to chase after the one she loved like any ordinary girl. Oh, I had something to do outside. Came back very late. Mohan's tone was indifferent, his gaze fixed on his phone, as if he couldn't care less about this princess adored by all. In truth, even if Wang Qin had asked, he would have looked up. But toward Zhao Zitong, he felt a certain aversion. Don't you want to know what I was looking for you about yesterday afternoon? Zhao Zitong said. No, unless it's something important. I could have my father allocate a graduate school recommendation spot for you. You know, at a school like Tsinghua these spots are crucial. There are only a few. Seeing that Mohan wasn't impressed, Zhao Zitong was about to elaborate on its importance. Then in the next second, she heard a girl's voice coming from Mohan's phone. You're so sweet. Can you stay today and keep me company? Hearing this, Yi Mohan's lips curled into a grin so wide, not even an AK-47 could suppress it. But beside him Zhao Zitong froze, certain she hadn't misheard. The voice was from Yi Mohan's phone. What was going on? That sugary, syrupy tone. Even more cloying than hers. How could it possibly attract Yi Mohan, who was always cold to girls at school? Yet there he was, a smile spreading across his face. Not just any smile, but one of pure sweet bliss. Who is she? Zhao Zitong asked, losing her composure. Yi Mohan shot her a strange look, as if annoyed that she had disrupted his pleasant mood. Didn't I tell you? I already have someone I like. With that he wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood to leave. Zhao Zitong turned to block his way. Yi Mohan, wait. What is it? Yi Mohan put away his phone, deciding it was better to make things clear with Zhao Zitong once and for all to stop the rumors circulating around campus. Panic flickered in Zhao Zitong's heart as she demanded, didn't you say it was an online relationship? The way she just spoke. You two are clearly not just online. She had thought online dating was childish, something someone like Yi Mohan would never do. But now she had heard another person's voice with her own ears, and the implication was clear. Yi Mohan had been spending his afternoons with that person. Jealousy gnawed at Zhao Zitong, but it was anger that overwhelmed her. Yi Mohan belonged to her. How dare he go to someone else? Don't you know the term meet in person? Meet in person? Who is she? What exactly is your relationship now? Yi Mohan, you liar. Zhao Zitong practically shouted, her voice echoing through the cafeteria. Everyone heard, and they saw the campus belle's pitiful tear-filled eyes. Instantly the crowd's sense of justice flared, and they glared at Yi Mohan, murmuring among themselves. Has Campus Belle Zhao been dumped by Yi Mohan? Is Yi Mohan a heartbreaker? I never knew he was this kind of person. Wow, I misjudged him. He actually abandoned the Campus Belle. He's toyed with her feelings. We have to expose him on the campus forum. Yeah, this is absolutely despicable. The discussions grew louder, and many pulled out their phones to take pictures. Everyone sided with Zhao Zitong. Her tearful, fragile appearance was enough to win anyone's sympathy, and as the Campus Belle, she enjoyed high popularity at Tsinghua. Is this what you wanted? To make everyone think I'm a heartbreaker? Yi Mohan looked at Zhao Zitong's theatrical display with growing disgust. Though she hadn't done anything overt before, the rumors about him and Zhao Zitong spreading across campus couldn't have blown up this much without her influence. They had almost fooled even Wang Qin and the others. Compared to the girl he loved, Zhao Zitong fell short in looks, figure, and personality. No comparison meant no harm. It only made him cherish his beloved even more. No, that's not it. Yi Mohan, just leave her, and he'll pretend nothing happened. I like you, what's wrong with that? Zhao Zitong raised her voice again, deepening the misunderstanding among the onlookers. They began shouting in righteous indignation. Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker. We have to expose him. We'll protect the Campus Belle. What was once a breakfast cafeteria had turned into a public trial of a supposed heartbreaker. Far more entertaining than the meal itself. Yi Mohan couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. This Campus Belle had become increasingly unbearable. You never truly know a person's heart. He had thought she simply liked him, but instead she was trying to frame him. He decided to leave, unwilling to play along with her act. Zhao Zitong blocked his way again, tears glistening in her eyes, the perfect image of a wounded soul. You have to tell me clearly. Who is she? In truth, she hadn't intended for things to escalate this far, but since they had, she might as well let everyone believe she and Yi Mohan were in a relationship. Why are you doing this to me? But it's okay. If you change, you'll forgive you. Zhao Zitong put on a magnanimous front, her tone growing more confident as she reached out to take Yi Mohan's hand. She believed that with so many eyes on them, if she offered him a way out, he wouldn't refuse. Not if he wanted to keep his reputation at school. Once they were together, she could easily clean up any bad rumors about him. Yi Mohan yanked his hand away, his gaze icy as he said, "It has nothing to do with you, and I have nothing to do with you. Stop putting on this act." With that he strode off. Zhao Zitong didn't even have a chance to stop him. She watched his retreating back, her face twisted with feigned heartbreak. Yi Mohan, you'll regret this. Yi Mohan didn't look back. So what if people misunderstood him? At least he could shake off Zhao Zitong's relentless pursuit. When he reached the classroom, Wang Qin saw him come in alone, without the familiar figure behind him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then as Yi Mohan sat down beside him, Wang Qin asked curiously, "What happened? The Campus Belle didn't follow you. Or did Brother Yi manage to talk her out of it?" "Something like that," Yi Mohan replied flatly, fishing out his earphones from his pocket and plugging them and staring at his phone without another word. More and more students filed into the classroom, their gazes fixed on Yi Mohan. Wang Qin didn't notice this at first, remarking in confusion, "Strange, there aren't usually this many people. Did we get a different teacher today?" As he wondered, someone suddenly tugged at his shoulder. Wang Qin checked the campus forum quick. "What's the gossip now?" Wang Qin pulled out his phone and saw the top post on the campus forum. It was about Yi Mohan. It wasn't surprising that Yi Mohan as Tsinghua's campus heartthrob was a hot topic, but this post, along with hundreds of comments below, was all about calling him a heartbreaker. What does this mean? Everyone's saying Yi Mohan was dating Zhao Zitong and then dumped her for someone else. But wasn't she the one chasing you, Brother Yi? When did you two ever date? Wang Qin turned to look at Yi Mohan, only to find him wearing earphones, completely oblivious to the online storm. Look at this. It makes it seem like you really toyed with her feelings. Someone's clearly spreading rumors on purpose. Damn, they even uploaded a video from the cafeteria just now. Wang Qin finally understood the meaning behind the stares around them. Yi Mohan had become public enemy #1 overnight. Your beloved Zhao Zitong Qinghua's campus belle staged a scene with me to make everyone think I abandoned her. At that moment, with her pitiful look, no one doubted her. Yi Mohan spoke without a trace of emotion, as if this little incident couldn't ruin his mood today. Wang Qin could hardly believe it. It wasn't until he watched the entire video that even he was almost convinced. If he hadn't known the truth, he would have thought the campus belle was truly pitiful. As an old otaku who lived in a world of anime and games, Wang Qin found it utterly despicable. Zhao Zidong had decided that if she couldn't have Yi Mohan, she would destroy him. I never thought the campus belle was this kind of person. She always seemed so nice at school. Truly, you never know someone's heart. We're doomed. Zhao Zitong knows so many teachers and administrators. What if the school deliberately makes things hard for us? I already got marked for 1 absence last time. That was your own fault. The others didn't want to embarrass him. But watching the post's popularity soar, they worried it shouldn't come to that. But given the situation, it's not impossible. Brother Yes' reputation at school is completely ruined now. Campus belle Zhao's move is truly ruthless. Thankfully, his roommates knew the truth, or else the entire school would have been swept up by the rumor, leaving no one to believe Yi Mohan. Wang Qin kept watching Yi Mohan's expression, ready to console him, but when he saw not a trace of sadness, he couldn't help but admire him. Truly, a master sees through things clearly. They had once thought that turning down someone as good as the campus belle, who actively pursued him, was sheer foolishness. But agreeing would have only led to a bigger trap. Now he had cut his losses in time. Rumors were just rumors. With only Zhao Zitong's words and no real evidence, people would eventually come to their senses. On his phone, the girl's avatar was set as a special notification and was the only one pinned at the top, a prominent position. Lin Xi, focus on class. I won't chat anymore. Don't text me. Yi Mohan, okay. Putting his phone away, he finally noticed that the classroom was unusually packed today, mostly with unfamiliar faces, many of whom kept glancing his way. Yi Mohan didn't care. But Wang Qin whispered beside him, be careful. They're definitely not here to attend class. I don't know if they were sent by campus belle Zhao, but watch your back. Normally no one would dare cause trouble at school, but with a powerful backer, especially among the school administration, they could do as they pleased. No matter how serious the incident, the school could suppress it. If you wanted to remain a student, you had to fall in line. I don't care. Yi Mohan's tone remained indifferent. He refused to let this ruin his good mood, and simply ignored the crowd. He had already recruited plenty of people outside the school. He wasn't about to be intimidated by a few petty troublemakers inside. Even the teacher seemed afflicted, keeping his eyes glued to the student by the window in the back row, constantly calling on Yi Mohan to answer questions. But Yi Mohan had entered Tsinghua with the city's top scores, so he answered flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. The targeted treatment was unmistakable. Wang Qin's last shred of hope died. This wasn't the campus belle anymore. Just yesterday she was fine, and today she had turned dark or something. After a lengthy lecture ended, and the break began, Yi Mohan took out his phone to check his messages. The next second his phone was violently snatched from his sight, as someone grabbed it. Yi Mohan reacted instantly, rising to seize the thief's hand. It was a burly man who looked like a sports student. What do you think you're doing? Yi Mohan tightened his grip. You. The man, clearly intending to flee after the snatch, was startled by Yi Mohan's speed. Realizing escape was impossible, he forced a calm smile and said, what do I think I'm doing? Don't you have any idea? I'm going to expose the evidence on your phone of how you abandoned and toyed with campus belle Zhao's feelings, so everyone can see your true face. Yi Mohan's eyes locked onto the stolen phone, his voice icy. Give me the phone. Give me the phone. No chance. Scared, aren't you? Afraid of others seeing your true colors. But it's too late. Sooner or later you'll pay for what you've done. The onlookers whispered among themselves, watching Yi Mohan with amusement, eager to see the drama unfold. They'll say this one last time, give me the phone. Yi Mohan wasted no more words. A cold, sharp glint flickered in his narrow eyes, ready to erupt at any moment. Damn it, Wang Qin muttered, moving to surround the man. The other roommates wouldn't stand idly by either, charging over to encircle him. After all, they were among the most prominent in the class, and no one dared provoke them. Just then several more figures burst out from behind, all burly and resembling sports students, clearly part of a premeditated scheme. Seeing this, Wang Qin and the others knew they couldn't back down. They had to fight. The opponents charged straight and fists raised, and the brawl erupted. Chaos instantly engulfed the scene. The man who had snatched the phone dropped his pretense, preparing to unleash his full strength to knock Yi Mohan down. But before he could act, he felt a tight grip on his neck, his vital points seized, draining all his power, and the phone clattered to the ground. Pick it up, Yi Mohan said, his voice devoid of emotion, his gaze sending chills down the man's spine. The man was terrified. What do you want? His eyes darted with panic as he tried to break free, only to realize Yi Mohan's terrifying strength. The pain in his neck intensified, making it hard to breathe. He'll pick it up, he said weakly, his tone shifting to pleading. Yi Mohan flung him to the ground, without giving him a moment to react, then pinned his head down, forcing his face into zero contact with the floor. I told you to pick it up from the ground, Yi Mohan said, genuinely furious. Once wasn't enough. Then he wouldn't hold back. The thud of the fall echoed loudly, stunning everyone. Yi Mohan is this strong. He took down Hu Shua with one hand. You don't know? Are you a newbie here? That's Yi Mohan. When did Qing University start admitting people like him? I thought the bar was high. It is high. He was the top scorer in the city back then, and word is he came from a terrible high school, slapping everyone in the face. Clearly many had heard of Yi Mohan's reputation, but few truly knew his past. Hey, raise your phone, let me go. The man on the ground struggled to speak, having thought he could at least put up a fight against Yi Mohan, but he couldn't resist at all. Terror gripped his heart. This man was a demon, even his gaze seemed lethal. How could such a monster end up at Qing University? Perhaps the campus heartthrob aura had made everyone forget the real Yi Mohan. Yi Mohan retrieved his phone and checked it. Fortunately, the damage wasn't severe. Just then Zhao Zitong rushed over. Stop fighting. Please stop. She appeared only as the fight was ending, as if ensuring the drama had a full cast. A bunch of amateurs trying to mess with us. Wang Qin and the others straightened themselves out, mostly unscathed. They deliberately stepped on Hu Shua. As they passed, savoring his earlier arrogance, now turned to humiliation. If the venue had been better, they'd have gone for another 300 rounds. Yi Mohan glanced at Wang Qin and asked, "You okay?" "We didn't let them get a single advantage," Wang Qin replied. "The guys might not exercise much, spending their days gaming and boasting, but when trouble came they stepped up." Seeing Zhao Zidong arrive, they sneered. Her timing was perfect, showing up only after the fight had ended. Everyone knew she was the root of this mess. "Yi Mohan, how could you do this?" Zhao Zitong saw Hu Shua lying on the ground, barely able to move, and hurried over to help him up. "Zitong, I'm fine," Hu Shua said, feigning pain, his body trembling from lingering shock. As Zhao Zitong helped him up, his face finally left the ground, wiping it clean, but leaving a trail of dust. She hesitated to wipe the dirt off his face. It was too grimy, and his dust-covered visage was unsightly. She handed him a tissue to clean himself, then turned to Yi Mohan, her eyes reddening. "You've gone too far. What did Hu Shua do wrong for you to beat him like this?" Her righteous indignation left Wang Qin and the onlookers baffled. True to her campus belle status, she seemed so real that Wang Qin wondered whose fault it was. Hadn't the other side started it? They suspected Hu Shua was sent by Zhao Zitong to provoke Yi Mohan, just to stir up trouble. Yi Mohan said nothing, not even glancing at Zhao Zitong. After confirming his phone wasn't broken, he sat back down in the classroom, refusing to leave. "Yi Mohan," Zhao Zitong called out in frustration. Yi Mohan's voice was icy. "Stop pretending. What's the point? I want nothing to do with you, and I never have. He likes you so much. Why not just be with him and leave me alone?" He made it clear he couldn't care less about Zhao Zitong. The spectators watched Yi Mohan's calm demeanor and his indifferent tone toward Zhao Zitong, as if she were a stranger. They were clearly not on the same wavelength. It seemed no one recalled any romantic history between them. It was all just campus gossip and fan fiction online. Now back to reality, Yi Mohan's complete disregard for Zhao Zitong, letting her rant cast doubt on the online rumors. "Is that really true? I never saw any close moves between them in class. It's always been Zhao chasing Yi." "Yeah, I thought Yi Mohan, the campus heartthrob, had no interest in girls. But in that video Zhao Zitong said those things." "No way." The murmurs grew louder. Zhao Zitong had strong acting skills and popularity, but Yi Mohan's authenticity, his calm, unbothered stance throughout the ordeal, made it hard not to believe him. More importantly, tracing back the events, Zhao Zitong had presented no evidence. If she had truly been toyed with, there should have been proof. The only evidence was that video, which Yi Mohan had never acknowledged. Seeing her scheme unravel, Zhao Zitong panicked and began to cover her tracks. She spoke pitifully, "I'm sorry, I didn't do anything. It was all a misunderstanding. What I said in the cafeteria this morning was too harsh, but I was just worried about you. Online dating is so deceptive these days. And even if you're upset with me, you can't hit people. Hu Shua didn't do anything wrong. Why did you beat him?" Zhao Zitong rambled, starting with a tearful apology, but growing bolder, blaming Yi Mohan, as if the online rumors had nothing to do with her. The onlookers gained new insight into the campus belle. She wanted Yi Mohan's forgiveness, while shielding Hu Shua from harm, deftly shifting blame and downplaying the impact on Yi Mohan, all without knowing the full truth. Is campus belle Zhao not awake today? Is this being overly kind? She should at least get the facts straight before blaming Yi Mohan. Wang Qin couldn't take it anymore. They came to cause trouble. Ask this Hu Shua what he wanted, bringing so many people to our classroom. Was he here to attend a lecture? They're nothing but trash, thinking they're unbeatable because they're athletes. Now they know who's boss. Zhao Zitong was at a loss, hearing the murmurs around her. She turned to Yi Mohan, still insisting on her point. "What do you mean? Even if Hu Shua was wrong, you can't resort to violence. Yi Mohan, you deliberately went too hard, didn't you?" Then she shifted her tone. "If this is about targeting me, I've already apologized. Can you apologize to Hu Shua?" Just then shouts of "the teacher's coming" echoed from outside, causing the watching students to stir. A stern voice cut through the crowd. "What's going on here? Who's causing trouble again? Stop it immediately. Several balding school teachers pushed through the crowd, but found no ongoing brawl. The fight had already ended. Still fuming, they pointed at the group and demanded sternly, "What's your problem? All of you come with." Mid-sentence, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the crowd, and his tone instantly softened considerably. Tong Tong. Then seeing Zhao Zitong's eyes glistening with tears, wearing an expression of profound grievance, he immediately understood what had happened. Someone had dared to upset Qing University's little princess. "Tong Tong, tell your teacher who bullied you, and I will surely seek justice for you." Zhao Zitong shook her head, her voice tinged with sorrow. "It's fine, Teacher Zhang. The matter here has already been resolved. There's no need for further trouble. Tong Tong, rest assured, just tell me what happened. There's no need to be afraid with your teacher here." Teacher Zhang spoke with an air of righteous authority, eager to champion justice, yet he completely ignored the words of the other students, insisting on hearing Zhao Zitong's version of events. "Yi Emohan hit someone. Actually, an apology would have sufficed. I only wanted what was best for him to avoid escalating things, but nonsense. It was Hu Shua who started it, snatching someone else's phone. That's right. This time we stand with Yi Emohan. Those online rumors must be investigated thoroughly." The surrounding crowd, displeased by her words, stepped forward to voice their support. Many in the classroom were Yi Emohan's classmates. Even Zhao Zitong's position was untenable here. As classmates, they had to side with Yi Emohan. Zhao Zitong's eyes reddened as she spoke pitifully. "I understand, but resorting to violence is wrong. Alright, I have a general idea. So you two are the troublemakers, yes? Both of you follow me," Teacher Zhang said sternly, looking at Yi Emohan and Hu Shua. He turned to leave the classroom, then seeing the crowd packed inside, added, "You all continue with your lesson." This incident ultimately escalated to the school's higher authorities. The matter itself was minor. No blood was drawn, but with Zhao Zitong's involvement it took on a different dimension. They were promptly summoned to the principal's office for tea. However, not long after, Yi Emohan walked out unscathed. The lightest punishment would have been a several thousand-word self-criticism, but he was released after only a few questions. A moment later, Hu Shua was also let go, though his face was etched with indignation. Inside the principal's office, a white-haired old man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, sat leisurely in his chair sipping tea. Every gesture exuded an extraordinary bearing, with a trace of authority in his brow. "Principal, what's going on? This has upset Miss Zitong. I heard she's even been pursuing him, and this lad had the audacity to refuse. How utterly ungrateful." Teacher Zhang, who had earlier played the role of mediator in the classroom, was also present, looking utterly perplexed. Hu Shua was one thing. Though he hadn't donated a building to the school, he came from a prominent wealthy family. But Yi Emohan, he was a complete unknown. At an institution like Qing University, which essentially housed many of Modus' wealthy scions, things appeared pristine on the surface. A dream school for all, but beneath the veneer it was far from glamorous. "This isn't a serious matter. From now on, don't bother with his affairs at school. Cut him some slack whenever possible." Taking a sip of tea, the principal continued. "Yi Emohan is the person old Master Lin sought before his death. He's protected by the Yi family, and now I've heard he's connected to the death of Lin Jianyi's eldest son. This man is no simple figure. At the very least, it's best to steer clear of the Lin family's affairs for now. Who knows how the tides will turn in Modu." In truth, the principal had only revealed one aspect of his concerns. What he truly dreaded were the rumors he had heard. He couldn't afford to act against this man, though doing so might cost him his own position. Having served as principal for decades, he understood one principle: while the unseen forces lurking in the shadows were often the most terrifying. Yi Emohan returned safely to his dormitory. Upon learning that he had neither been punished nor made to write a self-criticism, and that the school seemed to treat the matter lightly, his roommates were astonished. Wang Xin in particular exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Not a scratch? How did you pull that off, Yi? That teacher has a notorious reputation across the entire school. Fall into his hands, and you're doomed. If he targets you, you'd better pack your bags and leave." "Nothing special. They just asked me a few questions. Probably because I've met some people from the Lin family before they let me off." Yi Emohan shrugged. "Holy crap, that's insane. So you didn't fall for Zhao Zitong because you found yourself a richer heiress, huh? You can live off that handsome face for the rest of your life. Get lost." Wang Qin then asked, "By the way, what happened to that punk, Hu Shua? That sour face of his is always irritating." "Same as me, nothing. What a pity. They hadn't had their fill of the fight. If not for the school bowtie's arrival, they would have gone another round to see whose fists were harder. Look, people are starting to clarify the rumors online. Great. The school beauty can't fool the sharp eyes of the masses after all. With Yes' perfectly cultivated image of an ascetic, how could he be so easily slandered by Zhao Zitong?" Indeed, indeed. Well said. Later, the counselor also came to the dormitory to check on Yi Emohan. After learning the full story, he left equally puzzled that Yi Emohan had faced no consequences. Clearly, this was abnormal. But there were plenty of abnormal things, and he didn't dwell on it. He merely reminded Yi Emohan to stop skipping classes and causing trouble, and to avoid violence if possible. "Next time I see that bastard Hu Shua, I'll stomp on him good." Don't brag until you can walk out of the principal's office as safely as he did. In short, Hu Shua had grabbed Ye Mohan's phone over the Zhao Zidong incident, initially intending to expose a scumbag, but ended up making a fool of himself. The only silver lining was that Zhao Zidong was a naive sweetheart, and Hu Shua received her concern, so his beating wasn't entirely in vain. Perhaps they might end up together freeing Ye Mohan. In the afternoon, after finishing all his classes, Ye Mohan prepared to head to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic to pick up some medicine. He had already called ahead describing the patient's condition, and an old Chinese medicine practitioner had prepared the prescription. He could pick it up immediately upon arrival, wasting no time before heading straight to the girl's home. His heart was already racing with impatience. He wished he could instantly teleport to her side. Arriving at the clinic, a secluded ancient establishment that looked centuries old, it was now in decline. The entire clinic had only 2 people: the old practitioner he knew and his granddaughter, who only helped out occasionally, spending about half the week there. Essentially, the clinic was run by this old man alone, and it might close down in a few years. Good lad, last time it was a hand injury, now it's a leg injury. If your skills aren't up to par, you shouldn't be roaming around Modu so recklessly. Aren't you afraid of losing your life here? The old practitioner, surnamed Wang, was commonly called Old Wang next door, though it was just a nickname. Dressed in a white lab coat with classic reading glasses perched on his nose, he had a kindly smile. Of course, a first encounter might be a bit unsettling. There were always a few eccentric old men lurking in such deep alleys. Ye Mohan recalled their first meeting on a street where this eccentric old man had taken a liking to him at first sight, claiming he was born to be a test subject for herbal medicines. He had initially suspected a senior scam ring, but since he got paid for testing, he had taken on quite a few gigs here before. Mainly the medicine he drank genuinely made him feel better with no noticeable side effects. Just an inexplicable heat in his body that a cold shower could quell. He guessed it was something heat-inducing in the herbs. I told you on the phone, it's not for me. It's for a friend who's injured. Ye Mohan sighed in exasperation. This old man, probably lonely from being alone too long, said whatever came to mind, and was especially sharp with his jabs. Still, the old man's medical skills were exceptional. Spending time with him, Ye Mohan had even picked up some Chinese medicine knowledge, which was why he immediately thought of him when the girl fell ill. The old man's beard twitched as he chuckled. What friend? So urgent that you called ahead to have me prepare it. Xiao Yi, I used the best medicine from my clinic. Stuff you can't buy anywhere else. How are you going to thank me? Clearly the old man had gone out of his way for Ye Mohan, preparing his special leg injury remedies at a single phone call, with remarkably effective results. Ye Mohan waved his hand dismissively. Just a friend. He'll test your medicine for free for a few days deal. Now give it to me. I need to deliver it. Alright, I'll go get it. As the old man turned back into the room, he suddenly caught a whiff of Chinese herbs. He slapped his thigh in sudden realization. I almost forgot. My medicine is still brewing. Xiao Yi, don't leave just yet. Help me test my new formula first. He dashed off to where the herbs were boiling, and Ye Mohan had no choice but to follow. Thank goodness it's not too late, or I'd have to brew another pot. Wait here, you'll get a cup. With that, the old man grabbed a cup and poured a full cup of the herbal decoction from the pot. Instantly, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs filled the room. A scent that was far from unpleasant, actually quite fragrant, like a blend of various herbs. Mild, no. It was even a bit intense. This concoction definitely contains some potent ingredients. Drink up. Tell me how it tastes. The heat should be just right this time. No major deviations. The old man, as if cherishing a prized possession, carefully handed the cup to Ye Mohan, urging him with a smile. What exactly does this medicine do? Ye Mohan stared at the brown liquid steam rising from it. He sensed it was an upgraded version of the herbal concoctions had had before. It was hard to believe that this seemingly unreliable old man possessed medical skills far beyond his expectations. This medicine has too many uses. Just drink it, and you'll feel it yourself. Go on. So Ye Mohan brought it to his lips and blew on it. It was a bit hot, but to save time he took small sips at first, then switched to large gulps, downing the entire cup. It wasn't a small liquor cup, but one of those old-fashioned tea mugs. He was used to such large quantities by now. The taste was complex. In short, best swallowed quickly, without savoring, or else it would leave his tongue numb and astringent in his mouth, an unpleasant experience. Alright, I'm done. Doesn't feel like anything. Don't tell me it's useless or that ITLL give me side effects. How could any decoction I brew have side effects? Every medicine has its toxicity, but this one won't harm your body at all. You'll feel its effects gradually. The old man watched Ye Mohan finish the medicine with a mysterious smile. This time he had upgraded several ingredients with rare treasures, sure to bring a completely different experience. Fine, I believe you. Just give me the stuff. Ye Mohan urged, impatient to waste any more time. Every day his time with the girl was limited. Every second wasted here was a second less of being alone with Xiao Shi. I get it. This friend of yours must be really important to you. He'll get it now. The old man returned to the room, and soon handed Ye Mohan a bag of medicine with special instructions. This is an ointment. Just apply it to the surface of the wound. Though I haven't seen your friend's injury firsthand, this ointment has never failed. It's made from herbs gathered deep in the mountains. Before he could finish, Yi Mo-han grabbed the ointment and dashed out waving his hand. All right, I'm off. They'll call you to let you know how it works. The old man sighed as he watched Yi Mo-han's retreating figure, wishing he had more of a passion for learning. Young people these days were always caught up in fighting, unaware of how precious their own bodies were. If he really died, it would be a tremendous loss. This decoction has many effects. Strengthening the body is one. For him, gathering yang energy and boosting it means enhancing virility. Young people should experience the great benefits of Chinese medicine. Yi Mo-han held the medicine in one hand while typing a message to the girl with the other. He felt that just bringing medicine wasn't enough. He should prepare some fruit or something for the patient. There were many things he didn't know about her, and this was a perfect opportunity to learn more and bridge the distance between them. Yi Mo-han, I've got the medicine. Do you want me to buy you something to eat? What do you feel like having? He'll get it all. Lin Xi, really? That's so kind of you, but I don't have much of an appetite. Still, thank you. It's wonderful having you. Yi Mo-han's face instantly flushed. Indeed, it was wonderful. Though some trouble had arisen this morning, overall, like yesterday, it was another incredibly happy day. Wonderful. Receiving the girl's praise, Yi Mo-han resolved at that moment to protect this hard-won beauty with his life, no matter what happened in the future. Given the severity of her injuries, the girl would undoubtedly require more nourishment to recover. Yi Mo-han naturally wanted to do everything possible to help she recover, hoping that one day she would stand gracefully, her slender figure moving into his embrace, restoring their bond, and perhaps even deepening it beyond what it once was. All the lost memories of the past 6 years could be reclaimed, binding them together forever. Just as the driver had said long ago, goodness must be reserved for the most precious love, the one who had changed his life. Yi Mo-han sent a message. Let me buy you some fruit. Lin Xi replied. Actually, anything you buy is fine with me. Yi Mo-han was stunned for a moment, then turned and walked into the most expensive fruit shop. In no time he emerged carrying 2 or 3 large bags packed with an assortment of fruits. Unsure which one she liked, he figured buying a variety would ensure she had something to enjoy. Afterward, Yi Mo-han hailed a taxi. He had plenty of friends who would lend him a car with a single word, but none were in Modu here. He was just an ordinary college student. Once inside the taxi, he asked the driver to hurry, and soon felt the thrill of speed. The driver certainly delivered. An hour later he arrived. Knocking on the door in the morning, it was the warm-hearted Aunt Wang who opened it, inviting him in. Xiao Yi, I'm truly grateful for your help. I really need to pick up my child now. Noticing the bags in his hands, she exclaimed, You bought so much. Auntie, some are for you, and some are for she. She needs fruit to regain her strength while recovering. But you didn't have to buy this much. How long will it take to finish, even with the fridge? It'd be a shame if it goes bad. Aunt Wang took some of the fruit from Yi Mo-han, insisting he take something back with him later. What's this? She asked, noticing a medicine bag in his hand, emitting a peculiar herbal scent. A friend of mine runs a Chinese medicine clinic. I had him prepare some herbal remedies. They're very effective for treating leg injuries. Xiao Yi, you're so thoughtful. Come in quickly, don't stand outside. Aunt Wang tidied the fruits, washing some and arranging them on a plate for the 2 youngsters to enjoy later. Auntie, where is she? Yi Mo-han glanced around, already knowing, but feigning ignorance to avoid seeming too forward. She's upstairs. With her leg, she mostly stays in her room, so she really needs someone to look after her. I might be back a bit late. Sorry to trouble you, Xiao Yi. No trouble, Auntie. It's the least I can do. She's my best friend. Best friend. Do best friends carry each other up and down the stairs? Yi Mo-han's ears reddened, and he was at a loss for words. It seemed they were indeed too intimate. Such actions were usually reserved for couples. All right, I'm off. I won't tease you youngsters anymore. Aunt Wang waved her hand, gave a few instructions, and closed the door behind her to pick up her child. Take care, Auntie. Yi Mo-han watched her leave, and the air suddenly grew quiet. Now only he and she remained in the room. Remembering yesterday's events, the atmosphere seemed to thicken with intimacy. Yi Mo-han, pull yourself together. Don't embarrass yourself like yesterday. At least get to know her better. Ask what she likes. Yi Mo-han felt even more nervous than before his college entrance exams, his heart unprepared. It was their first real meeting yesterday, and he knew nothing about her, yet she effortlessly recalled details from his childhood, even remembering how tall he was back then. This filled him with guilt. As a child, he was truly oblivious, perhaps even doing things that saddened her. In his memory, she had been angry enough to ignore his messages several times, once for as long as a week. At first he hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, but later he found he couldn't bear to be without her, often thinking of her when idle. Only after apologizing did things return to how they were. He was so childish back then. Now he realized how much she had tolerated him. He also learned her full name, something even Aunt Wang didn't know. He had to ask her directly via message. My name is Xi Lin. Just call me Xi. It's a nice name, isn't it? He'll only answer that one question. The rest you'll have to ask me in person tomorrow. Otherwise you'll be foolish again. Are you nervous around girls in real life? This was the message she sent, and he read it no fewer than 10 times. Of course, he wasn't nervous around all girls. Only the one he liked. From the moment she recognized him, his heart felt as if it had returned to that youthful era, memories flooding back in an overwhelming rush. In that instant he was impulsive. But after the impulse, how could he not be nervous? He had zero experience with close real-life interactions. Last night, he had wanted to learn more about her, especially since his dorm mate, a self-proclaimed strategist, advised that to win someone's heart, you must first win over those around them. Thorough preparation was key. Knowing nothing about Shi, Mohan turned to Miss Lin, who had been their classmate and might know her interests. Can you tell me a bit more? He asked sincerely. Lin Xi replied, "Huh, pervert. Not satisfied yet. Want to know private stuff like her measurements? That's not impossible, but it'll cost you." Yi Mohan saw her reply and initially thought to ask how much. Then shaking his head, he deleted his draft and typed a new message. I wanted to ask about Zai's hobbies, like what she likes to eat or do. After sending it, he regretted it. Even if she didn't know, he still wanted to know, for the girl was soft and fragrant, a sensation he couldn't even dream of. Fine, but where's the money? Yi Mohan sighed at her reply. This young lady was truly greedy, even though her family was already wealthy. Not only was she eccentric, but also perverse. Your grandfather entrusted 100 billion to you for me, and I've never asked for it. How about this? Name your price and deduct it from that amount. Yi Mohan had no intention of taking that money, as he harbored not a single favorable impression of the Lin family. This young lady was a triples difficulty challenge, but she had helped him find Shi. Lin Xi, nonsense. Have you forgotten that my grandfather asked you to take care of me before he died? Unless you abandon your first love and be with me, all 100 billion is mine. You won't get a single cent. So what do you think? 100 billion is a lot. Surely you can weigh that against your first love. And I'm quite pretty, you know. Yi Mohan immediately refused. 100 billion was indeed a fortune, but it meant nothing compared to Shi. Her place in his heart was beyond any comparison. Back in reality, Yi Mohan took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with emotion. Having lost her once and found her again, he cherished her all the more. He was about to head upstairs when he remembered to grab the medicine and washed fruit. Caring for a patient required a bit of attention. The strategist in his dorm had given a lecture, and he had absorbed some advice, mainly about demonstrating meticulous care. At the door, Yi Mohan knocked softly, his pressed lips betraying his nervousness. Come in. The melodious voice from within stirred his heart. It sounded even more beautiful than an angel's. Yi Mohan pushed the door open without thinking and saw the girl in a floral white dress sitting by the spring-filled window. Her long hair flowed, and her delicate fair skin was faintly visible. Everything was too beautiful, as if in a fantastical dream. Bathed in sunlight, her hair shimmered with golden light, brighter than the most radiant stars, more dazzling than the most splendid fireworks, more real than the most enchanting dream. Auntie, when will he be here? He said he was almost here. Lin Xi murmured longingly, her hands still busy. Yi Mohan's heart melted. She was waiting for him. But he was even more curious about what she was doing with her hands. Was it a hobby? Yi Mohan called out. Lin Xi looked up, realizing he was right behind her, and a blush crept across her stunningly beautiful face. Yi Mohan saw it and felt sweetness in his heart. So this was how beautiful and enchanting a shy she could be. Why didn't you tell me you were here? I thought it was Auntie, Lin Xi said, puffing her cheeks. Next time for sure. I just arrived at Auntie has already left. Yi Mohan scratched his head awkwardly. By the way, I bought some fruit. See if there's anything you like. Yi Mohan walked over and placed the fruit on the table, positioning himself to see what the girl was doing. This is... His pupils suddenly constricted, taking him back 6 years to that warm winter. The girl's delicate snow-white fingers worked amidst a pile of knitting yarn. Holding 2 needles, she deftly wove the yarn into the shape of a hat. Each movement tugged at Yi Mohan's heart, drawing his focus entirely to her. Lin Xi smoothed the yarn she was working with. I started this a long time ago. I meant to give it to you, but I never got the chance. Now I want to try again. Even though it's not winter, yet it's still meant for you. She picked up the half-finished hat and examined its shape. Will it be too small? It would have fit you as a child, but now it might be a bit tight. It's fine. I love it. When will you give it to me? Yi Mohan's eyes glistened with tears. It will probably take a few more days. I'm not very skilled, yet if I knit too fast it won't look good. As Lin Xi spoke, she placed the half-knitted hat into a box, stretched her back, and said, Alright, I'll finish the rest tomorrow. I'll definitely complete it and give it to you, so you won't be cold this winter. At that moment, Yi Mohan noticed a crystal gemstone bracelet on the girl's wrist and recalled the origin of this accessory. He had saved up his breakfast money for a month, but still couldn't afford it. Eventually, he helped the shop owner resolve a problem with the city inspectors, and the owner sold him the bracelet at a discount. Though he knew it was made of plastic, it sparkled on the girl's wrist, resembling genuine gemstones. This was a gift from me. Yi Mohan hadn't expected that after so many years he would see the item adorning the person he cherished. It's quite peculiar to see childhood belongings after growing up. Lin Xi responded. I was really happy back then. It was the first time I received such a beautiful gift. Yi Mohan pursed his lips, scratched his head sheepishly, and couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. It seemed his taste as a child was decent. He had picked out this very chain from among so many. By the way, your aunt has already cut up these fruits. Would you like some? Yi Mohan pointed to the fruit on the table, which included apples, oranges, and half strawberries. Alright. Lin Xi picked up a slice of apple with a small fork and held it out to Yi Mohan. You have the first bite. His ears reddened, but he lowered his head and accepted the girl's offering. The apple was sweet, but the sweetness penetrated even deeper into his heart. Who could refuse a girl who willingly feeds him with her own hands? Yi Mohan had no resistance against Lin Xi, whether in the past or now that they had officially met. He had never doubted his instincts. Over the past 6 years, though he had lost much, he had also gained considerable understanding. He even realized what he wanted to do in the future. Is it good, Yi? Lin Xi tilted her head and smiled. Yi Mohan nodded. It's good. Have another piece. How about an orange slice? Open up. Lin Xi treated him like a child, thoughtfully asking him to open his mouth as she fed him herself. This was an intimate gesture that would be considered very romantic, even for a couple. Yi Mohan's palms grew sweaty. Yet as he looked at the girl, she seemed completely unaware, her beautiful face still wearing a gentle smile, as if this were perfectly normal. She's still the same as before, only knowing how to be kind to me. Yi Mohan's heart was moved once again, tears nearly escaping his eyes. What a fool. Despite being the one who was ill, she still treated those around her with such kindness. It had been the same back then. Even when he was being so willful, she could have scolded him and made him realize that no one, no matter how good, would revolve around him. But even when he was in the wrong, the girl would always forgive him and take the initiative to make up. You eat it. These were bought for you anyway. This time let me feed you. Yi Mohan took the fork from the girl's hand and brought it to her small lips. Lin Xi paused for a moment, then happily took a bite, her cheeks puffing out adorably as she chewed. Yi Mohan felt a great sense of accomplishment and thought to himself, from now on he'll take care of you whether you're injured or not. At that moment Lin Xi pointed at the strawberries on the table and asked with wide pleading eyes, Yi Mohan, I want to eat a strawberry. Can you feed me? Yi Mohan couldn't resist. He immediately picked up a strawberry with the fork and brought it to Lin Xi's lips. Tell me what else you want to eat. I bought a lot of fruit and put it in the fridge downstairs. Lin Xi blinked her clear eyes, looked at Yi Mohan and smiled. You're so nice, Yi Mohan. You used to be disobedient, but now that you've grown up you've become a bit more well-behaved. Yi Mohan's face instantly flushed crimson, the color spreading to the tips of his ears. He hadn't expected to be called out on it so quickly. When they were children he had told the girl everything. They had reached a point of no secrets. The girl knew him even better than his foster parents did, and she often cared for him like an older sister figure he met online. But in reality he was older than her, and now he wanted a romantic relationship, not to be treated like a younger brother. I was indeed immature about many things back then. Yi Mohan scratched his head, unsure of what else the girl remembered. But he found out the next second. I remember you telling me a lot of funny things. Like finding a round package at home and not knowing what it was. Oh, and when your pants accidentally got a hole, and then... Stop. Yi Mohan was mortified. Back then he hadn't given much thought to gender differences. It was only after 2 or 3 years of knowing her that vague feelings began to stir. Of course it was after he accidentally discovered the adult films his family had hidden that he matured a great deal and increasingly wanted to chat with the girl on the phone at night. Ha! Lin Xi covered her lips with her hand, her clear, watery eyes narrowing into charming slits curving adorably. The girl's smile was as beautiful as a flower. Yi Mohan was so mesmerized that he stared blankly for a long time. It wasn't until she spoke to remind him that he snapped out of it. No matter how many times he saw her, he couldn't help but fall in. So Yi Mohan quickly changed the subject and brought out the treasure he had brought with him. I also brought something. This ointment is good for your leg. It was given to me by a very skilled Chinese medicine practitioner friend of mine. He took the ointment out of the bag. It was contained in a small antique-looking pot that exuded a simple ancient aura. When he opened the lid, a medicinal scent immediately wafted out. Refreshing and pleasant, not at all pungent. Lin Xi looked at it curiously. How do you use it? Just apply it evenly to the injured area. It's very effective. Yi Mohan began extolling the various benefits of the ointment in front of the girl. He hadn't actually tried it himself, but the old Chinese medicine doctor had said it was excellent, so it must be reliable. Let's try it then. I've never used this kind of ointment before. It looks really good. Lin Xi played along with Yi Mohan, her tone filled with feigned amazement and interest. Damn it. No Chinese medicine ointment would work, not even if Hua Tuo or Zhang Zhongjing themselves showed up. What he wanted was for it to take 2 or 3 months to heal, not a single day earlier. Lin Xi saw right through him. This old pervert Yi Mohan just wanted her to get better quickly so they could date and have fun every day. No way. How could I, a villain, let the protagonist get his way? I'd rather kill him myself. Lin Xi glanced at the injury on her leg. The damage was to the internal bone, with only a few scrapes on the skin surface. By now the surface abrasions had completely healed, revealing smooth, pale skin with no trace of injury. Apply it on the bed. Or right here in the wheelchair. Yi Mohan had already found the applicator for the ointment, but he hesitated, seeing that the girl couldn't move her injured leg. Right here is fine. Lin Xi said, turning her head away shyly as she carefully lifted her injured leg towards Yi Mohan. She trembled slightly, perhaps, because it was the first time she had shown this part of her body to a man, especially while wearing a skirt. Help me please. Lin Xi said softly, a faint blush spreading across her stunning face, illuminated by the sunlight like a scene from a movie. Watching this, Yi Mohan inexplicably felt his body heat up. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. But the heat only intensified, spiraling out of control. He immediately thought of the bowl of Chinese medicine he had drunk today. He cursed that old man several times under his breath. At this critical moment these side effects had to flare up again, even though he had promised there were none. He had no choice but to tough it out. Yimohan thought that if he tried not to look at the girl too much he would be fine. But applying ointment to her leg made it impossible not to look. His gaze followed the hem of her skirt downward, revealing a pair of long fair legs, full and well-proportioned, each inch radiating an alluring sheen under the sunlight. Yimohan quickly shook his head. What was going on? The properties of this medicine seemed a bit off, giving him a strange feeling. He had intended to avoid looking, but now he couldn't tear his eyes away, completely captivated by the girl's delicate smooth legs. And then from top to bottom his focus landed on the fluffy slippers on her feet. Half of one slipper hung in the air, revealing a rounded, delicate ankle, which made her legs look even more perfect, like a flawless line. Should I take off the slippers? Lin Xi looked up slightly, noticing Yimohan's strange behavior, but asked tentatively anyway. It would be better to take them off, otherwise applying the ointment might be inconvenient. Yimohan replied, almost without thinking. He shook his head, unable to turn off the light in his eyes. It was as if his Buddhist instincts were bypassing his brain. Lin Xi nodded. Oh, then I'll need to take off my socks too. Help me take them off. She thought it would be great to make Yimohan smell her stinky feet while having to take care of her meticulously. The thought was quite satisfying. All right. Yimohan swallowed hard. Upon hearing those words, the thoughts in his mind could no longer be contained. Take them off. It's for the sake of applying the ointment properly. Otherwise the effect wouldn't be as good. So while Lin Xi sat in the wheelchair, Yimohan knelt down on one knee in front of her, carefully placed her injured leg on his thigh, and kept asking if it hurt. It's okay. Lin Xi squinted her eyes, looking thoroughly pleased. She had finally gotten the protagonist under control. Now he was kneeling before her, the villain, tending to her stinky feet. A successful villain can effortlessly manipulate the protagonist with just 3 sentences, making him believe he is facing a sweet and innocent girl. Little does he know he's been deceived. It's absolutely hilarious. Lin Xi chuckled inwardly, completely unconcerned that her feet were now exposed before the man. She appeared frail and delicate, as if injured, evoking a strong desire to care for her. Yimohan carefully cradled her, first removing her shoes, revealing a pair of petite and exquisite feet, their lines and curves flawless, truly beyond reproach. A deep gleam flickered in his eyes. His hand hovered mere inches from this jade-like foot, as if he could hold it entirely in one palm, small and soft. But at this moment, he exercised utmost caution, desperately suppressing that thought at the edge of the cliff. Tell me if it hurts. Lin Xi responded softly. Yimohan continued to touch the silk edge of her sock at the ankle. It was smooth and soft, and he could feel the delicate silky skin of the young girl, a delightful sensation. A startle ran through him, nearly making him forget what he was doing. His hand kept pulling, tracing the graceful lines from top to bottom, as if peeling away a thin layer of gauze. Yimohan's gaze followed as the sock slid from her ankle to her toes, revealing 5 pink jade-like toes. Round and neat, their nails tinged with a faint pink hue. The entire jade foot lay completely exposed before him, even the faintly visible veins and the curve of the instep sparking boundless imagination, an aesthetic of the utmost refinement. Lin Xi frowned. What's going on? Why was his hand so hot just now? She suddenly realized, damn, could he have suddenly awakened some kind of fetish? Hiss, the villain. Even this. He's hungry, truly hungry. Lin Xi had originally thought the protagonist would be utterly innocent with his first love. Had she underestimated the extent of his perversion? His perversion was all an act. There's someone who can outdo him. Are you trying to treat an injury, or what? Maybe forget it, I'll have Andy help me later. As Lin Xi spoke, she tried to pull her leg back. Seeing her sock still in Yimohan's hand, her eyes widened. Was he going to hide it and not give it back? For a moment she felt like slapping herself. She had given the protagonist another piece of equipment, hadn't she? Lin Xi instantly wished her injury would heal immediately, otherwise at 1 sock a day she'd run out of stock. Don't move. Yimohan held the girl's leg still, his magnetic voice tender as he said, almost done. Damn, Lin Xi was dumbfounded. She had taken this game too far. She had wanted to have some fun, but now he was the one enjoying it, wasn't he? Damn it. The villain is starving and he goes for it, even when she's injured. Lin Xi couldn't find an excuse for a moment. Watching Yimohan about to do whatever he pleased with her, she realized for the first time how dangerous this account was for the protagonist. In short, it was very dangerous. Maybe she should delete the account. Just then Yimohan seemed to sense something and asked, does it hurt? He'll be gentler. Lin Xi had no choice now. She turned her head away, blushing, and muttered in a low voice. Then be gentle, oh no, be quick. Lin Xi wanted to say both quick and gentle, but the words sounded misleading. Earlier she had been in control, but now the protagonist had found her weak spot. What a schemer. Now you've shown your true colors, haven't you? Holding me is fine, but looking at my feet. Pervert. Don't even think about it again. Lin Xi gritted her teeth inwardly. His hand was burning hot, a heat that pierced her skin. She knew exactly what that meant. Lin Xi turned her head away, her cheeks flushed with shame as she consoled herself, I don't know him, I don't know him. He'll block him later. He's not worthy of keeping company with someone as pure as me. Don't worry. Yi Mohan had already taken out a cotton swab and was carefully applying ointment on the girl's injured foot little by little. All right, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he wasn't using his hands, or else she would have felt even more flustered. Just thinking about it seemed so perverse. After a few more moments of application, sensing that the motion on her leg had ceased, Lin Xi thought it was over and completely relaxed. Thankfully, nothing unusual occurred. Who knew the protagonist would suddenly act like that? Shouldn't he at least wait until after his wounds healed? It's a bit slow, Yi Mohan remarked thoughtfully, because not only did he have to apply the ointment, but he also needed to spread it evenly, otherwise the effect wouldn't be as good. Actually, this is fine too. Lin Xi's heart once again hung in midair. Could it be that he was trying to use the ointment application as an excuse again? She quickly said, "You're really kind, thank you. Let's do something else. I'll use my hands to help you, I'll be faster." Yi Mohan's hands were now on her, his eyes gleaming with an intense, almost predatory light. This was clearly not just applying ointment. He was up to no good again. Damn it. No, please. Lin Xi's heart was in turmoil, biting her thin lips, while inwardly screaming, "Guard. Save the emperor. There's a pervert." Yi Mohan still appeared to be merely applying ointment to treat her. She couldn't say anything, and most importantly, she had been the one to actively extend her injured leg for him to treat. Suddenly she felt it again, and this time it was over a large area. Lin Xi bit her lip, her face flushed with shame as she turned away, forced to endure it. This feeling was truly indescribable. In her heart, she wished for it to pass quickly, and for Andy to come back soon. Yi Mohan felt much better. Touching the girl's cool, smooth skin, his own body temperature instantly dropped. His mind gradually cleared, yet his hands were reluctant to let go. He continued applying the ointment for the girl, even spreading it on uninjured areas. One could say he was being exceptionally thorough. By the time he came to his senses, he didn't know how long had passed, and he seemed to realize what he had been doing. Looking up at the girl, he saw her stunningly beautiful face, flushed crimson, as if it might bleed at any moment. Her white teeth bit her lips, and she looked as if she wanted to say something, but held back. Yi Mohan had never seen the girl look so alluring, but then he thought about what he was doing. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Yi Mohan snapped back to reality, and his hands sprang away, as if from a spring. Was he even applying ointment? How had he been doing it for so long? And he had even applied it to uninjured areas. It had almost nothing to do with applying ointment anymore. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I drank some herbal medicine from that old traditional Chinese doctor earlier, and it had some strange effects." At this moment he was panicking. Who knew what kind of bad impression he had left on the girl? If it weren't for their good relationship, she would have already called him a pervert and had him arrested. The girl simply withdrew her leg without looking at him again. The flush on her face gradually faded, and she became calm. So that was it. If he really had those kinds of thoughts, he would have done something strange already. Still, she should have been angry and punished the protagonist by not meeting him for a week. But her current goal was to keep the protagonist by her side until things were safe, after which he could go wherever he pleased. Forget it, I'll just consider it as being touched by a dog's paw. But it's so embarrassing, she thought to herself. So this was the protagonist's fetish. Even if he had drunk some herbal medicine and wasn't fully conscious, his true nature had come out. She would never let Yi Mohan apply ointment for her again. Anyway, this sacrifice was too great. She couldn't even let him hug her anymore. What if he drank some heavily restorative herbal medicine again and stirred up? She couldn't handle that. What's there to be sorry about? Lin Xi opened her eyes wide, looking at Yi Mohan with an innocent expression. Huh. Yi Mohan was filled with remorse, never expecting the girl to not be angry at all. Aren't you mad? Of course not. You were just helping me apply ointment, weren't you? Though it was a bit slow. Yi Mohan looked at the girl's innocent face, still feeling guilty. He would never drink that old doctor's herbal medicine again. The side effects were too severe. If he ever did something to wrong the girl, Yi Mohan would never forgive himself. At the very least, for now, he only wanted to take care of her and be good to her. Anything else would have to wait until their relationship was confirmed. Lin Xi also breathed a sigh of relief, glad her acting skills were up to par. It wasn't as if she had been swept up in the moment herself. Now she had two most effective moves: acting cute and acting coy. After all, she had previously given him some information, and the first love the protagonist imagined was exactly like this. And now reality matched it. He would instantly be swept away by the sweetness of this romance. At that moment the sun sank beyond the horizon, painting the sky with a rosy glow, and a faint blush lingered on the girl's cheeks, captivating Yi Mohan completely. She was undoubtedly the most adorable and beautiful girl in the world, he thought, his heart stirred. He had unwittingly strayed into uncharted territory, tasting a sensation he had never experienced before. If they were in a relationship, he could hold her openly, keep her close in his arms forever. Yi Mohan felt a pang of regret. He had embraced her twice yesterday, but not once today. The soft, fragrant touch lingered in his dreams, an echo he couldn't forget. I want to hold her, but what if she refuses? Yi Mohan's heart wrestled with doubt. Then she lifted her gaze to him, her eyes curving into a smile more beautiful than any flower. His face froze for a moment before a wave of relief washed over him. This is fine as it is, he thought. The two stood by the window. Lin Xi sat quietly in her wheelchair, gazing out at the view. A gentle breeze brushed past her ears, stirring her hair, and tugging at the young man's heartstrings. Yi Mohan stood behind her pushing the wheelchair. Though the sunset painted a magnificent scene outside, his eyes never left the girl before him. The more he looked, the more beautiful she became. In that moment he wished he could stand behind Xiaoxi forever or freeze time itself. People are happiest when they're on the verge of happiness, and Yi Mohan was no exception. Whenever I looked at the sky before, I always wondered what you were doing, he suddenly said. As a child, he had always felt that having a girl by his side meant he would never be lonely, and that brought him immense joy. Childhood happiness was simple and easily satisfied. He thought being in love was a wonderful thing without understanding its true significance. And now I don't have to look up. I just lower my head and see you, Yi Mohan replied, gazing at Lin Xi. The girl he once believed was so far away was now right beside him. Time slipped by unnoticed. Auntie had returned after picking up her child from kindergarten and dropping them off at her parents' place. It was almost time for Yi Mohan to leave. Auntie had deliberately taken her time, even bringing the child to the park for a while, nearly 4 hours in total. Yet Yi Mohan still felt it wasn't long enough. He hadn't had his fill of being there, even if it meant just sitting in a daze. Lin Xi, of course, wouldn't let Yi Mohan go. Once he left, she would bombard him with messages again. Today he had taken such advantage of her, he wouldn't be leaving without paying a price. Since Yi Mohan was already infatuated with her to the point where other girls made demands, she as the antagonist had to make him understand the consequences of walking into her trap. Of course she hadn't said that out loud. If the protagonist had too much initiative and added drama on his own, she couldn't help it. Yi Mohan, you. Lin Xi suddenly grabbed his hand, her eyes wide as if she had something to say. What's wrong? Yi Mohan found it even harder to leave now. Lin Xi spoke softly. Can you stay with me tonight? That struck a chord with Yi Mohan. He didn't want to leave either. He wished he could move his entire school here. Though his heart longed to stay, he had to feign hesitation. Meeting on the first day and staying together the next. Wasn't that too fast? Yi Mohan scratched his head. That doesn't seem right, he said while inwardly rejoicing. This is great, this is great. Heaven has been kind. They'll talk to Auntie. We can chat about our childhood. If it really doesn't work out, then fine. Yi Mohan quickly changed his tune, agreeing without a second thought. All right, afraid that a moment's delay would ruin his chance. Really? You're so kind. A flicker of amusement passed through Lin Xi's eyes. Everything was going as planned. He thought staying would bring joy, unaware that he had fallen into a trap she had set. Others a lyric that rings true: love makes people lose their minds. Did he really have that much charm? She hadn't even tried hard, yet Yi Mohan was so eager to be with her. Didn't he know it was dangerous for a protagonist to stay at the antagonist's house? Lin Xi had intended to invite him directly, but now she played hard to get adding with some deliberation. But you have school tomorrow. It'll be inconvenient. How about we wait until the weekend? It's fine. I can get up early. Yi Mohan couldn't wait until the weekend. Today was only Wednesday. He couldn't bear even 2 more days, let alone 1. As for early morning classes, they didn't matter at all. He would deal with them later. Hearing this, Lin Xi's eyes curved into a smile. That's really great. You can stay with me so late, she said happily. Yi Mohan, usually a cool, aloof figure at school, rejecting confessions from campus beauties without a second glance, found himself scratching his head sheepishly at the girl's praise, a silly grin spreading across his face. He was too happy. In Lin Xi's eyes, if she didn't know he was the protagonist, she would have thought he was some simpleton, handsome but empty-headed. With so many beautiful girls around him, he couldn't resist this. What would happen when she unleashed her later tactics? Should I practice fencing in advance? Lin Xi mused, then shook her head. Absolutely not. With 2 identities now, if she fenced him, it would be like fencing the proud and aloof young lady of the Lin family. Too terrifying. As if he had deliberately cross-dressed, switching identities just to be fenced by the protagonist. Lin Xi shuddered at the thought. Was this getting a bit perverse? She had to abandon this identity, or if Yi Mohan found a crack in her facade, it would be disastrous. She couldn't maintain her original persona. Lin Xi still wanted to be a cute and charming antagonist. Well, she stammered, trying to find a topic to banish the perverse thoughts from her mind, but nothing came to her. What's wrong? Yi Mohan looked at the girl, noticing a hint of panic in her clear eyes. Yi Mohan, you. Lin Xi hesitated, thinking better of it. She had wanted to ask if his feelings were just excitement from their reunion after 6 years, not genuine affection. But it seemed more likely that he truly liked her, and he genuinely saw her as a girl. Lin Xi played her role to perfection, naive and adorable, the ideal first love for any boy. Yi Mohan was the type who would never let go once he held on. As the antagonist, she had the protagonist firmly in her grasp, yet she couldn't shake a chill down her spine. What if he discovered the truth, and found it even more thrilling? What if he refused to let her go, and locked her away? That fate would be worse than death. Nothing, I forgot what I was going to say, Lin Xi said with a dazed look, appearing innocent and easily fooled. The kind of girl one would marry without a second thought. She decided to take it step by step. As long as there were no surprises, she wouldn't be found out. Keeping Yi Mohan immersed in a sweet romance was the most effective strategy. Afterward, Annie brought over some snacks. Lin Xi took the opportunity to mention that Yi Mohan would stay the night. Of course, they wouldn't sleep in the same room. That would be too inappropriate. All right, Xiao Yi, feel free to stay. He'll go prepare a room, Auntie said. Auntie, let me help you. No need ITLL, only take a few minutes. He'll have it ready in no time, Auntie replied, waving her hand. She walked out, closing the door behind her. It was still early, and it seemed their relationship was growing stronger. After that they really did chat about childhood memories and their own experiences. Of course, most of what Lin Xi said was fabricated, but now Yi Mohan believed everything she said. With her past groundwork and current efforts, he probably thought this would last a lifetime. Still, whether he was the protagonist or not, life was always full of trials. He needed to experience some hardships. If there were a sea of flowers outside the window, it would be so beautiful, Lin Xi suddenly remarked, her eyes gazing longingly at the view outside. There were only some grass, trees, and bare patches, too monotonous. Yi Mohan immediately caught on. The girl liked flowers. He knew what he had to do. I'm so sleepy. The sky outside had turned pitch black. Lin Xi sat drowsily in her wheelchair, rubbing her eyes with a hint of fatigue. She blinked, her eyelids growing heavy, until she finally succumbed to sleep. Yi Mohan, lost in thought, snapped back to reality and saw the girl asleep in her wheelchair, still wearing her thin pajamas. The wind outside was far colder than during the day. Yi Mohan quickly closed the window. Then, gazing at the girl sleeping in the wheelchair, still so adorable, Yi Mohan shook his head. Even with a boy in the room, she could sleep so soundly. If she ever fell in love, he couldn't imagine how blissful she would be holding each other every day. He never imagined that the girl who used to say such strange things was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper in reality, and he found himself utterly defenseless. Xiao Xi, shall I carry you to bed? Yi Mohan leaned down and said softly. Lin Xi let out a soft sound, her pink lips trembling with a gentle murmur. Woo! This left Yi Mohan at a loss. Too adorable. In the eyes of a lover, everything is a treasure. He wished he could watch her series of sleeping expressions all night without ever growing tired. Yi Mohan wrapped one arm around the girl's waist and the other under her legs, lifting her in a princess carry. Then he carefully placed her on the bed, pulled the covers over her, and only rose after ensuring not a single gap remained, a look of relief spreading across his face. Sleep well. Yi Mohan curled his lips, then recalled the girl's words from earlier. Gazing at the night scenery outside the window, his eyes hardened with resolve. A sea of flowers, huh? Then I'll give you my first gift, hoping you recover soon. Whatever she wanted, Yi Mohan would walk through fire and water to obtain, as long as it made her happy. He took one last look before walking out with relief, turning off the light and closing the door. Not long after Lin, she opened one eye, a flicker of cunning gleaming in her clear gaze. This is far more interesting than making wishes. Maybe I should ask Yi Mohan to pluck a star from the sky, but this state won't last long, as sooner or later the dream will shatter. Lin, she calmed down her thoughts, returning to reason. The deeper Yi Mohan immersed himself, the harder it would be for him to escape. Even the gift he was preparing for her now would leave traces. When he saw them later, they would have the same effect as the gifts from childhood. This trick never failed. Lin, she had already begun plotting an escape plan. Simply put, running away. Then she would drive a knife into the protagonist's heart, even deleting all contact accounts, leaving the protagonist with no way to reach her. The only one who knew was the antagonist. As the eldest miss of the Lin family, the real antagonist's debut wouldn't be so simple. Anyway, when the time came, she would let the protagonist know that having a trump card made all the difference. Though it's nice, it's a pity. I still want you to hate me a bit because I'm a man protagonist. You should love your school beauty heroine. Lin, she said this, then opened her phone to ask Lin Mingzhi about the Lin family situation. Clearly, under the protagonists' aura, Lin Jinni and Lin Changsheng were still quite resilient. It seemed that to return early she would have to rely on the protagonist's power, otherwise too many advantages would be taken and it would be hard to describe the feeling. Of course, the higher the rise, the harder the fall. She would let Yi Mohan feast on sweet dates, and just when he thought he had a whole tree of them, she would strike with a slap. That would hurt far more than a direct blow. I have a plan, but... Lin, she thought, what if he were truly in danger? Wouldn't the protagonist draw his sword and strike? The two brothers were already late-game bosses. Using the protagonist as a blade to kill them would be perfect. The next day, Lin, she watched from the window as Yi Mohan planted flowers in a small garden below. He carefully turned the soil, removed weeds, and spent a great deal of time. Alone, he was clearly exhausted, but he didn't utter a single word, only greeting the ant before starting to plant. Plant away, when the flowers bloom, it'll be gone. Lin, she watched quietly, her clear eyes devoid of any emotion. After planning everything last night, she no longer needed to be kind to the protagonist, and her legs were almost fully healed. Of course, she still had to sit in the wheelchair to keep fooling the protagonist, letting Yi Mohan foolishly take care of her. Under the sun, Yi Mohan worked like a gardener, learning the art of planting, while doing it utterly serious, feeling no fatigue, but only excitement. The flower seller had said that planting seedlings in this season would yield blooms in about a month. Then the garden would burst into a riot of colors, and the girl would see it from her window. Keep it up. Yi Mohan worked with vigor, determined to plant all the flowers early so the girl could see the sea of blossoms. He would stay up all night if necessary. Imagining the girl's joyful face, her eyes curving into a sweet smile, Yi Mohan was filled with energy. This workload was nothing to him. Meanwhile, Lin Xi glanced over and resumed knitting a hat she had started earlier. With nothing else to do, she decided to make one last thing for Yi Mohan. Though it might not be sincere, as long as Yi Mohan believed it was, that was enough. Another day passed. Yi Mohan lay slumped in the classroom, utterly drained. The previous night he had planted flowers until the early hours, refusing any help to ensure the garden looked perfect, doing everything himself. Of course, seeing the girl's concerned expression made it all worth it. He felt he could work another night without complaint. But by the next day at school he was so exhausted he collapsed onto his desk. Still, his handsome looks drew the attention of passing girls outside the classroom. E.g., what's going on? You haven't been back to the dorm for 2 days. If we hadn't fooled the dorm manager for you, you'd be called in for a talk by the counselor again. Wang Qin and the others stared in disbelief. He was so tired he must not have slept all night. He was a true warrior. But they also remembered how strong Yi Mohan usually was at school, able to lift a jock with one hand. What's up? Yi Mohan noticed their strange looks and asked. Sister-in-law is amazing. Wang Qin gave a thumbs up. Indeed, it took someone truly extraordinary to tame a big shot like Yi Mohan. Unfortunately, school beauty Zhao was only 1 in 1,000, no comparison meant no harm. Yi Mohan didn't tell them about planting flowers. But if they knew that Qing Da's cold and aloof heartthrob had gone to such a remote place to garden, they would be utterly shocked. Love truly made one versatile. In fact, he had been seeing Zhao Zidong more often than usual lately. She apologized, sincerely blaming Hu Shuo for everything, claiming she had always been on Yi Mohan's side. But the reality was different. Yi Mohan had completely seen through Zhao Zidong. Yet she put on a pitiful act before him, sometimes with teary eyes. Most boys would feel sorry for her given her beauty as Qing Da's school beauty, but Yi Mohan's eyes were deep and cold, as if she were nothing. Yi Mohan, do you really like her that much? What's so good about her? Is she prettier than me? I can give you everything she has. Zhao Zitong couldn't accept this. How could the person she liked be taken away? No one had ever taken what she wanted. Moreover, the more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Why couldn't Yi Mohan see her worth? Even if he didn't want to date, she could pursue him. But a rival whose name she didn't even know had defeated her. Zhao Zitong felt a sour jealousy, wanting to give up, but unable to let go. If it's still about what happened before, I know I was wrong. I can make it up to you. If you want Hu Shuo to apologize, I can convince him. Zhao Zitong gritted her teeth. Yi Mohan said nothing, simply sidestepping her, leaving her stunned. As the school beauty pursued by all the boys, she had no chance with Yi Mohan. In the end, she watched his retreating figure, still not giving up. If she could defeat the girl Yi Mohan loved, she would still have a chance. Even now, Zhao Zidong was confident, her jealousy driving her to find ways to win, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous means. After finishing classes at school, Yi Mohan would take a car to the place where he felt the happiest each day. Of course, she might be tired of fruit by now, so he needed to buy something else, or secretly give her a surprise gift. He had never known this before, but now it was different. Falling in love transformed a person, and Yi Mohan left all his tenderness for her. Boss, do you have any gifts for girls? Yi Mohan walked into a gift shop. For your girlfriend, right? Handsome, take a look, these are all great. The clerk pointed to several exquisite crystal balls on the shelf, floating with snowflakes and cherry blossoms, the ornaments inside beautiful, creating a fairy tale world. Yi Mohan's eyes lit up. They were indeed beautiful. Back then he couldn't afford them, but now he could buy whatever he wanted. Please wrap this one for me. He pointed to a crystal ball with a pristine white world resembling the little white dress the girl wore. Soon the shop assistant wrapped the gift in a beautiful, exquisite handbag that would catch any girl's eye at first glance. You have great taste, your girlfriend will surely love it, the assistant praised. Yi Mohan was taken aback for a moment before murmuring, we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Not yet, but that may change in the future. As long as you're sincere, shall feel it. Thank you. Yi Mohan put away the gift, suddenly pondering how he could get Xiaoxi to agree to be his girlfriend once she recovered from her injuries. He had written a love letter for the first time back in childhood. Now for something so important, he wanted to speak those words himself amidst the sea of flowers in the little garden. He was determined to make Xiaoxi the happiest girl in the world, to fulfill that childhood dream. That was the greatest meaning of his life. Soon after stepping outside, Yi Mohan was about to hail a ride when he spotted a few shady figures. Predictably, trouble was brewing. His gaze turned sharp as he faced these street thugs, his demeanor growing icy and formidable. Haha, Yi Mohan, you're not getting away today. You've beaten up so many of our brothers. Quite a tough nut, aren't you? Think no one can take you down. The speaker was a red-haired thug decked out in gothic attire with tattoos on his neck, lean, but exuding an air of danger. Yi Mohan found him vaguely familiar, as if he had once been buried in the dirt. Known on the streets as Brother Dao, he was just like any other thug. A single move could knock him out. If Yi Mohan weren't busy heading to Xiao Zai's place to deliver a gift, and didn't want to sour his mood, he would have dragged him into an alley and stuffed him into a trash can. So Yi Mohan raised 3 fingers, his deep eyes concealing a chilling coldness, and said calmly, he'll count to 3. Leave now, and he'll pretend you were never here. Otherwise you know the consequences. You're not enough to take me on. What? Brother Dao, despite having been beaten before, seemed emboldened, his face dark and scornful. Still arrogant, huh? I knew you were tough, so we brought a few more people. Just a few, of course. As Brother Dao spoke, the men beside him smirked oddly, eyeing Yi Mohan as if he were a dead man. Sure enough, dozens of figures suddenly emerged around Yi Mohan wielding baseball bats and assorted weapons encircling him in layers. Brother Dao's confidence swelled immensely as he sneered at Yi Mohan as if challenging him to deal with this situation. With 70 or 80 men, nearly half the gang's strength, even the most formidable fighter was still flesh and blood. One hit each, and his body wouldn't even be left intact. Cruel as it was, they were accustomed to it. Dealing with a mere Qing University student with no background was a simple task. You are the only one who's made the Azure Dragon gang go this far. Too bad there's a bounty on your head, or I'd recruit you into our ranks. Brother Dao then signaled his men to move in, ensuring their target didn't escape, and to show no mercy, beat him to death. Looks like this is unavoidable. Yi Mohan took a deep breath, unfazed by the siege of 70 or 80 men. He placed the gift bag in a corner, cracked his knuckles, and his cold, deep eyes radiated a perilous aura. Still putting on a front. How long can you keep it up? Get moving. Beat him senseless. Brother Dao's cheeks still throbbed from a previous beating. If not for his lingering fear, he would have been the first to land a few blows for revenge. Dozens of men swung their bats at Yi Mohan, a terrifying sight. Just as he was about to strike, a voice rang out, accompanied by the roar of an off-road vehicle. Who dares to touch my brother Yi? Want me to teach you some manners? The scene, seemingly settled, took an unpredictable turn. Brother Dao was about to curse the fool who dared meddle with the Azure Dragon gang's affairs. But when he looked, he saw not only the off-road vehicle, but also several minivans behind it. Despite their size, each van disgorged nearly 20 sturdy young men, their presence no less imposing. Damn, so many people. Brother Dao was caught off guard. The men from the vans quickly encircled his crew. The weapons they carried, blades that looked well used, were menacing. Brother Dao had never seen these unfamiliar faces, and doubt crept into his mind. Where did these people come from? They seemed to know Yi Mohan. He had investigated Yi Mohan's background. Just an ordinary college student in Modu. Who are you? Don't you know the rules around here? No one interferes with the Azure Dragon gang's business. Brother Dao blustered, refusing to back down. Amusing. We're not from around here, so we don't follow your lousy rules. Picking a fight with our brother Yi. You must be tired of living. Wait, where are you from? Brother Dao sensed their formidable origin. Enough talk. Let's fight, said the man in the off-road vehicle, waving his hand as his men charged forward. Soon the two sides clashed, but Brother Dao's men were caught off guard and outmatched. Within moments the outcome was clear. His crew either lay on the ground or fled in the chaos to save themselves. Brother Dao tried to escape, but a heavy foot slammed him to the ground, sending him face first into the dirt. Trying to run. Where do you think you're going? The Azure Dragon gang, huh? Spit out your rules. A young man in a black shirt with a crew cut stomped on his back repeatedly, keeping him eating dust. Seeing the situation resolved, Yi Mohan picked up the bag and strolled over unhurriedly. You're here. Yeah, and we ran into this scumbag right away. The crew-cut man glared fiercely at Brother Dao, then turned to Yi Mohan with a hint of respect, smiling. Long time no see, Brother Yi. It's been over a year, hasn't it? About that long. Yi Mohan studied him, noting changes from their last meeting. This man was Zhang Fong, a gang leader head known in high school, when the area around the school was rife with shady characters and a terrible environment. Given Yi Mohan's academic performance in middle school, he should never have ended up at such a high school. But a devastating event before the high school entrance exam shattered him, leading to poor results. For a time in high school, he played the part of a delinquent wallowing in self-destruction. They had known each other for only half a year, with Zhang Fong as his underling, keeping the local thugs in line. Later something happened, and Yi Mohan cut ties with that life, becoming an ordinary student and eventually getting into Qing University. Arriving in Modu, he lost touch with his old acquaintances. A few days ago, he heard Zhang Fong was coming to Modu to make a name for himself. He hadn't expected him to arrive so soon, likely seeking Yi Mohan out. After all, Zhang Fong had always talked about leading them to greater things. But Yi Mohan had no desire to revisit that life. It was born of youthful folly. Besides, she would never approve. Brother Dao, still eating dirt, pleaded. I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong. Please let me go. Zhang Fong stomped again, silencing him, and looked at Yi Mohan. Brother Yi, what should we do? He'll handle it for you. You take care of it. Yi Mohan was about to let it go. Zhang Fong would surely make the man suffer, but then a thought struck him. He looked at the man on the ground and asked, Who wants me dead? Which member of the Lin family? I can't say that. Brother Dao stammered, trembling, knowing the people behind him were just as untouchable. The Azure Dragon gang wasn't particularly powerful in Modu, where gangs could be wiped out overnight. In Modu, especially among the major families, no one knew how many people died in the shadows. Damn it, not talking. Get the knife. They'll cut out his tongue. Zhang Fong grabbed a blade from one of his men and yanked out Brother Dao's tongue, making him howl in pain. He'll talk. With his tongue pulled, his words were slurred. What? I said I'll tell you everything. Brother Dao, seeing the blade a hair's breadth from his tongue, was on the verge of tears. Spit it out. Who is it? Zhang Fong held the knife to his lips, ready to deliver a swift cut if dissatisfied. It's the Lin family. The Lin family ordered us to take you out and dismember you. They wanted you to suffer horribly. As for the Lin family, Yi Mohan had more or less anticipated it. The eldest Miss Lin had previously hinted that most of the Lin family were causing him trouble. Back then a certain Lin had tried to kill him over the Zhao Zitong incident. Now a small problem had escalated into a big one. The young ones fell, and the old ones came knocking. Are this Lin Chongsheng and Lin Jinni really that formidable? Zhang Fang asked, a puzzled look on his face upon hearing the names. Of course. Although the Lin family's inheritance isn't in their hands, yet it's only a matter of time. They have all sorts of people under them, and they play dirty. In Magic City, having someone killed is child's play for them. Dao Ge spoke, a hint of fear lingering on his face. These figures were beyond his reach. He merely worked for a few big shots, earning barely any money. Zhang Fang immediately retorted, what do you mean? These two old bastards want to off our brother Yi. They've got some nerve. Tell me where they are, and we'll go after them right now. They've got real firepower. Your crew can't even take down the major gangs in Magic City, let alone go after the Lin Jinni and Lin Chongsheng brothers. Underestimating us, huh? You think your local gangs are all that? Believe me, we'll wipe out your so-called Azure Dragon and White Tiger tonight. Zhang Fang stomped him into the dirt, a man of action who never hesitated. Yi Mohan patted him on the shoulder, having confirmed what he needed to know. It's fine. He would deal with the Lin family's affairs eventually, but now wasn't the time. Brother Yi, now that we're in Magic City, let's take down this Azure Dragon gang as our starting point here. If anything comes up, just give the word. They'll be there within half an hour. Yi Mohan waved his hand and looked at Zhang Fang. No need. You know the drill. I know. He'll be your lackey for life. Whoever tries to mess with you will mess with them first. Zhang Fang declared, thumping his chest. Then his gaze fell on a gift in Yi Mohan's hand, clearly meant for a girl. Brother Yi, you've got a girlfriend. Am I seeing things? He was incredulous. Back in the day, this guy was a legend. Did everything except date. Countless girls admired him, but he never paid them any mind. They used to think that ignoring girls was the secret to his strength, but apparently, even the strongest fall to the laws of attraction. Not yet. Then who's the gift for? Zhang Fang pressed. Yi Mohan lifted the bag in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and said with a hint of pride, my future girlfriend, of course. Zhang Fang was stunned for a few seconds before blurting out, holy shit. Alright, long time no see. They'll treat you to a meal sometime. Thanks for this. Yi Mohan exchanged a few pleasantries before getting down to business. Xiao, she must be waiting for him at home. He wished he could teleport right in front of her. Sure, see you, Brother Yi. Just give me a call if you need anything. Next time let me meet the sister-in-law. She must be gorgeous. Zhang Fang hadn't even seen her yet, but the flattery was already flowing. Suddenly Yi Mohan noticed that Zhang Fang seemed to have arrived on a bike, a rugged off-road model that looked powerful. Actually, I do need something now. Yi Mohan stopped in his tracks, staring off in one direction. Name it. Who? Zhang Fang's instincts kicked in, thinking it was a hit. Can I borrow your bike for a bit? Yi Mohan pointed at the vehicle, thinking it would get him to his destination much faster. And so he borrowed the bike from Zhang Fang and rode it with pure exhilaration. Driving himself, he could feel the destination drawing nearer with every moment. This blissful approach to happiness kept Yi Mohan's heart racing the entire way. When he arrived, the auntie was watering the flower seedlings in the garden, helping them grow better. Spotting Yi Mohan coming to look after Xiao, she teased him as usual. Xiao, you bringing gifts again? Youngsters sure have passion. Looks like there's real hope now. Make sure you seize the opportunity. The auntie chuckled as she spoke, genuinely hoping to see the two of them together. All right, go on in. I got to pick up my kid. After watching her leave, the room was left with just the two of them. Yi Mohan's spirits soared. A perfect day was about to begin. Without a word, he went upstairs straight to the girl's bedroom, but still knocked politely. Come in. Hearing that enchanting voice, Yi Mohan pushed the door open and entered. Seeing her familiar silhouette by the window, her long hair drifting as if it were brushing against his heart, his mood lifted instantly. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Yi Mohan took another deep breath, a little intoxicated. Noticing her slightly damp hair, had she just taken a shower? You're here, Lin, she said softly. Her voice seemed unusually flat today, lacking the usual excitement, which disappointed Yi Mohan slightly. Had he come too late? Sorry, I got held up. Yi Mohan scratched his head, apologetically guilty for breaking their agreed time. Lin, she looked up at him, a sweet smile spreading across her face. You're here, and that's what matters. You've always taken care of me, and I've never been able to help you. When you were hurt as a child, all I could do was comfort you online. You've been so good to me. Her words stirred something deep within Yi Mohan. Yes, it started in childhood, but that one comforting sentence was worth a lifetime of care. At that moment, the breeze carried her gentle voice into his ears. But it would be wonderful if you could stay with me all day. Still, you have school, and am already grateful that you come in the afternoons to look after me. In that instant, Yi Mohan wished he weren't a student, free to do as he pleased without being stuck in that lousy school. And that annoying Zhao Zito. But thankfully the weekend was just a day away. Then the auntie wouldn't need to pick up her kid, and he could stay here all day under the guise of taking care of her. The thought alone was blissful. Xiaoxi, this is for you. Yi Mohan placed the gift in front of her, a beautifully wrapped bag containing a crystal ball. Lin Xi had already noticed it, and lit up with joy. Wow, it's gorgeous. Watching her cherish the gift Yi Mohan felt a satisfaction that surpassed all else. Lin Xi accepted the present, another token to store away for a future nostalgia attack. It was filled with the protagonist's affection, yet no one suspected that the giver was not the heroine, but a villainess preparing to discard him once used. Of course, with her acting skills of beauty surpassing the heroine and the buff of being a past crush, any man would be hopelessly devoted. "Oh, my gift for you," Lin Xi said, pulling out the unfinished hat. What had once been a tangle of yarn was now mostly knitted save for the brim. "It'll be done soon. I'll give it to you, and put it on you myself." Lin Xi wasn't skilled at such delicate crafts. She had planned to knit a thick one, but to meet the deadline she settled for a light version that could be worn casually. So while knitting a hat by hand seemed laborious, cutting corners made it effortless. Yi Mohan, however, was deeply moved. Good. He'll wear it every day. A flicker of amusement crossed Lin Xi's eyes. Wearing it daily would be unbearable. Longing without seeing would only deepen the attachment. After all, when the time came, it would be about imprisoning Xiaoxi, not about her. Lin, she the eldest miss of the Lin family. "Yi Mohan," she called softly, seemingly casual, but her gaze held intent. "What is it?" His voice was deep and magnetic, filled with tenderness only for her. As if even if she made the most outrageous request, he would do everything to fulfill it. Lin Xi's delicate lashes fluttered slightly. Her tone was calm, but a faint smile curled at the corner of her lips when no one was watching. Sitting in her wheelchair, she exuded a fragile, yet enigmatic beauty. "If I get hurt again in the future, will you still take care of me and protect me?" This was an easy question. Yi Mohan answered without hesitation, "Yes, always." Seeing she had hooked him, she pressed on, "What if you're not around?" Again, without a second thought, Yi Mohan's deep eyes shone with unwavering determination. "They'll rush to you as fast as I can, no matter what." Satisfied with his answer, Lin, she beamed, her eyes crinkling as she looked at him. "Really? Kids make promises they can't keep, but we're not kids anymore. No matter when, if you need me, I'll always be by your side." Yi Mohan answered as if the words had long been etched into his heart. I believe you." Lin Xi nodded. Of course she believed in the protagonist's ability. But what if the person he was supposed to save didn't want to be saved and nearly died because he failed? That promise might haunt him with guilt for a lifetime. Xiaoxi won't die, of course. His guilt is only useful if she's alive, Lin Xi thought while a smile played on her lips. Her clear almond-shaped eyes sparkled with allure. That single look made Yi Mohan's heart bloom like a flower. Every sacrifice was worth it for just a moment of her smile. Afterward, Lin, she was knitting an unfinished hat while chatting. Just a few days ago, the protagonist was still unsure of what to talk about, but now their conversation felt like that of old friends who had known each other for a long time. Indeed, they had known each other for a long time, and their relationship was quite good. Yi Mohan was meeting him for the first time, but he was different. He had encountered him a few years ago. However, Yi Mohan was unaware of this. Let me think. With 3 days to spare, if something were to happen to me plus other factors, it would be enough for Yi Mohan to deal with Lin Jinni and Lin Changxing, and by then, they would be dead. Lin Xi thought that there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Lin Mingzhou would take over and seize the assets of Lin Jinni and Lin Changxing within the Lin family. The Lin family was still intact with such a vast commercial empire. Lin Mingzhou would listen to him. Lin Xi had many thoughts. Occasionally lying down was acceptable, but he also needed to engage in matters befitting someone in a high position, playing the role of a charming and lovable antagonist. As for the Lin family's big troubles being gone, there would still be some small troubles like the wives and children of the two brothers. Of course, he would send them away if he could. If not, he would figure out a way to do so. They probably never imagined that their struggle for inheritance would leave them with nothing. Once one covets something that does not belong to them, they must pay a considerable price. Lin Xi was planning everything, even calculating the protagonist into his scheme, using him as a significant pawn. Meanwhile, Yi Mohan was beside him, taking care of Xiaoxi, attentively looking after her, whether pouring water or cutting fruit, his eyes reflecting a desire to hold her. Of course, Lin Xi did not see this. Yi Mohan was becoming bolder, taking advantage and wanting more, truly deserving of being the protagonist. If he stayed here for a month, the protagonist would inevitably propose marriage, and that would be quite a scene that was hard to bear. "Xiaoxi, should we apply the medicine again?" "My friend said it should be applied roughly every 3 days to heal faster." Lin Xi was speechless, realizing that this plan was more elaborate than anyone else's. When evening arrived, how could Yi Mohan leave after spending more time here? He almost wanted to move in and change his status to an outsider student, bringing all his belongings from the dormitory. Lin Xi, claiming he was too tired and wanted to sleep early, urged Yi Mohan to stay by himself, thinking about applying the medicine again at night. As for why he was up so early, Yi Mohan couldn't sleep in his own room. Lin Xi didn't care about that, as it was none of his business if he was indulging in other activities, considering he was thinking about Xiaoxi, not Lin Xi. At night, alone in the room, Lin Xi slowly stood up from his wheelchair, using both hands to support himself on the table, attempting his first steps after the accident with a rear hand that had nearly lost all feeling from sitting. After a few minutes of activity, Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief, feeling no pain at all. Finally, he no longer needed Yi Mohan to apply ointment on him. According to the doctor's advice in the hospital, the injury wasn't too severe and a week's recovery would suffice. The reason he was healing so quickly might be due to the ointment brought by Yi Mohan. After all, he was the protagonist, and who knows what exclusive divine medicine he might have obtained from some miraculous doctor. It's comfortable, but having to take off my socks and shoes every time for the application feels a bit odd. Lin Xi shook his head, not thinking too much about it, lightly bouncing on his feet, finding that the originally injured area no longer hurt, indicating that he was indeed healed. He completely relaxed, but he still had to pretend in front of Yi Mohan he couldn't forget that. Otherwise, if he started talking about romance or marriage, he couldn't accept that. I can leave this little room soon. Although the scenery is beautiful and the protagonist feels safe here, this is not the life I Lin Xi desire. Lin Xi thought to himself, feeling relaxed, no longer needing to pretend to be an adorable and naive character, sometimes nearly forgetting which of these selves was the real him and which was the false one. Miss, everything is ready. Seeing the message on his phone, Lin Xi replied with a confirmation and then lay on the bed deep in thought. In truth, this wasn't entirely unpleasant, but he was Lin Xi and Xiao Zai's idealized love was a creation of his own making. However, someone is bound to be heartbroken again. I'd love to see that. The next day, both of them rose exceptionally early, primarily because Yi Mohan needed to catch a bus back to school. Under the abundant breakfast prepared by the aunt, they shared a delicious morning meal together. Lin Xi stood by the window, silently watching Yi Mohan's departing figure. He then glanced at the garden where the flower seedlings had yet to bloom. The events of the past few days felt like a dream. At school, the counselor confronted Yi Mohan, clearly aware of his repeated absences from the dormitory over consecutive nights. What's your excuse? It hasn't been long since the last incident, and now you're away every night. Do you realize the school administration knows about this? Don't treat this as a trivial matter. The counselor usually had a decent rapport with Yi Mohan, but his tone this time was severe, indicating that the school leaders were indeed involved. Alright, at least they didn't give you too much trouble. Just told you to stop causing issues. You know your own situation well enough. There won't be a next time. The counselor instructed Yi Mohan to stay in the dormitory tonight, or the consequences would be more than a stern warning. Got it. Yi Mohan replied verbally, but inwardly he thought that the weekend was approaching, so they couldn't control where he went. As long as his studies were fine, he would eventually move off campus and have plenty of free time. What's going on? I managed to fool the dorm supervisor, damn it. Could someone have ratted me out to the school leaders? Wang Qin suddenly realized. Yi Mohan remained silent, but he could roughly guess who it was. Such petty tricks were utterly useless against him. After the morning classes ended, a crowd streamed out of the teaching building. Most hadn't eaten breakfast and were genuinely hungry, causing the corridors to be packed, and the pace hurried, creating a stifling crush. Walking with his phone in hand, Yi Mohan messaged Xiao Xi. Now practically every time class ended, he would open that familiar chat window and send a long string of messages. It was ostensibly to report that class was over, but the real meaning was finally done with class. I miss you so much. This was steeped in the cloying scent of romance, something Lin Xi could smell through the screen. Yi Mohan seemed unable to go a day without chatting for 7 or 8 hours. It was likely a desperate attempt to fill the void left by past wounds, coupled with a fear that Xiao Xi might suddenly disappear. Only seeing her replies could ease his mind. Thus it had come to this: whenever Lin Xi opened his phone, he could see that someone's every little thought was written plainly in their messages. Ding, ding. Lin Xi would reply upon seeing them, saying things like, I miss you too. He could easily imagine Yi Mohan grinning foolishly at that message. And indeed that was the case. Yi Mohan's lips curled up in a smile that even an AK couldn't suppress. Just as he was happily chatting away, he failed to notice a figure approaching. When it got very close, it suddenly slammed hard into the hand holding his phone. Smack! The phone fell to the ground, but in the noisy, crowded corridor it drew little attention. Yi Mohan hurriedly bent down to pick it up, but was too late. Another hand had already retrieved it. He was about to thank them, but when he looked up he saw Zhao Zitong's face standing several people away. Give me back my phone, Yi Mohan said, reaching out to take it, but the people wedged between them made it impossible to reach. This eerily familiar scene sent a pang of unease through Yi Mohan's heart. Fearing something bad was about to happen, he emphasized, give me back my phone. At this distance, Zhao Zidong only needed to extend her hand for him to retrieve it. But Zhao Zidong wore an innocent, helpless expression, holding the phone, but refusing to hand it over. No can do, it's too crowded. We'll give it back once we're outside, she said. Yi Mohan had no choice but to wait until they left the teaching building to reclaim his phone. Yet with his phone in Zhao Zitong's hands, his unease grew. As soon as they exited the building, he rushed to her and extended his hand. Give me the phone. Is it that important? I just helped pick it up and someone stepped on my hand. I'm hurt. Zhao Zitong's eyes reddened as she spoke pitifully. I said give me the phone first. If you're injured, I'll take you to the infirmary. Yi Mohan said, his gaze deep and his tone laced with impatience. Hearing this, Zhao Zitong's worried face broke into a smile, and she moved to link her arm with his. Then take me to the infirmary first. Yi Mohan immediately dodged, then extended his hand again, his expression suggesting he found her affectations nauseating. Seeing that Yi Mohan was ignoring her, Zhao Zitong reluctantly produced the phone. Yi Mohan, I'm sorry. There were too many people, and I dropped the phone. The once pristine phone now had a long, jagged crack across its screen surrounded by tiny shards of glass that would be painful to touch. Yi Mohan barely recognized it. He tried pressing the power button, but the screen remained black and unresponsive. Clearly after the previous phone hadn't been repaired, yet this one was now broken as well. But this phone was the latest model, not his old one from 7 or 8 years ago. It shouldn't have shattered so easily from a fall. I'm sorry. How about I buy you a new one? Zhao Zitong said, her voice dripping with feigned innocence as she saw his icy expression. No need. Yi Mohan replied, taking the phone and walking away without even a glance at her. At that moment, he didn't want to see her at all, a surge of anger rising within him. Still, he remained calm. The more entangled he became with this person, the more she would pester him. In comparison, She was so much better, gentle, and adorable. Zhao Zidong only made him think of the one he loved, strengthening his resolve to avoid such people. On the other side, Lin Xi saw a friend request on his account. Recognizing the familiar avatar, he immediately thought of a familiar name. Zhao Zitong, the campus belle of Qing University. How did she find me? The last time we met was at old Master Lin's funeral. Zhao Zidong wasn't of much use early on, and at best, she was a famous star on campus. But no matter the time, it had nothing to do with him. Now with Yi Mohan accompanying him every day, he hadn't paid any attention to Zhao Zidong at all. Yet Zhao Zitong's affection was that of the true female lead, and she could be quite assertive at times. Having her snatched away, Zhao Zitong must be anxious. If I recall correctly, Zhao Zitong is the type who gets very jealous. Lin Xi never imagined that a small kindness he had shown the protagonist in childhood would make him the protagonist's first love in Moonlight. The villain had actually made the true female lead jealous. He had truly become a villain. Other villains either adored Zhao Zitong or looked down on Yi Mohan, trying to tear them apart. But he made Yi Mohan fall for him instead, never sparing Zhao Zitong a single glance. Now Zhao Zitong's options were either to cry in the bathroom or to defend her position as the true female lead. Yet Lin Xi had never intended to compete with her. He even wanted to flee with a bun in the oven because he knew he couldn't outfence the protagonist and would end up in a sorry state. Interesting. After adding her as a friend, Lin Xi immediately received a few messages from Zhao Zitong. They were nothing more than the cliché request to meet up and talk, wanting to tear him apart for the one she loved. Lin Xi came with the buff of being the first love in Moonlight along with the standard villainous tea artistry, so there was nothing to fear. But he had no time to play Zhao Zitong's games. The previous villains fought the protagonist over the female lead, now it had turned into him fighting the female lead over the protagonist. Wasn't that a bit ridiculous? Lin Xi expressed disinterest in all of it, even in outdoing others. But it was also the first time the protagonist showed no interest in the female lead, but was interested in fencing. Absolutely not. Even if the villain wanted to bully the protagonist, it couldn't be done this way. Do you like Yi Mohan? Lin Xi sent a message in return. Yes, can you give him to me? I really like him. It's the first time I've liked someone this much. Seeing this, Lin Xi almost shed tears. She really am crying. No wonder she was the true female lead. But honestly, she was even more naive than he was when he pretended to be innocent. That was standard for most female leads. Alright, I'll give him to you. Lin Xi replied, without hesitation, ready to make a run for it. The female lead wouldn't come looking for trouble either. He just wanted to be a quiet little nobody, not get caught up in endless conflicts. Really? Thank you. Zhao Zidong still seemed a bit skeptical. To be safe and put her mind at ease, she said, how are you going to tell him? Why don't you tell me where you are, and he'll come to you, so we can clear this up properly. Lin Xi smiled. Zhao Zidong might seem naive, but she was quite sharp in this regard. Still, the protagonist was handsome and attracted plenty of attention, so the true female lead had to be alert. I might be leaving here soon. Don't worry, I won't get in your way. After sending that message, Lin Xi thought it over and sent his location to Zhao Zitong. Then a glint of mischief flickered in his clear eyes as he looked at the black-suited bodyguards beside him. They were disguised as gangster bosses with fierce looks, several tattoos on their necks, and standard-issue punk leather jackets. With their robust builds, they looked even more intimidating than ordinary thugs. Tie me up. Which organization have you joined now? You won't slip up, will you? Lin Xi said from his wheelchair. Though the bodyguards looked menacing, their eyes were full of respect for Lin Xi. Don't worry, miss. We've got this covered. Then 2 or 3 bodyguards picked up ropes and stood before Lin Xi, not daring to move. They only knew how to carry out real kidnappings, not pretend one's afraid of hurting the young miss. You tie her up. No, you do it. My technique isn't great. The 3 of them pushed the task back and forth, too afraid to touch Lin Xi. Lin Xi sighed. What was this? They couldn't even tie someone up properly. He'd have to do it himself. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Just help me bind my hands. Lin Xi took the rope, which was as thick as his arm, and tested it. It felt good, convincing enough. Though tying himself up was a bit odd, like some kind of, well, it had to be done. He tied his legs loosely, since it was all an act. Then he had them bind his hands, making it look real. Are you okay, miss? We can loosen it if it's uncomfortable, one of the bodyguards said, a bit worried. This was their first time doing something like this. Lin Xi said, I'm fine. Remember, you're ruthless bandits. Got it. They nodded and carried Lin Xi still in the wheelchair outside. On the first floor, there was a sound from the cupboard. The ant was also part of the act, of course. She wasn't tied too tightly, but it was tough on her. We've got the person. Tied up and gagged. Good. Tell that ye kid that if he doesn't come well kill his first love little girlfriend. Let's see what that ye brat does now. Does he want to save his own life, or his first love's? Come on, let's get out of here with her. Several gruff voices spoke as they took the wheelchair and the person away. The aunt was left tied up in the cupboard watching through the crack as Lin Xi was taken away, her eyes filled with fear. She struggled free after a great effort, and wanted to call the police immediately, but she remembered the thugs said they would kill if she did, and they seemed to be after Xiao Yi. So she called Yi Mohan from a different number, but the line was always busy. What should I do? Xiao Yi, please pick up the phone, or she'll be in danger. Yi Mohan's phone was broken, so after class in the afternoon, he went outside the school to buy a decent one. If it weren't for the 100,000 yuan the eldest Miss Lin had left in his dorm, he would have been broke long ago, let alone buying flower seedlings or gifts. He had said he wouldn't spend a cent of the Lin family's money, but he used it for the seedlings. Still, he would pay back the eldest Miss Lin. By working part-time at the old Chinese medicine doctor's place a few more times, he could earn a decent amount. Soon Yi Mohan got his new phone, inserted the SIM card, and was surprised to see a flood of missed calls. He was stunned. What was going on? He checked, and saw they were all from Aunt Wang. The next second his phone vibrated with another call. Yi Mohan answered, and an urgent, panicked voice immediately came through. Xiao Yi finally answered. A group of people came and took Xiao Shi away. They said they were after you. Before Aunt could finish, Yi Mohan hung up and drove over at top speed. Along the way, Yi Mohan's expression changed. He was tense and worried, his heart racing, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. A strong premonition surged within him. No, it can't be. But the unease he had felt when his phone was stolen at noon. His heart clenched in an instant, his pupils turned pitch black, and fear gripped his heart like an invisible hand. Yi Mohan arrived at the destination and rushed straight in. He saw Aunt Wang sitting on the sofa, the atmosphere in the room heavy with tension. Aunt, where's Xiao Shi? Without waiting for an answer, Yi Mohan dashed straight toward the second-floor room of the young girl, shouting, Xiao Shi, Xiao Shi. There was no response until he opened the door, revealing an empty room somewhat disheveled with several footprints visible on the floor. Clearly something had gone wrong. He froze for a moment, his eyes vacant, envisioning all possible consequences. In an instant, fear dragged him to the edge of an abyss, only to thrust him back into reality the next second. Anywhere did they take Xiao Shi? They'll go bring her back right now. I don't know either. They tied me up and took Xiao Shi away. They said either you show up or she dies, and they didn't seem like easy people to deal with. Aunt Wang spoke with a worried expression, watching Yi Mohan's eagerness to rescue her, and cautioned, maybe we should call the police. It's too dangerous for you alone. Yi Mohan's mind was consumed with nothing but saving Xiao Shi, saving Xiao Shi. My Xiao Shi, where are you? Please don't let anything happen. Calling the police won't help, someone's behind this. It's fine, they're after me. Once I show up, Xiao Shi will be safe. His heavy tone betrayed the fury within him. His deep eyes glimmered with an icy, killing intent, as still as stagnant water. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Without a second thought, he lunged, yanking it open and instantly seizing the person before him by the neck. Swift and precise, startling them into a frozen stare. A sharp scream escaped. Only then did Yi Mohan recognize the person. It was Zhao Zitong, someone had met at school before. Why was she here? A thought flashed through his mind. Could this all be Zhao Zitong's doing? Yi Mohan, let me go, it hurts. Zhao Zitong was terrified, but upon seeing him, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Yi Mohan had no intention of releasing her. It couldn't be a coincidence that Zhao Zitong showed up right after Xiao Shi was kidnapped, especially since she had broken his phone at noon, preventing him from receiving Aunt Wang's distress call. With these thoughts, the person before him suddenly seemed utterly repulsive. He fixed his gaze on her, his face dark and radiating bone-chilling coldness. Zhao Zitong, where are they? Tell me now. If anything happens to Xiao Shi, you'll be the first I hold accountable. No, I don't know. The campus belle's voice was frail. Then how did you find this place? Did you send those people? Poor Zhao Zitong, utterly clueless about what was happening, had only come because Lin Xi sent her the location. Where is she? Yi Mohan's voice rose several octaves, blood rushing to his head. I don't know. Startled, Zhao Zitong's eyes reddened again, but she had done nothing wrong. At most, she had broken his phone and offered to pay for it. Seeing her so frightened, it didn't seem like an act, so he finally released her. He brushed past her and hurried out, leaving a harsh warning, if I find out you had anything to do with Xiao Zai's situation, you won't want to know what he'll do. With that, he drove off, leaving Zhao Zitong standing there alone, stunned. Yi Mohan, you idiot, I'll never forgive you. At this critical moment, he had to know who had taken Xiao Shi, though he already had a suspicion. On the road, he called Zhang Fang. Every nerve in his body was taut. He had promised never to let her face danger. Zhang Fang, what's up? The voice on the other end sensed something amiss, as if something serious had occurred. Tell me where the Green Dragon Gang's hideout is. Yi Mohan pushed the car to its limit, racing down the road. Are they bothering you again, brother Yi? Perfect timing. Well, rally the guys, and give them a beating tonight. Yi Mohan snapped back, tell me now. Zhang Fang, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately relayed the location of the Green Dragon Gang's lair. Brother Yi, they have a lot of people, and on their turf it could be dangerous. We're also. Before he could finish, Zhang Fong heard the dial tone on the other end. He slapped his thigh and quickly gathered everyone. In Yi Mohan's mind, a single thread of reason remained on the verge of snapping. He floored the accelerator, the wind howling past the window, as he muttered, "Wait for me. Wait for me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you face danger." They were all after him. Before had merely driven them back, but now that they'd touched the one he loved, his eyes blazed with raging fire. Today someone would pay a heavy price for this. He got out of the car. Arriving at the address Zhang Fong had given for the Green Dragon gang, he found a massive, seemingly abandoned warehouse surrounded by weeds. Only the sounds of commotion from within could be heard. Spotting someone approaching, the guard at the door became alert and shouted at Yi Mohan, "Hey, what are you doing? Wait, aren't you?" As Yi Mohan drew closer, he recognized him. It was the guy named Yi they'd been looking for, and had delivered himself right to their doorstep. In the next instant, Yi Mohan charged forward. Startled, the guard swung a baseball bat. "Looking for death? You dare come here?" But as the words left his mouth, the bat flew through the air and the man vanished. Yi Mohan kicked him several meters away, leaving him lying still on the ground. The few others nearby were stunned. One kick and the man was down and out. They'd barely blinked and hadn't even seen the move clearly. Despite Yi Mohan's ferocity, he was just one man challenging their gang, which is a top-tier outfit in Modu, boasted 300 to 400 members. One man against us all. You won't leave here alive today. The next second, as Yi Mohan charged again, the arrogant face immediately panicked. Wait, I haven't said start yet." Yi Mohan struck with astonishing speed and ruthlessness, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Without a word, he lunged, taking them down one by one like slaughtering chickens. Cries of agony rang out in succession outside the warehouse door. Inside, the commotion drew attention, and expressions grew grave. Could another gang be attacking? But who would dare? Go open the door and see. Just as someone was about to open it, the door was violently smashed inward from outside, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. The dust cloud made it impossible to gauge how many were outside. The sudden upheaval sent those who had been playing mahjong scrambling onto tables, many brandishing spiked clubs, a menacing sight. As the dust slowly settled, they focused their gaze and realized that it was not a group of people, but rather a single figure. Who dares to come to the Qinglong gang? Don't expect to keep your life. It wasn't until the dust completely cleared that they could see the true face of this person, who was holding someone in his hand, tightening their brows even further. Yi Mohan's disheveled bangs mirrored the coldness of his expression. Blood stained his handsome face, and his icy eyes appeared as if they had been dyed a ghostly crimson. Amidst his charm lay a hint of ferocity akin to standing atop a pinnacle of power. Yi Mohan dropped the person in his grip with a thud, landing at his feet. "Either release him, or none of you will leave today." His piercing gaze swept over everyone around him, the chilling depth of his eyes sending shivers down their spines. "Release him. It's you who won't be leaving today. Attack, don't let him escape." The leader of the Qinglong gang wasted no time. Waving his hand, Yi Mohan was about to face an onslaught from a gang of hundreds. This scene was even more exaggerated than a movie, especially as each of these individuals was a ruthless killer, viewing Yi Mohan as prey and eagerly rushing forward. Yi Mohan's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixated on each person as if he could kill with his stare. He clenched his fists, delivering blows with such speed that those nearby gasped in astonishment. Has this person gone mad? To everyone's shock, he actually charged into the crowd to fight. No matter how skilled with his hands and feet, his strength would eventually be exhausted, and no matter how hard his punches, they were still made of flesh. In the eyes of the crowd, his death seemed a foregone conclusion. He was now merely struggling in vain. Before him lay a group of thugs he had knocked down, only for more to come rushing in from behind, armed with baseball bats and sharp wolf-tooth clubs, ready to draw blood at the first hit. "Hit him. Keep hitting. He'll run out of strength eventually, but just wait and see how we can torment him to death." "What the hell? I've never seen someone fight like this. Oh, what is this guy even doing?" Suddenly, a large number of people lay sprawled on the ground, each of Yi Mohan's strikes finding vital points. Fortunately, he had mastered the martial arts taught by his grandfather in high school. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't last 3 minutes. This person is simply a monster. I can't believe that even hundreds of us can't take him down. Can you all please put in some effort? If the Qinglong gang loses so many to one person, it will be a laughingstock for other gangs. Everyone attack him, hit him hard. The gang's lackeys were becoming impatient. They had never seen someone so fierce. And yet he was just a college student, barely past his teenage years, wondering where he learned such skills. I refuse to believe this. He thought as he sat in the back, completely unbothered, thinking of all his subordinates. After wave upon wave of attackers, Yi Mohan was panting. There were simply too many, and he was being gradually pushed into a corner. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet the determination in his eyes remained unyielded. She's waiting for me, she's waiting for me. Ooh, I promised to save her no matter what happened. Suddenly, a wolf-tooth club was thrown from above, and Yi Mohan could only block it with his arm, the intense pain causing him to grit his teeth, yet he still felt the tearing sensation shaking through him. It hurt, but that didn't matter at all. Ha ha ha, he's about to give in. Quick throw a knife at his head. I refuse to believe he practices some kind of invincible technique. They all reacted, quickly launching sharp weapons like throwing darts at Yi Mohan's position. Soon they could see Yi Mohan being pierced and bleeding profusely. As Yi Mohan gazed at the blades flying towards him glinting coldly, he saw a girl in a wheelchair, gradually enveloped in darkness, and he could see nothing else. Having lost his beloved, he had experienced that pain, so this time, he would protect her even if it cost him his life. Faster, go faster, Yi Mohan murmured, as if he could only say a few words. Rolling to the side, he narrowly avoided a slash, and upon seeing his disheveled state, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Where else can you hide, brother? Let's give him something even bigger. At that moment, Yi Mohan grabbed a suitable knife from the ground, moving with the speed of a ferocious tiger on a rampage. Faster. They never expected Yi Mohan to suddenly become so fierce again. Hadn't he just been panting and running out of strength? In that instant, Yi Mohan swung his arm, producing the sound of clashing blades. The knives thrown at him flew directly toward the nearby thugs, causing disaster among his teammates. With no other choice, Yi Mohan charged into the crowd, slitting the throat of the nearest thug with astonishing speed. What was this knife doing in Yi Mohan's hands, making it seem so effortless? One after another they fell to the ground, each dropping faster than the last. Watching Yi Mohan go on a killing spree, they dared not approach. It soon became apparent that it wasn't that they were too weak, rather Yi Mohan was simply too strong. Some people were born to be monsters. What the hell? He's on a rampage, this guy can't be killed, he can't be killed at all. Run. Perhaps, genuinely fearing for their lives, they had never encountered someone so ferocious, their worldview was being shattered. Just who had they angered? One person had turned their entire gang into a grinding ground. What is happening? The leader of the Qinglong gang saw everyone retreating towards him, frightened, and stood up immediately. He had thought that Yi Mohan was cornered and on the brink of collapse. Oh, what was going on? Was it blood? Zhang Fong hurried over, but the broken-down van carrying dozens of people was rather slow. Seeing Yi Mohan already engaged in the fight, he said nothing and charged straight in. However, it was clear that they weren't needed. Yi Mohan had already frightened them to this extent. Seeing so many people rushing over, they were directly terrified, unwilling to die at the hands of this monster. Yi Mohan spotted the leader of the Qinglong gang hiding at the back and charged over, placing the knife against his neck. Where are the people? Hand them over or he'll kill you immediately. My Xiaoxi, my Xiaoxi. The leader of the Qinglong gang felt the coldness at his neck, but as the gang leader, he still tried to maintain some composure in front of his subordinates. But the stabbing pain that followed caused him to lose that composure. Feeling that his life was threatened, he immediately changed his demeanor and begged for mercy. P.S. Dear readers, if you want to ask for gifts, but don't know how to say it, I assure you stable updates, and this won't be abandoned. Just a little cute request, a joke. Xiao Nanliang hopes for some free gifts and more props would be great. Please help out the little author. I promise next time it will. Let me see which adorable reader likes Nanliang the most, sneaking a peek at Nanliang, huh? Here, I hope all the lovely readers have a happy day, and may all your wishes come true. I don't know. Who? I really don't know. The leader of the Green Dragon gang stammered in sheer terror, confessing everything he knew. Yet he truly hadn't kidnapped anyone, unless some underling had acted on their own. Yi Mohan raised his blade, poised to strike his neck. If you don't know, then die. Oh, wait, the gang leader screamed in panic. The blade halted mere inches from his neck. A second later, and he would have met the king of hell. Speak. Yi Mohan's voice was ice cold. Let me think. Hey, have any of you kidnapped someone recently? Hand them over to the boss immediately. The Green Dragon gang leader turned to his remaining henchmen, gesturing frantically for them to release anyone they held. This merciless tyrant was not to be trifled with. Hearing this, the thugs racked their brains for any recent kidnappings, but all shook their heads. I know. It was the Nine Dragons gang. I heard they kidnapped someone recently. Must be the one you're looking for, boss. A blonde-haired thug suddenly blurted out, shifting the blame squarely onto the Nine Dragons gang. Was it a girl in a white dress with a leg injury, sitting in a wheelchair? Yi Mohan pressed urgently. Yes, exactly. In a wheelchair. They said she's beautiful, though I never saw her myself. Yi Mohan knew at once it was Xiaoxi. The true culprit behind her kidnapping was undoubtedly the Nine Dragons gang. Yet he couldn't fathom why. Their target was him, but nearly 3 hours had passed without a single message. Every second that passed placed Xiaoxi in greater peril. If she was indeed in the Nine Dragons' hands, rescuing her would be a considerable ordeal, and time was of the essence. He had to devise the best plan to bring her back unscathed. Brother Yi, let's go. Well, bring our men to help. Well, save the sister-in-law, Zhang Fong declared, having grasped the situation, ready to mobilize against the Nine Dragons gang. No need. Just clean up here, Yi Mohan replied. With that, he dropped the blade to the ground and strode away. Zhang Fong called after him, Brother Yi, you're injured. I'm not going after the Nine Dragons gang. I'm looking for someone else. Yi Mohan had already formulated a plan. Rather than waste time fighting those thugs again, it was better to hunt down the true mastermind behind the scenes. He remembered that Lin Xi and Lin Chongqing wanted him dead, so he would confront them personally to see what tricks the esteemed Lin family intended to play. Driving off, he quickly located Lin Jianyu's whereabouts. But the man was surrounded by a professional security team virtually impenetrable even for a seasoned assassin. Yet Yi Mohan cast all caution aside. He had to rescue Xiaoxi and kill Lin Xi. Parking near a high-rise, he stepped out of the car, instantly drawing the stares of everyone nearby. Such a handsome young man, his clothes stained with blood, clearly grievously wounded. Perhaps due to his frequent consumption of herbal medicine from the old Chinese doctor, Yi Mohan felt his body recovering remarkably fast. It hurt, but it was bearable. At least he hadn't exerted his full strength in a long time. His body was far stronger than before. Curious gazes fell upon Yi Mohan, whispers suggesting that Lin Xi had reduced this young man to such a state, and that he was about to cause trouble at the company gate, a common occurrence. In the Magic City, the affairs of these great families were beyond even the police's reach as long as things didn't get too out of hand. Figures like Lin Xi relished such minor incidents to curry favor. Resolving such a trivial matter only meant the disappearance of a powerless individual. No one would care. The bodyguards at the entrance also spotted Yi Mohan heading straight for the gate. Clearly he was a troublemaker. Several of them immediately blocked his path, barking sternly, "Hey you! Do you know where this is? Get lost!" In an instant, 7 or 8 professional bodyguards in black-collared shirts converged, their demeanor and tone vastly different from common thugs. They were trained fighters. Among ordinary people, they could take on 7 or 8 at once, and they were proficient in various martial arts. "Excuse me, could you tell me if there's a hospital nearby?" Yi Mohan asked innocently. The men were taken aback. He was just asking for directions, though it was foolish to do so here. "No idea. Get lost." But the moment they relaxed, Yi Mohan lunged, taking down the bodyguard who had spoken. The man reacted swiftly, but Yi Mohan landed another punch to his face, blood gushing from his nose as he crumpled to the ground in pain. "Damn this kid." The other bodyguards stared wide-eyed. That backhand throw was so smooth. He was no ordinary man. Seeing one of theirs down, they all charged at Yi Mohan, each exuding a fierce aura, landing a punch on him. But Yi Mohan gritted his teeth through the pain and struck back, his speed matching the bodyguards. His punches carried a gust of wind, and anyone hit by them stumbled back, dazed and questioning their existence. If Yi Mohan weren't injured, he could handle 4 or 5 men at once. But now, wounded and facing an endless wave of nearly identical bodyguards, the numbers were overwhelming. As soon as trouble broke out, even more guards converged. Lin Xi employed more bodyguards than the company had actual employees. Blow after blow rained down on Yi Mohan. Initially he had the upper hand, but now he was being brutally beaten, his injuries worsening. Yet he didn't utter a single word, even as he risked being beaten to death. Damn, this kid can really take a hit. He's already badly wounded, yet he still took down 2 or 3 of our brothers, one bodyguard marveled. But he shook his head with a sneer. With so many of them, this fool dared to cause trouble openly. Where did he get such confidence? Blood blurred Yi Mohan's vision, and his sight grew hazy. A punch connected with his head, blood streaming down his face, a gruesome sight. He could barely stand. The next moment, a vicious kick slammed into his stomach. Yi Mohan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. His entire body was battered, but a single thought burned in his mind, the image of a young girl. Just as they thought he couldn't get up, he used his trembling arms to push himself off the ground. "Come on. Since you're so tough, let's see how you handle this." A bodyguard produced a long baton and pressed it against Yi Mohan's back. A crackling sound of electricity followed. Yi Mohan was jolted flat onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. "Get someone to dispose of him. Don't waste too much time. There might be more behind this." Then he put away the electric baton and turned around, not even sparing a glance at Yi Mohan lying on the ground, as if he had casually crushed an insect. At that moment, Yi Mohan lay motionless on the ground, covered in wounds, when suddenly a faint, hoarse voice emerged. "Your boss will want to see me." This sentence happened to be heard by the bodyguard who was about to leave, causing him to pause. Yi Mohan continued, "Lin Xi won't let you kill me so easily." His voice was filled with confidence, and despite being shocked by an electric baton, not the ordinary kind you could buy online, he still managed to stay conscious. This made them wonder what kind of person they were dealing with. This man is so formidable, he's definitely no ordinary individual. Should we inform the boss? The bodyguards looked at their leader holding the electric baton. Lin Xi had paid them handsomely, and if they captured someone this important for him, they might receive a substantial reward. "Interesting. What's your name?" The bodyguard leader chuckled, turning to ask Yi Mohan on the ground. Yi Mohan's voice was weak, as if he could die at any moment. "Yi Mohan." Upon hearing the name, the leader said to his men, "Make a call and tell the boss. If it's nothing important, just dispose of him." After all, even if this person wasn't important, making the call would show the boss they were doing their job, proving they weren't just ordinary security guards. A moment later, a bodyguard finished the call and looked at Yi Mohan with a glint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected this man to be so vital to the boss, who ordered them to bring him upstairs. "Boss, the boss said to bring him up. And it seems he's not ordinary. We're going to get a lot of money." Hearing that this Yi Mohan was indeed valuable, their faces lit up with smiles. It seemed fortune could truly fall from the sky. He had walked right into their trap. "All right." The bodyguards prepared to lift Yi Mohan, but found him lying motionless on the ground. This guy isn't dead, is he? He's still breathing, but barely. Hurry up and take him up, or he'll die, and the boss will say he's worthless. They quickly took the elevator, each holding one of his shoulders, carrying the battered and electrocuted Yi Mohan to the top floor. Soon the elevator doors opened, and the top floor office was guarded by several bodyguards stationed at various points. Each of them carried an electric baton and had several knives hidden in their pockets. The boss told us to bring him in. Recognizing familiar faces, they weren't too tense, though their eyes lingered on Yi Mohan's battered body. Laughing and teasing, one said, "Did you guys do this?" The boss wanted him. "You didn't kill him, did you? Don't worry, just one shock. He's still got a breath left." As they spoke, the office doors swung open, revealing a vast, luxuriously decorated space with a wall of bulletproof glass windows letting in bright light. "Boss, we've brought him." They carried Yi Mohan to a sofa and dropped him like a sack of refuse, but then realizing he was covered in blood, they threw him onto the floor instead. Yi Mohan lay there utterly weak, moving only his head. Lin Xi sat in his chair staring at Yi Mohan with bloodshot eyes. "Yi Mohan, Yi Mohan." His voice was filled with a bone-deep hatred, rage, and overwhelming fury. His face, much older than when they last met, was twisted in a snarl. "You killed my son. If it weren't for that brat Lin Xi, he would have killed this Yi kid with his own hands." Ever since Lin Xi's car accident, he had been in a very dangerous position, even hiring foreign gunmen. He could only keep strengthening his security, spending a fortune to hire these top-tier bodyguards. He had underestimated Lin Mingzhi's abilities. That insignificant nephew had long coveted the Lin family fortune. He wished he had left him to die abroad and never return. As for Yi Mohan, Lin Xi hated him to the point of wanting to devour his flesh and gnaw his bones. Not only had he cost him the Lin family fortune, but his own son had also been brutally murdered, a blood feud beyond all measure. He had planned to kill Yi Mohan a week ago, but to his surprise, every assassin he sent failed. He couldn't even deal with a Qin University student, and Lin, she kept shielding him with the old master Lin's dying words. Yi Mohan's survival plagued him day and night, robbing him of sleep and appetite, his eyes bloodshot. Now finally someone had brought him before him, beaten and battered. Lin Xi laughed a mad laugh, like a lunatic just released from an asylum. "Where did you put my son's body? Tell me. Speak." Lin Xi roared, his voice echoing through the top floor with furious rage. Yi Mohan, lying on the ground, lifted his head slightly, his swollen eyes meeting Lin Xi's nearly insane gaze. He smirked. He deserved it. He looked just as arrogant as you, but soon he was on his knees begging for mercy. "What did you say?" Lin Xi's rage surged to his head, his eyes brimming with 1,000 venomous thoughts, as if he could conjure 10,000 ways to kill Yi Mohan in the next second. "I said I punched him again and again in the face. He cried and begged for mercy, calling me daddy, but I kept pounding him. His frail body couldn't take it. He died for sure, and died miserably." Yi Mohan's voice was weak, but there was a lingering relish in his tone, a look of enjoyment on his face. His bruised and swollen face even bore a hint of a smile. How could Lin Xi, who doted on his son so much, bear this? Yeah. Lin Xi's eyes blazed with fury as he charged at Yi Mohan, who lay on the ground, and delivered a vicious kick. Yi Mohan remained silent, not even uttering a sound of pain. This drove Lin Xi to the brink of madness. His son had died, and the perpetrator must pay a heavy price. "I will make you feel my son's agony, and have you buried with him." With these words, Lin Xi grabbed Yi Mohan by the collar with one hand, clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag, and prepared to smash it into Yi Mohan's face. "Perish with my son." Yet that very punch was caught by Yi Mohan, whose body was covered in wounds. His deep eyes drooped, then suddenly lifted as he sprang into action. Lin Xi's pupils contracted in shock, and the nearby bodyguards, sensing trouble, moved to intervene. "Don't move. None of you move." Before they could approach, Yi Mohan had already pressed a dagger against Lin Xi's neck, barking orders at the bodyguards, freezing them in their tracks. How did he get a knife? Wasn't he searched thoroughly? One bodyguard questioned the man who had searched Yi Mohan. Another bodyguard, equally bewildered, replied, "I searched every inch of him from head to toe." At that moment, people outside rushed in upon sensing trouble. One of them, spotting the dagger in Yi Mohan's hand, instinctively checked his own person and realized it was missing. Damn it, how did he do that? The atmosphere in the office grew tense as their boss life hung in the balance. Yi Mohan tightened his grip around Lin Xi's neck, the blade pressed directly against his skin. On one side was a group of bodyguards, on the other a 10-meter-long glass window overlooking a drop of nearly 100 meters. No escape. "Stay back. Take one more step and it'll kill him." Yi Mohan said, his voice icy, devoid of any earlier weakness, revealing that everything had been his scheme. He had anticipated that Lin Xi, consumed by hatred, would take personal action as his son had fallen by Yi Mohan's hands. Yet he would show no mercy to such a man today, nor would he let him off lightly. "Don't move. Everyone stay still." Even with a knife at his throat, Lin Xi showed little panic, speaking in a grim tone. "Yi Mohan, you killed my son, and now you want to kill me too. Even if you do you think you'll survive?" He was certain Yi Mohan wouldn't dare kill him. This time he had been caught off guard, but next time luck wouldn't be on his side. "Even if I can't live, you'll die before me. One life for two. Father and son. I come out ahead. Fine, you're ruthless. You just want to live? They'll let you go. You can leave now, and no one will stop you. Lin Xi's face remained calm, but inwardly he was unsettled knowing this man had indeed killed his son. Order them out, and make a phone call. Seeing the bodyguards hesitate, Yi Mohan stated his main purpose. Lin Xi was confused. Call whom? You've kidnapped someone. Now immediately I want to see her, or I'll kill you right here. Who kidnapped your person? The Nine Dragons gang. Call them now, and if you say one extra word I'll kill you. Alright. Lin Xi realized this was about a rescue. With his life in Yi Mohan's hands he had no choice but to comply. He ordered the bodyguards to retreat outside and close the door. Picking up his phone, he called the leader of the Nine Dragons gang. He had paid a hefty bounty for Yi Mohan's head, yet not only had they failed, but now he was at knife point. Hey Sang Biao, did you kidnap someone? Bring them here now, and don't ask why. Lin Xi paused, and asked Yi Mohan, they're asking which one? The one with the injured leg in a wheelchair. Yi Mohan said quickly, his heart trembling with the hope of finally rescuing the young woman. Lin Xi put the phone back to his ear and barked impatiently, did you hear that? The one with the injured leg in a wheelchair. However, Lin Xi paused again, silence for 2 seconds, as if something was happening on the other end. Yi Mohan sensed something was wrong. Lin Xi's voice had dropped. What are you saying? Send the person over now, don't you understand? Yi Mohan's dagger pierced his skin. Startled, Lin Xi accidentally hit the speakerphone and the voice from the other end rang out. The one with the injured leg in a wheelchair. She's about to die. Sending her over would be useless. Yi Mohan froze at those words. About to die. Dead. Suddenly his vision went dark, unable to believe that the young woman he had chatted with yesterday was now lying pale on a cold bed. In an instant, fear dragged him into an endless abyss with no light in sight. Hey boss, Lin, the person is dying. Do you still want her sent over? The voice on the phone rang out again, shattering Yi Mohan's hope that this was a nightmare. Save her. Save her. If she dies, you die immediately. If she dies, you all die. Lin Xi was furious at Sang Biao. With a knife at his neck and the person dying, why wasn't he saving her? Alright. Quick, the hospital. Send her to the best one in Motor City, First Hospital. She's still alive, isn't she? She's not dead yet. A trip to the hospital for resuscitation should bring her back. He spoke hurriedly into the phone. Though he couldn't see Yi Mohan's expression, the icy, bone-chilling aura emanating from him made even this seasoned man shudder. If that person actually died, the knife at his neck would likely cost him his life. Seizing the chance, Lin Xi tried to shift the blame. She'll be saved, I promise. This has little to do with me. It must be Lin Changsheng's doing. I heard he was planning a kidnapping. He probably put them up to it. He spoke with feigned indignation, clearly cowering to save his own skin. You will all die? Every last one of you. The voice came like a frozen cavern, each word dripping with unstoppable killing intent. Yi Mohan plunged the dagger deep. Lin Xi, unable to react, fell to the ground with wide eyes. Wait for me. Don't let anything happen. I promise to protect you forever. He had to get to City First Hospital immediately. Xiaoxi was waiting for him. Yi Mohan prayed for a miracle, even if it cost him his life. Imagining the beautiful young woman by the window in her wheelchair, now clinging to life, because of him, Yi Mohan's heart felt pierced by countless knives. Xiaoxi, he murmured the name of the angel in his life, picked up the dagger, and dashed out the door, even knowing countless enemies awaited. The bodyguards were startled as the door opened, seeing a shadow dart out, and raced toward the stairs. They rushed into the room, and found Lin Xi lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Damn it! Their hearts sank. The man they were protecting was dead, and they would lose a hefty payment. They turned their focus to Yi Mohan. Even if Lin Xi was dead, capturing the killer might salvage their professional reputation. He killed him. Don't let him leave this building alive. Block every exit. Soon hundreds of bodyguards mobilized with one goal, to kill Yi Mohan. Yi Mohan charged down the stairs from the 20th floor, driven by a single thought, Xiaoxi, wait for me. His bloodshot eyes glistened with tears as 3 or 4 bodyguards wielding daggers appeared before him. This was serious business. Every move aimed at his life. One slash. Another slash. Yi Mohan dodged backward, but others were closing in from behind. He had to end this quickly. Gripping the railing with both hands, he kicked 2 men away with his legs, clutched his dagger, and charged forward at breakneck speed, fighting for his life. But his main goal wasn't to fight, he had a more urgent matter. Even when beaten and thrown from one floor to another, he gritted his teeth, blood seeping from between them, struggled to his feet, and rushed downward, as fast as possible, leaving the pursuing group stunned. This guy? Go after him. Don't let him escape. There's no way he can outrun all of us. A crowd chased fiercely, but they couldn't match Yi Mohan, whose physical abilities had peaked. It looked almost like he was flying. By the 7th or 8th floor, the crowd had thickened, blocking the stairwell entirely. You're not getting away, one bodyguard taunted. Yi Mohan had rushed from the 26th floor to hear his reflexes at their peak, and he had picked up a stun gun, using it on several opponents. Of course, his injuries were worse than before, but he never stopped for a second. He cranked the stun gun to maximum and hurled it at the tightly packed group. One man fell, taking down others with him. Unlike Yi Mohan, their bodies couldn't withstand the shock, and they collapsed unconscious. Yi Mohan finally burst out of the building, one hand drenched in blood. He had fallen down several floors rather than running, using his body as a shield. As he stepped outside, another figure blocked his path. Without hesitation, Yi Mohan gripped his dagger and lunged. The next second, the man, startled by the speed, tried to strike, but was stabbed in the abdomen. Yi Mohan swiftly withdrew the blade and slashed his throat, dropping him instantly. Another opponent remained, and Yi Mohan turned to face him. But after a few exchanges, the usually quick and decisive Yi Mohan was forced back, his movements no match for this man's skill. Suddenly the man caught Yi Mohan off guard and jabbed him with a stun baton. Yi Mohan collapsed, unable to rise, his strength seemingly exhausted. "Kid, you like playing rough. If it weren't for me, you might have actually gotten away." He flashed a sinister smile and raised his foot to stomp down, but was sent flying by a van. Zhang Fong had arrived. Seeing Yi Mohan on the ground spitting blood, he quickly ordered his men to load him into the van. "Hurry, hurry. Get him in. There are too many people chasing us. Move it, move it." Several men rushed to lift Yi Mohan, shocked to find he still had strength despite his severe injuries. The bodyguards closed in, and the men scrambled into the van, slamming the door shut just in time. The pursuers immediately tried to attack the vehicle, but the reinforced van sped off, forcing them to dive out of the way. "They'll run you all over." Zhang Fong wanted to hit more, but seeing Yi Mohan's critical condition, he yanked the wheel and turned around. Luckily, the van sped away, leaving the pursuers far behind, temporarily safe. "Can't you treat his wounds? What are you waiting for? Can't you see how badly he's hurt?" Zhang Fong urged. The thugs in the back stared wide-eyed and shook their heads. "Boss, we only handle minor injuries." "Yes, wounds are too severe." Yi Mohan could barely keep his eyes open, but managed to say, "To City First Hospital." Right. City First Hospital." Zhang Fong accelerated, heading straight for the city's best hospital. Unnoticed, the necklace around Yi Mohan's neck began to glow against his skin. At the hospital, one man ran to fetch a doctor while others searched for a stretcher. "Doctor, my friend is seriously injured." Zhang Fong grabbed a doctor and pulled him out. Despite his fearsome appearance, the doctor could see his urgency was genuine. "Where is he injured?" "Just come and see. He's outside, hurry." Zhang Fong led the doctor to the van, where several men stood with a stretcher. "What are you waiting for? Save him," Zhang Fong said, peering into the van. Only bloodstains remained. Yi Mohan was gone. "Where is he?" "No idea." "What happened?" Zhang Fong and his men exchanged bewildered looks. "Could the pursuers have caught up?" the doctor suggested. "Maybe he went into the hospital on his own." Yi Mohan draped a coat over himself, the blood on his face blinding his eyes. He casually rinsed it off with mineral water, but the marks of his injuries remained starkly visible. The moment he entered the hospital, countless concerned glances were cast his way, and someone approached to ask, "Hello, do you need help?" "No, it's fine. Where's the service desk?" Yi Mohan immediately headed toward the service desk, describing the young girl's details in a desperate attempt to find her all, while a deep fear gnawed at his heart. Upon learning that the girl was in the operating room undergoing emergency rescue, he murmured blankly to himself, "Operating room. Operating room." His mind went utterly blank, hollow, and empty. He simply couldn't bring himself to accept this outcome. If something happened, Yi Mohan would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Just yesterday she was still here. Tears fell. Yi Mohan had endured countless injuries without shedding a tear, yet the mere thought of what had just happened made his eyes well up. I'm sorry. I failed to protect you, Xiaoxi. I'm sorry, I promised you, but I didn't keep you safe. It's all because of me." For a youth who once harbored beautiful dreams of first love, losing her meant losing all hope for the future. Yi Mohan bitterly regretted that if he hadn't sought her out, if he hadn't been driven by his own selfish desires, she would have continued living peacefully, untouched by any harm. It was all his fault. He arrived at the operating room doors and sat quietly on the nearby chair, then lifted his head to gaze at the words on the door, his expression sunken beyond words. His eyes were clouded and shimmering with tears, evoking deep sympathy from any onlooker. Yet the most agonizing pain was in his heart, as if 1,000 arrows had pierced it. His soul was steeped in remorse and trepidation. If Xiaoxi truly left him because of this, he wouldn't know what to do. She was the angel who had helped him during the most crushing period of his life. 6 years later, she was dying because of his fault. Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan lowered his head, his drooping eyes hiding his expression. After an unknown stretch of time, the operating room doors slowly opened. Realizing the girl's fate hung in the balance, he rushed forward. "Doctor, where is she? How is she? Was the resuscitation successful?" He was as frantic as a child, for the person inside was the most important one to him. The doctor removed his mask and shook his head. In that moment, Yi Mohan froze completely, words lodged in his throat, bringing a suffocating dizziness. How could this be? It had to be a lie. None of this was real. "We did our best. Take care of yourself." The doctor patted him on the shoulder side and murmured to himself, "Such a young girl. What a pity." Yi Mohan refused to accept it. He grabbed the doctor's sleeve and said hastily, "Doctor, I know an old Chinese medicine practitioner. His skills are remarkable. Maybe she can still be saved. He'll call him now." His trembling words were cut short by the doctor. "Young man, I know you can't believe it, but you have to face reality. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Think it over for yourself. With that, the doctor turned and left. Yi Mohan stood frozen, as if his very soul had departed. His body trembled involuntarily, tears gathering into droplets that fell to the floor unstoppable. Then the sound of a gurney being wheeled over reached his ears. Yi Mohan slowly turned around and saw a bed covered with a white sheet faintly outlining the shape of a person lying beneath. Xiao-Shi, Yi Mohan called out again and again. Even knowing the truth, he still hoped to hear that familiar voice. But after several seconds there was no response. The nurses nearby were kind-hearted and paused to give him a moment to compose himself. After all, this might be the last time he would see her. Seeing Yi Mohan in such a state, they guessed she was either family or his beloved. His hand trembled as he hesitated to lift the white sheet, and behold, that once lovely face now turned into a cold corpse. After another long while, he still dared not look. He wished he could turn back time, forever lingering in that afternoon by the window yesterday. "Excuse me, please step aside." The nurse had to break the heavy silence, unable to linger any longer. Yi Mohan stood there dazed as if he couldn't hear a thing. So they had to wheel the bed around him, leaving him alone in the empty corridor. In that moment he didn't know what to do or what he could do. The world seemed to grow distant, his heart shattered, and nothing mattered anymore. Brother Yi. Brother Yi. At that moment Zhang Fang came looking for him, and found Yi Mohan standing motionless in a corner. He could guess what had happened, and stood by silently. But then he noticed the severe injuries on Yi Mohan's body, and realized he couldn't just leave him like that. The dead were gone, but the living still had to carry on. Zhang Fang stepped forward to console him. "Brother Yi, I'm truly sorry for your loss, but you need to get your wounds treated now, or they'll get worse." He spoke once, but Yi Mohan didn't react. Then he called again, "Brother Yi. Brother Yi." The mere thought of the girl plunged Yi Mohan into a flood of memories, including those from their childhood, trapping him so deeply that he was reluctant to wake up. Certain people and events can easily shatter one's psychological defenses, slowly becoming an eternal scar on the soul, a wound that can never be forgotten for a lifetime. In the end, Zhang Fang had no choice but to drag Yi Mohan to see a doctor. His face bore no major injuries, but other parts of his body were quite badly hurt, with blood dried on his skin. As they walked through the hospital corridor surrounded by people coming and going, Yi Mohan's expression was utterly numb. He could never forgive himself, drowning in remorse and self-blame. Just then Yi Mohan suddenly caught sight of a familiar face passing by. He froze for an instant and stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fang asked, puzzled. Yi Mohan took a few seconds to think before finally recalling who that person was. He did not know the name, but he was also present when he first saw Xiao-Shi in that house, seemingly related to her by some kinship. On the other side, how did this happen? Be more careful next time. By the way, you should be heading back during this period. It's fine, I understand. Lin Xi replied casually, though a flicker of guilt stirred within. He had not bound himself too tightly, yet the coarse rope had abraded his skin. Damn this frail constitution of Namliang. It was far too delicate. But where was the protagonist? Everything had gone cold. Lin Mingzhi, despite his busy schedule, had rushed over long before. Lin Xi was speechless. He had wanted to witness the protagonist's fighting prowess firsthand. Yet Yi Mohan might have been sneaking off elsewhere, leaving Lin Xi to quickly instruct the bodyguards to change attire, feigning a secret message to them before being rescued unscathed. In the end, the ill-fated White Tiger gang was dismantled, not by the protagonist, however. If the protagonist hadn't refused to reveal the exact location, I would have cried, made you feel so guilty you couldn't bear it. Lin Xi mused inwardly. The tearful power of a first love's white moonlight was devastating, but alas, it was not to be. Meanwhile, Yi Mohan suspected he was hallucinating, but he had indeed heard Xiao Zai's voice. He could mistake anyone's voice, but never hers. A surge of excitement gripped his heart, tears glistening in his eyes as he murmured, "Xiao-Shi isn't dead. Xiao-Shi isn't dead." Zhang Fang sighed at these words. Even someone as formidable as Yi Mohan could be as ordinary as any man in such moments. "Brother Yi, you need to face reality. The dead cannot return. Though there are reasons behind it, you must move on and pull yourself together." Zhang Fang spoke while reaching out to grab him, but something fell off. In the blink of an eye, only the clothes remained. Yi Mohan had vanished again. His jaw dropped in disbelief. "Damn, I have to search again. Who's the injured one here? He's like a superhuman." Yi Mohan sprinted toward the sound, a battered figure racing through the corridor, drawing glances and murmurs from bystanders. But he cared not. He had to see her now. She was not dead. Please heavens, he prayed this would be as he desired. At a corner, Yi Mohan heard that familiar voice once more. He froze, then looked up in agitation, spotting the familiar silhouette. A girl sat in a wheelchair, clad in a white dress, her hands and legs wrapped in several bandages. Xiao-Shi, Xiao-Shi. Not dead, not dead. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yi Mohan's emotions were indescribable, loss regained. Tears shimmered in his eyes, but this time, they were tears of joy. "Xiao-Shi," he called out, and rushed forward to embrace her, vowing never to let go no matter what. But halfway there, Lin Mingzhi's men intercepted him. His focus was entirely on the girl, and the next moment, he was kicked flying. "Who are you? Get lost." The sharp rebuke snapped Yi Mohan back to reality, and he noticed the man standing beside the girl. the same one he had brushed past earlier. Lin Xi also saw Yi Mohan. That shout had genuinely startled him. How did this guy end up in the hospital? Oh, he's injured. Lin Xi muttered to himself. Yet they had crossed paths again. Fortunately, he no longer used that Sundaramist voice, and he had only told Lin Mingzhi to keep his true identity from Yi Mohan. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I thought you were. Thank goodness. Yi Mohan apologized, his face a mix of joy and excitement, as if he had committed an unforgivable wrong. Lin Xi watched this scene. The protagonist brought so low, still apologizing, endlessly consumed by guilt for failing to rescue someone, radiating a sense of abject humility. He understood now that Yi Mohan had indeed tried to save him. But some minor mishap must have occurred along the way, causing him to lose track of the person. Initially, he had wanted Yi Mohan to fail, to find him to be locked away somewhere the protagonist could not reach, only to be rescued, battered, and bruised by others. But for some reason his heart had softened beforehand. He wanted to be saved at least once to avoid pushing anyone too far. Yet things had unfolded exactly as he had first imagined. Lin Mingzhi, without even being notified, had arrived even faster than Yi Mohan. Sometimes there was no helping it. In the hospital, if not for so many onlookers, he might have embraced the protagonist, offering some comfort. After all, his later plan was merely to extricate himself, perhaps stirring a hint of guilt in the protagonist, not to reduce Yi Mohan to such abject humility. If he went too far, and it was all discovered one day, that dark room was practically reserved for him. But now, oh whatever. Lin Xi thought, casting one glance at Yi Mohan before falling silent, as if unwilling to engage further. Yi Mohan saw this, and felt a chill in his heart. He had failed to keep his promise. The Xiaoxi of before had been so kind, just like in childhood. But now he detected a hint of indifference in her eyes. Even the best person could not coexist with one who broke their word. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. Apologizing was the only way Yi Mohan could soothe his guilt, yet his heart grew cold as he saw the girl turn away, her gaze no longer meeting his. Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan was utterly panicked. He knew he had erred. He would do anything from now on, never let Xiaoxi suffer the slightest harm again, if only she could forgive him a little. But there was no chance. The distance between them seemed insurmountable, a fate worse than death. Yi Mohan tried to apologize further. A dark figure burst forth, charging at Yi Mohan with a furious expression, exuding an aura unlike an ordinary person. But recognizing the man as Xiao Zai's relative, Yi Mohan chose not to resist. Lin Mingzhi grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off the ground with a roar. Do you know who this girl is? How many want her dead? How many wish her harm? Getting close to her without the power to protect her will only bring disaster. Do you understand? Who do you think you are to deserve contact with her? If not for her, I wouldn't even grant you that privilege. I could take her anywhere safer than where she was. Instead of listening to your endless apologies. If something had happened today, could you bear the responsibility? 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Yi Mohan remained silent, for the words struck true. It was all his fault. He had harmed Xiaoxi. Lin Mingzhi released his grip, and Yi Mohan crashed to the ground like a dead weight. Go back to where you came from. You have no place here, and your apologies are unwanted. Do you understand? Yi Mohan was engulfed by guilt, lost in existential doubt. He truly wished for the girl to glance at him, just once. That figure seemed so distant at this moment, yet the person he loved could never change. Zhang Fong found him again, startled by his appearance. Yiga. Yi Mohan was injured, and was being treated in the hospital, but at that moment he wasn't worried about his wounds. Instead, he was contemplating how to eliminate another person. Lin Changsheng. The gangsters claimed that these two men wanted him dead. Lin Xi had some motives concerning his own son, while Lin Changsheng purely sought to eliminate him. With his demise, Lin would have the opportunity to seize control of the Lin family. Yi Mohan decided to eliminate these threats first and assist Zhang Fong in expanding his influence in Magic City. In any case, he aimed to eradicate those potential dangers so that he could be with Xiaoxi without burdens, and it wouldn't put him in danger. But would Xiaoxi ever forgive him? At this moment, Zhang Fong suddenly recalled something upon hearing that name, Lin Changsheng. But it seems he has been arrested. He has been arrested. Yes, it seems some members of the Lin family have obtained evidence of his commercial crimes. With Lin Changsheng's arrest, the battle ended with one brother dead and the other caught in a sewing machine-like fate. Now Yi Mohan felt relieved. He greatly disliked the Lin family, but it was these two brothers who had constantly plotted against him in the shadows, often sending assassins. It was only because of inheritance issues that they had resorted to violence. Logically, after such a significant incident, Yi Mohan should have been taken for questioning. However, ordinary people faced such treatment. Those with a bit of status understood the situation. If Yi Mohan didn't have the protection from the Lin family and Lin Xi, there would still be a group of people unwilling to let him face any trouble, all prepared to assist the protagonist. With these two resolved, no one should trouble me for a while. But Xiaoxi? Yi Mohan dared not think further. Would Xiaoxi continue to ignore him? What should he do? Would gifts help? Yes, Xiaoxi always seemed particularly happy to receive gifts. He immediately started thinking about what gift to prepare, something that could at least cheer Xiaoxi up. This weekend was his best opportunity. He must make Xiaoxi forgive him. Moreover, he would reflect deeply on his mistakes, even if it meant doing anything she wished in the future. This incident made him more determined to treat the girl well. The matters of romance could be set aside for now. At that moment his phone chimed. "Are you okay?" Upon seeing the girl's message, tears almost welled up in Yi Mohan's eyes. She was still concerned about him at this time, which made him feel unbearable regret for not rescuing her sooner. The broken phone had truly cost him precious time, and Zhao Zitong's impression of him had diminished even further. Despite the pain in his hand, Yi Mohan immediately typed and sent a message, "Xiaoxi, are you not angry with me anymore?" It wasn't long before the girl replied with a single word, "Mm." This simple reply made Yi Mohan furrow his brows. How could she forgive him so easily? It was merely Xiao Zai's kindness. Thus he hurriedly sent another message, a barrage of promises that he would never make the same mistake again, and that what had happened today would never happen again. Moreover, he would always protect her, never allowing her to suffer harm. If he failed to do so again, he would punish himself by never being with the one he loved. On the other side, his phone kept vibrating with notifications. It was a long message from Yi Mohan detailing the events that had transpired. It turned out it was just a stroke of luck that he had encountered a girl with a similar fate who had also injured her foot. This had led him directly to the Nine Dragons gang. As for the mistake of contacting the wrong people, he hadn't thought about it. One could only say that the protagonist was indeed unfortunate. Lin Xi still needed to check in periodically, as such easy forgiveness would only deepen the protagonist's guilt. The saying goes, give one slap and sneak in a date. The protagonist would feel immense happiness. He was still quite important in the girl's heart. It doesn't matter, once those two brothers and the others are dealt with, the Lin family won't be so chaotic. It should take another 2 days. Lin Xi would stay in this little place for 2 more days, and it was only for 2 days that Lin Mingzhi had agreed. Previously he had told Lin Mingzhi that Yi Mohan was very capable, and he would definitely be safe. Yet after this facade the two nearly erupted. However, it was indeed true that Lin Mingzhi was not brought up without reason. Perhaps there was some last wish from their grandfather before his passing. In any case, it didn't matter to him. As long as the Lin family remained, he didn't seek anything after his grandfather's departure, just hoping to keep a few memories of his grandfather alive. As for money, he currently had none. Relying on Yi Mohan's path, he could later earn hundreds of thousands, even millions, by exploiting the protagonist's first love. He wouldn't have to worry here and there, so it was crucial to manage Yi Mohan well. He could be a leisurely antagonist and still find enjoyment, the biggest boss in the entire scenario. Before leaving, I need to write something for Yi Mohan, something that would directly touch his heart and make it unforgettable. Lin, she said, beginning to brainstorm, then shook his head, deciding it was better to discuss such things later. He despised such sentimental things the most, yet he seemed to have many secrets about Yi Mohan that the latter was unaware of. Although this protagonist was indeed worthy of such efforts, it still felt a bit reluctant. Enduring such severe injuries and feeling so guilty, not realizing he was merely trying to escape, it was truly foolish. Acting as the beloved white moonlight heroine for the antagonist. The next day, Yi Mohan sought out the young girl, bringing gifts with him, hoping to bring a little joy to Xiaoxi. At this moment he seemed unable to part from her, having received care in his youth. He feared this affection might vanish, as if it had already become woven into the very fabric of his life. Memories of childhood replayed in his mind over and over again. She was cherished, she was the only one. Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan pushed open the door and entered the girl's room, which felt both the same and different from before. The atmosphere in the air was especially quiet, yet it all emanated from the girl herself. Desolate and detached Lin, she gazed out the window, treating Yi Mohan's presence as if it were nothing. It didn't matter anymore, the trouble had been resolved. He didn't actually need to stay here any longer. But he had to draw a perfect conclusion to these days together, gradually cooling down toward the protagonist. This would help the protagonist wake from these memories. Though everything was false, he was also a person. Let him care for Yi Mohan, as Xiaoxi then ended all and returned to the life of the eldest miss of the Lin family. No matter how foolish Yi Mohan was loving so desperately, it was all about Xiaoxi, not about Lin Xi. Lin Xi was always Lin Xi and could never be Xiaoxi. The two matters kept entangling, and if he didn't end one soon, it would be hard to wrap up. After all, what he should be was an emotionless antagonist using the protagonist as a tool. Once he chose this path, he couldn't easily give up. A gift. Yi Mohan placed an exquisite gift box on the table. A glowing creative ornament that looked extremely cute, something few girls could refuse. Thank you. Lin Xi's melodious voice merely uttered a faint thanks, but she didn't even touch it. This gift truly lived up to the protagonist's careful selection. But it was useless now. Brother wasn't playing anymore. Xiaoxi was giving up. Who told you to save her without success? Without some punishment, you'd never know the pain of being cold-shouldered. He could naturally sense the change in the protagonist. But for him, this was the desired effect. If his heart didn't ache, then all this effort would be for nothing. Just like that. Lin, she had little communication with Yi Mohan, not even meeting his eyes, as if the person beside her didn't exist. Compared to before, it was a complete 360-degree reversal. From being able to hold her several times a day, Yi Mohan now couldn't even touch her once. Because Lin, she just kept staring out the window, not uttering a word. She wasn't deliberately being cold. She just wanted to be alone in peace, no longer needing Yi Mohan's care. She had needed it before, but not anymore. Yi Mohan standing beside her seemed like an extra presence, never again, receiving the girl's adorable coquettishness, including embraces, as if none of this had ever happened. Of course. Yi Mohan understood this well, so he acted like air, appearing when needed and silently caring for her when not. His eyes were full of the girl's figure, but the girl's gaze no longer looked at him. It was heartbreaking, but it was fine. He would give his all to care for her. At least she allowed him to stay by her side, which meant it wasn't that serious. She had been so kind to him since their first meeting. This was the first time this had happened. All he could do was be thick-skinned, be good to Xiao Shi, coax her, and if coaxing didn't work, then try again. Just then Lin Xi snapped out of her daze. She found this atmosphere quite pleasant, the two of them quiet, savoring the last moments together. Mainly because this place still held many childhood memories. The protagonist would surely come often in the future, but she naturally wouldn't return here. Seeing the girl move, Yi Mohan quickly stepped forward and asked, "Let me help you." His tone was exceptionally warm. He took meticulous care of Lin Xi. But Lin Xi rolled her eyes inwardly and said indifferently, "I need to go to the restroom." "All right. Do you need me to?" "No need." Lin Xi sighed. Fine, I see through you now. You're really going to stick by my side, aren't you?" Her leg was already healed now. Although someone didn't know he shouldn't keep sneaking glances at her leg, it was a bit creepy. In short, nothing happened that day. It was quiet. The only thing was that Yi Mohan became more talkative, but Lin Xi didn't even acknowledge him. Starting the charm offensive, huh? Let's see if you can break through in these 2 days. He began to speak. "Xiao Shi, do you remember things from childhood? From the moment you spoke to me the first time we voice called, I thought your voice was so beautiful. I've never heard anything so lovely. And you took the initiative to call me." Lin Xi, oh, she was pretending. Let's not talk about that. Besides, they were all grown up now. "Xiao Shi, are you still angry with me? Let me stay with you all day, okay? Wherever you want to go, I'll take you. Your leg isn't healed, yet so will carry you." Lin Xi, get lost, stop breathing in my ear. And who wants to be carried by you? "Xiao Shi, can I have a hug? Just one?" Lin Xi. "No." I said no. "Let's just go our separate ways and pretend none of this happened." Seeing the girl ignore him, Yi Mohan shamelessly started acting foolish, being a warm man all day long. A total 24-karat gold love-struck full valuable, but looking a bit silly. Of course Lin, she didn't give him any chance. She said she'd give up, and she did. She had no feelings left. The protagonist would just have to cry his heart out in the bathroom. Seeing no progress that day, Yi Mohan still didn't give up. He had a whole day tomorrow to stay by the girl's side. Moreover, he planned to submit a request to the counselor to switch to commuting. In short, on this matter, Yi Mohan had only one goal: Xiao Shi. If 2 days weren't enough, then 3. If 3 weren't enough, then a lifetime. 6 years had already passed. This was nothing to him. One was a fiery Yi Mohan, the other a Lin Xi who couldn't stand it and wanted to run away. A love-struck protagonist and a scheming antagonist. This story in the little house was over. Under the cover of night, Lin Xi personally wrote a farewell letter. She thought about writing more, but then decided the simpler the better. Whatever she wrote, she didn't expect Yi Mohan to grasp its meaning. After all, he wasn't love-struck. Well, actually, he was, and terminally at that. That night, the evening breeze gently brushed through the girl's hair. Lin Xi paused in her writing, savoring the night view outside. It was exceptionally quiet, not even the chirping of insects could be heard. A pair of fair fingers held a pen, leaving behind neat and elegant handwriting on the paper. Every word was carefully considered, just like the seemingly naive but earnest love letter Yi Mohan had written many years ago. A faint rustling sound came from the paper, suddenly stopping at a certain moment as she drew a period. Then at the bottom right of the letter she wrote a few words: Xiao Shi. After finishing, Lin Xi let out a relaxed sigh, folded the letter, and placed it in the center of the table. Then she took out a hat from the cabinet. She didn't know when she had finished knitting it, and placed it beside the letter. "I'm leaving. Bye. Next time you see me, I won't be Xiao Shi." Lin Xi opened the door. Someone was already waiting for her outside. "Miss, the car is already waiting outside. It's time to take you home." It was still the familiar bodyguard, the familiar aura. This identity was effortless for him. The missing eldest daughter of the Lin family. No one expected her to be hidden away in such a remote little house. A bodyguard draped a coat over her shoulders. Surrounded by so many people, Lin Xi exuded an aura unlike any ordinary person. Without a word, she strode straight through the middle, the bodyguards flanking her closely. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall. The bodyguards quickly raised umbrellas, shielding the girl's head securely. Lin Xi stepped into the luxury car, its license plate bearing several 8s. A vehicle that commanded deference from all in the magic capital. "Miss, the Lin family is safe now. There's no one left in the family you don't wish to see," said the bodyguard in the driver's seat. Lin Xi merely replied as it matched her expectations. The stubborn holdout Lin Jinni had been dealt with by Yi Mohan, leaving no major issues otherwise. Now the Lin family had been reborn, causing quite a stir in recent times, but it had already deviated entirely from the original outcome. That was good. He could slack off, play the villainous boss, and still reap plenty of benefits from the protagonist. Wasn't that far easier than other schemes? Why not use a tool rather than let it rebel? Today, Yi Mohan woke up early, packing all his belongings in the dormitory. He hadn't slept at Andy's place yesterday because today he was moving, switching from a boarding student to a day student. He had obtained Auntie's consent. Xiao she had merely hummed an agreement, and not refusing meant acceptance. Now that everything was packed afternoon classes, he could immediately move his things. From then on he would live with Xiao, she every day, seeing her constantly. Brother Yi, are you really leaving? They'll miss you so much. Yeah. Even so, you've got to pace yourself. Wang Qin and the others watched as Yi Mohan finished packing, reluctant to part ways. Years of friendship, and he was moving out just like that. Truly no man was any good. But that's what they said. Still they helped with whatever they could. After all, it was for pursuing what he desired. I'm just moving to another place, not dropping out of school. Don't worry, he'll definitely come visit you. And what's with that sign you put up? It's not like him dead. Yi Mohan quickly kicked away the sign on the bed. These guys were still the same as before. Even though he wouldn't live here, he certainly wouldn't forget them. They could still grab midnight snacks and barbecue together. Right, go for it. Remember, we strategists have your back forever. You're not fighting alone. Yeah, but living under the same roof, it's practically a sure thing. Next time you've got to bring her out, so we can meet our sister-in-law. For you to be so smitten, she must be something special. Absolutely, she's several times prettier than that campus belle Zhao. A total domination on all fronts. They chatted and laughed just like before, instantly dispelling the earlier somber mood. Yi Mohan knew he couldn't afford to miss this chance again. The opportunity was in his hands. This time, he had to strive harder than ever. Soon, when Xiao Zai's injuries healed, the sea of flowers in the garden would bloom. In the dormitory, everything was nearly packed. Yi Mohan pulled out his phone to message Xiao Shi. He still couldn't shake this bad habit. Opening his phone, at least half of it was related to the girl. Suddenly, Yi Mohan froze, stunned for several seconds. He tapped again to confirm, but the result was the same. He could no longer send messages. The system indicated the account had been deactivated, gone. What's going on? How could it be deactivated? How? Yi Mohan tapped repeatedly, suspecting a system glitch rather than accepting the account was truly gone. It had been fine when he went to sleep last night. How could it vanish by morning? Without hesitation, Yi Mohan dialed a number, his heart tightening with anxiety. As soon as the call connected, he rushed to say, Auntie, I just saw Xiao Zai's account was deactivated. Is she okay? There was a second of silence before a voice slowly replied, Xiao Yi, didn't she tell you? I thought with how close you two are she would have mentioned it. She's catching a flight at 1030 this morning. She's going abroad. A flight? Going abroad? Yi Mohan was dumbfounded. He knew nothing. Xiao Shi had never told him a thing. Then a memory struck him. That day in the hospital, a relative of Xiao Zai's had said, it's time to go back. He hadn't thought much of it then. Now, suddenly hit with this news, Yi Mohan was at a loss. Today he had planned to move his things. They're getting closer to his goal. But now, why was she leaving? Did she not want to see him anymore? Yi Mohan's heart turned as cold as an ice cave. No. 6 years. He had searched for 6 years and finally found her. Now she was leaving again. He couldn't bear to lose her forever. He would do anything to keep her, even if it meant holding her back, by any means. Hello, Xiao Yi. The voice on the phone sounded worried about him. Yi Mohan, desperate, quickly said, Annie, where is Xiao Shi now? Please stop her for me, Annie. Please don't let her go. At least let me see her one last time. His tone was frantic, carrying a hint of pleading. This time she had even deactivated her account. If he couldn't hold her back, he might never see her again. Never. A look of despair crept onto Yi Mohan's face. Why? Why did she have to leave without a word? He would do anything to earn her forgiveness as long as she didn't leave. Just then, Auntie quickly added, Xiao, she said she'd come back to get her things later. But you'd better hurry. If she leaves after that, you won't get to see her. Hearing those words, there was still a chance. He hung up and was about to rush out. At that moment, Wang Qin handed a set of keys to Yi Mohan and said, Here, no need for words. If you're in a hurry, use them. Zhang Feng had originally planned to drive the car over at noon, but now he couldn't wait a single second longer. This time he never wanted to experience that bone-chilling hollow feeling again, as if the entire world had abandoned him. Thank you. Yi Mohan grabbed the keys from Wang Qin's hand, rushed outside, mounted Wang Qin's scooter, put on the helmet, and twisted the throttle to the maximum, charging straight ahead. This scooter carried the help of his dormitory brothers. Since the one he loved was about to leave, he had to chase after her no matter what, so he wouldn't regret not trying. Soon Zhang Feng also arrived by car, having quickly gotten the news and giving chase immediately. Brother Yi were here. Thus the two exchanged vehicles. Yi Mohan got into the car, floored the accelerator, and sped along the road at breakneck speed, reaching its limits. Xiao Shi, I'm sorry, but no matter what, I won't let you go this time. Yi Mohan drove with exceptional skill, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. 6 years ago, it was precisely because he knew nothing and understood nothing that he lost her. But now he was going to save the younger version of himself from the mistakes he couldn't rectify back then. Brother, you go for it. You can definitely succeed. If you like a girl, you must chase her back at all costs. Yi Mohan continuously received encouraging messages from his friends on his phone. Having waited 6 years to meet her, they all hoped for a beautiful ending in this world. In less than 40 minutes, he covered a journey that should have taken over an hour. He hurriedly got out of the car and saw Auntie standing at the door. He rushed over and asked urgently, Annie, has Xiao Shi been here? Auntie Wang shook her head. Just as Yi Mohan's anxious heart began to settle, the next second another sentence from her made his heart sink completely. Xiao Yi, someone just called me again and said she's not coming. Yi Mohan's expression froze. Not coming. Those two words were so cold, leaving his heart hollow, as if nothing was left. Oh right, she mentioned leaving a letter for you, Annie Wang suddenly recalled. A letter. Hearing this, Yi Mohan dashed into the room and flung open the familiar bedroom door. Sure enough, a letter and a hat lay on the table. The hat was knitted by Xiao Shi herself, who had said she would put it on him with her own hands. But now, why are you leaving me? You know I've searched for you for 6 years. Xiao Shi, want you come back. You used to say you wanted to be good to me. This time I just want you back. Yi Mohan sobbed in pain like a stray puppy, his voice hoarse, the corners of his eyes red, almost dazed as he murmured, Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi. He staggered into the bedroom, sat down on the chair, his spirits at rock bottom. He put the hat on his head so it fit perfectly. He tried to feel the last trace of warmth Xiao Shi had left behind. Reluctant and attached, Yi Mohan then looked at the letter on the table, carefully opened it, and read it word by word. When you see this letter, I will already be on my journey back. Don't look for me anymore. Thank you so much for taking care of me these past days. I've been very happy, especially seeing you, Yi Mohan. When we were kids, you were always bullied and had no friends. These 6 years I've been worried about you. But now from our chats I know you have so many friends around you, and that many girls like you. You've also lived up to my expectations and gotten into a great university. You can live well without me by your side. I'm truly glad to have seen this with my own eyes, so I can go back with peace of mind. Maybe people have to grow up and can't live in the past. We were indeed happy as children, but I can't stay by your side. I'm sorry for not replying to your letter back then. Hey, erase my answer after 6 years. I hope to see an even better version of you in the future. As Yi Mohan read on, he reached the end, where Xiao Zai's signature was in the bottom right corner. A complex feeling stirred in his heart, an indescribable sensation. He should have known. 6 years without any news. Her kindness to him now was because she was worried about him. Throughout their conversations, Xiao Shi had been taking care of him, afraid he might be bullied again. She even worried that his family had no money for food and sent him a big package of snacks every week. Though he was older, he understood nothing. He thought he had been taking care of her, but in reality Xiao Shi had deliberately come close, fearing he was still living poorly. Yi Mohan suddenly felt like a fool. During all these days together, his mind was full of love and affection, and he hadn't noticed the delicate thoughts of the young girl. Xiao Shi had always been so good to him, and now she was gone without even a last meeting. No, I must see her one last time. Yi Mohan said, suddenly glanced at the time on his phone, then got up and ran out like a madman. Annie, what time is Xiao Zai's flight? Yi Mohan asked urgently. He still had words he had to say to her in person. Auntie Wang scratched her head. 10:30, I think. Yes, 10:30. As she finished speaking and looked toward where Yi Mohan had been, she only saw a figure running out. Oh, it's too late, Xiao Yi. She shook her head, hoping only that the two could meet one last time, otherwise leaving like this would be heartbreaking. Yi Mohan got into the car, quickly fastened his seatbelt, and floored the accelerator, speeding off. His destination was the airport. There was only one major airport in the city, and it wasn't too far from here, as long as he was fast enough. Even if it's too late, he'll give it my all. Yi Mohan pushed the speed to the limit, thinking only of going faster and faster, determined to see her one last time. Soon he neared the airport, but there were only a few minutes left. Xiao Shi must already be on the plane by now. There's still a way. There must be a way. Yi Mohan didn't want to miss this chance. They were already so close, and Xiao Shi was about to leave the country. For a long time to come they wouldn't see each other again. Just then, Zhang Fong drove a sports car over, somehow having traded up from a scooter. Brother Yi, there's still a chance. Get in quick or we'll run out of time. Yi Mohan saw this, and quickly got into the passenger seat. Though he didn't know what Zhang Fong was planning, he was willing to try anything to see her one last time. Chase the plane. Even if she can't hear you clearly, she might see you through the window. And so Zhang Fong immediately floored the sports car. The engine roared with a thunderous growl before the vehicle shot forward like an arrow. Skirting around the airport for a short distance, he saw rows upon rows of aircraft through a chain-link fence. There was also a stretch of lawn and a long runway, but at this moment he still didn't know which plane she was on. Zhang Fong, determined to see this through for his friend, pushed the car to its maximum speed, trying to spot which aircraft was preparing for takeoff. If worst comes to worst, I'll just ram my way through. Zhang Fong was a man of few words but bold actions. He was ready to drive straight into the airport if necessary. Just then an airplane ahead began to taxi slowly along the runway, heading in the opposite direction from them. It was also quite close to the fence on this side, making it possible for someone on board to see them. Zhang Fong quickly stopped the car, then turned it around. Yigu, it's up to you now. Yi Mohan nodded. He climbed out through the window, gripping the roof with both hands, pulling himself up with effort, and finally stood atop the vehicle. The wind whipped through Yi Mohan's hair, tousling it wildly as the plane on the runway began to accelerate. To give the person on board a better chance to see him, Zhang Fong also stepped on the gas. Yi Mohan spread his feet apart, slightly bending his knees to steady himself on the car roof. After a dozen seconds, the two vehicles were moving almost parallel to each other. Struggling to keep his balance, Yi Mohan turned toward the plane that was about to take off and shouted with all his might, Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, thank you. Thank you for taking care of me for so long. When we meet again, I'll be living a better life. Don't worry about me. His words were carried away by the wind, growing fainter and fainter. Tears glistened in Yi Mohan's eyes. Now that he had said it, it wasn't as painful as he had imagined. The sports car gradually slowed down, and all he could do was watch the plane lift off, soaring into the blue sky and white clouds heading toward a distant horizon. He kept staring, gazing at the girl he loved most in this lifetime. His eyes grew hazy. This is a farewell letter writing down the reason I leave. The role I played in your life was too vague. You were hot and cold to me. You are the air I breathe, the gravity I can't escape. In my life, you were once the reason for my existence. Yi Mohan stood in the wind until the plane vanished completely from sight. Xiaoxi was gone. In the past, he would have been overwhelmed with sorrow, but now he felt an unusual calm. Someone once said that when you see her again, letting go would turn it all into the past. But at this moment, he still couldn't let go. Perhaps he would still stare at their chat records, every day daydreaming, returning to the memories of their childhood. But now, he knew there would surely be a chance to meet again. The moonlight of his childhood had transformed into a new kind of radiance. She was still the same, but his feelings had changed. In any case, he wouldn't choose to let go because she was the best girl he had ever met in this life. 3 years. When you meet someone you once liked again, your heart still races. Zhang Fong sat in the car smoking a cigarette, suddenly sighing with emotion. What? Yi Mohan was taken aback. What did he mean by 3 years? Have you forgotten? 3 years ago I saw her too. Back then you just dropped everything, and when we asked why you wouldn't answer. Then I saw you running back to school to study. Now I understand why you're so devoted to her. Yi Mohan didn't respond. Zhang Fong thought he had said something wrong and muttered in confusion, isn't that right? Maybe I was mistaken. But she really looked like her. Because you left back then, I still remember that time quite clearly. At that moment, Yi Mohan's pupils suddenly dilated. He remembered everything. The familiar face of a girl with a high ponytail. The first time he saw Xiaoxi, he didn't know why he was so sure she was the one he was looking for. It turned out he had already seen her once 3 years ago. He had almost forgotten. So she had already come looking for me once, and I never realized it. Yi Mohan's heart was deeply shaken. He had thought she was someone beyond his reach, yet they had met once without his knowledge. That encounter had reminded him of a girl's expectations, and it was only then that he managed to surpass everyone and get into university in that final year. She had always been worried about him secretly returning to the country to help him quietly. Yi Mohan's heart ached. He was such a fool. So many chances, and he had missed them all. This time too, it was because of the kidnapping incident that Xiaoxi had to go back so soon. His heart was filled with guilt and regret. Elsewhere, Lin Xi sat in the airport business lounge enjoying desserts and tea. Through the glass he had seen everything the protagonist did. He had indeed bought a ticket for a 1030 flight, but he didn't leave. Or rather, Xiaoxi had left, but he stayed behind. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, Xiaoxi would be forever lost somewhere abroad. Even if Yi Mohan became a powerful boss in the future, he would never be able to find a person who didn't exist. What a pitiful protagonist, but honestly, when I met the protagonist last time, I didn't recognize him at all. 3 years later, he's really blossomed, this androgynous physique. The protagonist noticed him at the comic convention and became a stalker. These days, even a villain has to protect himself when he's out, either getting killed or... Luckily, he managed to escape with a bit of trickery. If he had been discovered, he would have been the villainous teasing him, and the protagonist, thrilled, would have turned into a wolf pouncing on its prey. The account is deleted. There's no way out now, is there? Poor little protagonist, you'll just have to become my plaything. Lin's eyes, clear, limpid eyes narrowed slightly, and a villainous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The fight over the Lin family inheritance was just a small appetizer. There were much more exciting and interesting things to come. Lin Xi held a cup of tea, watching the protagonist outside the window, smiling without a word. Still, compared to 3 years ago, the protagonist had made astonishing progress. Who knew what he would be like in another 3 years? Time rewound to 3 years ago. 2015, 2014, 2013. Summer. This time we're sneaking back to the country. Don't tell Grandpa, or else. Trust me, the consequences will be serious. Lin Xi said with a serious face tinged with a hint of threat. At this time, Lin Xi looked a bit more adorable. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she wore clothes that were more student-like, even featuring a cartoon logo. Her delicate face still had a touch of youthful innocence, but when she furrowed her brows, there was already a mature look in her eyes. Combined with the proud temperament of a young lady, she was outstanding in every way. It was hard to imagine how beautiful she would grow up to be. But only Lin Xi knew how much this androgynous physique had harmed him. He had been treated like a princess since childhood. Although the demands weren't strict, it seemed they were genuinely afraid he would die young, so they controlled almost everything. And not only that, but many families had wanted to arrange betrothals. Whenever he met children from other families, he would be looked at like a wife. It was infuriating. This time he had finally found an opportunity. He wanted to use this short break to secretly return and see how the protagonist was doing. After all, he had spent nearly 3 years working on the protagonist. If his departure caused the protagonist to turn dark or something, how could he feel at ease? Days passed. Everything returned to calm, but it seemed someone was secretly plotting everything. As all things revived, the season for the villain to oppress the protagonist had arrived once more. Lin Xi returned to his original identity, having gone through countless trials. He was now a person devoid of emotions. The protagonist, having been used, was now in his grasp, allowing him to do as he pleased. The elaborate plan he had orchestrated for so many years was for this moment. He wanted the protagonist to be his dog, becoming the most notorious villain boss in history. Not yet. I think I'm feeling a little excited. Lin Xi put on a mask and added a pair of stylish sunglasses. A charming and adorable villain character made his entrance. Finally, it's my turn. Under the mask, Lin Xi's stunning face wore a wicked smile, guarding a mandatory path for the protagonist returning to school. The night was dark and windy, the perfect time for a villain's hunt. Beside him stood a dozen strong bodyguards. Although they posed little threat to the protagonist, according to Lin's villain code, their imposing aura should at least tenfold crush the opposition. Are you ready? Lin Xi exuded the demeanor of a big shot, having not engaged in his old work for a long time. This time, he had to firmly grasp the protagonist. Miss, we are ready. The bodyguards nodded seriously. Indeed, it was the most exhilarating to do such things with the young lady. Good, remember, you go first. If you can't win, just lie down and I'll make my entrance last. Everything proceeded with such familiarity and order. This return to essence was indeed the most comforting approach. Blocking the protagonist in an alley, humiliating him severely, Lin Xi couldn't help but smile wickedly at the thought of that scene. Mohan, hurry up, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Thus, after waiting less than 10 minutes, he indeed saw Mohan. With his handsome visage and a stride that carried the wind, the girl's gaze turned back with an astonishing 90 return rate. He was undoubtedly today's target. Mohan, standing alone against a gang, had already made a name for himself in the underworld of Magic City, but Lin Xi felt no fear. After all, he had been toying with Mohan for quite some time. Now he just needed a single line to make Mohan kneel in desperation. After all, how could anyone resist such a cute and beautiful girl like Xiaoxi, the white moonlight? Quick, go and hit him. Lin Xi commanded, his pink contact lenses sparkling with excitement. The bodyguards, receiving the command, rushed forward without hesitation, blocking the way. Each wore a fierce expression. They were indeed not ordinary henchmen, trained rigorously by Lin Xi. Stop right there. You're out of luck today. I hand over all your money, or we'll give you a severe beating, shouted one of the leading bodyguards. The others echoed in agreement, revealing sinister smiles while emitting terrifying laughter. For an ordinary person, this might send chills down their spine, but the one before them was Mohan, who had once achieved the feat of defeating 100 opponents, referred to as the one who broke through by those present at the time. Oh, you're ignoring us, huh? It seems we need to show you the harshness of society. Brothers, charge. With that, the bodyguards swung their fists, attacking Mohan at a remarkable speed. Mohan showed no sign of fear, merely watching coldly, unperturbed by the enemies before him. Clearly, he didn't take them seriously. He stood his ground and began to fight back, striking with incredible speed and precision. His unique fighting style allowed some to fall to the ground before they even realized what had happened. Of course, the dozen bodyguards were not pushovers either. They exchanged blows with punches and kicks, but Mohan's speed proved superior, exploiting weaknesses in the blink of an eye and gaining a significant advantage. Now Mohan fought more fiercely than before, each strike targeting vital points. The events that had transpired had changed him profoundly, a terrifying aura glimmering in his eyes. This kid can really fight. They recognized Mohan's prowess, but they hadn't expected him to be this formidable. It seemed the young lad's words hadn't been wrong. In the dim light, the sounds of combat echoed, mingled with the cries of pain from some. After about 10 minutes, they were nearly done, one after another collapsing to the ground. After all, if they continued, they would truly be lying in a hospital. In a dark corner, Lin Xi observed the timing was right. It was time for him, the villain boss, to make an appearance. It didn't matter how skilled the fighters were. To survive in this world, one needed power and influence, but most importantly, one had to grasp the opponent's weaknesses to humiliate them thoroughly. Though it may not be very ethical as a villain, Lin Xi had cast aside his morals. He stepped out wearing a mask and a deathly Barbie pink short skirt, mysterious, yet exuding beauty, his pink pupils confidently gazing at Mohan. Hey Mohan, how pitiful it is that your first love girlfriend has run away. What a small fry. If you want to know about Xiaoxi's whereabouts and see those private photos, you'd better obediently allow me to trample you underfoot. His tone was exceedingly confident, prepared for Mohan to willingly come over and be under his foot for this information. However, the air suddenly fell silent. Lin Xi was taken aback. What was happening? Why wasn't the plot unfolding as he had anticipated? The protagonist should have rushed over immediately to plead. After all, he had several incredibly beautiful and sexy private photos, which only he had seen. Given the protagonist's lecherous nature, shouldn't he have been immediately entranced? Lin Xi had to repeat himself. Didn't you hear? Private photos, including childhood ones. If you want them, hurry up and beg me, or I'll delete them right away. He still maintained an air of arrogance, waiting for the protagonist to plead. But the next second, Xiao Shi. Yi Mohan confirmed he hadn't misheard, disbelief flashing in his deep gaze. Hey. Lin's eyes' pink pupils suddenly shrank, a wave of panic washing over him. He had forgotten to modulate his voice. Damn it. Having spoken casually in front of the protagonist, he momentarily forgot to change his voice. Yet the protagonist with a nose for trouble had exposed his slip-up. Everything was over now. His true identity would be revealed, and the protagonist would know he was an extremely perverted man, though he was merely pretending. Yi Mohan would definitely make him turn around in a hurry. Lin Xi felt numb. This couldn't be happening. He was the villain. He had merely been joking. At this moment, you really are Xiao Shi. Yi Mohan began to approach Lin Xi slowly, his tone extremely excited, his voice trembling. Something indescribable was about to unfold, but Lin Xi was the esteemed young lady of the Lin family. He absolutely could not let Yi Mohan, this dog protagonist, succeed. Don't do it. Lin Xi sensed something was off and decided to flee, otherwise if the bodyguards were defeated, his reputation as a villain would be ruined. What happened to making the protagonist his dog? Now he was the one in a disadvantageous position. Lin Xi turned and fled. Sprinting 100 meters, he had never run this fast in his life. If caught, it would be all over. Xiao Shi. Yi Mohan shouted from behind and immediately gave chase. Damn it. Lin Xi was on the verge of tears. He didn't even dare to look back, having previously felt numb in his rear. This time. You have the wrong person, please, I beg you. However, Xiao Shi. Yi Mohan was still chasing from behind, the distance between them growing shorter. Lin Xi summoned every ounce of strength he had, shouting hoarsely, "Don't chase me, I'm a man, let me go." He was truly joking. But was it too late to say sorry now? Hearing how cheerfully the protagonist called out from behind Lin, she gritted her teeth and wept inwardly. It seemed too late. At that moment, Yi Mohan's mind was consumed by the girl running ahead of him. Lin Xi was Xiaoxi, and Xiaoxi was Lin Xi. Shilling Lin Xi. It dawned on him. These two names were merely reversed. He recalled that it was the eldest daughter of the Lin family who had first provided the information leading him to find Xiaoxi, yet he had never realized they were the same person. Their personalities were so vastly different. However, he had vowed that their next meeting would be entirely different. Only a few days had passed, but he was determined to uncover the truth. If they truly were one and the same. Then, a flicker of deep thought shone in Yi Mohan's profound eyes. Before long, Lin Xi was gasping for breath, unable to run any further. She tried to sneak a glance to see if Yi Mohan was chasing her, only to find him standing right behind her in the next moment. He was almost pressed against her. Startled, Lin Xi instinctively covered her rear and stepped back, but her foot slipped on something and she was about to fall. Yi Mohan reached out and caught her, steadying her balance. Yet she had no intention of thanking him and quickly said, no more, stop chasing me. I'm really not this Xiaoxi you speak of." Before Lin Xi could finish, Yi Mohan pulled off her mask. She didn't have time to block it, revealing her true face. A breathtakingly flawless visage with rosy lips and pearly teeth bore a hint of pride and indignation. But as the mask was removed, panic instantly took over. All this. Lin Xi tried to cover her face with her hands, but it was too late. The autumn wind blew in cool and gentle. At that moment, her mind went blank, and the next second, Yi Mohan embraced her from the front. "Explain yourself. You can't escape now." Damn protagonist, daring to touch and embrace in broad daylight, claiming the world as his own. Just as Lin Xi was about to flare up, she felt the scorching breath by her ear and the warmth of the man's cheek, her own face instantly turning as red as a tomato. Damn it, this is bad. I knew I shouldn't have cornered him in the alley today, in the one being trapped. Lin Xi's mind was in turmoil. How could she explain? She couldn't possibly say, "Yi Mohan, I wanted you to be my dog." That would get her locked in a dark, damp room with handcuffs on. Terrifying. Lin Xi shuddered. She couldn't let her image as the pure moonlight shatter, but no matter how she explained, she couldn't get out of this. Moreover, so tight. She could barely breathe from his embrace. Before, Yi Mohan had held her gently, but now his strength was at least 4 or 5 times greater. "Let me go." Lin Xi tried to struggle free, but couldn't break loose at all. She was no longer the cute, naive Xiaoxi, but a failed antagonist who had gone too far. A failure deserved harsh punishment. Yi Mohan's deep eyes flickered. She had deceived him so bitterly. She had been deceiving him from the very start, using a secondary account to contact him. Now he had finally caught her. What private photos? Yi Mohan suddenly recalled the girl's earlier words. It seemed everything was becoming more intriguing. Xiaoxi had never left him. How wonderful. But deceiving him like this was not good. She had used herself to seduce him all along. So this was the real Xiaoxi, and now he could proceed legitimately. Holding her close, Lin Xi quickly explained, "I was joking." "Say that again." Lin Xi racked her brains, her face flushed with anger. How could anyone be expected to speak while being held so tightly? Did he think he was hugging his wife? "You can't treat me like this. I was so good to you when we were kids, and this is how you repay me. Yi Mohan, let me go now, or you'll really be angry and you'll never get my forgiveness." With those words laced with fury, Yi Mohan finally released her. Seizing the chance, Lin Xi turned to flee. There was no one around, and in this darkness things could easily go awry. But just as she took a few steps, Yi Mohan grabbed her from behind, pulling her into another embrace. This was worse than the front of Lin. She immediately felt trapped from both sides. Trying to run. I told you once we meet again you won't escape. Yi Mohan spoke as he held her tightly from behind, his arms wrapped around the girl's soft body. You deliberately made me think you'd left me just to play this game. Was it fun, Xiaoxi, my adorable eldest Miss Lin? Do you know how angry I am now? How should I punish you, Miss Lin? You've tormented me so deeply. I love you to the point where I can't live without you, yet you tell me you were playing with me. Yi Mohan's magnetic voice spoke, but there was no hint of anger. Instead, it carried a powerful possessiveness that made one dare not resist too much. Damn, the domineering schoolboy persona was making an early appearance, Lin, she thought sarcastically. She was the esteemed eldest miss of the Lin family. While she could bend when necessary, she'd fill the pit she dug first. The only risk was being locked in a dark room, and then being. As long as she made a slight move, she could still handle the protagonist. After all, he liked her so much she still held a significant advantage. I told you I was joking. Fine, I'll give you the private photos for free. Just let me go. Seeing Yi Mohan's silent Lin, she continued, desperate to get through today. 2, 3. Alright, I'll give you all of them. Good, but there's more. What more? You? Who else? I find fine, so this is how it's played, huh? Protagonist, you truly aren't afraid. Ill scheme behind your back. Doesn't he know that Master Lin, when ruthless, would even destroy himself, leaving the protagonist to kneel and beg with tears to no avail? No, since I've been exposed, none of us will leave alive. Lin Xi thought to himself, following the villain's code, better to stand tall in defiance than kneel in surrender. After all, the protagonist wouldn't dare do anything to him. Whatever he wanted to do, he dared. Lin Xi hardened his resolve in that moment. He wasn't some weakling. If anyone dared treat him this way, he would make Yi Mohan suffer bitterly. Fencing, he swiftly turned the tables, handling villainous matters with decisive speed. Don't even think about it. Lin Xi with his sharp teeth bit fiercely into Yi Mohan's arm, determined to make the protagonist understand that he wasn't someone easily swayed by some halo. Impossible. As the biting persisted, the pain shot through his nerves to his brain. Yi Mohan let out a sharp breath of cold air, remaining silent for 2 or 3 seconds before finally speaking. Xiaoxi, please. Don't leave me, alright? Or he'll never let go. Hearing this, Lin's eyes widened, and he bit down even harder, refusing to believe that this guy's flesh was made of iron and bronze. Yet, Yi Mohan still showed little reaction, allowing the girl to keep biting almost as if he was willing to let her do so. I give up. A faint blush crept across Lin's face. He knew this stalemate couldn't continue. The protagonist had suddenly become uncontrollable, and the most effective way was to regain control, even if it meant making some sacrifices. Huh. He imagined some inappropriate scenes, and quickly shook his head. Yi Mohan, do you really like me? You like Xiaoxi, don't you? The character I made you imagine. So let go. Haven't you read the letter? Xiaoxi, you deceived and toyed with me, but am not angry. As long as you come back, we can play however you like. I am Lin Xi. Lin Xi reiterated, then muttered under his breath, none of my business. Suddenly, Lin Xi seemed to hear something explosive. Play however he liked. Huh. Bro, don't mess with me. He thought he was already twisted enough, making the protagonist believe he was a girl, but this bastard was even more perverted than him. That's some heavy kink there. He had never encountered this in his life. You want me to play with you? I mean, actually, your situation. It's not that I can't handle it, it's just. Lin's mind went blank. He felt things spiraling in an indescribable direction. What kind of protagonist offers himself up to be played by the villain? I think I understand now. You used to say strange things when we were kids. As long as you like it and stay by my side, anything goes. Xiaoxi is a role, and you and I are both roles. Yi Mohan spoke as if he had figured it all out. Since Xiaoxi enjoyed role-playing, he would naturally play along. As long as she liked it, he would join in. Oh, this. Lin Xi was stunned. What kind of bizarre logic was this? No, this logic had never been clearer. Yi Mohan. He was an absolute genius. No, wait, the protagonist wanted him to play with him. If this continued, would he end up cultivating an incurable mental illness? Actually, not bad. Yi Mohan has hypnotized himself into a tool promising to do anything. In this world, I'd be invincible. Lin Xi suddenly realized. Holy crap, he had the protagonist in his grasp again. That's his style. But he felt he hadn't done anything, so there was no sense of achievement. Fine, I agree. He'll play with you. No, let's not say it like that. If you behave, there will be great rewards, understand. Lin Xi grew smug again, feeling elated. Compared to before, he no longer had to wear a mask all the time, and he could even bully the protagonist, openly trampling him underfoot. Voluntarily. Yi Mohan's eyes flickered, his tone laced with anticipation as he asked, what rewards? That's a secret for now. Do you think I'd shortchange you with my status? Can you stop thinking dirty thoughts? Or I won't let you play. Yi Mohan paused. It seemed this game had a slow progression, he would have to play it seriously. However, judging by the delighted expression on the girl's face, it should be quite interesting. So how do we play? Has it started now? Do you want to step on me, or? Yi Mohan's gaze at the girl turned strange. Was this game wholesome? Geez. Lin Xi was startled and quickly explained, don't misunderstand. I don't have that kind of kink. I just have occasional bouts of madness. How about this, let me go first, and he'll tell you how to play. You're hurting me. I'm deducting your points. What are points? There for redeeming rewards. Haven't you ever played a game? You're such a noob. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Mohan's lips. He was about to prove himself. The next second, he heeded the girl's words and released his grip. But Lin Xi darted away like a fish returning to water, leaping several meters before turning around to mock Yi Mohan with a laugh. This is how you play. Catch me if you can, Naya. Within seconds, Lin Xi was caught again. He was dumbfounded. He thought he could last at least a few minutes. But he only held out for a few seconds. This Yi Mohan was inhuman. He must have secretly activated a speed boost, you idiot. And he was even holding him. Caught you. Now what? Yi Mohan found the game genuinely fun. He wanted to play more, loved playing it. You can't catch me. Do you even know how to play it? Lin Xi was a bit flustered. And you're still holding me. I caught you. I mean, you should let me win. You can't catch me, you noob. I'm not playing with you anymore. Let me go. Lin Xi was about to struggle. At that moment, she noticed a group of bodyguards watching from behind. When they realized they had been spotted, they quickly averted their gazes, feigning blindness. The scene was so mortifying that Lin Xi felt she would rather buy a rocket and move to Mars on the spot. Damn it, my persona. Lin Xi could barely contain her frustration, her resentment toward Yi Mohan mounting. Why would the protagonist embrace her, the villain? It was infuriating. The bodyguards thought to themselves, our apologies. It seems we were just part of this game. Well, leave immediately. Yi Mohan had finally figured out the game. He must never win a Lin. She had to be the victor. Come to my room tonight. Quickly. He'll teach you how to score big. Come secretly, Lin Xi whispered to Yi Mohan. She didn't want anyone to misunderstand, nor did she care what the protagonist might do. After all, she had risen again. The protagonist wanted to be toyed with by her, not the other way around. Still, to be safe, she decided to hide a few more alarms and teach the protagonist how to gain an edge tonight. Hey, don't tell anyone or else. Lin, she said to the bodyguards. She didn't want anyone to know, but she still hoped to return to the main storyline normally, or it wouldn't be fun. Miss, rest assured, the bodyguards replied, vowing to keep silent. They had seen nothing at all. Yi Mohan merely watched the girl's retreating figure, his voice faintly echoing in the air. Just let me win once, that's all. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Lin Xi, Xiao Xi. Yi Mohan, do you want me to turn back into Xiao Xi? Gentle, cute, naturally sweet, and clingy. Yi Mohan, yes. Lin Xi, call me daddy. Yi Mohan paused, then reluctantly said, Daddy. Lin Xi burst into laughter at the message on the table. Perfect. She had successfully fooled the protagonist again. How satisfying. Strangely, it seemed that after her disguise was exposed, the protagonist became even easier to deceive. Yi Mohan harbors improper intentions toward the villainous allure. I think I still need to get back on track, Lin Xi mused. Since Yi Mohan was the one making requests, helping him would ultimately benefit her as well. In the end, she would reap the rewards and occasionally tease the protagonist, which was akin to helping herself. Yi Mohan would remain nothing more than a pitiful tool. Lin Xi sipped her porridge at the table, taking small mouthfuls, surrounded by servants. Once this grand mansion housed many people, but now all the riffraff had been cleared out, leaving only her to enjoy this luxurious estate. It was indeed quite comfortable. That evening after her bath, Lin, she had intended to change into a sheer lightweight nightgown. But since the protagonist was coming, she opted for something more modest. After all, it would be too revealing. Yet besides herself, no other male had ever seen her. When she looked in the mirror, she was even more alluring than any woman. As a child it was fine, but as she grew, her legs and figure blossomed. Her body was incredibly supple, her skin fair and delicate, as if it might yield water at the slightest pinch. Perhaps when one's beauty is flawless, face, figure, temperament, all aligning with everyone's ideal, the details cease to matter. The next moment she froze. She had entered the wardrobe room, but emerged without changing a thing. Tempt him just a little, she thought, a bold idea sparking in her mind. She wanted the protagonist to believe she was a girl he could see, but never touch. The torment would be worse than 1,000 ants crawling on his skin, leaving him to weep bitterly in the bathroom. At the thought, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Xi's flawless face. A brilliant idea. Not long after, a rustling sound came from the window, as if it were raining. But the weather forecast had predicted no rain. It could only be Yi Mohan sniffing his way over like a dog. Lin Xi had deliberately turned on every light in her room to make it easier for him to find her, given that the mansion's garden was as vast as a dozen neighborhoods. They had already coordinated via phone. Lin Xi hurried over and pulled back the curtain, spotting Yi Mohan climbing outside like a sneaky neighbor, just short of opening the outer window. She opened the window and whispered, Quick, come in. My husband isn't home. At those words, Yi Mohan's expression flickered with unease. The situation was indeed rather fitting. Husband? Yes, my husband isn't home. You're in luck, Lin Xi murmured, planning to make Yi Mohan's heart race with the thought that her husband was absent. Though there was no husband, he truly wasn't home. Only she occupied the entire room. Soon Yi Mohan grew excited, as if stepping into a role. Lin Xi didn't even need to pull him. He grabbed the edge, leaped with force, and landed inside. Thus in the light, Yi Mohan beheld the eldest Miss Lin, whose husband was away. She wore a cute headband, her hair slightly damp and alluring. Her attire consisted of a thin, form-fitting nightgown, its hem just reaching her thighs, exuding a plump, tender allure. The curves of her figure were subtly visible, especially in the dead of night, inviting mysterious reverie. He's sneaking glances at me. Such a pervert, Lin Xi thought as she sat on the armchair. She projected an aloof, proud demeanor, but inwardly, she was ecstatic. Villainous tea ceremony. The protagonist could see but couldn't touch, just playing with him. He would be left crying alone in the bathroom. Xiaoxi, Yimo Han breathed, utterly captivated. He had never seen the girl so seductive, yet carrying the haughty air of a noble lady, like a blue lotus, distant and untouchable. But that familiar, exquisite face with its red lips, white teeth, and arched brows held a fatal allure. Don't call me that. Let me think. Call me Lin Xi, just call me that. Your Xiaoxi is offline, got it. Lin Xi found the address odd now. This protagonist had been thoroughly fooled by her. Unexpectedly, he had become so dependent that he willingly let her toy with him. Yimo Han remained silent. Clearly he was more accustomed to this form of address and needed time to adjust. His eyes were fixed entirely on the girl before him. He longed to be part of her world and ultimately to possess her. This was Yimo Han's deepest dream. For now, though, he had to get along well with her and collect the special reward points she offered. Seeing that Yimo Han didn't respond, Lin Xi assumed the pure young man cherished this way of addressing her. She relented. Fine, fine. You can call me that when no one's around. Call me whatever you like, okay? Then, wife, Yimo Han said. Hey. Lin Xi's cheeks flushed slightly. She should have known better than to say that. The protagonist was clearly an old pervert. No, that won't do. My husband isn't home. Lin Xi shook her head. She absolutely wouldn't allow him to call her that. It was too twisted enough to give her nightmares. Who is your husband? I don't know, but you can't call me that. The thought of the address made Lin Xi's ears redden slightly. Why was it so strange? Just thinking about it made her blush uncontrollably. Alright, we didn't come to my room just to chat. We have serious business to attend to. Got it. Lin Xi pulled out a small blackboard and marked 3 key points. Although the protagonist was doing well, the progress was too slow. They needed to complete tasks and move to the next stage quickly so she could enjoy the fruits of her labor and feel a sense of accomplishment. Of course, completing the master's tasks wouldn't be without reward. There were points. Accumulating enough points would unlock various levels of prizes. In short, everything was part of Lord Lin Xi's grand scheme. Yet Yimo Han's gaze remained fixed on the girl. Her lithe, slender figure, her fair, delicate legs swaying beneath the thin, form-fitting dress. His deep, narrow eyes dilated as his pupils expanded. This Xiaoxi was so beautiful. Noticing that Yimo Han kept stealing glances at her, Lin, she felt somewhat speechless. Was he so captivated that he couldn't stop staring? He had completely missed the point. His plan was to wait until all the other antagonists had been defeated by Yimo Han, then let Yimo Han deliberately lose to him. That way Lin Xi would undoubtedly be the MVP of the entire scene. But now this protagonist didn't regard him as a villain at all. No, that wasn't right. He regarded him far too much, even calling him wife earlier. This classmate, Lin Xi, was always dressed in a form-fitting nightgown, wearing glasses and holding a baton in his hand. He looked exactly like a strict teacher from a forbidden romance novel, his stunningly proud face carrying a harsh expression. Oh, what's wrong? Yimo Han, who had been lost in a daze, finally snapped back to reality, not having heard a single word. What was I just saying? Yimo Han glanced at the writing on the blackboard, then shook his head. I don't know. He truly couldn't understand. Lin Xi had finally caught Yimo Han red-handed. They had agreed to score big, but now he wasn't cooperating at all. It was utterly boring. Let's go. I'm not dealing with you anymore. I was wrong, Xi. Yimo Han quickly apologized. He knew the difference between a temporary fix and a lasting solution. Really? He'll do whatever you say, Yimo Han replied, knowing she liked to roleplay, so he decided to play along. Oh, fine then. Lin Xi sat on the sofa, pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers as a brilliant idea struck him. On a dark and windy night, since this protagonist couldn't pay attention in class and kept focusing on the teacher, he as the villain must punish this lack of discipline severely. Now is the time for me to strike. Lin Xi transformed into a Yandera villain ready to play rough. He had countless ways to deal with protagonists. The Lin family villain code, showtime. Get down. Huh. Yimo Han had no idea what was happening, but a single glance at the girl in the silk nightgown standing before him made his mouth go dry, so he simply did as she said. The floor was covered in a fluffy rug, so he quickly lay flat on his back. Don't move. I need to find something, Lin Xi said, immediately turning to go into another room. After a moment she came back holding a long rope. Handcuffs would have been more convenient, but he didn't have any of those adult toys in his room, so the rope would serve the same purpose. Yimo Han lay on the floor. All he could see were a pair of snow-white slender legs. The girl's feet were clad in delicate milk-white slippers, their expensive logo clearly indicating a hefty price tag. As the girl approached him, a fragrant aroma wafted over. He was about to look up when he heard Lin Xi say, I told you not to move. Just wait a moment. You said yourself you'd listen to me. Her pleasant voice quickly reassured Yimo Han, and he let Lin Xi do whatever she wanted. The next second, he felt a soft body sit on his back, shifting slightly. It was very light, like a fluffy marshmallow, making countless ants seem to crawl across his heart. Then Lin Xi straightened the rope, pulled Yi Mohan's hands behind his back, and bound them together, tying several extra knots just to be safe. Hands bound next were the feet. Tying people up was of course a necessary skill for any villain. An outlaw shows no mercy. All right, Lin, she said, finally standing up from Yi Mohan's back. He clapped his hands, satisfied with his handiwork. Yi Mohan, whose combat power was practically godlike, was now trussed up like a chicken, completely powerless. Lin Xi bent down slightly, the curves of his body elegant and alluring, and spoke in a drawn-out tone. Yi Mohan, you like she, don't you? You don't like me. I'm so sad. She is so gentle and cute. She even took care of you when you were little. I can do that too. The girl's tone, which had been normal a second ago, suddenly shifted. With a cold, sinister laugh, she said, since that's the case, he'll tie you up and keep you here forever. He'll take care of you. You'll never leave. You can only stay here with me. How about that? Happy? We'll be together for a lifetime. As she finished speaking, she let out a bone-chilling laugh. Yi Mohan looked up. He saw that the girl's originally neat hair, cascading behind her, now hung disheveled, partially obscuring her face. One eye peered through the strands, exuding an eerie, bewitching darkness. Her pink lips curled into an angelic smile, but the words that followed sent chills down one's spine. Oh no, you're still thinking about Xiaoxi. What to do? You dare to think of another woman. He'll just kill you. Then we can be together forever, never to be disturbed by that wretched woman again. Lin Xi spoke, her clear eyes radiating a malevolent, dark aura. Half-moon shadows fell beneath her long, curled lashes, lending her a cold, deranged look, as if possessed by a demon. You? Yi Mohan was stunned, witnessing a Yandra for the first time. Lin Xi dashed to the side, grabbed a tool, and rushed to Yi Mohan. The girl's demonic whisper echoed in his ear. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. Soon we'll be together forever. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew the tool across his neck. Blood splattered onto her face, a dangerous beauty, more sick than enchanting. After a few seconds, ha ha ha, scared you, didn't I? Lin Xi stood up, looking at the dazed Yi Mohan, her laughter ringing like silver bells. How was that? If you ever disobey me again, I'll take a real knife and slit your throat. Your life will be gone. Yi Mohan snapped back to reality at her words. He looked up. The tool in her hand wasn't a knife, but a comb. He licked the blood splattered on his face. That was sweet and sour. Ketchup. All right, no more teasing you. Boring. Lin Xi used a wet wipe to remove the sickly makeup and ketchup. She combed her hair back and secured it with a headband, reverting to the image of a proper young lady. Truth be told, Yi Mohan should count himself lucky that she intended to use him rather than kill him. If he weren't the only protagonist, she wouldn't have had to plan since childhood. Even now it was still useful. The pitiful protagonist willingly became her plaything. Yet the old trick remained, she had to occasionally give him a taste of sweetness, and some people would fall deeper into the trap. Of course, some people look in the mirror. Feelings are not something one can simply reason their way out of, no matter how intelligent. Yi Mohan still didn't know that the kidnapping back then was her doing. Perhaps even knowing the path leads to no good, and one must walk it anyway. It doesn't matter, Lin Xi thought at that moment. Even if discovered, it was fine. She was just here for the tea and the show. The protagonist at this stage hadn't yet grown to the point of locking her in a dark room. If discovered, the protagonist would only think to protect her, to stay by her side, without making her unhappy. This change in the protagonist was inseparable from every step Lin Xi took. And a villainess more beautiful than the female lead. That simply made her the greatest treasure. Young man, why play with anything else? In poison, Lin Xi sighed inwardly. In the future, she might have to lead him on. Her specialty was the yo-yo game. Leaving when he couldn't bear to be without her. Xiaoxi. What? Tired of being tied up. I won't help you. Deal with it yourself. Lin Xi wasn't that kind-hearted. The protagonist wanted to play this game, was her bullying Yi Mohan. No, just as long as you're happy. Everything continued to unfold. She wouldn't become the protagonist's wife. Only bullying him brought her joy. Who wasn't a big shot in their own right. After a few more minutes, Yi Mohan lay quietly on the ground, not uttering a word, willing to remain tied up. Perhaps he was thinking of the promises had made to the girl that he hadn't kept. As long as Xiaoxi was happy, anything was fine. But if Lin Xi heard the protagonist's thoughts, she definitely wouldn't be moved to tears. Feeling it was getting late, and that Yi Mohan would end up staying the night, she walked over and untied the ropes binding his hands and feet. All right, consider this a reward for being good today. Now go home. It's late. They'll teach you how to rank up next time. Lin Xi's voice was lazy and sleepy. As she spoke, she gave Yi Mohan a hug, throwing him a bone to send him off quickly, or else she wouldn't be able to sleep. Embraced by the girl, Yi Mohan felt her warmth and fragrance, the silk of her nightgown. But most of all, it was her, the girl he loved. A surge of happiness rushed to his head. He wished he could hold her forever, receiving this special reward every day. Ever since he thought the girl had taken a plane abroad, Yi Mohan found himself missing her more each day, her soft, fragrant touch, her smile. Now it seemed fate had answered his prayers. Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan still couldn't bear to let go, satisfied like a child, handsome, yet foolish. All right. If you have something to say, say it quickly. My husband will be back soon. Lin Xi thought sweeteners really work. Look at the protagonist, all obedient after a hug. Is he getting addicted? They'll come to you every night from now on, Yi Mohan said. Up. Lin Xi shook her head. No need, no need. You don't have to come every day. You know a girl's room has many secrets. Boys can't come in often. He knew how to fool the protagonist. Then when is your husband not home? He'll come then. He'll have my period. He'll feel awful. Anyway, I can't teach you. Just come when I message you. And in class you need to listen to the teacher. You can't stare at the teacher the whole time. Oh. Yi Mohan nodded. He agreed to everything, willing to do whatever she asked as long as there was a reward. Afterward, Yi Mohan retraced his steps and slipped away through the window again. Only when she was sure he was truly gone did Lin Xi close the window and draw the curtains. Then with a sigh she said amusingly, what husband? I was just joking. It sounded so real. But to be honest, it was indeed thrilling. Lin Xi sat on the sofa pondering how the protagonist had changed so much, yet this track still needed to run smoothly, otherwise some benefits would slip away. So he had to make the protagonist flaunt the advantages of his protagonist halo, as before scribbling a lot on the blackboard, to emulate certain figures like Xiao and Tang, not letting his mind be filled with trivial matters like a wife. Unfortunately today he hadn't changed his clothes, so Yi Mohan barely listened. It seemed he couldn't let this happen again. Lin Xi wanted Yi Mohan to go back and weep in the bathroom, and he also wondered if someone like the protagonist could actually do it. If not, Lin Xi would have to admire him for being a villain rather than a protagonist. Thinking about 10 minutes later, Lin Xi wiped off all the scribbles on the blackboard and wrote 3 new rules about playing. For a college boy, the protagonist at this stage wasn't the cold and aloof CEO yet. First, you must listen to me, do what you should, and avoid what you shouldn't. Second, don't act close to me in public. When I make a move, you must lose to me, meaning I'm stronger than you got it. Third, you must follow the first 2 rules, otherwise we stop playing and no rewards. After writing, he clapped his hands and Lin Xi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed into a charming slit, a satisfied expression on his face. Truly worthy of him, easily handling a little protagonist with no effort. Then he took out his phone, snapped a picture of the words on the blackboard, and sent it to Yi Mohan. This time Yi Mohan finally understood, and it was quite simple. Just 2 rules. 1. Do whatever Xiao Shi says. 2. Xiao Xi's role is stronger than him. He can't win, and will lose every time. Lin Xi typed rapidly, and sent another message. Read this carefully. Don't treat it as a game, it's a battle. Of course not against me. Don't accidentally hit me when you strike, or you're dead. Yi Mohan got it. I can beat others, but not you. He suddenly found it quite fun, but how did Xiao Shi know so much? Could it be? Yi Mohan recalled school, including some people who could have troubled him, but didn't, as if they were wary of something behind the scenes. Lin Xi, good that you know. Make a video call, read it aloud again, and promise. He'll record it, nothing special, just in case you forget, because you keep looking at me. Yi Mohan, okay. So he made a video call, and Yi Mohan read it exactly as written, as obedient as could be. The video was recorded. In the future, if Yi Mohan lost control, Lin Xi could play this video as a backup card. Lin Xi added a note: protagonist with a peculiar fetish. When Yi Mohan glanced at him, his eyes lingered most on Lin Xi's legs. The observant Lin Xi had seen through the protagonist. Lin Xi, alright, have you returned to the dorm? That photo I gave you earlier, you didn't use it, did you? Yi Mohan, the photo. It's still here, but what didn't? As he sent this message, he realized something, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He deleted it all, and typed 2 words, used it. Seeing this, Lin Xi leaped up from the bed, his clear water-like eyes widening, and his face uncontrollably turned as red as a persimmon. Yi Mohan, you pervert. I knew it. Give the photo back now, and don't you dare use it again. Fine, so this is how you play, huh? I give you a photo to look at, and you use it for that. Which decent protagonist uses a villain's photo? This could keep Lin Xi up all night in anger. Today he uses the photo, tomorrow he'll act on it. Wait, the original protagonist wasn't like this. Could it be me? Lin Xi realized the culprit behind it all was himself. Damn, the case was solved. Fine, he'd have to restrain himself from now on and correct this misguided direction. So he quickly sent a message. Lin Xi, from now on, without my order, you can't do that secretly, you know what I mean. Yi Mohan. Lin Xi, at most once a month, got it. If I catch you, you're done. Doing nothing productive, not even glancing at the main female lead, just staring at the photo. If you're this obsessed with Nan Liang for life, you're finished. Seeing this message, Yi Mohan took out the cute, sweetly smiling girl's photo from under the bed again. How could he do such a thing? But Xiao Shi was still like when they were kids. Knowing so much, it seemed he really needed to study in Xiao Zai's room. Damn, is he getting off again while chatting with me? Lin Xi's eyes widened, and he covered his lips in disbelief. How long had Yi Mohan held back these 6 years, now indulging in revenge? Yi Mohan was truly doomed for life. No saving him at all, and he was even getting bolder. The next second, Yi Mohan, okay, I'll save it all for you. Lin Xi's eyes widened again. The first word was fine, but the last 4. What? Lin Xi, Yi Mohan, you idiot. I don't want it, idiot. Get lost. In one message, Lin Xi hurled every curse word had ever known at Yi Mohan in text form. He wasn't into perverted stuff, he was a proper person. Everything before was fake. No way was he doing that. Yi Mohan, just kidding. Good night, Xiao Shi. Lin Xi, good night, idiot. For Yi Mohan, he was trying to level up to the girl's status to find common ground. But for Lin Xi, it was okay, I don't know you. You were a pervert before, and now you're just that. We're not close. Afterward for 2 days Lin, she didn't let Yi Mohan into his room at night, making up a random excuse that his husband was home, completely ditching Yi Mohan. He couldn't give Yi Mohan too much sweetness or he'd get greedy, constantly pulling the line would cause it to snap. What does a master look like? This was the real master. The protagonist ignored was surely crying in the bathroom again. Lin Xi at most recommended a few novels by certain authors to Yi Mohan, telling him to read properly instead of loafing around. Fighting villains to level up was more fun, and you could even get loot. In a few days he'll also go to Qing University, but he'll just watch and drink tea, maybe supervise. Actually, whether Lin Xi went or not didn't matter much, but staying home to play elsewhere couldn't beat the drama at school. For the next few years he'd stay at Qing University to complete his studies. Returning to campus with more people around was nice. Qing University had several districts, one in the city center and one slightly remote, the West District, which was also quite large. The main campus in the city center was naturally the best. The Lin family had many alumni at Qing University, and with the environmental advantages plus the school having received many favors from the Lin family, they could basically have everything their way. They could walk sideways on campus completely free from the constraints of school leaders, and some people would even deliberately curry favor, though that was just the norm. The Lin family's strength was no less than the other three families. Each had its own ladder with foundations laid over decades or generations. There were frictions, but mostly harmonious coexistence. As long as they didn't infringe on each other's interests in this circle's rules, money always outweighed life. Everyone could be friends or enemies. This revealed too much of humanity's ugliness, most commonly marriage alliances, rich wives and daughters, and the petty squabbles among heirs. In the Magic City circle, you could easily find big scandals like fake heiresses fighting or fathers and sons squandering fortunes. Anyway, at school Lin, she would just study seriously. The circle was chaotic. He a little Nan Liang wouldn't get involved. Had let Lin Mingzhi suffer a bit. As long as he survived to the end, some others might not be so lucky. He could name several who died tragically. On campus, among the elegantly dressed and dignified men and women, many from illustrious families each had their own social circles. A wealthy heiress naturally sought a wealthy suitor in romance. Of course there were exceptions like Yi Mohan, who was exceptionally famous on campus for his striking handsomeness. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall with a physique that exuded sexual tension and defined abs, he carried an aura of cold abstinence. Upon enrollment, Yi Mohan was hailed by fellow students as the campus heartthrob of Tsinghua University. The school invited him to assist in various promotional photoshoots, attracting a multitude of prospective students. He was the dream of thousands of Tsinghua maidens. Another Zhao Zitong was also quite popular among the boys. Celebrity figures always sparked various topics, yet she remained indifferent to some. In the morning, a pink luxury car drove into the campus, drawing many sidelong glances, especially when a familiar, graceful figure sat in the driver's seat. Which young lady is this? This car must cost millions, truly wealthy. Damn, you don't know. Zhao Zitong, the school's cherished jewel. I heard she's recently dating Hu Shuo, the captain of the sports team, and his family is quite rich too. Really? I heard the campus belle Zhao broke up with Hu Shuo recently, didn't she? Whom could it be? A rumor. Students chattered among themselves, various whispers rising across the campus. The boys still harbored beautiful fantasies about the goddess. Zhao Zitong was so stunning that she stood out instantly among any crowd of girls. For those who had never been in love, if granted one chance with her, it would be worth living half a lifetime less. Of course, such a probability was exceedingly slim, and they weren't as handsome as Yi Mohan. There were many wealthy and beautiful girls on campus, but Zhao Zitong was not only beautiful, but also had a natural appeal. In Lin Xi's words, she was crowned with a protagonist's aura. Who wouldn't be charmed and praise her beauty? In the male dormitory room, 413, Yi Mohan still slept in that bed. He had initially wanted to transfer to a commuter student, but thought she had truly left. Years, or perhaps longer than 6 years without seeing each other. After chasing the plane, he felt exhilarated at first, but upon returning, he was utterly devastated. At that time, Wang Qin and the other 2 roommates drank all night to console him. Under the influence of alcohol, Yi Mohan nearly mistook one of the roommates for his first love. It could be said that in recent days Yi Mohan had suddenly perked up again. They all thought he was hallucinating again, that women were indeed poison. A strategist always tries to enter the game himself, only to be scammed out of 300 yuan online, another out of 1600 yuan. They finally began to understand Yi Mohan a bit. At that moment the door suddenly opened, revealing a chubby figure in anime clothes. Whoa, brother, you guess who I saw? Absolutely gorgeous. Wang Qin said excitedly. The other roommates were used to this. Wang, the fat guy, was always making a fuss. That's what happens when you indulge too much in anime, you act like you've never seen the world. Zhao Zitong. Don't tell me you want to get food, but came back empty-handed, just staring at beauties. Seriously, stop ogling girls and study. In preparing for the CET4 and CET6 exams. Don't bring this stuff up. We're not interested, and brother, he only thinks about his little first love girlfriend. Hearing this, Wang Qin was displeased. Hadn't he always shared good things with them as promised? No, it's not Zhao Zitong. She's truly beautiful, stunning. Seeing everyone still interested, he turned to Yi Mohan, who was sitting on a chair. Forget it, you guys don't know. Brother, you remember last time we went to the anime convention? When we got off the plane, we saw an incredibly beautiful girl in a vintage dress. Huh. That one surrounded by bodyguards, the super rich one who bought a plane. Oh well, Yi Mohan then recalled. He had heard Wang Qin mention it, but had forgotten until now. Still, he wasn't particularly interested in what Wang Qin said. Why would he look at other beauties? He had his Xiaoxi, and that was enough. Still don't believe me. Wang Qin paused then, as if prepared, pulled out his phone. I saw her on campus just now. This time I took a photo, or you wouldn't believe me. See if she meets my standards. Saying this, he thrust the phone directly in front of Yi Mohan. Yi Mohan still didn't intend to look. No matter how beautiful, he wouldn't look unless. Holy shit. Yi Mohan's eyes widened at the photo of the girl. He snatched the phone and examined it closely. Hearing this exclamation, the other two roommates grew restless. Just how beautiful was she to elicit such a reaction from Yi Mohan, who wouldn't even glance at the campus belle Zhao Zidong? Where? Let me see. The two rushed over. Forget the CET exams, nothing was more important than seeing a beauty. They must share the joy. Good old Fatty Wong. Then they all looked at the same photo. It showed only a side profile, but the delicate features were breathtakingly stunning. Even just the side profile, this astonishing beauty left everyone staring wide-eyed. This wasn't an ordinary person, she was a celestial maiden descending to earth. Not only her looks, but her clear, watery eyes and unique temperament made her a JK beauty, unforgettable, at first glance, deeply captivating. Damn, she's even prettier than the campus belle. Are you sure you just took this? Not stolen from some website or social feed. They couldn't believe Tsinghua had a girl more beautiful than Zhao Zidong, and far superior. Compared side by side, Zhao Zidong had no highlights at all. I just took it. I told you she's prettier than Zhao Zidong, but you didn't believe me. Now you do. Wang Qin laughed. Sure enough, no matter what they were doing, they couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. Who is she? Truly this beautiful. Never seen her before. Fatty Wong, did you get her contact info? No, I don't know. Never seen her before. Maybe she's a new transfer student. Wang Qin shook his head. He barely dared to speak to girls outside. How could he ask such a beautiful girl for her contact? While everyone lamented, Yi Mohan still held the phone, staring silently. Just as they thought he was dumbfounded, he said, I know who she is. This piqued everyone's interest. They didn't expect Yi Mohan to know her. Indeed, the campus heartthrob had a way with the ladies. Who? She's my wife. Everyone. Alright, we know you're heartbroken over your first love leaving. But brother Yi, are you sure? You said you wouldn't like anyone else. Has your spring arrived? No, Yi Mohan said. She never left. This is just a different role. The others didn't understand what he meant. They thought he might be acting on impulse, as everyone knows no one can escape the law of true fragrance, especially with such a cute and beautiful girl. Brother, you take my advice. You've already failed once. Let me handle this. At least I lost 1600 yuan in that online romance. Let me recoup some losses. One roommate said. This was the result of reading romance novels every night. Falling in love at the sight of a pretty girl. Hearing this, Yi Mohan's deep eyes flickered. Even with good roommates, he would show no mercy in this matter. You want to try? Seeing his expression, they knew he was serious. Forget it, they quickly said. The girl wouldn't fancy them anyway. What kind of existence could afford a plane? They figured the rich must have their own troubles. Yi Mohan suddenly realized. He had heard earlier that Lin Xi would come to Tsinghua, and recently she hadn't replied much to his messages. Now she had suddenly arrived at Tsinghua, surprising and delighting him. Where is she now? He asked urgently. As a new student, she surely needed his help, and they could attend school together every day. Seeing Yi Mohan so excited for a girl other than his white moonlight was a first. Not far from where I took the photo at. Before Wang Qin could finish, Yi Mohan dragged him out. He had to see Xiaoxi immediately. Hey, don't pull me. I can walk myself. Wang Qin sighed. He sensed this girl was no ordinary one. What if Yi Mohan got hurt again? Besides Wang Qin and Yi Mohan, the other two roommates, one a romance novel enthusiast, the other from a moderately wealthy family who thought he could handle anything, were Qin Xiu and Li Gang. Handsome but perpetually single, they had been scammed in online romances and moped for a long time. They also followed along, completely forgetting the CET exams after seeing the girl. Wait for us. We're coming too. We promised to see the beauty together. Soon the four adoptive father and sons arrived at a bustling path lined with pink cherry blossoms swaying in the breeze, creating an atmosphere straight out of a romance film. It was the season when Qinghua's cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Girls admired the blossoms and took photos while boys watched the girls taking photos. It felt as if spring had truly arrived, with pheromones wafting everywhere. I was taking photos here just a moment ago, but now I don't know where it went. Wang Qin pointed to a spot and looked around, but the person was indeed gone by now. After all, one couldn't expect her to wait there forever. Let's search, Yi Mohan said, unwilling to give up as he hadn't seen Xiaoxi in a long time. Seeing Yi Mohan's unwavering determination, they were taken aback. This was no mere infatuation, it felt almost premeditated. The three of them stepped out to help Yi Mohan search, knowing that many hands make light work. No worries, brother. Yes, spring has finally arrived. For his happiness, we must find her. Right, let's search. Turn the entire Tsinghua University upside down if we must. They glanced at the speaker. That was an overstatement. Turning such a vast place upside down would take until tomorrow. If fate decreed, they would meet without excessive searching. Though they had been deceived in online romances, they still believed in love. People couldn't be too pragmatic. The three split up and searched for 2.5 hours, scouring every cherry blossom spot, yet the girl in the photo remained elusive. This is tough. Maybe she's not even from Tsinghua, just someone who sneaked in to photograph the blossoms. Wang Qin said, slightly out of breath. Just then his phone pinged. He opened it, and suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Found her. I asked around in the school group and forum, and sure enough the power of the masses is incredible. Yi Mohan quickly asked where. Someone said she's at the small garden in the West District, probably there. Let's go. So they headed to the Western Garden, a place usually sparsely visited and devoid of cherry blossoms, so finding her should be swift. But upon arrival they saw quite a crowd gathered. At first glance many cats were about tended to by students caring for the feline seniors. Yet a closer look revealed that everyone's gaze was fixed on the same direction. Murmurs of hushed discussions filled the air. Damn, first time I'm so envious of the senior cat getting to enjoy a girl's embrace. Which department is she from? Anyone know her? She's even more beautiful than the campus belle. I've never seen her before. Is she a new freshman? I really want to ask for her contact info. These words reached Yi Mohan's ears. He stood at the back, his view blocked, unable to see Xiaoxi. Only his height gave him a slight advantage, allowing him to glimpse a strand of hair. But he knew Xiaoxi's appearance by heart. Even a single strand was enough to confirm it was her. It was Wang Qin who made the difference. He squeezed his plump body forward, and as Yi Mohan followed, his view suddenly opened up, revealing a stunningly beautiful girl. She wore a pleated skirt paired with a white blouse adorned with an exquisite bow tie that accentuated the fairness of her neck. Her legs, as fair and smooth as mutton fat jade, were sheathed in white stockings, plump and subtly flushed with pink. Her long hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders. With graceful curves, she bent down, her fingers gently stroking a small cat nestled in the gap between her legs, drawing Yi Mohan into the same captivated gaze as everyone else. Exquisite and adorable, every movement exuded a tender aura. It was as if this was not Lin Xi, but Xiaoxi, revealing that Lin Xi's gentle side was Xiaoxi. In that moment Yi Mohan seemed to understand there was no duality. They were the same person, and he had simply missed his chance. If they were ever truly together, Lin, she would surely always reveal Xiaoxi's gentle side. Over here, Lin, she wore a pink JK skirt, still carrying an air of elegance, but imbued with youthful student vitality. Her pretty face was filled with affection for the cats. There, eat up. Her voice, melodious as a sprite's, stirred everyone's hearts. How gentle this girl was. One could only imagine how wonderful it would be to spend time with her. Wang Qin, staying true to his mission, quickly patted Yi Mohan on the shoulder and whispered, "Brother, Yi, seize the moment. There are plenty of potential rivals around, but we're all watching. With your status as Tsinghua's campus heartthrob, you can crush them all. Go for it." The moment Wang Qin finished speaking, a young man could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to ask, "Hello, could I have your contact info?" Hearing the voice, the girl who had been looking down raised her eyes to see a somewhat handsome boy before her. He sighed inwardly, another one deceived by appearances, but still replied politely, "Sure." At this melodious response, the young man's face immediately bloomed into a smile. The group of boys secretly watching nearby were filled with envy and resentment, wishing they had been the one to obtain her contact. Indeed, hesitation leads to defeat, only decisiveness secures a girl's number. In one corner of the crowd, someone ground his teeth in fury. Yi Mohan's deep eyes were exceptionally cold, sending a chill down even Wang Qin's spine. "Brother Yi, it's over. You've got a rival now. The new junior is so innocent, she gives her number to anyone who asks." While others pretended to pet the cat, but were actually eager to try their luck, they inexplicably felt the temperature around them drop. Yi Mohan had already seen the one who obtained the number itching to snatch his phone and tear it apart like a rag doll. Xiaoxi. Unable to bear the sight, Yi Mohan's eyes reddened as he rushed forward, trying to block everyone's view. "What's wrong? Don't accept the friend request." Yi Mohan stammered, flustered. Lin Xi's clear, watery eyes gazed at Yi Mohan. She then covered her mouth with a chuckle, gently placed the cat down, stood up, and smoothed her skirt. With a lingering, teasing tone she said, "Are you jealous?" "Yes." Caught off guard, Yi Mohan's face showed embarrassment. "It's none of your business. I want to add him, and I'll chat with him, not you." Lin, she said triumphantly, a hint of slyness flickering in her eyes. Knowing the protagonist would come, she had deliberately provoked Yi Mohan. She simply enjoyed watching the protagonist suffer, seeing his beloved's contact taken by another. Must be painful, right? Wait. Yi Mohan grabbed Lin Xi's small hand, halting her. While they're already holding hands. Wang Qin was stunned, learning a new trick. "What do you want, classmate? So many people are watching. Trying to be a pervert will get you punished." Lin, she spoke confidently. Without an audience, Yi Mohan might do something reckless. But now surrounded by people, he wouldn't dare. Besides, they had agreed yesterday to act separately in public. She didn't want any romantic entanglements with the protagonist. They were supposed to be sworn enemies. Let's go. Yi Mohan uttered a single word, then pulled Lin Xi by the hand and ran out of the crowd. Helpless Lin Xi was completely dragged along, unable to resist. In the end, the crowd was left bewildered, staring at each other. Is this guy always this assertive? Lin Xi, equally confused, wondered where they were going. He looked up at Yi Mohan's furious expression, terrified. Could this guy be taking him to the woods for a beating? No, getting jealous shouldn't warrant this. Damn it, what are you doing? Let me go. Lin Xi cursed in frustration, struggling. But running too fast, he lost his footing and stumbled forward. Yi Mohan stopped just in time, and Lin Xi fell into his arms. Looking around, Yi Mohan had brought him to a secluded spot. The woods were chilly and eerie. Lin Xi's eyes widened in shock. Was this the legendary thicket? How could a young lady like him end up in such a perverse place? Let me go. Who said you could hug me? You're disobedient again. I don't want you anymore. Let me go. Lin Xi realized Yi Mohan was a fool, saying one thing, but doing another. So the hunter appeared as prey. Fine, play it that way. Let me go. Xiaoxi, delete it, and he'll let go. No, I won't. I don't know you, you pervert. Don't expect any rewards from me anymore. Seeing the rebellious girl in his arms, Yi Mohan's possessiveness had never been stronger. He would never allow anyone else to take Xiaoxi away. Finally, as the girl parted her lips to speak, he seized the moment and kissed her. Hey. Lin Xi was stunned. A warm breath brushed his face, making his entire body temperature soar. Yi Mohan only kissed her for a moment, less than a second, but it made the struggling Lin Xi go limp. She grew quiet, eyes wide, mind blank. What was that soft thing on her lips? Something was wrong. The next moment, realizing what had happened, her pretty face twisted in confusion. Idiot. Blah blah, that's disgusting. I'm giving it all back. Lin Xi spat repeatedly, her eyes filled with disgust, turning into a human sprinkler. A spray of glistening droplets landed on Yi Mohan's face, giving him a moisturizing treatment. But this attack barely affected him. His arms wrapped around the girl's soft, fair body, and a unique fragrance emanated from the space between her clothes and skin. In short, it was the scent he craved, one he couldn't get enough of. Sensing her attack was futile, and Yi Mohan's hand still on her legs, Lin Xi began to compromise, fearing a sudden assault in the woods. Fine, I'll delete it, Lin Xi said, but then shifted tone, her cheeks flushed with anger. But what about you? You've done something so outrageous to me, you have to pay back. Anything as long as you delete it. You said it. I'm so done. It's just adding a contact, and you're jealous, Yi Mohan. You like me that much, yet you treat me like this. Aren't you afraid it'll make you pay? What pay? Your skirt is indeed pretty. Get lost. Lin Xi's face reddened. He hadn't worn it for Yi Mohan, it just suited a regular student better, that's all. Yi Mohan lowered his gaze, looking at the girl with her cool fair skin and perfect jawline, his voice low and husky. As long as you don't get taken by another man, you can do whatever you want. He'll obey you. Otherwise, if I'm unhappy, he'll come to you to make up for it. Tisk, you're just jealous. Sour. Shame on you, you loser. Still in his arms, Lin Xi took out her phone and operated it simply. She showed every step to Yi Mohan. Watch closely, I've deleted it. It's gone. Seeing the girl delete the boy's contact, Yi Mohan's expression softened and his mood calmed. Then why are you still holding me? Let go or I'll ask for it back. Lin Xi said angrily, her hands still clutching his legs. Yi Mohan finally let her go, but recalling her earlier threat, he felt reluctant. Of course he was afraid of losing her, that's why he held on so tightly. Don't leave me, okay? His voice was soft, but the words carried heavy meaning. Tisk, you're so scared of me leaving. You should just listen to me. How about this, promise me one thing now, and I'll never leave you for life. Yi Mohan's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Deal. The condition is. Lin Xi raised both fists and attacked Yi Mohan with full force, not holding back at all. Let me give you a good beating. Settling old and new scores, he, the villain, had to rise up for once. Refusing to let the protagonist always have the upper hand, Lin Xi charged forward and landed a punch on the abdomen, followed by another strike. What the hell? He exerted nearly all his strength, yet Yi Mohan remained utterly unresponsive, not even a flicker crossing his brow. Suspecting something hidden beneath the clothes, Lin Xi immediately lifted Yi Mohan's shirt, only to be nearly blinded by several dazzling beams of light. 8 perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles. Good heavens. 8. As a fellow big shot, he himself had none. Well, maybe he could fake too. At that moment, seeing Lin Xi lost in disbelief, Yi Mohan suddenly realized something and felt a surge of impact. Oh, it hurt so much. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Help Xi spare my life. I want dare again. Lin Xi. Seriously, dude. Even if you're faking it, at least make it convincing. Even a blind man could see through this act. Yet this really highlighted how utterly powerless he as the villain felt. A profound humiliation. No, Lin Xi had to teach Yi Mohan a lesson this time. Suddenly recalling something, he unhesitatingly used the ancestral dragon claw hand, striking straight at the opponent's lower region. Sure enough, Lin Xi still had some skill, grabbing the little protagonist firmly. Yi Mohan, as if his lifeline had been seized, immediately twitched his brow and dared not move an inch. Sure, let go. Huh, no way. You're so tough, huh? Try tanking this now. They'll teach you a lesson in no time. Let go. Girls can't touch that. Yi Mohan said, his face flushing scarlet, completely undone by this villain Lin Xi. I just am teaching you a lesson, okay? Do you know you're wrong now? A sly smirk curled on Lin Xi's pretty face as he showed no mercy, ruthlessly punishing Yi Mohan. It was this very thing that made the protagonist truly desperate. He had to make Yi Mohan understand the bitter price. Yi Mohan didn't dare move a muscle, his face involuntarily growing redder, even spreading to the edges of his ears, while Lin Xi remained oblivious, continuing his reprimand. Suddenly hearing some noise nearby, Lin Xi looked up and saw a man and a woman enter this small grove. They seemed like an ordinary young couple whispering to each other. There shouldn't be anyone here, right? Let's go back. This place feels eerie. Could there be ghosts? Don't worry, it's absolutely safe here, very quiet and secluded. You'll know once you try it. Trust me, you'll protect you. Mum, you're so sweet. I'm not scared anymore. Hearing the voices, Lin Xi quickly pulled Yi Mohan to crouch in the grass to hide. Truly, spring had arrived and college students loved sneaking into the woods for some fun. This was going to be a show. Lin Xi had never seen such a thing before. Today was his first. See, I told you, no one's here, very quiet, no interruptions, absolutely comfortable. The man and woman, seeing the lush green grass and trees stirred by the tranquil atmosphere and youthful hormones, began to kiss half-heartedly. One leaned against a tree, the other executed an expertly practiced French kiss. The scene was too beautiful. Hidden in the grass, Lin Xi and Yi Mohan observed like snipers. Stop watching. Let's sneak away. Yi Mohan directly covered Lin Xi's eyes with his hand. Such things were best learned on one's own, not by watching others. And besides, none of them were as good-looking as him. Shoo. Lin Xi raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, oblivious to the fact that his other hand still rested on Yi Mohan's lifeline. The man and woman made indescribable sounds. As Lin Xi enjoyed the spectacle, his pupils suddenly dilated. His hand recoiled like a spring, snapping back instantly. The girl's face flushed as red as a persimmon, and her fury skyrocketed. She grabbed Yi Mohan by the neck, whispering, but with a tone that seemed intent on strangling him. Yi Mohan, are you insane? Pulling this stunt now? He'll kill you. Yi Mohan knew he was wrong, but he had warned Xi earlier. Girls shouldn't touch recklessly or serious consequences would follow. Have you unlocked some perverted kink again? To save the world from your corruption, he'll kill you. Lin Xi barely had any nails and wouldn't normally scratch as it didn't suit his style. But when anger reached a peak, he stopped caring. He wildly clawed at Yi Mohan's pale, cool neck, determined to bury this incident so that only one person would know. Thus fresh scratches appeared on Yi Mohan's face and neck. In an instant, the handsome prince of Qing University turned into a battle-worn version, as if scratched by a cat. Yi Mohan, do you want to die? He'll finish you, finish you. Yi Mohan merely made a token gesture of defense. Though scratched, it wasn't too painful. The girl's damage barely registered at less than or equal to 0.999, never reaching 1. Lin Xi fussed in the grass for a full 2.5 minutes before calming down a bit. Mainly it had grown stealthily without him noticing, and Yi Mohan, that idiot, didn't warn him. Clearly on purpose. However, such a commotion inevitably caught the attention of the man and woman. They stopped their activities, glaring warily at the source of the noise. Who's there? Who's over there? Go, hurry up. Realizing he had been discovered, Lin Xi had already darted a few steps away by the time he finished speaking. If news of his identity were to spread, how could he ever face anyone again? The young lady of the Lin family had her secret affairs in the grove. Seeing the girl flee so swiftly without a care for him, Yi Mohan's lips curled into a faint smile before he gave chase. Fortunately, both of them moved quickly enough that their true appearances remained unseen. Lin Xi came and went unnoticed, but Yi Mohan was far less fortunate. The injuries on his face would surely break the hearts of countless beauties at Qing University. But it served him right. Who told Yi Mohan to pull such a stunt? Lin Xi was already being merciful by not strangling him. Alright, if you ever drag me into the grove again, it'll make you regret it, got it? Lin Xi snarled, looking like a fierce little cat that was not to be trifled with. Got it. Yi Mohan nodded in agreement, though he found the rules of this game rather irksome. Yet there was a thrilling, illicit excitement to it. On the surface they seemed barely connected, but in truth they had already embraced and held each other. Such rewards were usually reserved for a girlfriend with whom one had a close relationship. Idiot. Remember the task I, Lin Xi, have given you. Otherwise she won't give you any rewards. Only the slaps you so deserve. Lin Xi's tone was harsh as she raised a small hand, hinting that it might soon make intimate contact with his face. For now he could tolerate and indulge Yi Mohan simply because Yi Mohan had yet to cross his bottom line. Once that line was crossed, he would no longer give Yi Mohan a chance, and Yi Mohan in turn was probing carefully. Now he roughly understood that as long as he didn't blatantly violate the more serious rules of the game, he could secretly ask for a little reward without issue. At worst, he'd endure a few scratches from the cat. But he was willing. Are you studying here now? Yi Mohan asked a question he had long wanted to pose. Lin Xi put her hands on her hips. So what if I am? Want to see me every day, want to kiss to you? Believe me, you might never see me again. I don't even have to come to school. His tone was brimming with confidence. Yi Mohan would surely become a pitiful little thing, unable to see the girl he liked hiding in the bathroom to cry, and he would laugh his head off. Now all I have to do is study hard, develop myself, and grow my reputation at school, right? Exactly, Lin Xi nodded. Yi Mohan was so obsessed with calling him wife that he had lost sight of how far behind he was in other areas. If things continued this way, many opportunities would slip away. How could he as the villain reap immense benefits? Raising the protagonist, fattening him up, and then taking a cut, an inexhaustible resource. That was the only true path. A flicker of light shone in Yi Mohan's eyes. He'll listen to you, and complete the daily tasks you assign. Ding dong, correct answer. Lin Xi nodded again. Finally, he wasn't as foolish as before. Can I pursue you at school? You may. Lin Xi had just nodded when he suddenly realized something, and quickly shook his head, refusing sternly. No, that's not allowed. How can you pursue me? There should be a huge rift between us. You should see me as an unbeatable goal, someone sacred and inviolable in your eyes. How could you ever deserve such happiness? No, come on, let me clear your mind. Let's see if there's any hope for that brain of yours. Lin Xi's face flushed slightly as he pressed both hands against his head and shook it vigorously, trying to restore the protagonist he once knew. While his eyes still betrayed a foolish, love-struck stupidity, truly hopeless. You can pursue me in secret. They'll let you, Lin Xi said softly, just trying to placate the protagonist for now. He just wanted to quietly be a charming and adorable villain. Was that so hard? Oh, how so? Yi Mohan quickly leaned and ears perked. There was a chance, great. Seeing Yi Mohan react with such eagerness like an old pervert, Lin Xi fell silent. Playing it this way, huh? You're trying to win me over, and still expect me to teach you. He wasn't about to make trouble for himself. You idiot, get lost. If you can't do it, then don't bother. I don't care anymore. If you don't follow what I've told you, forget about everything. And in this school, I don't know you. If you get handsy again, I'll never speak to you. After cursing the protagonist a few more times, Lin Xi finally felt better. Indeed, this kind of thing needed to happen several times a day. Of course, he didn't have any sadistic fetishes. It was simply that the protagonist was so infuriating, and bullying him brought him joy. In secret, Yi Mohan thought this was unfamiliar territory for him. Could it be an affair? That didn't seem right. The more he thought about it, the more his mind wandered. Yi Mohan watched the girl's retreating figure, wondering how to get close to Xiaoxi without making her angry. It seemed he was starting to get an idea. Returning to the dormitory, Wang Qin and his group were still chatting animatedly, unaware of what they were discussing. Upon seeing Yi Mohan return, they were about to ask what had just happened when they noticed the numerous small red scratches on his neck and face. The injuries weren't severe, at most resembling scratches from a little kitten, but given Yi Mohan's stature, how could he possibly be scratched all over by a mere kitten? Unless he had not resisted at all. What the hell, Yigo, what happened to your face? And you just pulled that girl away like that. Spring has arrived, but it's not like you haven't seen a girl in 10 years. Although he said this, his eyes were filled with envy and resentment. They wanted to learn this move, but dared not attempt it for fear of being beaten. So you really know her, eh? Wang Qin could only come up with this reason. Oh, otherwise how could the girl not react immediately, which would normally have led to her cursing him as a pervert? It couldn't possibly be that she found Yi Mohan too handsome and willingly accepted it. I don't know her. Yi Mohan recalled what Lin Xi had said before and shook his head. Wow, are you serious? Quick, tell us what happened. Did it work out? One person gathered around, looking like a curious child, eager for gossip. Yi Mohan replied, what worked out? Can't you see the scratches on my face and neck? Oh, it seems the new girl is quite hidden in her abilities, Wang Qin said, a bit stunned. They lamented inwardly. Indeed, a girl as cute and beautiful as her was not so easy to pursue. Moreover, even Yi Mohan had been injured. It was the first time they had seen his battle-damaged face, all because of a junior girl. If it were them, they would have been bleeding profusely by now. But they knew Yi Mohan's spring had finally come, and his tender, wounded heart could finally be mended. They all had to support him. Someone had to win in the dormitory. Of course, follow the preferences of the other party, deepening the relationship gradually. First, suggest getting to know her better, like asking about a mother cat's postnatal care. No way such a beautiful girl has too many rivals. You have to leave a strong impression. Tomorrow, just wear a cute cat costume to win her over. Forget it. Do you even understand, girls? Do you understand what love is? Yiga, you need to show your intentions starting tomorrow. Be quick, precise, and ruthless. The strategists each had their brilliant plans. For them, hesitation often led to defeat, especially with such a beautiful and adorable girl. If an unreliable guy got to her first, that would be a disaster. No, this was not just about love, it was merely a desire to provide a safe haven for the junior girl. Yi Mohan listened to so much, but they did not realize that Xiaoxi was the most special. Unlike other girls, opportunities with her were fleeting. If not seized firmly, she could drift away like a game character, and at that moment, he had no means to hold her. It was precisely because he had failed to uphold that important promise that Xiaoxi had not shown her gentle side towards him. He had lost his qualification long ago. Now perhaps this was his only chance to make amends. You go, after everything we've talked about, what do you think? Wang Qin looked at Yi Mohan, who was sitting silently on the bed, seemingly lost in more important thoughts. It's pretty good. Yi Mohan paused before slowly saying, but this time perhaps I should take it slow. As long as I can see her, that's enough. I don't need her to respond in any way. Oh, just by liking her, that would be the best response. Upon finishing this sentence, Yi Mohan climbed onto his bed and drew the curtains, leaving the group in a state of. Yi Mohan sent a message to Lin Xi, each word carefully considered before being sent. Lin Xi, however, was completely different. When something was on her mind, she would send a brief message or a dry response. Previously, she would flirt actively, mainly to stir up the protagonist's desires, imagining how he would suffer at night. Because every time he got off halfway, he would suddenly stop, as if he had disappeared. It was like speeding on a highway, then suddenly slamming the brakes, leaving the driver in a panic. Recently, she had restrained herself a lot, agreeing to send her private photos, but never actually doing so. After all, the initiative was still in her hands, holding her photos to keep the protagonist in check. Yi Mohan Xiaoxi Lin Xi. Yi Mohan photos. Lin Xi, no way. Of course not. This guy was completely dizzy and would only become more insatiable. She wouldn't give him a sweet date unless he could deliver some results. On the campus network, many people were discussing that day's events. Last time there were many photographs taken, and it wasn't just Yi Mohan, but also another protagonist whose looks had reached an astonishing level. If this continued, the school beauty Zhao Zitong in their minds might soon be replaced. Netizens from various departments and classes commented below. Such a beautiful girl, while the quality of junior girls is getting higher and higher. Amazing. What's up with Yi Mohan? Holding on to my wife so tightly. If this continues, I'll have to report him. All my spring has come and gone again. Yi Mohan finally made his move, and because he hadn't been looking for a girlfriend, I even started doubting his sexual orientation. Some people felt inexplicably sad. However, most people, although they wished Yi Mohan would find a girlfriend to reduce their own chances of being single, were still unwilling to accept that he was with such a beautiful girl. Zhao Zitong was one thing, after all, she had liked him to that extent before. But this beautiful girl appeared out of nowhere and was whisked away without giving anyone a single glance. That was just too unfair. Wait, did I just see the scratches on Yi Mohan's face? It seems the junior girl is not someone to be trifled with. Haha, Yi Mohan has his day too. The title of school hunk isn't useful anymore. Are there any photos? Let me see. Yi Mohan seems to have met a tough opponent. Haha. This junior girl's presence was already overshadowing Yi Mohan, who had long dominated the rankings. After all, she had scratched the face of the most famous Yi Mohan, bringing many people a sense of relief. Everyone had to ensure that Yi Mohan could not get close to this junior girl. They had finally encountered a girl who was not captivated by his looks, making her a rare species in the school. She must be well protected. Yi Mohan was the enemy of all the boys. Online, most photos captured the girl's profile and back view, but even just her profile surpassed Zhao Zitong in beauty, as she was truly like a character from an anime. A celestial maiden descended from the 9 heavens. A very few people recognized Lin Xi from the photos, but most were unaware. Because those of a higher social status who had met the Lin family's young lady would not forget her. However, very few had seen her. Lin Xi had been studying abroad for many years and had never had to involve herself in the family matters, just like Lin Mingzhi and Old Master Lin. She was not forced to attend any socialite gatherings to mingle with various figures. Lin Xi herself was not interested in that. At Qing University, she did not want to make her name too prominent. According to the original storyline, she was not supposed to be involved at all, mainly just to observe and comment on the characters. Currently, the first-tier figures included Yi Mohan and Zhao Zidong, who were considered important characters, while the second tier included people like Hu Shuo and Zhang Feng, who either served as antagonists to elevate the protagonist's status or were part of the protagonist's faction. And it was enough that Yi Mohan, with his superhuman combat prowess cultivated from childhood, also had so many advantages: an old Chinese doctor for a father, a superhero who loved to save people, and he might even stumble upon some wealth later. I might as well ride along on his luck. It won't hurt me, and I might even hurt him. Lin Xi thought it was nothing to worry about, as she just needed to help the protagonist avoid detours. The pressure that the Lin family was supposed to give was now hers to bear, as the two brothers had gone offline so early. Growth always required experiencing different things, like being toyed with. Morning. At school. Lin Xi's residence was not too far from here, located in the most luxurious city center of Magic City. Of course, there were luxury cars picking them up with bodyguards present both in front and behind. Every time they stopped at the entrance, they could drive in, attracting a crowd of onlookers at the school, though it wasn't necessary. Qing University had many students who had gained admission based on their true scores, some of whom had spent years and all their savings to get in. After all, graduating from here could lead to jobs in Magic City, where one could earn at least several $100,000 a year after 2 or 3 years. It wasn't much here, but was quite good compared to other cities. Many students came from poor families and had to take part-time jobs to survive. Initially, Yi Mohan was similar, which is why the author might have set up a wealthy and influential school princess as Yi Mohan's main female lead. However, it seemed he hadn't even touched the right path. Zhao Zitong, who was originally somewhat proud, had tried to reverse roles later, but hadn't succeeded, which was genuinely disheartening. Lin Xi carried a student-style shoulder bag that looked fresh and cute at first glance, but in reality a larger size worth several $100,000 in the country was still unavailable. As he walked into the crowd, many people cast glances at him, but Lin Xi didn't mind. He had been like this since childhood, accustomed to making irrelevant people fade from his perception. He then leisurely made his way to the classroom for class. At this moment, having been lost in thought for a while, he felt a touch of boredom, hoping for some entertainment. For instance, watching the protagonist lock horns with the antagonist while feigning indifference on the surface, but cheering inwardly for the clash to unfold. Seated in the classroom with the teacher yet to arrive, he noticed many classmates casting glances his way. If only they knew his true identity, he wondered what their reactions would be. Lin Xi had perused the school's online forums, where he relished launching verbal assaults from behind a screen. He had transformed into a fervent detractor, fabricating a mountain of scandalous material about Yi Mohan. Even now, his title on the forum boards still bore the moniker of Yi Mohan's #1 hater. The effect was remarkably potent, garnering a legion of supporters. With the antagonist's first move, his mettle was proven. Was he formidable or not? Just then a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door, donning a baseball cap and a mask. His tall, straight silhouette and aura of mystery left a striking impression. One would instantly take him for a strikingly handsome man, exuding an icy ascetic allure. Had he spoken in a deep, seductive voice, many a girl would have been thrilled. Yi Mohan tugged his cap brim lower, striving to remain incognito. A pair of deep, narrow eyes gleamed from beneath the shadow of the cap brim, sweeping across the entire classroom. Upon spotting Lin Xi by the window, his gaze instantly softened. He strode straight toward Lin Xi's seat, his excitement palpable even through the mask. The unmistakable air of a love-struck fool was impossible to conceal. "Xiaoxi," he whispered, settling beside Lin Xi. "Xiaoxi, I'm here. Don't worry, I came discreetly. Would you like something to drink? I brought some." Since bringing food into the classroom was frowned upon, he figured a beverage would be fine. Just then Lin Xi asked without looking, "Hey, have you heard the saying, isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar?" His exquisite face betrayed no hint of his thoughts. Yi Mohan paused, then replied, "Indeed it is a joy." Lin Xi shook his head. "It is to slay them. This guy actually came, and he was far too idle." While it was fine to confront an antagonist, was this truly a confrontation? He was practically fawning over him. Enough of this. They had agreed to have fun, but now he was acting like this, even donning a black cap. "Didn't you say I could pursue you discreetly? I'm in online, and at most in secluded places. This is school. Dressed like this, and wanting to stick with me, aren't you afraid of being mistaken for a pervert?" Lin Xi was exasperated. Yi Mohan's current behavior made him look like he was up to something shady. He found it embarrassing, this pervert of a protagonist. "Didn't I give you a task? Go handle it, and leave me alone. They'll contact you tonight if I have time," Lin Xi said, eager to send Yi Mohan away. "Go pursue your sister, damn it." Yi Mohan insisted, "Tonight. That's too long. Don't worry, I won't delay the task. Get lost." Lin Xi turned his head toward the window, exasperated. The guy just didn't get it. He didn't want to see Yi Mohan now, especially like this. Utterly idiotic. "Xiaoxi, just treat me as a stranger. I promise I won't bother you." Yi Mohan was quick to apply the lesson. If she disliked him, he could act like an ordinary classmate. "Are you a dog? Come on, give me a lick." Just then their exchange drew the attention of others in the classroom. Despite his mask and cap, a perceptive girl identified him as Yi Mohan from his attire. "Yi Mohan," someone muttered. "What's he doing here? He's not even a freshman. Is he here to flirt again? Our class already has few girls, and now we've got this gorgeous transfer student. We absolutely can't let Yi Mohan scare her off." "Exactly. And from her expression, it's clear she doesn't like him. Yet he won't leave. He's practically a stalker." Soon most of the class was staring at Yi Mohan with hostility. Then a figure stood up from the front. They recognized him as the class monitor. He was an average-looking young man, neither thin nor stout, unremarkable in appearance. He had been elected monitor largely because few had volunteered for the role. Still, he proved responsible, taking his duties seriously. As everyone wondered what the monitor would do, he approached Yi Mohan and declared, "Who are you? You're not in our class. What are you doing here? This isn't your place. You'd better leave immediately." As the class leader, he commanded some authority among his peers. "No, we're friends. I just brought her a drink," Yi Mohan hastily explained. Lin Xi added a jab. "Monitor, I don't know him." This ignited a fresh wave of indignation. How shameless, claiming acquaintance when they were strangers. "I told you no one knows you. Leave now, or he'll call the school authorities and report you for harassing a female student. And why are you wearing a mask? A guilty conscience needs no accuser." The class monitor, seeing such a beautiful girl in need of his help, spoke with greater confidence as the class leader. A posture ready to fight Yi Mohan to the bitter end. "Xiaoxi." Yi Mohan kept signaling Lin Xi with his eyes, hoping she would say a word for him. Who was this guy with so many questions? Lin Xi shrugged, having said she would treat him as an ordinary stranger. Now she truly did not recognize him. At that moment he poured fuel on the fire by yanking off the mask from Yi Mohan's face, revealing his true appearance to everyone. Holy crap, it really is him. They were all taken aback. It was indeed Yi Mohan. Those who had heard from others still doubted it, but Yi Mohan, the famed campus heartthrob, had fallen to such a low. He had actually harassed the new transfer student, their junior schoolmate. Never did they imagine Yi Mohan had such a hidden side. "Yi Mohan, after what you did to me, I will never forgive you." Deliberately, Lin, she said, her eyes reddening, then buried her face in her hands on the desk, sobbing bitterly in feigned sorrow. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. It stirred up a storm. Voices rose uncontrollably, all directing their fury at Yi Mohan. Damn it. What did he do to her? I'm going to kill him. I used to think he was a good guy, but I was clearly mistaken. What campus heartthrob? He's a pervert who harasses female students, a bastard. Don't worry with us here, we won't let this creep get near you. Instantly, every boy in the classroom became a knight in shining armor, glaring at Yi Mohan with hostile eyes. Even if this person was extremely famous and formidable in school, in the presence of a beautiful girl there was no choice. They had to display their masculine prowess. Xiao-Shi. Yi Mohan saw the situation spiraling out of control and looked at Xiao-Shi again, only for the girl's sobs to grow even louder. This made the others unable to sit still. How could he make such a beautiful girl cry so heartbrokenly? He was a complete scoundrel. Yi Mohan finally understood Xiao-Shi was deliberately making it harder for him to get close to her. Faced with so many hostile gazes, he had no choice but to retreat temporarily, though he certainly wouldn't give up. I'm leaving now, Xiao-Shi. Remember to drink what I gave you. I really didn't harass her. No, I didn't. He spoke while retreating, for in the current situation, he was at a disadvantage. The righteous voices of the masses were powerful, and the crowd felt a sense of satisfaction watching the scoundrel leave. For the first time, they had gotten the upper hand over the campus heartthrob. At that moment, Lin Xi lifted her head slightly, and in a spot no one noticed, a hint of cunning flickered in her clear eyes. Hilarious. A mere protagonist trying to outplay me. Humph. If I hadn't let him be a tool for fun, I'd have been fooled down to my last thread. Classmate Lin, if you face any trouble, or if that bastard comes bothering you again, just tell me, and he'll take care of him. The class monitor spoke with righteous indignation, vowing to protect the adorable female classmate from perverse harassment, his words dripping with deep disdain for Yi Mohan. What a bastard. A lovely girl like Lin Xi could still be subjected to such things. Thank you, Lin Xi said, her eyes still brimming with tears, prompting several nearby boys to chime in. Right, if he shows up again, we'll give him a beating. Though we might not be able to beat him. Don't worry with us here, no one will hurt you. Lin Xi wondered how she suddenly had so many defenders. Were none of them afraid of death? This is so amusing, don't take it too seriously, she said to herself. Did they know the saying, when gods fight, mortals suffer? If Yi Mohan were really here, even a passing dog that glanced at him might get punched. After all, he was a jealous one. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Lin Xi deemed these people insignificant. Did they really think she needed help from such small fry? They just fancied themselves as protectors. Much like Yi Mohan, this was now a fantasy time. At this moment, after this incident, Lin Xi still enjoyed slandering Yi Mohan online. It was currently one of her more interesting pastimes. After all, she was now the #1 hater. She wouldn't feel right without causing some mischief. Brothers, I've got a huge scoop. Come quick and eat this gossip. Everyone. As soon as Lin Xi sent the message, it stirred up many in the group, all added from the school forum. The group was called down, with Yi Mohan become the dream of thousands of girls at Qing University. She knew the ins and outs, naturally understanding how to get these gullible college students and shootins to follow along. Perhaps they'd come in handy someday. Hee, a new junior. What scoop? What scoop? Fast work. Did Yi Mohan do something unforgivable again? Alright, group leader, bring it on. I can't wait. Once enough people had gathered, Lin Xi unhurriedly spilled the story. I saw Yi Mohan all masked up harassing that transfer student, a freshman junior. He covered up so well to avoid being recognized, and he made the poor girl cry so pitifully. This statement instantly sparked an uproar among the righteous members of the group. How could he do that to such a cute girl? Yi Mohan, how could you lay a hand on her? Everyone spared no mercy, especially online where there was no fear. They transformed into keyboard warriors. Damn, Yi Mohan is a real bastard. Where's the girl? I'm going over now with gifts to comfort her. Everyone agreed, but what was that last line about? Were they about to throw keyboards in each other's faces? Yi Mohan is too despicable. Just thinking of that cute girl falling victim makes me weep with sorrow. Down with Yi Mohan. Down with Yi Mohan. We can't let him keep harming the juniors. Pervert. Scumbag. Thanks to the group leader, we can see Yi Mohan's true colors. Group leader, what happened next? Someone asked, worried that Yi Mohan might have used his fame at school to do whatever he wanted. Many were anxious for the cute girl, wanting to rush over and help. One person couldn't beat Yi Mohan, but the group had hundreds of like-minded members. Lin Xi was very satisfied with the atmosphere, and amid the eager anticipation, began typing rapidly. What came next was the power of the people, a righteous roar against Yi Mohan. The sneaky Yi Mohan was scared off, so the world is still full of good people. The light of justice shines on the earth once more. Hearing the happy ending, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Yi Mohan hadn't succeeded. Thank you, people's power. All evil must be brought to justice. Yi Mohan must stop harassing our cute junior. That's right. Our junior is ours to protect. Down with Yi Mohan. The group of haters grew larger, swelling from 3 to 400 to 5 or 600. Most were single and found a place to vent their frustrations. In truth, some had only heard of Yi Mohan, but that didn't stop Lin Xi from seizing this to form an anti-Yi Mohan alliance. Of course, the online world was just that, the online world. If some tried to take it offline and got taken down early, that wasn't her concern. Lin Xi just found it fun, Seeing Yi Mohan thoroughly slandered by her was satisfying enough. Watching the group count still rising, she put down her phone and gazed at the cherry blossoms drifting past the window. One petal floated through and landed in her palm, only to be blown to the ground by the wind. She murmured softly, "Someone's going to be sad again." The flower falls with intent, but the stream flows without feeling. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wang Qin had joined a strange group thinking it was a gathering spot for Qin University's anime fans with plenty of risque pictures. He joined eagerly only to see this. The group announcement read down with Yi Mohan become the dream of thousands of girls at Qin University. Damn, that name was awesome. It sounded intriguing. But Yi Mohan. Just as Wang Qin was about to join in cursing, he cautiously glanced at Yi Mohan sitting beside him. At the same time, he noticed several other people casting furtive glances at Yi Mohan, filled with a sense of righteous indignation. Damn, who was this reckless fool so bold as to not only post slander online, but also form an anti-Yi Mohan alliance with numbers still climbing. This was a fool in escalation. And these people only dared to spout nonsense online. If it came to a face-to-face confrontation, they wouldn't even dare make eye contact. Brother Yi, you've got a hater. No, a big hater. Seems like a tough nut to crack. Yi Mohan paid little attention to such matters, as they were far too common. Once fame took hold, these situations became inevitable. He knew several people at school who held grudges against him. For now, his mind was occupied with how to get closer to Xiaoxi, and the thought of missing her evening lessons left him feeling utterly lonely and desolate. Xiaoxi had tasked him with achieving first place in the upcoming midterm exams. Typically, he ranked around the top 50, but with focused effort, securing the top spot was well within his reach. First, he'll secure the top rank, then we'll see. Yi Mohan decided to dedicate the next few days solely to his studies, ensuring he met the target. In truth, Lin Xi had a crucial reason for setting this goal: to create conflict. This very achievement would allow Yi Mohan to gain recognition not just at school, but across the entire city of Modu, drawing the attention of the major families. No longer just a student, Yi Mohan would soon amass wealth, and Lin Xi planned to swindle the protagonist's money. It wasn't about the money itself, it was the thrill of taking what wasn't his. Why spend his own when he could enjoy the spoils? He'd even invest a share later, accelerating his own growth. Lin Xi could sit back and do nothing, yet still reap the rewards, leaving the protagonist stripped bare, weeping alone in a bathroom. His strategy was akin to raising livestock. After all his efforts, the returns would be unparalleled in the world. Xiaoxi, what? Can I come to your place tonight? No. Lin Xi replied without a second thought, refusing outright. The audacity of this guy making demands. He'd have to be insane to agree. Until the task was completed, Lin Xi wouldn't even reply to his messages. He'd mind his own business, watching from the sidelines like a spectator. Achieve first place in midterms, 5 points. Fight Hu Shuo once, regardless of the method, 3 points. Follow my instructions once, 2 points. Other tasks pending. Lin Xi created a table and sent it to Yi Mohan for him to study. Earning over 20 points would unlock rewards. The threshold was set firmly at 20. Without that, nothing was negotiable. Whenever they met at school, Lin Xi would pretend not to know him, and if pushed too far ahead, even resort to scratching his face, causing trouble for the young protagonist. Though he couldn't overpower Yi Mohan physically, he held the upper hand mentally and spiritually. As long as Yi Mohan obeyed Lin Xi, would merely act as a behind-the-scenes manipulator, subtly undermining him. Lin Xi excelled at playing the villain, yet unlike others, he feared no retaliation from Yi Mohan. In the days that followed, Yi Mohan immersed himself in study, constantly sending photos and videos to Lin Xi to demonstrate his progress. Of course, Lin Xi barely glanced at them, relishing the peace, without Yi Mohan's constant pestering. In the group chat, people joked that Yi Mohan had given up the chase. Impossible, they said, for him to fail with a girl. The topic caused a stir on campus that evening, leaving many girls in tears. Zhao Zitong fared even worse, often used as a comparison. She had exhausted every method to win Yi Mohan over, all in vain. It was truly a joke. For this so-called first female lead, Lin Xi could only offer encouragement: keep going, don't give up, or if all else fails, embrace darkness. There's always a path for everyone. Today's study goal achieved. Rest assured, he'll secure first place in next month's midterms. Oh, Lin Xi, sitting in the classroom, replied with a single word. Obedient, but still far from the 20-point target. Currently at just 6 points, a long way to go. Even fighting Hu Shuo would require 5 bouts to reach the goal. Lin Xi's fishing line was both sturdy and tempting, and with Yi Mohan's lovesick nature, he was guaranteed to bite. Apart from Zhao Zitong's unknown activities, everything else was progressing smoothly. Are you free after class? Yi Mohan messaged. Lin Xi's face showed caution. What for? Nothing much. After class, take the path by the big sports field at the back. There's something worth seeing. Huh. Lin Xi wondered what trick the protagonist was up to now. Something worth seeing. What could that be? Yi Mohan didn't elaborate, but Lin Xi remained uninterested. Based on past experience, Yi Mohan would just trail after him like a lovesick puppy. He'd rather spread rumors about Yi Mohan than let anyone think there was any romantic connection between them. He just wanted to watch the drama unfold in peace. Zhao Zitong was probably itching for a confrontation too. Being a spectator was the best role, and Zhao Zidong was a perfect example. It was better to be cute and carefree, just a tool, nothing more. When class ended, Lin Xi slung his small backpack over his shoulder and left. A car was already waiting for him outside. Head home for a hot spring bath, then go online to unleash his fury, keeping a close watch on Yimohan. Lin Xi. A voice called from behind. He turned to see a female classmate. What a social butterfly. She was the first to talk to him when he joined the class, constantly asking questions many about Yimohan. It seemed the protagonist never lacked admirers. Lin Xi, let's walk together. No need, I'm heading straight home. As usual, Lin Xi avoided too much social interaction, whether with boys or girls. Perhaps he disliked those with ulterior motives. Genuine people were rare. Or maybe he was just wary, had never even used the school restroom. To avoid such troubles, Lin Xi kept even his friendships shallow and distant. Yimohan, the sole exception, had turned into a lovesick fool, not what Lin Xi had intended. It's fine, let's walk together. I'm just heading to the school gate to pick up a delivery. Lin Xi thought for a moment and nodded. All right. It wasn't a big deal, though he was used to walking alone. The two left the classroom together, and with Lin Xi present, the glances from male classmates multiplied. As they passed a corner, a handwritten letter mysteriously appeared in Lin Xi's hand. It looked like a love letter with an elegant envelope. Lin Xi held it, unsure what to do. Returning to campus after so long, he hadn't received such innocent confessions in ages. Was this still a thing in college after all these years? Lin Xi shook his head. No matter how eloquently written, if the girl didn't spare it a glance, the author would still end up single. I envy you, the girl beside him said. Lin Xi handed her the letter, expressionless. Wanted? That would make the gender right. It's for you, I can't take it, she said, startled, waving her hands. Lin Xi rolled his eyes inwardly. This letter wasn't from Yimohan, though he did have one from him. An old yellowed envelope from 6 years ago. As they stepped out of the school gate, he overheard a group of girls chattering the name, Yimohan, catching his ear. Lin Xi couldn't help but listen. Hey, did you hear? Yimohan and Hu Shuo are having a basketball match this afternoon. Wanna go watch? I heard lots of handsome basketball players from other schools are coming. Really? With Hu Shuo there, isn't he sure to win? Everyone knows he's the basketball king of Qing University. Yimohan is tall and handsome, but I've never heard of him playing before. I don't know, but I heard they made a bet. With Yimohan, even basketball looks cool. Let's go check it out. Yeah. Lin Xi was stunned. So this was the something worth seeing, Yimohan mentioned. A basketball game against Hu Shuo, an old rival. In just a week, Yimohan had defeated Hu Shuo 3 times, first in arm wrestling, then in running, and now basketball. It seemed Yimohan had truly taken the bait, desperate to collect 20 points. Poor Hu Shuo was being used as a stepping stone, boosting Yimohan's fame at school. Even the physical education teachers wanted to recruit him, hoping to coach him for provincial competitions. But Yimohan's athletic prowess came from martial arts training, not a passion for sports. Lin Xi, let's go watch too. I can't believe Yimohan plays basketball. She feigned embarrassment. Oh, sorry, I forgot you don't like him. But he's probably lost interest in you by now. Lin Xi couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He had Yimohan completely under his thumb. The guy was practically his plaything. Still, this girl's act amused him. It reminded him of Zhao Zidong, but wait. Even the first female lead had been sidelined. These small fry were just entertainment. Lin Xi kept his composure. A green tea fangirl secretly crushing on Yimohan. He could play that game better. He'd make Yimohan reject her, crushing her hopes completely. Lin Xi mused that people who thought themselves clever were often nothing in others' eyes. The girl, oblivious, took his agreement as encouragement. Great, let's go take a look. It won't take long. Lin Xi was curious to see how Yimohan would handle his fangirl in front of him. They headed to the basketball court behind the school, joined by a crowd of spectators. With our Yi Gij playing, they had to show their support. Despite any scandals, Qing University's campus heartthrob still captured every girl's dreams with his looks and charisma. Quite a crowd, Lin Xi remarked as they approached the court. The sidelines were packed, even the steps were full. They'd arrived too late for good spots. The match between the basketball ace and the famous heartthrob drew not only girls, but also many boys, all eager to see if Yimohan could take on Hu Shuo, the reigning basketball king of Qing University. Yimohan's growing fame stirred up trouble. Hu Shuo stood with his teammates, glaring at Yimohan with clear hostility. If he could defeat Yimohan, the campus heartthrob would fall from grace humiliated, a desperate bet Hu Shuo had made. He actually dared to challenge Hu Shuo at basketball. After all this time, Yimohan's the first. Hu Shuo trained with pros before. He's no pushover. Yimohan has strength, but Hu Shuo has skill. But don't forget, this is Yimohan. Remember how fast he ran the other day? He's like a Superman. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes on Yimohan. Someone added. They made a bet with humiliation on the line. Everyone knows about it. Yimohan wouldn't agree so easily if he wasn't confident. Today's going to be a show. Lin Xi and the girls stood at the back of the crowd. There's room here. Stand on this step. The girl squeezed onto a stair, nearly becoming a human sandwich. All this effort just to watch Yimohan. Such was the charm of the protagonist's halo. Even a celebrity wouldn't draw this much attention. If Yimohan constantly showed up in a black hat, Lin Xi would find it annoying and tell him to get lost. You watch, he'll pass, Lin Xi said quietly, stepping out of the crowd to sit on a nearby bench. He hadn't planned to come. Hu Shua, a minor antagonist, was cannon fodder against Yi Mohan. This was the third time in a row. The outcome would be the same no matter how many times. Yi Mohan's fame at school would only rise. The faculty, students, and staff would watch. First victory, surprised; second shocked; third understood; fourth welcomed; fifth celebrated. Through Hu Shua, they'd realize Yi Mohan was an all-around genius worthy of the school's full support. Mentors would vie for him, granting him unparalleled resources. For Yi Mohan, it was just a school dungeon, but without this grind, leveling up wouldn't be so fast. Now with Lin Xi's tasks, Yi Mohan was actively completing them. Lin Xi decided to watch the game before heading back, and to remind Yi Mohan to control his fangirl. After today, he'll get 3 points, making it 9 total. Just need a little more, like a group buy discount. The drop rate is really something. Lin Xi chuckled to himself. The protagonist was indeed rather naive, obediently doing whatever he was told, becoming his plaything and tool. However, to maintain this state indefinitely required a few slightly unorthodox means. In truth, with just the identity of Xiaoxi alone, he could leech off Yi Mohan for a lifetime. 3 years of helping the pitiful little protagonist had earned him a lifetime. This was truly the best deal under heaven. Yi Mohan might still feel some guilt over certain matters, coupled with his love-struck mindset, always trying to reclaim his gentle side. But of course that was impossible. Where was there a gentle side? It was all just a fine brew of green tea. Delicious, yet as addictive as a drug, with side effects that would surely doom Nan Liang to a lifetime of misery. At that moment, the basketball court echoed with the thumping of dribbled balls, followed by cheers from the crowd and the clamor of voices. And there were many people. Go, go. The game seemed about to start, the atmosphere growing even more intense than before. Those in the back strained on tiptoe, craning their necks for a better view. Boys, girls, the crowded court was packed with people. Lin Xi sat a bit farther away so it wasn't too noisy. He slipped a pair of white earphones into his ears. Knowing the outcome in advance, Hu Shua's crushing defeat, he naturally had little interest in the game's details. No matter how formidable or impressive Yi Mohan was, he was still nothing but his plaything and tool. As everyone knew, Lin Xi was utterly devoid of emotion. It was just that the protagonist kept rubbing against him, and even a heart would feel a hint of shyness. To avoid this, the protagonist had to taste a bit of sweetness in private and still meet very high standards. Lin Xi, on the other hand, could relax and enjoy the show. Afterward, the basketball game on the court grew fierce, cheers ringing to the heavens, igniting everyone's blood. This was an ultimate showdown between masters. Only Lin Xi sat nearby, looking at his phone, sending a message for those outside to wait a little longer. I want to fight 10. Lin Xi could hear Yi Mohan's voice even from outside. While others were shocked and cheered for the big brother, he just smiled wryly. Alright, your master Yi fighting 10 makes perfect sense. However, Lin Xi just wanted Yi Mohan to finish quickly and end this task, so he could go back. In fact, Hu Shua as a clown picking a fight with Yi Mohan wasn't just for gear and leveling up. Mainly Lin Xi wanted Yi Mohan to find this state to truly act like a protagonist. So far, Yi Mohan was improving with a bright future ahead. Soon fatten him up and fleece him thoroughly, or else it felt like he might not be able to handle the later stages of the protagonist. The villain just wanted to survive until the end. Time passed a little more. The court quieted down, but the crowd hadn't dispersed. Lin Xi wondered if there was a second wave, quite enduring. Where are you? Lin Xi received a message from Yi Mohan. This kid wanted his cool basketball moves to be seen by his beloved girl, yet Lin Xi hadn't even glanced at him. I'm right here. Lin Xi looked up, saw the crowd still there, and sent a message. With so many people around, he wasn't afraid of Yi Mohan. Where? I don't see you. Yi Mohan, having not seen the girl for days, missed her terribly. Lin Xi sent a voice message. I'm sitting on the bench by the court. With so many people here, how could I see you? So I just didn't watch. No sooner had he spoken than a tall, well-built figure appeared before him, blocking the sunlight from the girl. Lin Xi looked up and saw a man in a black t-shirt with exposed arms soaked with sweat and clinging tightly to his firm-toned physique. Beads of sweat dripped from his pale neck, glistening under the sunlight. The man's breathing was still steady, his hair and forehead covered in sweat. The moment he saw the girl, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. My fault. Yi Mohan's eyes were apologetic, his voice now full of tenderness for the girl. As the star of the game, he had walked all this way just to stand before the girl, his expression instantly undergoing a qualitative change. This drew the gaze of the girls waiting to offer Yi Mohan water, who then saw the girl on the bench, her beauty breathtaking. Comparing themselves, they felt inferior and withdrew their water bottles. Lin Xi was stunned for a moment. Then he snapped back to reality. The guy, all sweaty after playing basketball, looked different from usual, though he couldn't quite describe how. In short, he had that campus heartthrob vibe from romance novels. Anyone who'd read too many young adult romances would probably lose their composure at this scene. Whether I watch or not doesn't matter, it's none of my business. Did you win? What about the points? He'll add them for you later. Seize the opportunity, Master Yi. Lin Xi whispered, aware of the crowd watching. Yi Mohan was looking at him like he was his wife, which he couldn't stand, especially since he was the group leader of the anti-Yi Mohan alliance. Yi Mohan wanted to be played, and he had been playing him all along. The villain hadn't been idle. Not yet, only halfway through, but he'll defeat them all soon. Impressive, right? Yi Mohan whispered back, perfectly playing along with the charade. This made the onlookers desperate to know their relationship. Hadn't the internet said Yi Mohan was harassing this junior, and they were at odds? Was Yi Mohan still not giving up? But the junior seemed utterly uninterested in Yi Mohan's basketball game, even treating him with a fierce attitude. This melted the hearts of a few nearby guys. So cute. No wonder Yi Mohan couldn't let go. Who could? As for the other girls, including the classmate who came with Lin Xi, jealousy was practically written on their faces. Why couldn't it be them? They'd be more than willing. Impressive, my ass. Lin Xi glared at him. Being impressive still meant obeying him, if not then get lost. Yi Mohan noticed the small bag Lin Xi carried with a cute water bottle hanging from it, and thought it was the girl's usual one. Then he looked at Xiao Zai's moist lips. His Adam's apple bobbed sensually before he said, I want water. This request certainly wasn't too much. No, buy your own. Those girls have water, I asked them. Lin Xi would never let anyone drink from his bottle, especially Yi Mohan. When we were kids you agreed to everything, and were so good to me. Now I just want a sip of your water. There's no more Xiao Xi. Don't even think about it. Besides, there will be plenty of people who treat you well in the future. I won't be so kind anymore. No one in this life will ever be as good to me as you, Yi Mohan said. Lin Xi thought Yi Mohan must be crazy, forgetting how badly he had been deceived before. Indeed, losing and regaining was nothing more important than this. Now he was willing to be his plaything. Fine, fine. Seeing the crowd still watching Lin, she didn't want to argue anymore, and agreed. After all, it was just a sip of water. Lin Xi took the water bottle from his bag, while reminding, don't drink directly from the mouth. Okay. Yi Mohan agreed with a smile, then picked up the girl's water bottle. The next second, forgetting his words, he drank from it greedily, gulping down, as if he had never tasted water before. The water was sweeter than ordinary water as it went down his throat. He only reluctantly let go after draining every last drop. Lin Xi, witnessing this, was at a loss for words. Too weary to even be angry, he simply uttered 2 words, I'm done. However, Yi Mohan's incorrigible nature was something he could anticipate. The water bottle was dispensable. He could tolerate such minor matters, considering Yi Mohan had been obedient lately. Noticing the girl's adorable pout, Yi Mohan, who was keen on observing, she immediately spotted an envelope-like object in her hand. Lin Xi's heart jolted. Damn it, he had been holding this all along and forgotten to toss it. Now that Yi Mohan, that jealous fiend, had seen it, there was bound to be trouble. Oh, that. I don't know who gave it to me, he said, his tone feigning calm. Before Lin Xi could finish, Yi Mohan snatched the letter from his hand. A love letter. His expression darkened instantly. So she had been secretly holding on to another boy's love letter so blatantly, and he had caught her red-handed. It's nothing. Well, I wasn't going to read it anyway. When you weren't around I used to get these every day at school, but I only ever read the one you wrote. Lin Xi knew he had to placate him, or else he'd be dragged into the woods again, ending up covered in sweat and grime. Really? Hearing this, Yi Mohan was instantly overjoyed. Out of all those love letters, she had only read his. Really? Lin Xi nodded. In truth, he barely glanced at them. Who cared for the scribblings of schoolboys? He certainly wouldn't read love letters from others. He wasn't into that sort of thing. The only reason he teased the protagonist Yi Mohan was because he was different, annoying, and fun to mess with. He'll take care of this letter for you. What others write is terrible, far worse than mine. Yi Mohan pocketed the letter, intending to find out which brat dared to covet his wife. He planned to visit the dormitory and have a serious talk about focusing on studies and avoiding early romance. If words failed, he would resort to being a physical education instructor. Let me show you something much better than this, Yi Mohan said, taking the girl's hand, wanting to lead her forward to see how handsome he looked playing basketball. Lin Xi's delicate brow furrowed as he tried to pull his hand away. Let go. Just one look, be good. Otherwise I won't have the strength to play. You don't want me to lose to Hu Shua, do you? Completing these tasks requires motivation. Yi Mohan knew Lin Xi meant well. Hu Shua always pulled dirty tricks behind the scenes at school, like forming an anti-him group, so he wanted Yi Mohan to teach him a lesson. Deep down, Lin Xi was still the gentle, she caring for his well-being, only sharp-tongued, but soft-hearted. Lin Xi's face flushed red with anger. Fine, playing this game again, being rebellious, huh? How could he possibly listen? He was the villain. What's it to me? It'd be better if you lost. If you don't let go, I'll scream, pervert. You promised not to do this in front of others. Lin Xi gritted his teeth, issuing a final low warning. He had his limits. First dragging him to watch basketball to show off, next it would be into the woods brazenly in broad daylight. But Yi Mohan simply lifted the girl into his arms, stunning the surrounding crowd. This wasn't right. Weren't those two supposed to be at odds? First holding hands and now this. Seeing such a cute girl being bullied by Yi Mohan, everyone began fantasizing about rescuing the damsel in distress. Let me go, you pervert. Lin Xi's face was as red as a persimmon, flushed with anger. Worse, so many people were watching. His reputation as an innocent male college student was ruined. Idiot. Lin Xi dug his nails fiercely into Yi Mohan's arm, leaving deep marks, but Yi Mohan remained unfazed by the minor pain. Instead he asked, hold hands or carry you. This left Lin Xi speechless. Was there a difference, buddy? Should I ask you tomorrow if you'd rather be stepped on with shoes on or off? Neither. But he'll watch. Lin Xi shot him a glare. You show off, he'll make you fly in a minute. At that moment the onlookers finally caught on. The two were indeed at odds. The junior didn't like Yi Mohan either, but their close bond was undeniable. They seemed to be some kind of friends, very familiar. It wasn't like the online rumors of Yi Mohan harassing a stranger. And with the junior's face so red it looked more like a lover's spat. What? No, could it be? They were all part of some twisted game for thrills. Damn, they thought there was a real feud and enjoyed the drama that Yi Mohan couldn't get a girl. Then the next second, he was carrying her. Who feeds dog food like this? Clowns. Please, Junior, don't give in whatever you do, or they'll all be crushed. You should have said so sooner. I do this with my girlfriend anyway, and it's only a matter of time. Satisfied with the answer, Yi Mohan set Lin Xi down. Feeling safe again, Lin Xi reverted to his usual confrontational demeanor. Yi Mohan, you bastard, if you ever carry me again, I'll strangle you, understand? He'll let the whole school know you're a pervert who can't keep his hands off his junior. Hearing this, the crowd was relieved. Great, she mustn't let him succeed. Next time they'd all throw a punch. They didn't even have girlfriends yet, this guy could hug such a cute girl without one. They ground their teeth in envy. Where could they find a girl who would just get shy and angry after being held with no real consequences, and without breaking the law? Having not seen the girl for days, Yi Mohan had no intention of letting go. Let people talk, his wife was his, not theirs. No amount of envy or hatred would change that. He had known Xi for 9 whole years. If he recounted their entire journey, no one could say a word. In this world, anyone might hurt the girl, but he never would. Master Yi, after they're done, I challenge you to. Alright, if you make me lose, you're dead. Regardless, Lin Xi was a professional hater and couldn't have been ignorant of basketball. Though his skills were somewhat lacking, he could make up for it with his love-struck mentality. Yi Mohan had already stirred up thunderous cheers with this match, and if he ended it with a long-range shot that crushed Yi Mohan, it would be perfect. His act was the biggest of all. Yi Mohan, don't get too cocky. You said if we guard you, and you can't score, you lose. Hu Shua's gaze remained hostile, but after sweating profusely and resting for so long, he was still panting heavily, clearly feeling the immense pressure. There was no choice. In less than half an hour, Yi Mohan had been scoring relentlessly, impossible to defend against. Several players couldn't stop his onslaught. This guy had definitely been holding back. His skill level was beyond anyone he knew, especially his jumping power for dunks, which surpassed normal human comprehension. Yi Mohan was definitely a monster, just like that arm wrestling match. His body seemed unlike an ordinary person's. But at this moment, Master Yi didn't say a word, ignoring the blabbering Hu Shua entirely. His tender gaze was fixed solely on the girl in the pure white JK skirt. Stand here. Yi Mohan pulled Lin Xi to a forward position, the best vantage point which he had reserved with his belongings specifically for the girl. Don't move. Wait until I'm done. He added, ensuring Lin Xi was safe before returning to the center of the court. Compared to the first half, Yi Mohan appeared more composed and confident in the second, occasionally glancing sideways to a certain spot for reassurance. This made everyone realize just how deeply he cared for someone. The first time the Tsinghua heartthrob had ever acted this way, and he still hadn't won her over. If they ever got together, it would surely stir envy and heartbreak among all the school's girls, leaving them sobbing in the restroom. Lin Xi crossed her arms watching this fool Yi Mohan. But she had to admit when he was confident. Dressed in a black basketball t-shirt, standing at nearly 189 meters tall and athletic, with sharp features carrying a hint of handsomeness. Especially the wild, untamed gleam in his eyes, like the aura of a top-tier golden elite. TCH, a mere plaything, Lin Xi muttered to herself, realizing she had been staring at Yi Mohan for several minutes. She looked away, feigning indifference. After that, the second half of the basketball game continued. Hu Shua and his crew were renowned sports stars at the school, having won several provincial medals. With their family backgrounds, they were spoiled from childhood, surrounded by a gang of athletic underlings. This made Hu Shua used to throwing his weight around at school, and he was famously obsessed with Zhao Zito. If not for Yi Mohan, the two would have been the hottest couple topic on campus. Rumor had it from Hu Shua's circle that they knew each other from before, with a childhood betrothal arranged by their families, though Zhao Zitong never mentioned it. This time I'll go first. Hu Shua was genuinely afraid of the ball reaching Yi Mohan, who kept scoring consecutively. They had witnessed his offensive prowess. The ball seemed glued to his hands. Fine, as you wish. Yi Mohan said, walking to the front of the hoop, then turning around and spreading his legs. His deep, narrow eyes were cold, a stark contrast to his attitude toward Lin Xi. He was like a king on the court, everything under his control. How is Yi Mohan so good at basketball? I've never seen him play before. The crowd buzzed with amazement, marveling at how Yi Mohan had sunk over a dozen shots in the first half, with smooth, fluid moves completely outclassing Hu Shua, who was known as the street ball king. I heard Yi Mohan had poor grades in high school, and only caught up in his final year. Maybe he's been practicing for 2.5 years since high school. No wonder he's my idol. Yi Mohan's a school bully at heart. If not for someone like Hu Shua, he'd never show it. People then turned to look at Lin Xi's position. Such a great boyfriend. Handsome, tall at 188 meters, good at basketball with abs, and caring. And she still didn't want him. How picky could she be? Xinghua probably couldn't find another like him. Of course, she might become a sweet, gentle little wife within 2 months. On the court, several had come to play defense earlier, and Hu Shua had been called out for unfair play. Now it was Hu Shua's turn to attack, and only he could do it alone. Hu Shua wasn't good at defense, especially against someone with skills equal to or better than his. But on offensive, he said he was second at Xinghua. No one dared claim first. Come on. Yi Mohan patted the ball, then swiftly passed it to Hu Shua. With the ball in his hands, Hu Shua's confidence surged. He stared intently at the distant hoop, ready to take the first round with his signature move and reclaim his lost face. The crowd watched as Hu Shua seemed possessed, his eyes radiating an extraordinary aura as he broke through Yi Mohan's defense step by step, their sneakers squeaking against the floor. A series of satisfying sounds filled the air. Boss Hu was about to show his true strength. Hu Shua's underlings exclaimed excitedly, having experienced how ruthless he could be on offense. But within 3 seconds they were dumbfounded. The ball was knocked away. No way. Yi Mohan anticipated the landing spot, intercepted the ball from the side, and stole it cleanly in one swift motion. Hu Shua had just been about to execute his signature move when the ball was swatted away. How is that possible? Hu Shua stared at his hand, then at Yi Mohan. How had he stolen it so cleanly? It left Hu Shua doubting his basketball skills for the first time. Stealing the ball from a parallel position like that risked failure, and giving the opponent a chance to drive straight to the hoop. Only absolute confidence could justify such a move. This guy, Hu Shua, could only chalk it up to carelessness. Who would have thought Yi Mohan's defense was so fierce even before Head passed the ball? My turn, Yi Mohan said, swapping positions with Hu Shua. He glanced back to confirm the girl was still there, then turned to focus on the game. With someone he liked watching, this was no longer an ordinary match. It was about winning in the most impressive way possible. Bring as many as you want. Master Yi declared, unfazed by the challenge. Don't get cocky. Hu Shua gritted his teeth, calling over his underlings. Though unfair, it was better than losing badly in front of so many people. Who could have imagined that his prized skills, which had never failed him, were nothing against Yi Mohan? The thud of the basketball and the squeak of sneakers filled the air. As soon as Yi Mohan was on a fence, the atmosphere grew even more electric and fervent. After all, every basket Yi Mohan scored made basketball fans' blood boil, prompting spontaneous shouts of "nice shot." Yi Mohan dribbled, his expression calm, eyes sharp, exuding an imposing aura as he faced his opponents. With so many watching, playing dirty would be pointless. And even if you did, you still can't beat me. Who's playing dirty? Just get on with it. Don't think you can score against all of us just because you've got some skill. Hu Shua still refused to admit Yi Mohan was better, chalking it up to luck. Otherwise he would have made several shots by now. So Yi Mohan charged forward with several players blocking his path. Unfazed, he faked a shot, fooling multiple opponents. He leaped the ball, leaving his hand. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the ball swished through the net. A perfect shot that would make anyone exclaim in awe of his terrifying skill. Immediately, cheers erupted from the audience. A good shot never lacked applause and attention. The process continued for over 10 minutes with no hesitation as he sank several more baskets. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from Hu Shua and his crew, their clothes soaked, but they were utterly powerless against Yi Mohan's skill. He's even better than before. No, he wasn't even using his full strength in the first half. We're getting totally crushed. At this rate, we'll lose too badly. Hu Shua's underlings finally realized this was Yi Mohan's true ability. With the girl he liked watching, he stopped holding back and went into full domination mode. Every move was swift and precise. They could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the hoop. They were all dejected while Hu Shua glared at Yi Mohan's smug expression, venom nearly spilling from his eyes. He couldn't win at basketball, so he was tempted to resort to fists. But he realized he'd lose in a fight too. Yi Mohan was even more ruthless, pinning him to the ground. The pain on his left cheek from the incident in the classroom still lingered. Today's score, 0 to over a dozen, had stripped him of his last shred of dignity at school. From now on, everyone would remember him as a joke. Boss, let's call it quits. We'll find another chance to get back at Yi Mohan. One of his underlings whispered, frowning. Continuing would only give Yi Mohan more glory. This match was just a stage for him to shine. I can see that. You don't need to tell me. Hu Shua gritted his teeth. But thinking of the punishment if he lost, how could he give up? Then he glanced in a direction, Lin Xi's direction. He hadn't expected Yi Mohan to be such a playboy, still hung up on Zhao Zidong, while already finding another stunning girl. I refuse to believe he won't make a single mistake. Hu Shua was determined to salvage his pride, no matter what. In the end, Yi Mohan secured the final score, winning the match with absolute dominance. Many realized that Hu Shua, a formidable player, had been utterly crushed today. This incident would likely dominate campus hot topics for days, and Yi Mohan's fame was soaring. Even his usual walks across campus drew twice the attention. He could have become famous at Tsinghua on looks alone, but he chose to rely on skill. This made some teachers favor him even more. Compared to those riding on family connections, Yi Mohan was a shining gem worth cultivating. He's incredible. If he joined the basketball team, he'd dominate every college match this year. He's like a superhero. Hu Shua lost. Didn't I hear there was a bet? Is Hu Shua going to kneel? Hu Shua was the one who challenged him to that bet, and and Yi Mohan only agreed. So many saw it, he can't deny it now. Spectators waited for the drama to unfold. Wherever Yi Mohan was, there were always juicy scandals circulating around campus. Zhao Zidong had been one of them. Though Hu Shua was nicknamed the boiling sheep, no one dared to say it to his face because of his influence at school. I won. Yi Mohan said, his cold face glistening with sweat, his clothes soaked through. Then his perfect dark eyes turned toward the girl, signaling to the towel on the ground. If Xiaoxi could hand him the towel now, he would be overjoyed. Idiot. Lin Xi cursed under her breath, but still picked up the towel from the ground. Seeing this, Yi Mohan's eyes brimmed with uncontrollable joy, his grin harder to suppress than an AK-47. Xiaoxi was still as gentle, kind, and lovely as ever. Though he'd love her even if she weren't gentle. He loved this girl no matter what. He always called her Xiaoxi, a term carrying the special meaning of a first love, a white moonlight, the deepest, most unique existence in his heart. Meanwhile, many girls rushed over with towels and water. Lin Xi took her time, so they seized the chance to get close to the campus heartthrob Yi Mohan. Sorry. Yi Mohan refused outright, his gaze fixed on Lin Xi. He was aloof with other girls, the unattainable dream of many, but before Lin Xi he was a different person. She could cosplay as a yandere young lady if she wanted, as long as it made her happy. This shattered the hearts of many eager girls nearby. Brother, how could you be so heartless? You only have eyes for the new freshman, leaving us behind. It seems you've grown weary and are just brushing us off. Here. Hearing the girl's melodious voice, Yi Mohan curled his lips, ready to bask in Xiao Zai's tribute to his victory. The next second, Lin Xi crumpled the towel into a ball and hurled it with force. It arced through the air, landing perfectly on Yi Mohan's face. Yi Mohan. It didn't hurt at all. It was pure bliss. The crowd watched, suddenly understanding something. Wait, could it be that the prestigious Tsinghua heartthrob had a fetish for this? The unattainable tease. Like, woman, you've caught my attention. Woman, you run, I chase. You can't escape. Woman, you're playing with fire, playing hard to get right. They looked at Yi Mohan, then at the freshman girl. The more they watched, the more it seemed to fit. They feared Yi Mohan would blurt out, next girl, I love your rebellious attitude. These single audience members. Oh, this crazy world is too much to handle. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the way the big shots played was unlike ordinary folks. Yet a rebellious urge stirred within them, hoping Yi Mohan wouldn't have his way. That adorable junior, what if they still had a chance? Wouldn't that make them even more formidable than Qing University's campus heartthrob? It was time for fantasies. After all, which young man wouldn't have his eyes gleam at the sight of such a lovely girl, only to feel his hatred for Yi Mohan multiply? Before even winning her over, he dared to hold their beloved. The game was over. Yi Mohan's solo prowess had utterly crushed the group, who Shua brought along a resounding slap in the face. This basketball court at Qing University would add another legendary tale for juniors to discuss. A bet is a bet. Hu Shua stepped before Yi Mohan and spoke. With so many eyes watching, he couldn't weasel out. Besides, he was a notable figure at Qing University. If he reneged, his reputation would be ruined. Defeated this time, he vowed to retaliate 100-fold, 1,000-fold, refusing to believe a poor country boy could forever trample him. Lin Xi witnessed this scene and shook her head inwardly. Indeed, the most pitiful were small fry like Hu Shua, inadequate compared to the strong, yet superior to the weak, perfect fodder for Yi Mohan to gain experience. Lacking the Lin brothers' strength, he dared to confront the protagonist head-on. If you're weak, use cunning, not brute force. Don't you understand the art of softness, overcoming hardness? For instance, first be cunning. Second, unrequited love flows like water, indifferent. Third, remain mysterious. In short, simply put, stop at nothing, care for no one and nothing. As for consequences, which villain ever dwells on them? The process is what truly satisfies. Lin Xi directly employed the Southern Beauty tactic, a seduction scheme, one of the 36 stratagems. Yi Mohan was destined to be ensnared by this crooked tree, doomed by the Southern Beauty. But before his ruin, she'd give him a chance to recover, turning the tables and seizing control, letting the protagonist yearn yet remain out of reach, a move to grip him tightly. This was Lin Xi's current strategy. Though she stood outside the cycle of conflict, she manipulated everything with ease. A charming, yet wicked villainess. No matter how she played, she thrived. Even when the protagonist was hungry, she remained untouched, bewitching Yi Mohan under her spell. A wise person never falls in love. This saying was fully embodied. I said earlier that if I lost, I'd kneel before you in front of everyone. Hu Shua then prepared to fulfill his promise and kneel before Yi Mohan in public. His subordinates wore grim expressions, unwilling to see their leader bow to this man. As Hu Shua's legs began to bend, trembling, Yi Mohan watched coldly, still harboring a grudge over the online slander. Just then, hold on, Lin Xi jumped out. It had been a while since she had taught him a lesson. After head drunk from her cup mouth to mouth, she, as a villainess, had to retaliate. Villains could win too. It's not over yet. I'm on their side. Yi Mohan, I challenge you. At this, Hu Shua froze mid-kneel, and the surrounding audience was stunned. What's happening? Another contender? Hadn't the match already ended? The junior had defected. Wait, it seems she was never on Yi Mohan's side. So the junior truly didn't like Yi Mohan. This gave the male onlookers a glimmer of hope. What's going on? Didn't she just see how strong Yi Mohan is? Going up against him is suicide. Yi Mohan hugged her, and now she's angry switching sides. Haha, the key now is Yi Mohan. If he accepts and loses to her ITLL, be even harder to win her over. This is hilarious. Yi Mohan's expression is off. The girl he likes didn't even praise him, and now she's become his opponent. The crowd relished the drama, far more exciting than the previous 2 matches. And such a cute pretty junior. Could she really play basketball? This sport could lead to injuries if not careful. Yi Mohan watched his beloved roll up her shirt sleeves, revealing slender fair wrists delicate like a beautiful painting. The girl appeared in the center, basking in the sunlight, adding a touch of beauty to the intense basketball court. Eyes widened, mouths went dry. Lin Xi placed her small backpack under the hoop, then, as she walked, pulled a hair tie from her skirt pocket, tying her hair into a high ponytail. She radiated youthful energy in her JK skirt. Yi Mohan's eyes lit up. What seemed like a challenge was actually a reward. But the next second, seeing her walk to Hu Shua's side, he grew displeased. Good buddy, count me in. You may be foolish and weak as sheep, but don't give up. In the one hole, defeat him. Lin Xi spoke with its tsundere air, her tone and expression brimming with confidence. She turned and shot a provocative glance at Yi Mohan, as if to say, you little loser, brace yourself. Hu Shua was dumbfounded. He hadn't fully processed it. If it were a burly athlete standing before him, he'd be moved to tears. A hero, absolutely a hero. But now a girl, a junior, was only adding to his misery, handing Yi Mohan another loss. Wait, weren't these two supposed to be together in a courtship? Hu Shua felt he was being dragged into some kind of game. And why was she insulting him? Hu Shua felt surrounded by cold, indifferent people, the only one hurt. Fine. Yi Mohan agreed immediately. If the girl wanted to play head, indulge her. Whether he won or lost, he could lose to her forever. That was still a victory. How do you want to play? Yi Mohan asked, determined to make Xiaoxi happy. Maybe tonight he'd even get to enter her private room. Lin Xi looked at him and said, showing off means you'll soar. If you lose, you're doomed, and I won't want to see you for a long time. One shot decides it. The girl raised a finger. Defeating the protagonist with a single shot was the coolest. With so many spectators, she had to make the famous campus heartthrob Yi Mohan suffer a humiliating defeat for daring to hug her. Fine, no problem. For fairness, rock, paper, scissors decides who attacks first. Lin Xi emphasized the word scissors more heavily, and Yi Mohan understood immediately. The crowd watched in disbelief. The junior dared to challenge Yi Mohan, and he actually accepted. Wasn't he afraid of losing face? It seemed the rumor that the junior had been made to cry before was true. Today she was here for revenge. How will Yi Mohan handle this? If he goes easy, we'll see it. If he doesn't, he'll lose any chance with her. Maybe not. They say messing with a woman, especially a beautiful one, is terrifying. Yi Mohan, the campus heartthrob, has finally met his match. Scary. I love it. A high ponytail drives me crazy. Me too. They'd even let her step on them if she wanted. Then they played rock, paper, scissors. Lin Xi threw scissors, Yi Mohan paper. Lin Xi attacked first, Yi Mohan defended. But the crowd still worried, their gazes turning serious as they watched to see how this match would unfold. Yi Mohan stood before the hoop, his defensive stance perfect, showing no sign of going easy. Slap, 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 slap. Lin Xi dribbled the ball slowly, making everyone tense. The odds seemed slim. Then Lin Xi shouted, pointing behind, look, Zhao Zitong is here. Zhao Zitong. Damn, the campus belle had arrived. This would be even more exciting. So everyone turned to see if the campus belle and the junior would confront each other. On the court, Lin Xi glared fiercely at Yi Mohan. Try to stop me, and you're dead, Lin Xi said. Then, without hesitation, she kicked him right in the groin. Her signature move to disable protagonists. Hiss. Yi Mohan felt real pain and indescribable agony, and immediately clutched himself, afraid she'd kick again and cripple him. Now was the chance. Lin Xi seized the moment, charged forward, aimed at the hoop, and threw the ball with force. The next second, the ball left her hand, arcing through the air. Meanwhile, the audience, having searched in vain for Zhao Zitong, turned back to see the ball already airborne. Holy crap. That's insane. Everyone's eyes locked on the ball. The next moment, it bounced off the rim, their hearts pounding with each bounce. Slowly it spun and dropped through the hoop, hitting the ground. A score securing the victory. The crowd erupted in cheers. They thought Yi Mohan was unbeatable, but someone even bolder had bested him. That shot left Yi Mohan frozen in place, his expression like he'd swallowed something foul. Unable to swallow or spit it out. She won. She actually won. Haha, hilarious. Yi Mohan's expression, losing doesn't have to be like this. Was he too careless, never expecting that shot to go in? Yi Mohan, never trust a woman. I've met my end at a woman's hands. Haha, even if he lost, no need to kneel. He's become another Hu Shua. In truth, Yi Mohan's groin was in agony, and he knelt to ease the pain, mistaken by the audience as being crushed by the defeat to the junior. His spirit was shattered. Meanwhile, Lin Xi's heart was pounding. If this shot missed, there'd be a next round. After throwing, she turned away, a true southern beauty, never looking back at explosions. But hearing the crowd's thunderous cheers, she relaxed smoothly, picked up her backpack, and prepared to wrap up. She casually added, I used to train, you know. To the onlookers, this was incredibly impressive. Turning away to grab her stuff was pure confidence. It showed she was truly skilled. This show-off would be talked about on campus for a couple of years. Alright, I won. Lin, she said, walking up to Yi Mohan with a smug look. Who knew being a bomb thrower would work so well? Otherwise he'd keep thinking of doing lewd things to the villainous. The bet's punishment is mine, but I haven't decided yet. Come to my room tonight, and I'll punish you properly. Of course, only they could hear this. The audience thought it was post-match banter. Really? Yi Mohan perked up again. Getting kicked in the groin was worth it for this. No. Lin, she crushed his hopes. Last time was a reluctant compensation. Entering his room meant either important business or promised reward points. Hearing this heartless reply, Yi Mohan grew upset. He hadn't visited in ages and had been completing tasks. After suffering so much. Xiaoxi had hurt so much, he said with reluctance. The pain was unbearable. He truly needed some reward to soothe him. Seeing his pained expression, Lin, she felt no guilt, only smugness. Oh, is that so? Want me to rub it for you? Yi Mohan's ears reddened at the thought of unspeakable images. Oh, this. That's not proper. Then why mention it? Lin Xi looked at him with clear, strange eyes. Actually, it might be. Before he could finish, Lin Xi spat out scram. Joking, and he took it seriously. Tisk a small fry, the smallest of small fries. The little protagonist was half-crippled, yet still thinking of lewd things. Unbelievable. Seeing Yi Mohan truly in discomfort, Lin, she wondered if she had kicked too hard, though she felt nothing. Alright, listen. It's fine. If it can't be fixed, I'll compensate you. She said this deliberately, knowing the protagonist was resilient and couldn't really be crippled. Sure enough. At those words, Yi Mohan's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile curling his lips, and he stood up as if nothing had happened. Lin Xi. Faking it. Damn, she had never met anyone so shameless besides herself. Fine. So that's how it is. Lying to me. Lin's eyes foot began to move, targeting Yi Mohan's groin again, and she kicked hard. I'm always the bomb thrower. And so on the basketball court, the two started fighting for no reason. The bewildered onlookers snapped out of it and shouted, "Stop fighting. Please stop." In reality, it was Lin Xi who did all the fighting, while Yi Mohan kept retreating and defending. Lin Xi truly felt that he couldn't get along with this idiotic protagonist for even a moment. When they were young, the protagonist was at most a bit willful, but still obedient like a virtual pet. Now what was this all about? Lin Xi grew somewhat furious at odds with Yi Mohan to the point where he didn't even want to pretend anymore. He just wanted to beat Yi Mohan to a pulp and trample him underfoot. I saw it, Yi Mohan quickly said. It's white. Saw what? Hey. The next second, Lin Xi realized what he meant, his eyes widening. You're looking at Nan Liang. Are you really that desperate? His beautiful face flushed red with anger, and he abandoned his feet, switching to fists. Yet these excited fists of a thug landed on Yi Mohan with almost no impact. What was going on? Even Lin Xi himself was disheartened. If it weren't for the buff he had, the protagonist's invincibility, a villain like him would probably have been finished off by the protagonist long ago. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. Why couldn't he just finish off Yi Mohan? Wait, Lin's mind was in chaos. When had things started to become more and more wrong? Had Yi Mohan's idiocy already infected him? Never mind, he'll give you a good beating tonight, and you're allowed to come to my room. Lin Xi had to straighten Yi Mohan out tonight, or else he'd soon be fed something utterly unacceptable. Night. Xiao Zai's boudoir. Upon hearing this, Yi Mohan's eyes lit up instantly, and he proactively pressed his face against the girl's fist. What the heck? Lin Xi wondered if Yi Mohan, the protagonist, was truly masochistic. The moment he spoke, he willingly took the beating. Like Zhou Yu striking Huang Gai, one willing to strike, and the other willing to be struck. If this continued, they could only meet at noon, because sooner or later something would go wrong in the morning or evening. Lin Xi lost all desire to take action. This was practically rewarding him. He should act without the protagonist's knowledge. For instance, going back to the past when Yi Mohan didn't know where his Xiaoxi was, or using his favorite trick of playing the martyr. Physical pain was far less effective than psychological torment. Thinking about it, I can't adapt to this relationship for long either. It's not what I want, Lin, she mused, feeling somewhat dazed. It seemed he still needed to cleverly employ the strategy of the golden cicada, shedding its shell. His current state was merely to stabilize Yi Mohan and give him a taste of sweetness. But the most important thing was, he wasn't the female lead. He couldn't let Yi Mohan keep savoring that sweetness. A sudden massive shock would be the most painful. Lin Xi gazed at Yi Mohan, realizing he truly couldn't stay by his side forever. These minor squabbles, though somewhat amusing, would only degrade the original dynamic. What's wrong? Yi Mohan asked. Lin Xi snapped back to reality, his anger vanishing completely. In a place no one noticed, he revealed a peculiar look in his eyes. Then he turned around, leaving only one sentence. Nothing, it's fine. Remember to come to my place tonight. His tone was light, as if he had no worries at all. Upon hearing this, Yi Mohan was overjoyed. His long-cherished wish to visit Xiao Zai's room for lessons was finally coming true, mainly because he could see Xiaoxi in her pajamas. Lately had even been dreaming about it. The surrounding spectators could only sigh at the sight. Truly the person Yi Mohan liked could beat him like it was nothing. In this school, everyone knew how formidable Yi Mohan was, and she was the first to ride roughshod over him. Meanwhile, Lin Xi walked away lost in thought. It seemed he hadn't gotten too deep into the act yet. In truth, he had always been in it. Anyway, he'd take it one day at a time. The protagonist's happiness was always fleeting. After that fleeting moment, what would come? Despair? Or something else? Would it be worse than before? A clear, cunning glint flickered in Lin Xi's eyes. He felt this was far more entertaining than personally beating Yi Mohan. People always suppressed the demon within and strove toward the good. A villain, of course, would not. Lin Xi had made up his mind. There was no turning back on this path. Just as he had initially wanted Yi Mohan to live forever in guilt, never seeing the one he loved. That night, Yi Mohan arrived as promised, and Lin Xi as before taught him some things. He had originally intended to straighten Yi Mohan out, but then he realized Yi Mohan had never been bent. He had always thought Lin Xi was a girl. The love-struck Yi Mohan had even willingly degraded himself. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want Yi Mohan to be ruined, he could have done it when they were kids. What he wanted was for the big boss to kneel before him like a dog. The main issue was that he hadn't expected to become the white moonlight so effortlessly in childhood. Once emotions were involved, it was hard to escape, especially for a protagonist like Yi Mohan, who was deeply devoted. However, Lin Xi didn't know why, but something always felt unsatisfying. It was like experiencing a sensation that perfectly suited his desires, and the next time, he needed something even more explosive. Whether through death or being battered and bruised, seeing the protagonist who had been happy for so many days turn into a cold corpse. What would happen then? The protagonist would suffer terribly, wouldn't he? Perfect. Everything would lead to this inevitable end. The game was just a lie. The true ending was the villain's death. Death. Of course, Lin Xi wouldn't really die. He wanted to see what Yi Mohan would become. His thoughts grew manic as he watched Yi Mohan's blissful expression. That punch he had aimed at Yi Mohan should be delivered differently, through manipulation. Yes, that was his specialty. Xiaoxi. What is it? Lin Xi's face returned to calm as he glanced at the man beside him. This nearly 6-foot giant was unusually docile tonight, with no inclination to make a move, as obedient as a child. They locked eyes. Will you stay with me forever? Yi Mohan asked, his gaze deep. This was the third time he had asked tonight, and Lin Xi didn't know why he kept repeating the question. He just felt that Yi Mohan's dog-like intuition shouldn't be sharp enough to sense his inner thoughts. But who was Lin Xi? A professional villain for 18 years, winning the Best Actor award 3 times in a row. Scram. Lin Xi said, acting no different from usual, spitting out a single word to dispel all of Yi Mohan's doubts. If Lin Xi truly intended to leave, hesitating for even half a second would alert the perceptive Yi Mohan, who could then prepare in advance. But the most terrifying thing was being unable to guess another's thoughts, trusting only the words spoken aloud. As long as he heard the girl's verbal promise, Yi Mohan felt grounded, no longer adrift and directionless. Promise me, okay, Xiaoxi? Yi Mohan said, his tone even more earnest this time. Lin Xi glanced at him, then reached out to stroke Yi Mohan's hair, and then his sharply defined protagonist's face. He really did look the part. Just a bit foolish, deserving to be deceived by a villain for a lifetime. So for a lifetime, such a long time. Oh, by the way, let me ask you, do you prefer spending a lifetime with Xiaoxi or with Lin Xi? There's a big difference. Lin Xi withdrew his hand from Yi Mohan and spoke with a slight smirk. Either is fine as long as we can be together forever, Yi Mohan said without hesitation, his dark eyes reflecting the girl's glow under the lamplight. Lin Xi during the day, Xiaoxi at night. How greedy. I was really good to you before, and you liked me right away. But I think I'm okay as an online friend, but as a girlfriend in real life. No way. Why, oi? Because you haven't satisfied me yet, so of course I can't be your girlfriend. Besides, Xiaoxi takes care of you. Do you think you still need my care now, eh? Yi Mohan paused, finally understanding. So that's how it was, just like in that letter. From now on, I'll take care of you, that's enough. I don't need your care. But seriously, will you really take care of me for a lifetime? Lin Xi suddenly lifted his clear eyes, blinked, leaned close to Yi Mohan, and said teasingly. Really? Yi Mohan's mature, magnetic voice was completely different from the childish tone of their voice calls when they were kids. Back then it was just amusing. Now, after 6 or 7 years looking at Yi Mohan in person, Lin Xi knew every word he said was truer than gold. Are you sure? Sure. In the past, and now, my words have always been the same. Lin's clear eyes blinked, making Yi Mohan's heart race. He had wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end it all boiled down to 2, I like you. In that case, sometimes it's okay to become Xiaoxi like in bed. The girl's voice turned very gentle, as if returning to that unique little room. In bed. With Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan's pupils contracted, and the tips of his ears instantly turned red. The usually noisy and quarrelsome Miss Lin of the Lin family in bed would transform into the gentle, caring Xiaoxi. Thighs. This was too thrilling. No one wouldn't want both, and Yi Mohan was no exception. A true lecher. To have me for a lifetime, you'll have to pay the most important price, like your life. Lin Xi casually grabbed something and swiped it across Yi Mohan's neck. This time Yi Mohan didn't even flinch. He was used to Xiao Zai's Yandra persona. Haha, can't fool you this time. Boring. Lin Xi tossed a toy knife aside. He hadn't expected Yi Mohan to not be afraid of something that looked so real. So what was he afraid of? Me. Then Lin Xi leaned against the table and finally answered Yi Mohan's initial question. You found me, you know all my identities. Of course I want leave. Besides, I'm studying at Qingdao University, now, just a freshman. How could I possibly leave? Yi Mohan felt very comforted by this, but the next second he heard the word however, and perked up his ears to listen carefully. However, Yi Mohan, you should know that I haven't completed my task to rank up. Without enough points I can't do anything. My boyfriend has to meet certain requirements, at least top of the school in academics, and excel in all skills. What Lin Xi said was merely a matter of time for Yi Mohan. Becoming a top tycoon boss in the future would be a breeze. I know. Yi Mohan thought to himself that it would happen soon. He was confident he would take first place in this midterm exam. As it was getting late when Yi Mohan was about to leave Lin, she suddenly remembered something and called out from behind. Oh, one more thing. You like girls, right? The soft, sweet kind. You don't like. You know I'm not talking about myself, I mean, what? Oh, nothing. They'll help you with some history tutoring. Just don't worry about it. After Yi Mohan left Lin, she realized he didn't actually know either, so he decided to look it up online. The next day, early in the morning, Lin, she took the chauffeur-driven car to school, starting a normal day of classes. For now, there was no opportunity to find someone to kill him for a borrowed knife. He could only silently wait for a destined person to appear. He could probably endure a few more days of school. After all, staying with the protagonist for 4 years might not even make him a girlfriend. He could end up as a wife, with Yi Mohan holding on and never letting go. So every day at Qingdao University was one day less. He didn't want that, his stomach couldn't handle it. When Lin Xi first returned, bodyguards followed him everywhere, because the Lin family was unstable. With the old master, critically ill people were targeting the Lin family to carve up their interests. But now the Lin family had been thoroughly reformed, and their power had returned to its peak. As long as he didn't leave Modu, who would dare have designs on the young lady of the Lin family, they'd end up dead in their home a day early. If anything happened, the whole sky would fall. Who would dare let anything happen? The big shots in several circles all had his back. Miss, be careful. The person outside proactively opened the car door. Lin Xi glanced and nodded, then turned his attention back to his phone. These group members had so much to say, constantly sending messages. In no time it was 99. As the group owner, Lin Xi naturally had to check if there were any dedicated trolls. He kicked out anyone posting links to inappropriate sites. Those spam bots were truly annoying everywhere. Group owner, any gossip? No gossip. The little schoolmate won't be conquered, will she? I'm really worried. Don't let that bastard Yi Mohan succeed. I bet within 2 weeks she'll turn into a sweet, clingy little wife. Ah, the little schoolmate is mine. Hit me with your fists and feet. It doesn't hurt at all. I want more. Lin Xi frowned slightly. His fair fingers tapped a few times on the screen before slowly relaxing. He directly kicked the lunatic who was ranting out of the group. Sure enough, no matter the school, online you'd always find people with questionable mental states. Don't worry, it's rock solid. The little schoolmate won't be conquered. Lin Xi quickly sent a message. How could he possibly be controlled by Yi Mohan? What a joke. Anyone might bow down, but not him. And since when did a villain in a novel have such an ending? How does the group owner know? Group owner, can you live stream? Take him down in real life, the real Yi Mohan. A solo kill in real life. Lin Xi thought it would be easy, but it was no longer interesting. With a little coaxing, he could make the invincible Yi Mohan kneel before him. He could trample him as much as he wanted, but Yi Mohan wanted to be trampled for life. If Lin Xi were not around, Yi Mohan would be even more heartbroken to the point of death. Don't worry, actually Yi Mohan is not very good in that area, so the junior doesn't like him. Lin Xi sent a message, immediately stirring up gossip in the group. On the other side, Yi Mohan suddenly sneezed. TCH. What's wrong, brother Yi? Nothing, feels like someone is cursing me. Just as he reached the classroom door, he saw a familiar figure. Lin Xi looked closely. It was the female classmate who had gone to watch the game together yesterday. He had initially wanted to help, asking if Yi Mohan liked this type of girl, but eventually the person disappeared. The one he longed for, Yi Mohan, was good to others, and he was instantly driven away in anger. Lin Xi hadn't even wanted to go, but he deliberately sought him out, only to end up as a clown, twisted and dark, crawling away. Lin Xi, someone wants to see you. Sure enough, the closeness from yesterday was gone as she spoke, as if she barely knew him. Lin Xi found it amusing inside, but responded, looking for me. He didn't ask who it was, guessing it had something to do with Yi Mohan. But who was he? Lin Xi could easily handle the protagonist, let alone others. However, since they had come to him, even calling over classmates, he had to meet them. After a while, he arrived at a school lounge. Once Lin Xi entered, the door closed, leaving only 2 people in the room. Seeing the person waiting for him, Lin Xi immediately understood. So it's our leading lady. What's wrong? Did we hurt your little heart? Lin Xi remained calm inside, but seeing an old acquaintance, he lost interest. He could already predict what she would do given her personality. The most boring was Zhao Zitong. Deeply in love, deeply immersed, essentially the easiest to get. Miss Lin, we met once at your grandfather's funeral, Zhao Zitong said, looking at Lin Xi. Yes, I remember. Lin Xi nodded, but his gaze wandered out the window, lost in thought. The weather seemed nice today, so why was someone in a bad mood? Miss Lin, do you like Yi Mohan or not? Zhao Zitong asked directly. Recently seeing videos of Lin Xi and Yi Mohan, she felt empty, both angry and jealous, as if everything should have been hers. To that question, do you want a lie or the truth? Lin Xi's face was calm, his voice without any fluctuation, as if he had anticipated her question. Without a second thought, Zhao Zitong said the truth. As the daughter of Zhao Xiaokong, even if you truly like Yi Mohan, it's not pure affection. You should know the secrets about Yi Mohan. Your father had you approach him so that you might rise to a higher circle through him. Zhao Zitong remained silent, confirming Lin Xi was right. Only a fool wouldn't choose Hu Shua, a wealthy suitor, who threw himself at her, unless she knew Yi Mohan was no worse than Hu Shua. Of course Zhao Zitong was still captivated by Yi Mohan's aura, though otherwise she wouldn't have clung on so persistently. However, unfortunately for Zhao Zitong, who wanted to get there first, Lin, she had already beaten her by 6, 7, or 8 years. How could I like him? A silly fool. You've seen at school I've just been playing with him, never agreeing to anything. So you don't like Yi Mohan? Zhao Zitong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had always been confident at school, with no one surpassing her in looks and temperament. But Lin Xi's appearance brought unprecedented pressure. The Lin family's power in the Magic City was untouchable, and everyone knew that those who had laid hands on the Lin family's eldest daughter were either dead or in prison for life. Yes, Lin, she said, thinking that if he truly fell in love, someone would be overjoyed. But unfortunately, the beginning determined the end. No matter what happened, he had always done what he wanted, a villain without emotions. Zhao Zitong continued, then just reject him outright. Why? Because you like him? Lin, she found it amusing inside. Finally it begins. Don't you not like Yi Mohan? And if you reject him, he won't bother you anymore. Zhao Zitong pretended to be considerate, forcing Lin Xi to teach this cute little heroine that relying on others to win someone over was useless. Why should I reject him? I know Yi Mohan's identity is not simple. He might become rich and powerful in the future, and the big families will fight over him. I can string him along now and agree when he has some use. Lin Xi, you're too much. Is that too much? I'm not done yet. I just treat him as a tool, drain his last bit of value, and then discard him. Lin Xi spoke without any emotion, as if this was perfectly normal to him. Zhao Zitong couldn't believe what she heard. This was only her second meeting with Lin Xi, and she had thought Lin Xi with such beauty was as kind as her. She never expected the legendary Lin family's eldest daughter, who avoided social circles and kept to herself, to be such a bad person. You, doesn't your conscience hurt? Zhao Zitong accused. However, Lin Xi's clear eyes merely stared coldly at her. Indeed, he should avoid naive girls, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. Sorry, he clung to me. If his identity weren't special to the big families, I would have gotten rid of him long ago. With that, he didn't want to stay any longer, and turned to leave. The leading lady was barely a leading lady now, just a slightly more prominent NPC. Seeing Lin Xi about to leave, Zhao Zitong quickly said, "Don't go. Explain yourself clearly." Lin Xi didn't stop, opened the door, and walked out, leaving behind a meaningful remark. Of course, if he leaves on his own, there won't be so many problems. If you like him, figure it out yourself. It's none of my business. As his words faded, the door closed, leaving Zhao Zitong alone. She hadn't expected Lin Xi to exert such pressure, with every word dripping with danger. This Lin family's eldest daughter was far more formidable than she had imagined. She was definitely not someone to mess with. But the next second, she realized only she could change everything. Lin Xi was a bad woman. Zhao Zitong's eyes filled with unwavering determination, radiating a righteous aura. I can't let Yi Mohan be ruined by this bad woman, she said earnestly. She had to save Yi Mohan and show him Lin Xi's true face. Then Yi Mohan might discover her goodness and fall for her. A flicker of excitement crossed Zhao Zitong's eyes at the thought of Yi Mohan liking her. In the classroom, Lin Xi sat by the window in the back row, occasionally listening to the class, sometimes venting in the group chat. That Yi Mohan had taken so many advantages from him. Only the haters could relieve his anger. Only online could he strike hard. In reality, with Yi Mohan's majestic aura, any attack would likely bounce back on him. That time in the small woods, he hadn't even attacked, just added someone's contact information to annoy Yi Mohan. Just as Lin Xi was about to put away his phone, it dinged with a message from Yi Mohan. "He'll pick you up after class." Lin Xi replied with a question mark. Was he a kindergartner who needed picking up? What if someone gives you a love letter again? I'm not at ease. Then what will you do? Reject them for you? Lin Xi was stunned. No boy had ever rejected love letters on his behalf before. It couldn't be helped. Yi Mohan's possessiveness would only grow stronger, as with most protagonists. Lin Xi could sense that as things developed, he would eventually be overpowered by the protagonist. If he tried to escape, then he'd be chased to the crematorium and locked up in a small dark room. At that point, his tactic of reeling in and letting go would be useless. Okay, but have you thought about how? I won't welcome you, Lin Xi sent. He wouldn't let Yi Mohan follow him around. If others misunderstood, it would be another advantage for Yi Mohan. Before completing the mission and earning points, he wouldn't let Yi Mohan gain anything. This had been their agreement days ago. I haven't thought about it, but I know what to do. Yi Mohan would certainly satisfy Lin Xi. Xiaoxi was such a good person, getting a little closer was fine since they would be together anyway. Lin Xi knew that protagonists sometimes couldn't control their bodies, but small issues didn't matter. He'd just wait to be caught. By the way, you know Zhao Zitong, right? She still likes you so much. Why don't you consider agreeing? No, I like you. Zhao Zitong is the school beauty. Aren't you tempted? Who do you think is prettier, her or me? Yi Mohan replied without hesitation. You are prettier. Then I can't compare to Zhao Zitong in personality, right? She doesn't hit or grab you. Last time I even scratched your face. Lin Xi tested how much the leading lady still attracted Yi Mohan. Now he had completely forgotten the original leading lady using sweet words meant for her on this villain. I can't compare, but I like your little personality. Then I can't match her in temperament. She's older than me, and you guys like mature types. I'm hopeless. Mention her again, and I'll kiss you when I come over. Yi Mohan was clearly angry. Who would push their boyfriend to another girl? It showed a lack of regard. You dare, Lin Xi thought. It was too easy to spark trouble, and while he wanted a toy with Yi Mohan, punishment wouldn't be fun. Taking the initiative could easily turn into being passive. Lin Xi couldn't imagine being passive, the first villain to be pinned down. Forget it, don't say it. I only like you, only you in this life. I don't look at other girls. Yi Mohan quickly sent another message proving his loyalty and uniqueness to the girl. Alright, just kidding. Let's not talk about her. Lin Xi decided not to continue messaging. He put down his phone, but soon another message came. Xiaoxi, I like you. He'll be good to you forever. He'll give you anything you want. I'm yours. He'll do whatever you say as long as I'm with you. Lin Xi was stunned, not expecting Yi Mohan to say this. The words carried a sense of humility, but the next second he understood. Lin Xi was the noble eldest daughter of the Lin family, while Yi Mohan appeared to be just an outstanding college student. Although Lin Xi knew Yi Mohan was the protagonist, Yi Mohan himself didn't. He only knew that in his miserable childhood a young lady from a big family brought him a glimmer of light and pulled him out. He had dared to kiss and hug Lin Xi only because Lin Xi had allowed it step by step. Otherwise, how would Yi Mohan have dared? He only knew Xiaoxi was the best person in the world. If he didn't take the initiative and act strong, he feared the distance between him and Lin Xi would grow. I know the tasks you set for me aren't a game, but to help me. Not wanting too much connection at school is to motivate me. Don't worry, you'll work hard. He'll achieve everything and strive to be worthy of you. Lin Xi wondered what madness had struck the protagonist. It seemed he had been too good to Yi Mohan, and this guy was starting to fantasize. Idiot, I'm making you stronger to take the profit and run. Lin Xi stared weirdly at the screen, then shook his head. Was this what they called a love brain? Truly hopeless. But no matter how powerful Yi Mohan became, wealthy beyond measure, commanding forces that could order dozens of families around, it was useless. The moment Lin Xi said he wasn't playing, none of it mattered. The initiative was in his hands. If he wanted to slip away, Yi Mohan would never find him. Still, unrequited love was the worst tragedy in the world. Just then Lin Xi thought of someone else. Zhao Zitong. He found it truly amusing. He had turned the rightful leading lady into a joke. She would never imagine that her rival wasn't even a woman. Dear leading lady, what will you do? Go tell Yi Mohan my bad side, and rescue your beloved from the depths of suffering. Lin Xi rested his chin on his hand, eyes slightly raised, gazing aimlessly at the cherry blossoms falling outside the window. Soon class ended. Many people rushed out early, probably because news spread that Lin Xi had accepted a love letter. They sighed that the junior was still naive, and then a crowd eagerly lined up. Even if she refused, confession was always about that what if. Lin Xi pondered for a moment and decided to wait a little longer in the classroom. He feared that if the protagonist, that jealous fool, saw so many love letters, he would stir up more trouble. Lately he had been thinking about finding an opportunity. He had already begun altering the original storyline, and he was curious what would happen if he simply vanished. Let the protagonist grow stronger until the very end, but ultimately lose to him, the villain, his heart ruthlessly stolen. He's here. Lin Xi received a message from Yi Mohan on his phone. Looking out the window, he immediately spotted a tall, extraordinary young man. He wore a black shirt with the sleeves loosely rolled up, a style that was simple yet fashionable, with an indescribable heroic air about him. This protagonist still carried a hint of youthful innocence. Even on the basketball court, he could be quite childish towards him. In a few more years, he would surely become someone who instilled fear and awe in countless people. When it came to personality, Lin Xi always had Yi Mohan firmly under his control. After all, he had kept an eye on him since they were very young, even creating a secondary account to help him. From the moment he decided to change things, he was destined to have an inexplicably deep connection with Yi Mohan for the rest of his life. Knowing exactly how much Yi Mohan valued him, he was determined to see this path through to the end. Who said he had to develop according to the protagonist's wishes? He was the villain after all. Only he could truly understand his own happiness. Whatever. Lin Xi shook his head. As he instinctively looked up, he saw Yi Mohan enter the classroom. He wasn't wearing a hat this time. It seemed he had finally learned, or else he would have felt uncomfortable. The protagonist had been spoiled by him. Xiaoxi. As soon as class ended, the classroom was nearly empty. Seeing the girl he loved, Yi Mohan's face was filled with an unrestrained tenderness. At Qing University, the only person who could make the aloof and cold Yi Mohan act this way was her, and her alone. Love could not be hidden in one's eyes, but Lin Xi wanted Yi Mohan to conceal it at school. That was an impossible task. Leave me alone. I'm not going to talk to you. Lin Xi turned his head away, not even glancing at Yi Mohan. This guy was clinging to him again, calling him Xiaoxi all the time, as if they were on good terms. In reality, they were not close at all. Privately, Lin Xi was always a hater. Why, oi? You look bad in that outfit, so I don't like it. And you seem foolish today, so I don't like that either. You don't know how to please a girl at all. In this life, you'll never have me. Lin Xi shook his head, laughing to himself. He could rattle off 108 reasons to mock the protagonist without repeating a single one. Xiaoxi, how about a kiss? Yi Mohan abruptly changed the subject. Lin Xi shot him a strange look. What madness had possessed this guy now? I told you I don't like you. Just one kiss, and he'll be satisfied, Yi Mohan insisted. He hadn't desired this much even last night. Lin Xi had thought he could have a couple of peaceful days. How wrong he was. A leopard couldn't change its spots. Give the villain an inch, and he'd want to take a mile, always craving lewd things, wasn't he? He would be ruined by this man sooner or later. No, Lin Xi refused. He didn't want Yi Mohan to kiss him. A hug or something was the most he'd allow. This request was going too far. And the damn protagonist was getting bolder and bolder. He was just a useless tool for him to bully. Yi Mohan stood right in front of the desk, leaning very close to the girl, completely ignoring her words. To him, Xiaoxi was the best. She wouldn't get angry over such things, and sometimes even offered herself as a reward. If he didn't take the initiative, what if some other young man stole her away? No. Lin Xi stood up to leave, but Yi Mohan immediately embraced him from behind. Lin Xi's body stiffened. In this tall frame, this hug felt like he was falling into a trap. He couldn't escape. Get lost, I'm not playing with you anymore, Lin, she said, displeased. If they weren't going to have fun, then don't play at all. Were you really that desperate to do this in the classroom? Wasn't the little forest good enough anymore? Xiaoxi, the man's magnetic, mature, and sexy voice whispered in the girl's ear, accompanied by waves of scorching heat from his back. Although this wasn't the first time they had hugged in this position, a sunset-like blush rapidly spread across the girl's cheeks. Internally, he cursed Yi Mohan 108 times over. Sick. So picking him up was just your lie, wasn't it? Xiaoxi, you smell so good just like before. You did that on purpose back then, didn't you? You wanted to seduce me. Now you've gotten what you wanted, so why are you unhappy? When Yi Mohan said this, a dead memory suddenly attacked Lin Xi. Indeed, he never imagined things would develop so quickly back then. He thought handling a love-struck fool would be easy, effortlessly playing with him in the palm of his hand. But now, a few days later, he was the one being played. There was an indescribable sense of letdown. Let go of me, you trash fish, Lin Xi said, his face red with anger. He felt this guy wasn't the protagonist, but a pervert. Had his bloodline awakened. In broad daylight, he wanted to teach the villain a harsh lesson right in the classroom. At that moment, Lin Xi suddenly noticed a group of people in the hallway outside the window. They had probably come to give Lin Xi love letters, maybe even hoping to get his contact information. Seeing this scene, they immediately scurried away in despair. They would probably run to the bathroom to cry later. However, Lin Xi thought Yi Mohan would do something else. Unexpectedly, he just kept holding him, even shifting to a different angle. Despite the girl's angry expression, he let it go. Seeing her blushing so much she couldn't speak, her head feeling hot, she could only glare fiercely at Yi Mohan. Only when there was no one left outside the window did Yi Mohan finally release him. Lin Xi's pretty face was so red it seemed ready to bleed. He had planned to torment Yi Mohan severely, but instead found himself burying his head in the man's chest, unwilling to come out. He didn't want to face anyone for the rest of his life. He hadn't even resisted. Unbelievable. Yi Mohan. The girl's lips moved slightly, emitting a pleasant voice like a clear bell. Seeing the girl's alluringly shy expression, Yi Mohan's heart skipped a beat. She was breathtakingly beautiful. You? Lin Xi rose on his tiptoes, parted his rosy lips, and leaned his soft, fragrant, panting body towards Yi Mohan's ear. Yi Mohan's dark pupils suddenly constricted. He hadn't expected Xiaoxi to become so proactive. Was she getting aroused from being held by him? Do you want to? Hearing this, Yi Mohan's mind certainly wanted it. Just as he thought something incredible was about to happen, his entire spirit began to soar. Xiaoxi really did like him after all. She was just sharp-tongued, but soft-hearted. The next second, Yi Mohan felt a sharp pain in his ear, as if something had bitten him. Haha, what kind of expression is that, you trash fish? Did you really think you had that much power to make me lose control of myself? That's hilarious. Lin Xi covered his mouth. This guy had a dazed look on his face. Was he secretly lamenting not getting to enjoy it? Well, he had successfully turned the tables again. Yi Mohan teased so brazenly, with the girl showing such a charming and seductive side, had his ears turning completely red. He was stunned for a long time, the girl's adorable and captivating voice still echoing in his mind. In this regard, Xiaoxi was better than him. Just like the gentle and caring Xiaoxi was the white moonlight of his life. But when would he ever experience the real thing? A hint of gloom dimmed Yi Mohan's deep eyes. Yet thinking that Xiaoxi was his forever, a look of anticipation emerged. Hey, are you dumb? Wake up. You're not going to do something weird again tonight, are you? Just give me back the photo. I'm so done with you. Lin Xi waved his hand in front of Yi Mohan's face, snapping him back to reality. He saw the girl reaching out her hand, asking for the photo. He only had that one. He hadn't even gotten the promised private photos, so how could he give it away? It's gone. I can't remember where I put it, Yi Mohan said. Gone? Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Did you hide it on purpose? Lin Xi looked at him suspiciously. Really? Fine, I'll believe you for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xi changed his tone, glaring at Yi Mohan. But you'd better keep a low profile, kid. Okay, whatever you say. Yi Mohan looked at the girl, agreeing to everything, of course. Afterwards, the two of them walked out of the classroom together. Yi Mohan had promised to pick Lin Xi up, so he had to escort him all the way to the car. In between, they could chat a bit more. Lin Xi remembered what had just happened and teased Yi Mohan about his little scheme. And I thought it was something. It was just jealousy. Not very confident, are you, Master Yi? Weren't you supposed to be able to take on 10? So why get jealous and have to hug me in front of others? If I didn't do that, they'd keep bothering you. What if someone stole my girlfriend? Would you compensate me? If not, I have to drive them all away. Who's your girlfriend? You're getting a bit too presumptuous. Dream on. Maybe in your dreams. Lin Xi was furious that Yi Mohan treated him as his girlfriend without his permission, and he could forget about ever being a girlfriend or wife. Yi Mohan was still being fooled into thinking he was a girl. What a love-struck fool, easily manipulated into a plaything. Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan suddenly called out without directly stating what he wanted. Lin Xi paused in his steps and gave Yi Mohan a strange look, taking a cautious step back. What's wrong? Don't tell me you want it again. How many times a day is that? If you keep this up, I'm really calling the cops. He was truly speechless. Was he the villain receiving all the attention meant for the female leads? No, it's not that. Yi Mohan shook his head. I knew it. I'm going to. Huh. Oh. Then just say what you have to say. Lin Xi's anxious heart settled down. It was just that Yi Mohan's recent behavior had created a rather stereotypical impression. The midterm exams are in 2 days. I will get first place. As promised, I should be able to reach that score. Yi Mohan was referring to the reward the girl had promised. To fool the protagonist Lin, she had painted a very grand picture, the legendary wife cake. But as the saying goes, there's no wife in a wife cake. Yi Mohan was really wishing for the impossible. As for the reward, you'll have to guess. I'm not telling you in advance. But hey, race a tip, wanting something doesn't mean you'll get it, but you'll never know if you don't try. After saying this, Lin Xi quickened his pace, walking ahead, leaving Yi Mohan behind. Seeing Lin Xi's retreating figure, Yi Mohan quickly caught up and walked beside the girl. He felt that anything related to the girl he would like. Just then, as the two walked out of the school gate, Lin Xi spotted the car that had been waiting for him. Just as he was about to head over, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Lin Xi immediately thought, as expected, Zhao Zidong always showed up at the most inconvenient times. However, this could be a good opportunity to watch some drama. Yi Mohan. Yi Mohan. Zhao Zidong had finally found Yi Mohan. But when she saw Lin Xi was also there, she recalled what she had said this morning. This Lin Xi didn't like Yi Mohan at all. His only goal was to toy with Yi Mohan, drain him of his value, and then abandon him. Only she could save him. However, Yi Mohan didn't say a word when he saw Zhao Zidong. Even when she walked right up to him, he didn't spare her a glance. This deeply saddened Zhao Zidong. She wasn't bad either. But to help him, Zhao Zidong thought of what she had done and immediately spoke with renewed confidence. I have to tell you something, Yi Mohan. I'm trying to help you. Don't be fooled by Lin Xi's appearance. He's just using you. He will harm you. Zhao Zidong rambled on, making it sound plausible. Yi Mohan's dark eyes grew increasingly hostile as he looked at her, and he interrupted impatiently. This has nothing to do with you, does it? Hearing such a heartless remark, Zhao Zidong was stunned. She was trying to help him, so why didn't Yi Mohan believe her at all? A wave of grievance washed over her. Zhao Zidong looked heartbroken, trying to make Yi Mohan believe her words. Yi Mohan, don't be fooled by this wicked woman anymore. She told me herself this morning that she doesn't like you at all. Her only purpose is to toy with you, and then abandon you. She may be beautiful on the outside, but she's a wicked woman on the inside. Say no more. I have never had anything to do with you, and my affairs are none of your concern. Yi Mohan's voice was icy cold. If it weren't for the crowd around them and the fact that Zhao Zidong was a woman, he would have beaten her to a pulp for speaking ill of Xiaoxi. His impression of Zhao Zidong had hit rock bottom. Just looking at her irritated him, even filled him with disgust. Yi Mohan, you don't believe me. How could I, who loves you, lie to you? Zhao Zidong stepped back in disbelief. The Yi Mohan from before wasn't like this. What kind of love potion had that wicked woman Lin Xi given him? She was the only one who was still sane. The entire school had been fooled by Lin Xi's beautiful exterior. Then Zhao Zidong turned her guns on Lin Xi, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, and berated him. Lin Xi, you wicked woman. Why are you ruining my relationship with Yi Mohan? You're the one with ulterior motives. Doesn't your conscience ache for doing this? Upon hearing this, Lin Xi was completely unfazed. He even let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. She's right. I'm the one who's superfluous here, Yi Mohan. You'd better sort things out with your lady friends before you come talk to me. Ah, Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan pursued her, but Zhao Zidong, seeing Lin Xi leave, assumed he was furious at being exposed. She tried to grab his wrist, only to be shaken off. Zhao Zidong looked on, but Yi Mohan did not spare her a single glance, leaving only the sight of him rushing after Lin Xi. Why? I'm the only one who truly likes you, yet you won't even look at me, insisting on chasing after that wicked woman. She refused to give up, convinced that Yi Mohan would eventually realize who truly cared for him, and that Lin Xi would one day be unmasked. Zidong, is that scoundrel bullying you again? Hu Shuo happened to witness the scene and quickly approached. Stay out of it. Zhao Zidong wished it was Yi Mohan instead of Hu Shuo. The recent events only strengthened her belief in her choice. Elsewhere Lin, she had already gotten into the car. Just as the driver was about to close the door, Yi Mohan rushed over. The driver attempted to stop him, but Lin, she gestured it was fine knowing no one could stop this fool. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. I have nothing to do with her, and I don't believe a word she says. I only like you. Please don't be angry. Yi Mohan spoke rapidly, afraid this small matter might ruin their relationship, especially after finally reaching this good point with Xiaoxi. Do you think I'm angry? Lin Xi asked, but only offered him her profile. Whether you are or not, it's my fault, okay? Oh, well, what if someone is heartbroken? I don't want to be a wicked woman. Then Lin's clear eyes sparkled as she smiled at him. Yi Mohan, what if I give you to her? Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan breathed a sigh of relief seeing the girl wasn't angry, but her words upset him. The next second, just kidding. You're so well-behaved and perfect as a boyfriend. How could I bear to give you up? Hearing this, Yi Mohan's expression did a complete 180, and he couldn't suppress his smile. Really? Mom? Lin Xi hummed in response, then averted her gaze. In Yi Mohan's eyes it was the shyness of a girl. Surely his Xiaoxi could never be the wicked woman Zhao Zidong claimed. 100 Zhao Zitongs couldn't compare to a single strand of Xiao Zai's hair. Recalling an incident in the male dormitory, Yi Mohan smiled faintly. Lin Xi was mischievous, but he only liked her more. This is your only chance. There won't be a next time. After Lin Xi finished speaking, she signaled the driver to close the door. Yi Mohan was naturally satisfied. All right, Xiaoxi. He'll work hard on the midterm exam in a couple of days. The driver closed the door and windows, but Yi Mohan couldn't help stealing a few more glances through the glass. Lin Xi felt exhausted fearing this guy might chase the car shouting something. Only when the car left the school grounds and Yi Mohan's figure vanished did Lin Xi gaze at the swiftly passing scenery outside and mutter to herself. Yi Mohan, she spoke the truth. Don't you believe a single word? It didn't matter anyway, everything was going according to plan, and Yi Mohan's journey was on the right track. She looked forward to seeing what the next stage of Yi Mohan would be like. Witnessing it firsthand brought a sense of accomplishment after all the effort to steer him onto the main path. Soon it was the midterm exam. Lin, she didn't need to guess. Yi Mohan would surely take first place. The minor nuisances from the Lin family had once used provocation, and Lin Xi as the villainess had inherited that role, albeit in a unique way. So when they fell, their demise was not without meaning. As for Zhao Zitong, this adorable female lead, she had recently become less endearing, always staring at Lin Xi with a strange look. Having witnessed the cruelty of human nature, Zhao Zidong was likely beginning to assert her status as the righteous heroine determined to clash with Lin Xi relentlessly and without mercy. Of course, Lin Xi was always indifferent, only elaborating on how she toyed with Yi Mohan, frightening Zhao Zitong's delicate face pale. Spoiled since childhood, she had never encountered such a situation. But Lin Xi knew her own identity, well as she might end up playing herself into a trap. So far though, things were manageable. Xiaoxi, the exam's over. I'm confident he'll get first place. Lin Xi still received messages from Yi Mohan from time to time, but they weren't important, a quick glance sufficed. She wasn't actually in a romantic relationship with Yi Mohan, just a casual response would do. However, the reward later required a bit of seriousness. This might truly be the last time. She always had a way to leave, and no one could stop her. A few days later, Yi Mohan finally achieved the reward conditions set by Xiaoxi, first place in the midterm and the required points. He had waited so long for this. Finally, this moment arrived. Online messages weren't enough, he had to say it in person. He wouldn't miss this opportunity. Xiao Zai's reward. In a cafe, Yi Mohan had arranged to meet Lin Xi through online messaging. He wore a blue and white plaid scarf and a thick black coat, perfect for keeping warm in winter. Outside, snowflakes fell piling up on the windowsill, while several children played in the snow, building snowmen and having snowball fights. The weather in Magic City was like that, only summer and winter. When winter arrived, the snow could fall heavily in an instant. Hello. A girl who seemed fresh out of high school, having noticed Yi Mohan alone, shyly approached to greet him. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Yi Mohan glanced at her politely and said directly, his tone clearly distant. The girl understood and reluctantly left. That was Yi Mohan for you. He never lacked female attention anywhere. Having someone he liked was fine, but that someone was Lin Xi, who wouldn't indulge him. Whoever came could take him away. Even Zhao Zitong was sidelined. Lin Xi couldn't imagine Yi Mohan liking anyone else. In the future, he wouldn't be interested in other girls. Would he still persevere? Damn, it's snowing so hard. I should have arranged to meet at home. Lin Xi thought, confirming the location and pushing the door open. She shook off the snow from her clothes, especially her hair. Without a hat, snowflakes landed on her head, even after a second outside. At that moment, Yi Mohan spotted the girl by the door, stunningly beautiful with snowflakes in her hair, like an ice spirit. She wore a white fleece-lined dress, exuding a lively and playful aura. His deep eyes lit up. This was his first winter with Xiaoxi since their meeting, and she seemed even cuter than usual. Xiaoxi, you're here. Yi Mohan stood up and walked over, wanting to brush the snowflakes off her head. Lin Xi quickly leaned back, her eyes filled with anger and vigilance. What are you doing? Touching my head as soon as we meet. Are you crazy again? I haven't officially agreed to be with you, so don't get any improper ideas. No, you have snow on your head, Yi Mohan explained. Lin Xi realized he was helping her, but still refused to relent. Oh, I can do it myself. Following Yi Mohan's guidance, she quickly wiped off all the snow. They sat by a window facing each other. They each ordered a hot coffee, but their purpose here was not just to drink coffee. Having known each other for so long, Yi Mohan couldn't help feeling nervous. Perhaps in his eyes this was like their first date in a cafe. He had always looked forward to this moment, but now that it had arrived it felt too fast. He hadn't fully prepared himself, wanting to show his best side. Yi Mohan kept sipping his coffee, his eyes fixed on the girl's expression, while Lin Xi's gaze wandered to the falling snow outside, marveling at how early the snow had come this year. At this time last year only a light snow had fallen, now it was enough to build snowmen. If something happened this winter it would surely be bitterly cold. Why are you staring at me? Lin Xi turned, and suddenly noticed Yi Mohan watching her. This guy usually stared at her legs when she wore a skirt. Now that winter had come, he could only look at her face. I wasn't looking at anything. Yi Mohan averted his gaze, embarrassed. To Lin Xi it was a guilty conscience, but she didn't care. Yi Mohan. Lin Xi decided not to waste time. Yi Mohan had suddenly gone silent, so she had to steer the conversation. Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? You didn't just call me here for coffee, did you? Lin Xi's melodious voice snapped Yi Mohan back to reality. He had almost forgotten. Today was about getting his reward from Xiao Shi, which essentially meant getting Xiao Shi herself. As promised, I've completed all the tasks. Now shouldn't I? Yi Mohan's voice trailed off, leaving the rest for the girl to fill in. But in this atmosphere it was hard not to think of something risque. But Lin Xi didn't care about that. With her around there was no way this car would hit the highway. It was strictly a ride to kindergarten. She continued sipping her hot coffee, unhurriedly. Holding the reins, she needed to assert her authority, lest she board the car and end up on the expressway. Oh right, you remember so clearly. Yi Mohan, just how much do you like me? Don't tell me you're thinking about that. As soon as she said it, Lin Xi regretted it. She couldn't help but tease the protagonist. Which she? Yi Mohan perked up, not even noticing the coffee he had spilled on his hand in surprise. So this was the real Xiao Shi. He had liked her before, but now he liked her even more. Just holding hands or something. Oh, why did you have to get so serious? I'm so done with you. Lin Xi sighed, quickly explaining. Seriously, couldn't this guy's restless heart be frozen even in this cold weather? Yi Mohan looked disappointed again. Oh, holding hands. Is that all? I'm not too keen on that. Is there? He thought one reward was too little. Was there a way to mass-produce them, or just get Xiao Shi directly? Tell me what reward you want, and I'll consider it. Don't worry, I agreed to meet you. I won't let you down too much, maybe even AK. Anyway you say it. Don't make me say it. Lin Xi's face flushed red with anger. If the reward wasn't good enough, it wasn't acceptable. She wondered if she had been too kind to Yi Mohan. But she had promised him, and without a little sweetener, would Yi Mohan stop listening? Lin Xi thought Yi Mohan would seize this opportunity. After careful consideration she proposed it, but only 2 seconds later Yi Mohan said, "Be my wife." Hey. Lin Xi nearly spat out her coffee all over Yi Mohan's face. This guy actually dared to think that. Next thing, would he want her to call him hubby every day? A proper villainess could never end up like that. Shame surged through Lin Xi, and her face turned red with anger. No, I can't be your wife, she said firmly. How could it be? With just a few tasks it couldn't be that simple. Did he think it was like a pie falling from the sky, that the eldest miss of the Lin family could be married off just by getting first place? Why, oi, Lin Xi. Don't use such a serious tone, okay? Can't this minor character have some self-awareness? Anyway, it's not at that level yet. This request can't be granted for now. Besides, I haven't reached that age. Girls in school can't get married, otherwise I can't focus on my studies. Lin Xi made up a random excuse just to fool the protagonist. Yi Mohan nodded. Then be my girlfriend. Minor character. Lin Xi only uttered 2 words. She knew it. Yi Mohan's mind was full of sweet romance. The cloying smell of love. A kiss would have been fine, but why did he have to have her? Was a minor character like him worthy of her? Fine. Let Yi Mohan have a trial card. As long as she stayed firm, Yi Mohan wouldn't get any advantage. A few sweet words would be enough to confuse him completely. Alright, it's possible, but only for 1 day. Half a day? Yes, a half-day trial. She was really afraid Yi Mohan would exploit a loophole, counting the night time and doing something strange. Ugh, perverted protagonist. In her heart, Lin, she was still a pure and innocent soul. Yi Mohan was clearly unsatisfied. He thought that at the very least Xiao Shi should be his girlfriend today, so she would never be taken away or leave him. They would be together forever, and he would cherish her, making sure everyone at school knew. Half a day is too short. A lifetime, Xiao Shi. He'll love you and be good to you for a lifetime. In winter I'll hold you in my arms and shield you from the snowflakes. Hey, stop. Lin Xi was scalded by the hot coffee, her face turning red. She had never heard such sweet words, damn it. But she didn't want to hear them. She might be tricked into being his wife. Actually, it's all the same. This is just a test to see if you're suitable. If you pass, then it'll be exactly what you want. Alright, I've decided. Don't even think about it, minor character. Never trust what others say easily, especially the antagonist's words. Their tricks are far more intricate than you can imagine. Alright, now you have half a day's authority, but at most he'll agree to watch a movie or have a meal with you. Understand, this is a trial period. If you make me unhappy, you're done for. Lin Xi's tone was enchanting, as always he had the protagonist wrapped around his finger. To think of having a sweet romance with the antagonist must be a fever dream, not fearing a late-night dagger with a cackling laugh. So when Yi Mohan's words were cut short as Lin Xi interrupted, "It depends on your performance." Yi Mohan froze for a moment watching the young girl finish speaking, then cup her face in her hands, gazing out the window at the falling snow with shimmering eyes. Her adorable demeanor made his heart tighten. His gaze instantly softened. She always made him lose himself in a daze. Her skin was as fair as snow, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttered, and her exquisite, flawless face was framed by the downy collar around her slender neck, accentuating a beauty that seemed not of this world. Standing before him, she carried an air of mystery. He had thought he'd need to strive so hard to be worthy of such a little she, the young lady cherished since childhood. Suddenly he recalled that visit to see old Master Lin at the hospital when she had spoken to him at length. It turned out from the very beginning. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Lost in a trance again, huh? Am I really that beautiful? Are you up all night doing that, and it's affecting your mind?" Lin Xi waved her hand in front of Yi Mohan several times before he snapped back to reality. "Unbelievable," Lin Xi glared and muttered helplessly. Realizing it was because of his own photo, Lin Xi felt like fainting. Giving that photo to the protagonist had been a disaster. It might ruin his entire life. Indeed, promising not to meet was just a way to hide. "Alright, I like you." Yi Mohan's voice was soft and gentle, his dark eyes held only the girl's figure, leaving no room for anything else. But Lin Xi's attention was on the children playing snowball fights outside the window, and he didn't hear what Yi Mohan said. What did you say?" "Nothing. Tisk, didn't we agree as kids to tell each other everything? Now that's not counting, huh? Yi Mohan, you're not being obedient anymore. I said I like you forever." "Are you?" Lin Xi's face flushed red. Damn it, he shouldn't have asked. What was Yi Mohan's mind filled with? All these weird things. Since they'd come this far, they started chatting about some childhood memories. For instance, back then Lin Xi knew a lot. He could easily handle a child's little schemes. Pretending to be just another kid, Yi Mohan took the bait swiftly. He never imagined that a cute, adorable avatar was a persona Lin Xi had crafted. Naive and shadowed, Yi Mohan felt like had opened a door to a new world, free from adult scheming. Even the most trivial matters Lin Xi could make fascinating, and Yi Mohan held back no secrets, sharing everything with his understanding online confidant. Later, Yi Mohan learned some things about him, but still regarded him as his best friend. As a lover of manipulation, Lin Xi treated Yi Mohan as his own little wonderland. After all, once they grew up and Yi Mohan became a top-tier powerhouse, he would never have this chance again. Back then, to speed things up, Lin Xi proposed sleeping on a voice call, a killer move. Yi Mohan had never encountered such a situation. Hearing a girl's voice beside him while sleeping, he admitted it was overwhelming. But as Lin Xi put it, "Just try it once and you'll see. After that, you're not a kid anymore." As a result, Yi Mohan became increasingly addicted, making Lin Xi wonder if he'd taken things too far. Recalling these amusing memories, Lin Xi 6 years later thought he had indeed overdone it. When he disappeared, Yi Mohan would send him thousands of messages, each one unique. It was fortunate that it was the protagonist's nature. Anyone else would have moved on, but they wouldn't keep sending messages until their phone memory was nearly full. Whenever Yi Mohan talked about this, he'd always scratch his head sheepishly, having waited 6 years until now. At this moment, seeing the young girl he had known back, then standing before him, his heart surged with emotion. The one who healed the wounds etched into his very being. Now, even just knowing her, he felt he was the luckiest person in the world. "You came to see me once when I was in high school." Lin Xi was taken aback. "You know, I snuck back then, and I wasn't sure I'd return. I just wanted to see if you were doing well without me by your side. I never expected to meet you." That had indeed been Lin Xi's intention. If he hadn't discovered Yi Mohan was off track, he would have confirmed it and left. At that time, Yi Mohan was a weak presence completely beyond his reach. "I know. If you hadn't said those words to me back then, I wouldn't have come to this city where you are." Yi Mohan always remembered little Xi's kindness to him. In this life, no one would ever be kinder to him than little Xi. "If you're going to thank me, don't bother. At the time, I just saw you as a friend. I hoped you'd live well, not like when we were kids." Lin Xi spoke with a deliberately gentle tone. Yi Mohan would probably never guess that none of this was coincidence. It was an approach with a purpose. Of course, not everything about him was fake. Just then, the sound of children playing outside drifted in. Lin Xi turned to look out the window and exclaimed in delight, "The snow has stopped." The snowfall had been so sudden, turning the world outside into a vast expanse of white, as if entering another icy realm, casting a chill over every story. More and more children gathered outside. It was the holidays, and after finishing their homework, they all ran out to have snowball fights and build snowmen with friends. "Alright, let's go for a stroll," Lin Xi said, setting down his coffee and standing up. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a snowfall back home. Last time he'd worried whether Yi Mohan stuck in such a rundown place would freeze into a silly dog. 6 years, and everything seemed to have returned to another beginning, but Lin Xi's eyes couldn't see it. It was just like 6 years ago. "Sure, want to grab another cup to hold." Yi Mohan noticed Lin Xi's small fair hands, their fingertips still red from the cold when they first came in. No need, it's not that cold anymore. Lin Xi thought that although he was always mistaken for a girl, his constitution wasn't that fragile. Once outside, the temperature dropped sharply. Lin Xi's nose went numb from the cold, and his hands were so chilly, he kept them tucked in his clothes. Being pampered had its drawbacks. Someone like Yi Mohan could go shirtless in the dead of winter without issue. Cold. I guess I am a bit sensitive to cold, Lin Xi regretted suggesting they go out. After just a few seconds, he wanted to go back inside. Thinking of how arrogant he usually was, calling others weaklings, yet his own physical endurance was so poor he had to tough it out. But it's no big deal. Easy for me. Just then Lin Xi felt something wrap around his neck. Looking down, he saw a scarf draped over him. It was Yi Mohan's. Thick and warm, it fit perfectly, shielding his face from the biting wind. This scarf looks familiar. Don't you remember? You gave it to me. Lin Xi. He had been about to say it was a bit ugly, and he was reluctant, but he never expected it was one he had knitted himself. While looks didn't matter, what counted was that it kept him warm. How is it? Not bad. With the scarf on, Lin Xi's face warmed up, quickly regaining a rosy glow. Yi Mohan's brow relaxed as he looked at her, then turned his gaze elsewhere. The girl's adorable little hands with their fair, tender skin were like a delicate trinket. Give me your hand. What for? I'd rather die than give it to you. Lin Xi was still being contrary. Just because Yi Mohan was nice to him didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. Aren't we in that kind of relationship now? Lin Xi froze, then his cheeks flushed pink from the cold as he turned his head away. Fine, you can hold it. No funny business. Trembling slightly, he extended his hand. It was so cold that even tucked in his clothes, it was still freezing. His fingertips were now red, making Yi Mohan's heart ache. Yi Mohan immediately wrapped his hand around Lin Xi's small one. Compared to Yi Mohan's palm, it was like a child's hand, completely enveloped. Lin Xi's face visibly reddened. Partly because Yi Mohan was being so forward, and partly because Yi Mohan's hand was scorching hot, creating a strange sensation when cold met heat. Indescribable, but it suddenly became very comfortable. Geez, why are you so warm? Did you take some kind of medicine? Touch me, and you react. You gross. Lin Xi said this, but his body was honest, enjoying the warmth Yi Mohan radiated. After all, who wouldn't love a big heater on a freezing winter day? Ah, he's so comfortable. Yi Mohan's body is really nice and warm. Why didn't you say so earlier? My hands are all red from the cold, Lin Xi thought gleefully, adding another use for his tool. He wondered what other unknown uses there might be. What's wrong? Feeling better. Not bad. Lin Xi trailed off. The warmth of his hands still wasn't enough, and since he was cold, he decided to give Yi Mohan a taste of a real contrast. No, it's not enough yet. He plunged both hands straight into the collar of Yi Mohan's shirt, slipping in like an eel. He expected Yi Mohan to squirm from the cold, but Yi Mohan remained unfazed. Wow, the cold wind goes in, and he doesn't even flinch. He's like a Superman. Lin Xi was astonished. Fine head never win this. He kind of admired some heroines. Was it really that enjoyable? Just then his hands entered an even hotter zone, where he could feel the powerful thumping of a heartbeat. The body of the protagonist, the ultimate single combat weapon. Lin Xi tried to pull his hands out, but Yi Mohan grabbed him, and they stared at each other. Hey, what do you want? Let go of me. Startled by this, Yi Mohan released Little Zai's hands. Lin Xi, blushing, withdrew his hands from Yi Mohan's firm abdominal muscles. This guy's physique was rock hard, while his own was soft and squishy. So annoying, but he was used to it after all these years. Yi Mohan whispered beside him. Little Xi, as long as it's you, anything goes. But there are kids around. It doesn't look good. Let's find a private place. Whoa, I'm not as pervy as you think. What do you take me for? I'm your girlfriend for half a day, not a test subject for that. Wait, you don't think I enjoy it indifferent, don't you? Yi Mohan recalled a time when several roommates were present, and Lin Xi had rushed straight onto his bed. There were also times when, before discovering Lin Xi was Little Xi, he had sent suggestive images online asking if he needed help, offering to drive over, even offering to pay, and requesting a schoolgirl uniform that was revealing. All of this made Yi Mohan thoughtful. He nodded. It didn't matter, he liked it even more. No. With so many examples, Lin Xi didn't know where to start explaining. He couldn't exactly say he was an antagonist who liked cross-dressing and the protagonist was in love with a gentle, adorable first love, so Lin Xi thought he was 100 safe and went overboard. An antagonist is an antagonist, but it's really easy to become twisted. Sometimes Lin Xi was still very positive, like now. Not what? Yi Mohan asked. He remembered being pinned down with his skirt lifted, and Lin Xi wasn't flustered at all. In fact, he was quite cocky. That expression was more seductive than anything he'd seen online. How had he been so clueless back then? Yi Mohan stared intently at the girl before him, whose head seemed to be steaming like boiling water. In the heavy snow, her face was as red as a rare, exquisite flower just about to bloom. I won't disturb you. I have things to do. My family's calling me for dinner. Some dead memories suddenly attacked, making Lin Xi want to dig a hole 6 feet deep. How had he been so twisted back then? He was at most a bit sly in green tea. He didn't want to be a seductive antagonist. He turned to leave, intending to teleport himself to Mars. I know, let's not talk about it, okay? You are my most adorable, gentle, and innocent Little Xi. My memory's been bad lately. I suddenly can't recall some things. Cough cough. Even Lin, she felt embarrassed. His mess had to be cleaned up by the protagonist pretending to have amnesia. The guy was so obedient, but it still made Lin Xi want to say you're faking it. Wasn't he just trying to take him to the supermarket? Lin Xi thought thank goodness he was the antagonist, or some weird plot might have unfolded. If messing with the protagonist only led to this kind of punishment, he'd just run away with the ball. Just then a snowball came flying toward them, nearly hitting Lin Xi. Without even looking, Yi Mohan reached out a hand and easily blocked it. In Lin's eyes, words Yi Mohan was practically a Superman. Sorry. I aimed wrong. A child quickly ran over to apologize. Lin Xi had been about to charge forward and appoint Yi Mohan as his right-hand general for a conquest, but since the kid apologized, he let it go. Just then, Brother Mohan, it's you. Yi Mohan didn't recognize the child at first, not until the boy spoke his next sentence. My sister has been missing you a lot. Sister? Lin Xi immediately latched onto the key point. Yet another flame of Yi Mohan's. What's your sister's name? The child caught sight of the beautiful girl beside Yi Mohan and realized something. A flicker of hostility surfaced in his eyes. He ignored Lin's eyes question entirely, puffing out his cheeks and gazing at Yi Mohan with a pitiful expression. Brother Mohan, don't you like my sister? Why are you with another woman? For such a young child to understand so much, it was clear he was a formidable wingman for his sister. Plump and adorable, he was more than a match for any other rival. Kid, I merely helped your sister a few times by chance. I don't have feelings for her. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xi was right there listening, so Yi Mohan hurried to clarify. The last time with Zhao Zitong had been a lesson. Liar. Brother Mohan must like my sister, or you wouldn't have helped. My sister thinks of you all the time. The child tugged at Yi Mohan's sleeve, shaking his head and acting cute. Brother Mohan, let me take you to see my sister. She made a delicious cake at home with her own hands. You'll love it. Come on, let's go. In the blink of an eye, the child squeezed between the two of them, clearly on purpose. He had gone to great lengths for his sister's happiness. Lin Xi watched from the side. He actually hoped Yi Mohan would be dragged away. That way the long-awaited date had finally agreed to end early. Sorry, but your big brother here has a girlfriend. I won't be seeing your sister anymore. Besides, he gestured toward the girl beside him. My girlfriend keeps me in check. Feeling Lin's eyes gaze, Yi Mohan's survival instinct kicked in. He used to think this kid was cute, but now he just wished the boy would stay far away. Brother Mohan, you. The child needed no preparation. Big Bean's eyes, tears rolled from his eyes one by one, pitiful in the falling snow. Lin, she found it amusing. Leaning close to Yi Mohan, he whispered in a tone that was anything but sincere. Oh, Brother Mohan, your sister's cake must be delicious. Go ahead, hurry up. His voice dripped with sarcasm, sending a chill down Yi Mohan's spine. Ignoring the crying child entirely, he turned to the girl and said, Xiaoxi, I've only met her once. I don't know her. Let's go somewhere else. The child was speechless. Clearly, having finally encountered Yi Mohan, he knew how to cling on. And cling he did, literally wrapping his arms around one of Yi Mohan's legs. In this heavy snow, even Lin, she felt a pang of pity, let alone the boy's sister. See how pitiful he is, Brother Mohan. Lin, she whispered again in Yi Mohan's ear, wondering if he'd have to break up another couple after Zhao Zitong. Sure enough, whenever he made a move, even the red string of fate tied by the moon god would be severed with a single cut. Xiaoxi, I really don't know her. Yi Mohan held back from kicking the child away, only out of consideration for his age. It was too annoying. He regretted ever helping. Then how does he know your name? Lin, she didn't seem angry at all, but her tone made Yi Mohan feel like he was teetering on the edge of life and death. Thrilling, but not something he'd recommend. She fainted on the street last time, and I helped her once. That's it. I don't even know her. She wanted to thank me, had some ideas, but I never gave her a chance. Oh, so kind of you. Is she prettier than me? No, not at all. Not even 1%. The child was on the verge of tears. What was going on? Why was Yi Mohan so obedient to this woman? Lin, she was tired of wasting time with the kid. Someone had to play the villain, and naturally that role fell to him. The ultimate, irresistibly charming, adorable little brat. Your Brother Mohan is mine now. If you don't leave, I'll have your kind Brother Mohan pick you up and spank you, Lin, she threatened fiercely. Yet with her beautiful appearance, she looked like a heartless little enchantress, a delightful villainess playing her game. The child trembled in fear, but then thought of Yi Mohan beside him. Instantly, he put on a tearful expression and tattled to Yi Mohan. Liar. Brother Mohan would never spank me. Brother Mohan, she's a bad woman. Don't stay with her. My sister is much gentler. Lin, she laughed. Even a kid this young could be so amusing. He wondered what the sister was like. Wow, that's perfect. They'll remember that. Lin, she pulled out her phone from her skirt, opened the camera, and gave orders to Yi Mohan. Yi Mohan hit him. He'll record it and send it to his school's class group. Lin, she had made it clear. If Yi Mohan didn't act now, their one and only date today would be ruined. Yi Mohan bent down and lifted the child by the collar. Let go or I really will, he said. The child was so frightened he immediately released his grip, especially since Lin, she was still filming. He couldn't understand why this bad woman, who wasn't even as good as his sister, had won Yi Mohan over. Let's go. Seeing the child scared Lin, she ignored him. Yi Mohan hurried after the girl, explaining, Xiaoxi actually. The child was left alone staring in disbelief. His mighty brother Mohan was now listening to everything the girl said, even seeming afraid of her. I know. Stop talking. I forgive you. Let's pretend I didn't see anything. Lin Xi was magnanimous, treating the incident as a minor hiccup. Mohan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard another whisper in his ear. Brother Mohan. And just like that, any lingering hope was utterly crushed. Lin Xi turned to see the grim look on Mohan's face and chuckled inwardly. A minnow is still a minnow. Afterward, the two wandered through many places, the winter market and various interesting attractions. Mohan bought Lin Xi many things. Lin Xi took the chance to thoroughly fleece the protagonist. Though not extravagant, there was a certain satisfaction in manipulating the protagonist while spending his money. Brother Mohan, I kind of like that. That looks delicious. Wow, that's beautiful, but isn't it a bit expensive? Never mind, I'll just buy it for myself. Hearing this, Mohan grew anxious. Tens of thousands, or even 100,000 wasn't an issue, but he kept texting trying to secure funds. By this stage, Mohan was academically outstanding. Having defeated a few minor figures at Qing University, he had become the master of learning there. A professor had taken notice and selected him for a highly competitive academic contest. Winning would bring not only a grand prize and fame, but also teammates who were all extraordinary individuals, future resources under Mohan's command. Now was the perfect time to make Mohan experience the sweetness of a romantic relationship, spending money on his girlfriend only to end up eating takeout miserably in his dorm. Thinking about it filled Lin Xi with a sense of achievement, manipulating the protagonist as the villain, making him spend money while eating instant noodles. Just then, by the way, let me take you somewhere. Where? Lin Xi looked up, a freshly bought candied hawthorn stick in hand. You'll know when we get there. Mohan smiled faintly, his words tinged with mystery, the kind that might spark a young girl's curiosity, anticipating a surprise. But Lin Xi was unmoved. He was pretending anyway. This was the biggest favor he would grant Mohan. After this, there would be nothing. He had entered the game himself thinking he could keep up the disguise forever. But a last game comes with a price. Lin Xi thought only of breaking the game with his own body. This time, he had truly harmed the protagonist. From the very beginning, Lin Xi had decided to walk a path of no return, never to be redeemed. Even if he had hesitated along the way, now seemed the perfect moment. If he waited any longer, the pretense would become reality, and escape would be impossible. Afterward, Mohan drove with Lin Xi in the passenger seat. Throughout the journey, Lin Xi thought about many things, though he didn't show it outwardly. Mohan was still elated, thinking he had found a new lease on life. But it was only a descent into another abyss. Yet from Mohan's perspective, even if Lin Xi told him outright that his childhood intentions were ulterior and the white moonlight was a lie, he probably wouldn't believe it. Back then, Lin Xi was his entire world. Staying by his side meant grasping that world. But it was merely clinging to a young man's beautiful memories of his first love. The car slowly came to a stop. Lin Xi looked through the window at the vast whiteness outside, but instantly recognized the place. So we're back here, he sighed inwardly. Don't think 6 years is a long wait. I've been waiting since I was very young, for a truly meaningful encounter. Of course, he had never intended for the protagonist to fall in love with him. So everything that happened was rather peculiar. Yet it seemed the ending was all fated. Xiaoxi, I failed to keep my promise here before. But from now on, I'll make it up to you. Just like when we were kids, I can give you everything good. Mohan spoke with utmost sincerity. Any girl hearing these words might have been moved. But Lin Xi was not. His eyes flickered as he said slowly. Mohan, you know, all my tenderness before I turned 18 was for you. After 18, I won't treat you like this anymore. You no longer need my care. Besides, you actually want to have me. Do you think you're capable of making me give you a lifetime of tenderness? Lin's clear eyes gazed at Mohan, yet no one could truly see through him. Mohan replied, absolutely. Trust me. Minnow. Lin's lips curled as he bestowed those 2 words upon Mohan. Mohan had brought him here to show him something. Lin Xi thought of what Mohan had left here. Likely only that sea of flowers. But with such heavy snow in winter, it was probably long gone. So he was genuinely curious what Mohan could still prepare. Just then, as Lin Xi was about to get out of the car, Mohan said, don't get out. It's cold outside. Wait for me a moment. He then stepped out, and soon the car door reopened. Lin Xi was still daydreaming when he suddenly heard Mohan say, look here. Moi. Lin Xi turned his head. Instead of Mohan's face, the first thing he saw was a flower in a pot. Its beautiful bud had fully bloomed, revealing tiny stamens. Set against the surrounding petals and green leaves, it looked delicate and lovely, exuding a natural beauty. It was a pale purple, not entirely though. The center had a gradient of pink. Its colors might not be as alluring as a rose's, nor its fragrance as rich as a peony's, but its unique ability to bloom in the harsh winter, defying the cold, made it special. The flower stood tall on its green stem, like a graceful maiden gazing into the distance. What is this? Lin Xi was immediately captivated. Not only because a flower could bloom here in the heavy snow, but also because he had never seen such a blossom before. It was strikingly beautiful at first glance. I planted this. It's the one that grew best. This flower is different from others. It blooms into winter, especially in this cold, when it looks its most stunning. Lin Xi watched Yi Mohan's expectant expression as he proudly displayed the flower he had grown with his own hands. He suddenly understood. This was something Yi Mohan had prepared long ago. He hadn't forgotten what Lin Xi had said. And indeed, what girl doesn't love flowers? Lin Xi found it quite beautiful too. It's lovely. I really like it, he said, a faint glimmer in his clear eyes. He pressed his lips together slightly as if wanting to say more, but held back. Time passed quickly. Half a day's reward had slipped by. Lin Xi had thought they might watch a movie or something, but they did nothing of the sort. Perhaps it was Yi Mohan's first time, and he had no experience. He was just grinning happily. They mainly wandered the market, and played some claw machines, costing Yi Mohan a fair bit. It wasn't that Lin Xi was bad at it. He did it on purpose. They had also come here to see the beautiful flower Yi Mohan had carefully prepared. It was probably the most stunning bouquet in all of Magic City this season. Lin Xi's final words sent Yi Mohan off with an expression of pure bliss. In Lin Xi's words, only a naive virgin who had never dated much would be so easily satisfied. If it were him, he'd have stepped on the gas and driven off without a second thought. Is he this innocent with everyone, or just with me? Lin Xi thought of Yi Mohan's combat prowess, taking down opponents with a single punch. He shook his head. If not for his strength, he'd probably have been dragged off by the protagonist long ago. Lin Xi claimed that this was a test for Yi Mohan, determining whether he could advance further. In truth, it was merely a ruse to conclude the reward in a mere half-day. However, a response was still necessary. If he were to answer yes, it would be truly untenable to avoid the pill refining, while answering no would lead to Yi Mohan's inevitable remarks, as he was likely waiting in the dormitory for him to undress and present himself. Anticipating the sweet and delicate Xiaoxi Lin, she covered his face, realizing he would need to find a way to delay this pitfall, though it could only be for a day or two at most, otherwise someone would sense the anomaly and intensify their controlling tendencies. Are you going to Yuan City next Monday? Lin Xi messaged Yi Mohan. Yes, to participate in a national digital competition. Yi Mohan suddenly realized having been selected after unexpectedly ranking first in the midterm assessment. Such a competition held a significant level nationwide, and was not without difficulty capable of ranking among the top 3. The rewards of the competition were undoubtedly substantial, and the affiliated school would also bestow generous rewards. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Yi Mohan reflected on the importance of this competition. Without it this year, it would be challenging to access such opportunities next year under the constraints of quota. Mainly by securing first place, he would have the chance to reach greater heights, helping him earn his first pot of gold through his own efforts. What's the big deal? It's not like I can't achieve it without you. However, regarding that matter I mentioned earlier, if you secure first place, I promise you this. This time it's crucial, don't let me down. Soon Yi Mohan replied with a single word. Good. Though it was just one word, the Yi Mohan before the screen was already engulfed in endless happiness and satisfaction, unable to conceal the smile on his lips. Lin Xi, on the other hand, had just opened another small account, but this time not to deceive the protagonist, but to deceive the female lead. Indeed, he had already identified the first candidate for using a knife to kill, which was the female lead, Zhao Zitong. Of course, a naive and simple-hearted girl would never resort to murder, as her character was set in such a way. Yet this very Zhao Zitong became an even more suitable choice for him, for he did not require her to kill him, he only needed her to believe she had done so. This plan was entirely different from the last one. As long as he remained the Lin family's eldest daughter, the protagonist would seek him out, but he would never allow Yi Mohan to find him. This time, it would be forever. He wanted Yi Mohan to forever remember that a protagonist who should have soared in the skies would suffer for him a lifetime. That was precisely what he desired. Meanwhile, Lin Xi, having lost his identity, no longer had to act to accompany the protagonist, truly pursuing what he wished to do. He discovered that everything he wanted was easily attainable for Yi Mohan. Thus, he would undoubtedly make the most reckless and insane move, ensuring that Yi Mohan would never think to possess him. He was himself and would not become anyone else's. As time passed, he would do what he wanted, traveling to any place in the world. His return to the country in these past few months was primarily to accompany the person who had taken care of him in his childhood. After adding Zhao Zitong as a friend, Lin Xi, having done this since childhood, naturally knew how to quickly gain her trust. He swiftly joined the ranks of his own team. As the villain, Lin Xi found it exceedingly simple. He could send several messages at once, all authenticated by himself, portraying others as green tea and scheming. If you don't believe it, just look through the previous chapters. Even a novice could easily deceive a little boy after reading. You know Lin Xi's true colors, that's great. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zitong, feeling isolated and helpless, seemed to have found a kindred spirit, her excitement palpable. That wicked woman Lin Xi is too despicable. One day, I will make everyone see her true colors, and I must make Yi Mohan realize the truth. Seeing Zhao Zitong so infuriated yet uttering such words, Lin Xi covered his face, thinking that if he were to speak, his attack power could easily include a few expletives. Of course, the one being scolded was himself, so he had to hold back, but he doubted he could ever compete with Zhao Zitong's meager attack power, even after decades of learning. No, this just sounded soft and feeble. A woman from Sichuan and Chongqing would fall flat on her face at the slightest provocation. Seeing that the atmosphere had nearly reached its peak, Lin Xi began secretly advising Zhao Zitong, deftly stabbing himself. Yi Mohan is almost ruined by that wicked woman, now thinking of her every day. She's nothing but a vixen casting some sort of charm over Yi Mohan. Yes, it's too despicable. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Isn't it just that she's a bit prettier than me? My family background isn't that inferior to hers. You need to think of a way to catch her in a slip, only then can you expose Lin Xi's true colors, and Yi Mohan will finally see through Lin Xi and leave him. Are you suggesting I record something next time? Right, how did I not think of that? Thank you for giving me such a good idea. Lin Xi covered his face. After thinking for half a day, he had come up with the lousy idea of recording. If he really wanted to, he could record dozens of clips to send to Zhao Zidong, though he was unsure if Yi Mohan would believe him. It's possible, but if Lin Xi can deceive Yi Mohan, he must be very cunning. With technology so advanced, he would surely claim it was fabricated. Lin Xi must be made aware of your capabilities so that he wouldn't dare to compete with you for Yi Mohan. My capabilities? Zhao Zidong quickly asked for any methods to deal with Lin Xi, as she could be considered an expert in this area. For instance, you could get someone to teach him a lesson or simply go all out. Only the victor has the chance to stay by Yi Mohan's side. Oh, that wouldn't be good. Besides, Lin Xi has a reputation in Magic City, and no one dares to touch her, not even Hu Shua would provoke her. Clearly Zhao Zidong still wanted Hu Shua to help her, but the one to provoke was Lin Xi, and Hu Shua wasn't foolish. Yi Mohan was just an impoverished country boy without much standing. However, Lin Xi was another story. Her cousin was very protective of this sister. While we can't act against her in Magic City, we can elsewhere. I heard Yi Mohan is participating in some competition going to Yuan City. Oh, Lin, she will likely go with him. This is the only opportunity. Miss Zhao, we share a common enemy. You wouldn't want Yi Mohan to be completely taken away with no chance left, would you? Let me think about it. Zhao Zidong hesitated. She was generally one to let others handle things, and had never done such a thing herself. Then let's not harm him, or just have someone film a video to make him reveal the truth. This way Yi Mohan will see through her true colors, and the video being released will also ruin Lin Xi's reputation. After hearing this, Zhao Zitong found it reasonable. She hadn't done anything wrong. She only wanted to expose Lin Xi's true colors to prevent others from being deceived. Thinking of this, it seemed like a good deed. Alright, what specifics can we discuss? Let's work together. This time we must expose Lin Xi's true colors. Zhao Zidong immediately began discussing detailed plans with Lin Xi, while on the other side of the screen Lin Xi looked at the messages on his phone, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, feeling he was nearly ready. He had also prepared another identity. The money left by his grandfather would not be taken away, as it would raise suspicion. However, that 10 billion originally intended to be discreetly pocketed by the two Lin brothers was now securely stored away by him. Lin Xi had always kept his trump card. Even if he could no longer play, if the protagonist sought to challenge him unknown, he could still turn and flee abroad to live as another person. Compared to Lin Xi, who had prepared from the very beginning, Yi Mohan remained lost in childhood memories and future fantasies, while Lin Xi emerged as the ultimate victor, having won tremendously. Lifting Yi Mohan high, he would ultimately retreat unscathed. What would happen to Yi Mohan, who had regarded him as his entire world, when he fell from such heights? He was quite curious to see it unfold. Who knows, in a few years, or perhaps another 6 years, will there be another opportunity? Last time, Lin Xi recalled the time he saw Yi Mohan in the hospital, mistakenly believing he was in trouble, looking utterly pathetic. This time it was truly the end. He would no longer play. No matter how dark he became, it was no longer significant to him. Originally, he thought by many to be the eldest daughter of the Lin family, had not maintained much contact with Yi Mohan, who everything was merely a path toward normalcy. According to Lin Xi, it was perfectly fine. He had not changed. He was still that Lin Xi who could toy with Yi Mohan until he was bruised all over, and then retreat completely unscathed. Enough of being the villain. This time, he would take center stage. At night. Tomorrow I'll fly to Yuan City. It was supposed to be just me, but the school teacher said I could bring one more person, so I'm taking Wang Qin along. Yi Mohan was texting Lin Xi in bed. It was originally a group from school heading to Yuan City, including the teacher and other participants from the same school, though most might be eliminated on the first day. Still, participating in a national competition of this caliber was a boost to one's resume. Yi Mohan had already begun to change from his former self, silencing those who had called him a poor country boy. He had now secured opportunities they could never attain. Every time Yi Mohan sent a message, he would linger on the chat screen, waiting for Xi to reply. He felt a bit foolish, but the process was blissful. I might be a bit late, but don't worry. I promised you. I'll be in the audience for your first match, sitting right in the front row where you can see me at a glance. Alright, it's a deal. A contented, blissful smile spread across Yi Mohan's face, while his roommates teased him. They couldn't believe that in just a month brother Yi had actually succeeded, landing such a beautiful girl from a wealthy family. Indeed, it had to be brother Yi. His future girlfriend was someone they could never aspire to, the Lin family of Modu with countless properties here. Wouldn't that mean free food and fun wherever they went? Envy was written all over his brothers' faces. You'd better keep a low profile after winning her over, or we'll have no choice but to sabotage you since we're still single. Yeah, being single is better. Do whatever you want. Without a woman in your heart, your studies speed up. Yi Mohan didn't want to burst their bubble, but he still added, she tutors me every night, and it's onion in the bedroom. Damn. Night. Bedroom. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Brother Yi, I beg you, end it here, and we can still be brothers. Lin Xi always had personal bodyguards wherever she went. In this world, there was no shortage of kidnappers demanding millions for ransom. One job could set them for life. So the country had renowned security firms. As an omniscient being, Lin Xi naturally wanted bodyguards who could hold their own against a protagonist for at least a dozen rounds. Of course, they wouldn't be needed this time, nor ever again, because there would soon be no Lin Xi, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Modu. So Lin Xi told no one, and didn't take the family's private jet. She instructed the butler that she would stay in her room all day with meals left at the door, and arranged for a young maid to impersonate her. This wasn't the first time, so Lin Xi handled it with practiced ease, ensuring no mistakes. She changed clothes, sneaked out, hailed a car, and bought a ticket at the airport for the next flight to Yuan City. Alone. Without much attention. No bodyguards knowing her plans in advance, and arranging everything for her. She could do whatever she wanted without worrying about this or that, without a schedule dictating her every move. Lin Xi always cared for, hadn't done anything so thrilling in a long time. She kept in touch with Zhao Zitong on her phone, with plans proceeding smoothly. Zhao Zitong was also heading to Yuan City this time. But Zhao Zitong wouldn't personally handle the kidnapping. Most of the plan was Lin Xi's idea, including who to find and where to avoid any accidents. She certainly wouldn't entrust her life to someone else. However, although the ideas were hers, the point of contact was Zhao Zitong. So if anyone traced the mastermind, they would only find Zhao Zitong. The account used to chat with Zhao was a dummy registered with someone else's information. They would never trace it back to her, so the blame would fall on Zhao Zitong. No problems, right? Zhao Zitong was still worried, knowing that behind Lin Xi was the Lin family. Her father had warned her never to provoke any unpleasant disputes with the Lins. Don't worry. Lin Xi won't see you, so no matter what, they won't trace it back to you. Besides, it's just filming a video to expose Lin Xi's true nature. You're doing nothing wrong. Lin Xi continued to fool Zhao Zitong. The naive and sweet Zhao Zitong had no idea she was being led step by step into a trap. Seeing no issues, she was delighted. Deep down, she wanted to teach Lin Xi a lesson, though her hypocritical, saintly heart still gnawed at her. Then there's no problem. Hurry up. I want to be the first to get that video. He'll show it to Yi Mohan myself, so he can see that the person he likes is nothing like he imagines. After finishing the conversation with Zhao Zitong, Lin Xi switched to another account to chat with Yi Mohan. Opening the messages as expected, Yi Mohan had sent a flurry of texts. One always has endless words when talking to a beloved, especially online. Lin Xi could only skim through the important parts. Roughly, Yi Mohan had already arrived in Yuan City, but for him, now nothing of significance remained. Soon he would have a life entirely his own, carefree and untroubled. The feigned romance, the Master Yi who could take on 10 opponents, and the heroines left weeping in the restroom after his cold indifference. None of it mattered to him anymore. Go for it, I hope you win first place, Lin Xi sent, ending the message with a cute little emoji. This made Yi Mohan, upon seeing the message, feel as sweet as honey. Her hoping he would win first place meant Xiao, she also wished to be his girlfriend. Lin Xi had indeed promised. But when had he ever not deceived Yi Mohan? The poor Master Yi, capable of defeating 10 alone, ultimately fell at the hands of a woman. Or rather, not even a woman yet. The competition began the day after Yi Mohan arrived in Yuan City. Held annually, it had grown more significant each year, unearthing many talented individuals. This contest was not merely a competition. Behind it stood industry magnates, academic institutions, and a wealth of resources, filling many with anticipation for this year's event. Many even returned from abroad a month or two early just to participate. To stand out and be nurtured by discerning patrons could elevate one beyond ordinary status, a feat as daunting as the National College entrance exam for the elite. Numerous media outlets had arrived, and the venue was a vast indoor stadium. The first day was a clash of titans requiring rapid problem-solving on stage and the completion of personal projects. This played to Yi Mohan's strengths. During the half-month when Lin Xi had him complete rewards, he had crammed professional knowledge relentlessly. The moment he touched a computer, he knew exactly what to do. It wasn't just his ability, it was his burning desire to win. He had promised Xiao Shi he would triumph in this competition. Even though every participant was formidable, he would give his all. Before the competition began, Yi Mohan scanned the audience, searching for the figure he longed to see. Yet even as the contest started, he hadn't spotted her, thinking Xiao Shi would arrive later. Unable to contact her, he focused on the competition, finishing each task at a stunning speed and eagerly glancing down at the audience. Still no sign of her. Xiao Shi. Yi Mohan murmured, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Yet he still hoped to see her the next second, which would bolster his confidence for the remaining rounds. As the competition neared its end, she still hadn't appeared. Unease crept into his heart, convincing him that something must have happened to her. She had promised to watch him compete and would never stand him up. Xiao Shi was too good for that. Yi Mohan's gaze fixed on the exit door at the back, hoping to see the familiar girl striding in with her proud, adorable expression. When the morning session ended, he rushed over snatching his phone from Wang Qin's hand. Brother Yi, you were rock solid today. A seeded player with the potential to be a dark horse. Wang Qin grinned beside him, basking in the joy of his friend's victory, but Yi Mohan was distracted, his mind elsewhere. He opened the chat window. A message from the girl instantly popped up. I've arrived in Yuan City. You'll be watching your competition soon. Don't get eliminated in the first round. Don't let me down. Yi Mohan's heart lifted at first, but then he saw the timestamp it had been sent 2.5 hours ago. He froze. That meant Xiao had arrived 2 or 3 hours ago, and the airport was less than half an hour away. Even if something had prevented her from coming, her nature would have led her to send a message. It was unlike her to go silent for so long. With that thought, Yi Mohan quickly sent a message. Where are you now? After a few seconds with no reply, his brow furrowed, and a sense of unease gripped him. Unable to wait, he called her directly. Normally Lin Xi would hang up immediately and fire back a few irritated texts. Yi Mohan used to do this often, because when Xiao didn't reply, a call would prompt a response. And she indulged him, complaining verbally, but never blocking him, continuing their chats. But this time the voice call rang for 2 minutes before a recorded voice announced the user was offline. He had never heard that sound when calling Xiao. Yi Mohan's heartbeat seemed to stutter, though his face remained calm. He stared at his phone, stubbornly dialing again. Not far away, Zhao Zidong noticed several missed calls on her phone. The next second it rang again, and this time she answered. Zhao Zidong listened to the voice on the other end, still dazed. What? She ran away. Didn't we agree? Something happened. Her expression froze as she heard the caller say she might not survive. Terrified, she hung up and cautiously glanced toward Yi Mohan. Frantically worrying about why Xiao wasn't answering, Yi Mohan naturally didn't notice Zhao Zidong's unusual behavior behind him. He walked out, inadvertently glancing at her as she stood frozen in place. Zhao Zidong immediately averted her eyes, lowering her head in fear, daring not to look at him. At that moment, all she hoped was that Lin Xi's misfortune would never be traced back to her. Otherwise, she remembered the last time Yi Mohan grabbed her collar and warned her harshly as if he would kill her. It was terrifying. Lin Xi was dead. News of this reached him only several days later, after the competition had completely concluded. Yet too many events had unfolded in the preceding days. Yi Mohan had participated in the first round, but subsequently forfeited the competition. Upon learning this, friends and teachers sent him a deluge of messages urging him to return, but none could persuade him. He could no longer find his Xiao. Every means of contact had failed. Yi Mohan was thrown into disarray, a panic far surpassing any he had ever known. Xiao was so wonderful. She had personally promised that if he won the competition, she would be with him. He was so close to happiness, he refused to believe she would deceive him again. Something grave must have occurred. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Mohan abandoned the competition. If he were to lose Xiao in this lifetime, what use would victory be? He marshaled all his power to search for her, prepared to pay any price. She could not leave him again. First, he contacted Zhang Fong, instructing him to go to the Lin family estate to search. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fong assumed brother Ye's wife had been imprisoned. He immediately summoned his men. Even if the Lin family held immense power in Modu, for Zhang Fong the course of action was simple act. Soon the Lin Corporation was besieged. Having grown over months largely on the strength of Yi Mohan's reputation, Zhang Fong commanded at least several thousand men. This left the Lin family bewildered, unsure how they had incurred the wrath of such a madman. However, the reason was soon clarified. Lin Mingzhi discovered he too could not contact Lin Xi via phone. He sent the steward of the young lattice residence to check, only to find a substitute impersonating the real daughter. Calculating the time, the Lin family had been unaware of the eldest daughter's whereabouts for an entire day and night. Every method of contact failed. An investigation revealed a flight to Yuanqing. Thus everyone began searching frantically. None searched more fiercely than Yi Mohan, who single-handedly stormed the largest gang in Yuanqing, the Mafia, and planted his foot squarely on the scarred face of its boss. They were clueless as to how they had offended this formidable figure. But when Yi Mohan slammed a photo before him, understanding dawned. A major family from Modu was also searching for someone. Word was that a noble young lady had vanished in Yuanqing, and the entire city was being turned upside down. We've checked everywhere in our gang. No one here has seen the person in this photo. It definitely wasn't us. Rest assured, we've sent people to ask around on the streets. On our turf, if even a fly goes missing, we can find out who did it. The Mafia boss, his will to survive immense, confessed everything in one breath. He could sense the murderous aura radiating from Yi Mohan. This man was a living king of hell. If there's no news in an hour, you know what will happen. And it's best if she doesn't have a single hair harmed. Otherwise, none of you will live. Yes. Hearing this, Yi Mohan finally released him and moved on to search elsewhere. The city's shadowy underworld was thrown into chaos, everyone scrambling to find the girl. Otherwise, Yuanqing would know no peace. Even the top bosses on the pyramid had been taken down, a lesser figures dared not slack. Even ordinary people sensed the oppressive gloom hanging over the city for days, as if something monumental was about to happen. The bounty for finding the missing person in the black market doubled every few minutes. Many seized the chance, hoping a tip would lead to fortune. Since the disappearance occurred in Yuanxing, traces were bound to exist. Soon information came. The men who had kidnapped Lin Xi were caught. Yet just as hope surged that they would be found immediately, the worst possible news arrived. She was dead. Several people were present at the time. No one could accept it. Yi Mohan, who had rushed over upon receiving the first word, found not a trace of Xiaoxi. Instead, he was bluntly told she was dead. Yi Mohan's pupils dilated abruptly, his heart a maelstrom of emotions. Xiaoxi dead. Impossible. Last time he thought she had died, she turned out to be fine. This must be the same. These people were lying. Perhaps Xiaoxi was hiding somewhere watching his despair. Yes, she must be hiding. His Xiaoxi, such an adorable girl, could not die. She had said she wanted to be his girlfriend, to attend Qing University with him. With this thought, Yi Mohan scrambled to his feet, looking around desperately. He shouted, Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, come on, I know you're here. Please stop playing games with me. I'm scared. You win. From now on, I'll agree to anything. I'll never hold you again. Just come out, please, Xiaoxi. But seconds turned into minutes. All around him were only sorrowful, silent faces. They knew the kidnappers were terrified, their foreheads pressed to the ground. They dared not lie, unless the unthinkable had truly happened. What did you do to her? Speak clearly. If you don't talk now, you'll lose your chance. One of the hardened men pressed a knife to a kidnapper's head, snarling. It was infuriating that despite everyone's exhaustive search and effort, these kidnappers had been hiding in the sewers. They dared to kill, yet feared death, plunging the entire city into turmoil. Please spare us. We didn't know she was so fragile. We tied her up in a very cold place. Trembling, the young men fell to their knees, begging. Mere underlings, they had never witnessed such a scene. One even wet his pants. They had acted for money, never intending real harm. They had planned to scare her and let her go, but they hadn't expected the girl to be so delicate. A very cold place. Yi Mohan suddenly remembered how much Xiaoxi feared the cold. He couldn't bear to let her out of his warm hands, yet these people had dared to tie her up in such a place. Aya! An endless killing intent flashed in Yi Mohan's deep black eyes. He wished he could tear these men apart 1,000 times. In 2 strides, he lunged forward, his hand clamping around one kidnapper's throat. The aura he exuded sent chills down the spines of everyone present. But these kidnappers deserved no sympathy. They had known the victim's identity, yet still dared to kidnap and kill. Death was too good for them. Tell me, where is Xiaoxi now? Tell me where she is. What have you done to her? Yi Mohan's voice was a roar, each word a piercing arrow through his heart. The thought of these brutes cruelly treating his Xiaoxi was a torment worse than knives. His lovely Xiaoxi. 100,000 deaths for these men could not compensate for her. He'll talk, gasped the man whose throat was crushed. He could barely breathe, managing only 2 words. His eyes were filled with terror. This man was more terrifying than anyone else here. Speak. Yi Mohan loosened his grip slightly, but still held his throat as if with the next moment he would snuff out his life completely. We don't know. Afraid of being found, we used an axe nearby to break an ice hole, and no one knows what Lin Xi has gone through, and Yi Mohan trembles in every cell of his body. He still cannot believe that what he hears is real. The person who has cared for him since childhood, the one he cherishes most in this life, has been killed by the few people before him. Even the corpse was thrown into the lake. In the current season, the geographical location of Yuan City is particularly special. The ice will continue to thicken, and it will take a long time until next year when it melts. You say this is fake. Declare it fake, you beast. Why did you kill her? Why did you throw her into the lake? She fears the cold. Even her hands freeze when placed in her clothes. Yi Mohan's deep black eyes were covered with a thin mist, and he let out a low roar filled with unimaginable pain as the adorable figure of Xiaoxi flashed in his mind, only to shatter in an instant. His Xiaoxi, so precious, the only girl he vowed to protect with his life, deserved to be treated gently by the world. But now this blow to Yi Mohan is far greater than the last. Hearing how these people kidnapped Xiaoxi and then killed her, finally discarding her like garbage. The girl he protected with his life was treated like trash, causing unbearable pain within him. Tears as large as beans streamed down his icy face, his features were haggard, and the cold, killing intent in his eyes resembled a desperate beast. I'm sorry. I didn't think at all. I just wanted to dispose of her quickly. He was being choked, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and could only keep apologizing, his instincts driving him to do everything possible to survive. But they never imagined that kidnapping Lin Xi would have consequences more terrible than kidnapping the living Yama. A young lady from the Lin family could push Yi Mohan to ruin the entire world. He only wanted to create a world with Xiaoxi in it. Yi Mohan gripped the other person's neck with one hand, unwilling to hear any words. Perhaps Xiaoxi still had a chance to be alive. Yes, maybe it was a case of mistaken identity, just like last time. But when specifics were described, every characteristic of Xiaoxi matched, deepening Yi Mohan's pain. He still could not accept it all, unless he could see it with his own eyes. But if he really saw it, what then? Yi Mohan's heart was in torment. Xiaoxi must still be alive. It can't be true. Whoever died can't be Xiaoxi. How could something happen to Xiaoxi? It must not be real. Yi Mohan kept numbing himself, repeating this over and over, but every word he heard before cut into his heart. After 2 minutes, Yi Mohan punched the wall, instantly causing cracks to spread several meters away. The person whose neck he was gripping could only feel that his life was in danger, breathing increasingly difficult. Even though Yi Mohan wanted to kill him right now, he knew there must be someone behind this, and he couldn't let a single one of them go. Take me to find her, or you all go help me find her. Yi Mohan threw the person to the ground, his voice hoarse with a slight tremor. His expression was as if he had fallen into a dark abyss. His black eyes held no emotion, the cold glimmer, exuding an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. Soon they arrived at the scene where Lin Xi had encountered misfortune. Yi Mohan found Lin Xi's phone that she always carried with her. At that moment his heart, suspended in midair, felt like a heavy stone crashing down hard. It felt as if his heart could not get any colder. The endless icy surface of the lake could not match the coldness of his heart. At this moment it seemed he had lost everything. Xiaoxi was gone, and he would never see her again. For a lifetime. For a lifetime. Never again would he see Xiaoxi, never again would he hear that familiar voice. Yi Mohan lowered his head, his face shrouded in shadow, not knowing how long he stayed like that. Xiaoxi, bring Xiaoxi back. I promised I wouldn't let her feel cold, as she fears the cold the most, as she must be suffering now. He murmured in a daze, holding Xiao Zai's phone, seeing dozens, even hundreds of missed calls on it, pressing it tightly against his chest, trying to grasp everything he had lost. Oh, it's been almost a day now. In this season it gets increasingly frozen solid, and this lake is vast, strong winds blow constantly. The few people beside him could only sigh. If they truly went to search, it would cost immense manpower and resources, and they still might not find anything. Yuan City often disposed of bodies in this lake for convenience. It was said that some people even released fish to eat the decaying flesh, let alone the thick ice and harsh weather. Yi Mohan did not care about that. He only knew it must be very cold beneath, and he couldn't let Xiaoxi suffer. Subsequently, the facts proved it was indeed hard to find her. Many people searched for 3 days and nights, and that was only the tip of the iceberg. Many people left and advised Yi Mohan to give up, suggesting that perhaps they could find her when the ice melted next year. But Yi Mohan stayed on the lake's surface alone until late at night, his face cut by the cold wind until it bled. He took out Xiao Zai's phone, slowly looking at everything about her, and the more he looked, the blurrier everything in front of him became. The sound of howling wind filled his ears when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Hey, if I'm not around in the future, you must live well. Yi Mohan looked up to find only the darkness around him, with faint lights in the distance. At that moment the voice rang out again, melodious and familiar, causing Yi Mohan's entire body to freeze, bringing the only warmth in the cold winter. Yi Mohan, just think of me, don't forget me, and you'll be very happy with anything else. This was Xiao Zai's voice. Yi Mohan stood up, running a few laps on the ice, not caring if he fell, and tumbled several times, like a homeless person desperately searching for the source of the voice. In his anxiety he shouted, Xiaoxi, where are you? You're still alive, right? I knew you wouldn't die. Where are you? Tell me. However, after an hour, Yi Mohan quieted down again. After a while he reached into his pocket and found something missing. He immediately panicked and retraced his steps to search. Finally he found the phone lying on the ground. Yi Mohan quickly picked it up, relieved to find it was not broken, and pressed his hands against his heart, feeling it beat. Initially people were curious about why someone could frequently be seen on the lake's surface. Sometimes he'd be seen once every 3 days, sometimes every other day, and no one knew why he was so persistent. Children often heard adults tell them a story about how a beloved person transformed into a soul, only able to meet their loved ones in this place. Of course, only children believed in this beautiful fairy tale. In this world, even if there are souls, they cannot be seen, only an endless longing for people. The Lin family lost a young lady, and the funeral was very small, as if not many people knew about it. Lin Xi, who was just 2 months shy of 19, spent most of her time near her grandfather and the rest studying abroad. She never liked those circles since childhood, refusing to play with those young ladies from other families, even though she was exceptional and was liked by many adults for her character. Yet she never sought the spotlight. It was as if she existed in people's memories, beautiful, but the opportunities to see her were few. She truly was the little princess spoken of in people's childhood, the most special one, shrouded in mystery. When she left, everything vanished like smoke. Whenever someone mentioned which young lady was the most beautiful, a faint memory would always arise. When Lin Mingzhi had the chance to play with Lin Xi abroad, they did not attend the same school, but it was not far apart. At the funeral of this sister, he felt the heaviest heart. He truly learned a lot from Lin Xi. He did not know. It was as if Lin Xi, who seemed to know everything, became entirely different when she was next to that damned guy. Yi Mohan, he was just a poor country boy, why should he trust him so much? Thinking of what Lin Xi had once said, he ultimately let go of that thought. He would manage the Lin family well, which was what Lin Xi wanted. Later the Lin family operated normally and orderly, as if such a major event had never happened, but people felt that the president of the Lin family was different from before. Zhao Zidong had been sleeping poorly these past few days, always sending people to inquire about the Lin family and Yi Mohan's news. She had heard that the kidnappers of Lin Xi had been caught and immediately revealed everything, making Zhao Zitong's heart skip a beat thinking they wouldn't immediately come looking for her. But in the next second, she comforted herself. She had never met these kidnappers, as she had only sent a few messages at most, just contacted them by phone. Moreover, after the incident, she immediately canceled that card. However, these days, she couldn't stop overthinking. Zhao Zitong constantly tried to give herself psychological hints that Lin Xi was a bad woman. Even if she indirectly caused her death, it didn't matter. It was for Yi Mohan's good, he should never cause her any trouble. Zhao Zitong lay on her bed, having skipped school for several days. First, she was afraid of encountering Yi Mohan, for according to the information she had gathered, he was very angry about Lin Xi's death. Second, the Lin family was powerful, more likely to trace her than Yi Mohan. Zhao Zitong developed a persecution complex, always worried that she would end up like Lin she kidnapped and killed. So she directly took a month of sick leave, staying at home. And after such a long time, if they couldn't find her, it truly had nothing to do with her. What happened? Zhao Zitong still wanted to find the person online who had given her advice to ease her anxiety. Previously, she thought this person was quite good and trusted him, but now she sent messages for several days without a reply. When she checked, it showed the account had been cancelled. Zhao Zitong widened her eyes in disbelief, then quickly clicked a few times herself, only for it to disappear completely. That person couldn't be found again. It's not my fault, he was the one giving orders. I never intended to harm you, Lin Xi. If you want revenge, go after him, oh, just don't come looking for me. Zhao Zitong felt restless, always a bit scared. She was such a gentle and kind person, all of this had nothing to do with her, someone else harmed Lin Xi, not her. But the traces of everything she had done could not be erased. The kidnappers of Lin Xi were locked up, but Yi Mohan would never let them die easily. Moreover, the mastermind behind it was still not found. Xiao Zai's death could not remain unresolved, though everyone involved in this matter must pay the price. Death, they must die? Yi Mohan often stood by the railing at the lakeside, gazing at the entire lake, but each time it was clean, even the illusions dissipated in less than 2 minutes, bringing him back to reality. After more than 10 days of internal struggle, he could no longer refuse to accept reality. Xiaoxi is gone, the only girl he ever liked in this life, and he could no longer see her smile. The memories of Xiaoxi still existing in this world felt like they had just happened a second ago. Oh, everything felt like it had just been experienced. Her every word still echoed in his ears. Xiaoxi, don't worry, I will find out who the mastermind is behind wanting to kill you. I will make them pay the price. Xiaoxi, I will come to see you. My life will not be worse than before. I will forever and always only love you. Yi Mohan left Yuan City, a place he could never forget, where the girl he loved still remained, waiting for him to bring her back. When the ice melted next year, he would take her to the back of that little house. He promised to show Xiaoxi the breathtaking sea of flowers over there. Time flew by. The sea of flowers in the backyard had blossomed countless times, but one could always see a familiar figure. Sometimes wearing a hat, sometimes wrapping a thick scarf around her neck. Only here did she shed her cold demeanor. Gazing at the beautiful sea of flowers that resembled a fairy tale world, a pair of sparkling eyes watched as a graceful and stunning girl wove through the flowers her lovely face, revealing joy. A plane slowly descended, and one of the passengers on board remarked that this city felt so familiar. Magic City. The last time he was here was several years ago. At that time, he still took his family's private plane, and upon disembarking, a crowd of people greeted him driving into the airport. At this moment, he was just an ordinary passenger inside, wearing a white dress, and some people thought she was a young girl, stealing a few more glances. Lin Xi stepped off the plane, a little bag hanging at her waist, topped with a small hat. This accentuated the girl's spirit, making her very eye-catching. After several years, Lin Xi had changed significantly, becoming even more beautiful. Although she had lost her identity as a young lady of a large family, she had no worries over food or drink, still radiating a sense of preciousness, especially with the glasses she wore. She looked like she was financially free and exceptionally talented. Now Lin Xi had medium-length hair, appearing more like an 18 or 19-year-old girl with a hint of spirit in her every move. It left a deep impression on anyone who saw her. Over the past few years, Lin Xi traveled to several countries in Europe, exploring around the world. Sometimes she would stop to enjoy a leisurely life, read a book, and engage in things she liked to do. Although she no longer had the identity of a prominent family young lady, it was a good thing for her. She could freely change her identity and live in another place. Sometimes she could be called Lin Xiaoyou, sometimes something else. No matter what, she was still seen as a girl in others' eyes. Stepping onto this land, a flicker of recollection passed through Lin Xi's eyes. Though he had returned here, it was only for a few days, ostensibly to paint a portrait for someone. He also wanted to see how badly he had wounded Yi Mohan. When he left, he had abandoned almost everything, including personally destroying the seed he had planted in Yi Mohan's heart during their youth. The intention was clear: to make Yi Mohan yearn for what he could never have. The deeper the wound, the greater Lin Xi's satisfaction. He was the ultimate victor. Yi Mohan suffered immensely while he could watch the entire spectacle from an obscure corner. Nothing brought more delight. The one so close yet oblivious would never uncover the truth. Now after all this time Lin Xi himself had undergone so many changes, Yi Mohan must have changed even more, for he had only ever been defeated by himself. After all, Yi Mohan was the protagonist, and he showed mercy to no one but himself. At this thought, Lin Xi's rosy lips curled into a smile. He then exited the airport murmuring, "Now that I'm here, gathering a bit of information shouldn't be a problem. I'm only staying for 2 days and most of the time I'll be in one place." Gazing at the azure sky, Lin Xi whispered to himself. A breeze tousled the hair near his ears, and he raised a hand to tuck it back, creating a breathtaking scene. "Last time in that alley I was too reckless, an accident. I let my guard down. That was the first time he caught me off guard, but there won't be a second. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to stand before Yi Mohan or venture into places where they might cross paths." Over the years the metropolis had grown rapidly, teeming with crowds. Even if Yi Mohan knew he was alive, finding him would be impossible. He was as elusive as a rolling stone. He had stolen hearts and emotions, then vanished without a word the moment things turned sour. The more pitiable Yi Mohan appeared, the happier Lin Xi became. After all, he was a heartless being, and not even truly a girl. Lin Xi was about to call a business car to his destination. He held an address to paint a portrait for a young lady of a wealthy family. He rarely painted portraits for others, let alone travel such a distance for one. Even if paid, he wouldn't agree. He wasn't short of money. As his fame grew, wealthy individuals became eager to collect works from renowned artists. However, Lin Xi painted casually wherever his travels took him. He had agreed to this young lattice request precisely because she was different, and as it turned out, another one of Yi Mohan's countless paramours. Indeed, there were so many that Lin Xi had lost count, but it was none of his concern. Yi Mohan insisted on fixating on him, showing no interest in women. Truly, it wasn't his fault. Just then a young secretary in a suit approached from nearby. Spotting Lin Xi, she spoke with great courtesy and a hint of reverence. "Hello, are you Miss Lin Xiaoyu?" "Ah, yes, I am." Lin Xi nodded. Indeed, his identity had changed. Under his artist alias Lin Xiaoyu, he was known as an obscure yet prodigious young female painter whose mastery of oil painting, especially portraiture, had reached perfection. Her works were incredibly lifelike. In the market, people would pay a fortune for just one of her portraits, yet opportunities were scarce. It was said that artists had peculiar temperaments which only fueled the fervent pursuit of collectors, driving her reputation and value ever higher. "Wonderful. We've been waiting for you for so long. Please get in the car. Rest assured, everything has been prepared. Your coming here is the greatest honor for us. Our young lady adores your paintings." "Thank you. I happened to have some free time recently, and after seeing the letter your young lady sent, I thought it would be a fine opportunity for me as well," Lin Xi replied, politely, exuding grace and refinement. The secretary marveled inwardly. She had heard that artists often had eccentric personalities given their long hours of solitude. But this one was nothing like she had imagined. Not only approachable and without airs, but also strikingly young and beautiful. In terms of looks and temperament, she outshone many young ladies from noble families. "But with so many people around, how did you recognize me at a glance?" Lin Xi asked curiously. "Oh, that's simple. You stand out here, and you carry the artistic aura of a painter. Knowing you're from the East, I recognized you right away." "I see." Lin Xi nodded, thinking to himself, just as he expected. No one could recognize his true identity, not only because of the many changes over the years, but also because as the young lady of the Lin family, he had either been idle or abroad. Besides, Lin Xi was supposed to be dead. Who would remember so clearly? Except for Yi Mohan, whose nose was as keen as a dog's. He could sense someone even from 10 meters away without seeing them. "Please get in. During your stay here, we will treat you with the utmost hospitality. If you have any requests or anything unsatisfactory, feel free to let me know." After getting into the car, the secretary enthusiastically chatted with Lin Xi, arranging all the details for the next 2 days. Lin Xi understood that he only needed to focus on completing the portrait, leaving everything else to them. The Chun family of the metropolis, a leading real estate investment conglomerate, held considerable influence in the city, rivaling even the Lin family. Yet despite its vast business empire controlling most of the city's real estate, it was merely a pawn in Yi Mohan's hands, at least in the grand scheme of things. As for Yi Mohan's current state, Lin Xi had no idea. Perhaps he was still wallowing in tears. After a while, Lin Xi asked, "By the way, there's someone I'd like to ask about. Is it a friend of yours here, Miss Lin?" "Don't worry, just tell me the name and general address, and we'll send someone to bring them over." "No, it's just a friend of a friend. I happened to have the chance and wanted to know a bit about him. His name is Yi Mohan. I heard from my friend that he has an engagement with your Chin family." The secretary paused. "Your friend must not be an ordinary person." Roughly so." Lin Xi had fabricated this excuse. Now it was clear that the person before him knew about Yi Mohan. His purpose in returning home was to see what that fellow was up to. Yi Mohan. He's no ordinary man. He's quite a renowned figure in the metropolis. Recently, several major incidents have been linked to him. Several powerful families have targeted him, yet he remains unscathed. It's baffling how an outsider manages to do it. As the secretary spoke, a glimmer of admiration, even something more, flickered in her eyes. Lin Xi noticed, but wasn't surprised. In terms of looks, no one in this world could rival Yi Mohan. And with his growth, he only became more handsome, evolving into a figure worthy of a CEO. Unlike ordinary corporate heads, wherever Yi Mohan appeared, no matter how formidable others were, he always became the radiant center of the group. Lin Xi had once helped Yi Mohan for a time, raising him like a half-hearted guardian. Though he had failed in matters of the heart, Yi Mohan's career had only flourished beyond comparison. Is he still a poor young man now? I heard from my friend that he should have his own company by now. Wasn't he studying at Qing University 4 years ago, a top-tier institution in the metropolis? Lin Xi asked casually. Yes, he owns several companies. Though they're insignificant to our Chun family, he built them up to this scale in just 2 years. It's beyond comprehension how he did it. As for Qing University, I heard Yi Mohan was indeed a student there. But a major incident occurred, and he left the school. It seems he made quite a few enemies. The secretary stopped there, avoiding any mention of the engagement Lin Xi had brought up. Clearly there was a story here. But Lin Xi would only be staying at the Chun residence for 2 days to paint the young lad's portrait. He would learn everything soon enough. Staying here was the safest, as the most dangerous place was often the safest. Yi Mohan had no interest in female leads anymore. He had been deceived too thoroughly. Still, since it involved a female lead, this trip wouldn't be dull. Miss Lin, we're almost there. Our young lady also enjoys painting. You two seem close in age, so you'll surely have much to talk about. As the secretary spoke, the car drove into a front courtyard filled with lush gardens and greenery. For someone like Lin Xi who had grown up in such environments, it was nothing remarkable. Good, Lin Xi said with a faint smile, his tone light and cheerful. I'm also eager to meet your young lady. If there's anything I can do, I'd be happy to teach her. Not just painting, but other things as well. A sudden thrill of returning to his mischievous ways surged within him. Occasionally coming back to watch the drama unfold, or adding a touch of flair to it, was quite enjoyable. Soon the car came to a gentle stop. A servant opened the door, and as Lin Xi stepped out facing a lineup of dozens of servants at the entrance, he remained perfectly composed. In truth, he had experienced it all before. It was boring. Could those servants, all with the same expression, stand in any more interesting way? Not compared to the diverse people he had met during his years of exploration. Just then, before seeing the person, he heard her voice along with the hurried footsteps of a butler calling out anxiously, "Young lady, be careful." The next moment, Lin Xi saw a girl with a face as pale as snow, delicate features, and a beauty rivaling Zhao Zitong, the epitome of a lovable female lead. Indeed, the archetype of the arranged marriage from ancestors had scored first. This was Yi Mohan's adorable female lead, Chen Minor. To Yi Mohan, now, however, she was probably just a slightly attractive stranger, not worth a second glance. The two locked eyes. Seeing him, Chen Minor was overjoyed, but Lin, she shook his head. You're too happy too soon. A formidable rival in love is standing right before you. Are you Lin Xiaoyou, the famous prodigy girl painter? Chen Minor approached, still in disbelief. Compared to her Lin, she was far more beautiful. It was hard to believe that someone with such looks could also possess such extraordinary talent in painting. Wasn't this too much favor from the heavens? Chen Minor was stunned. The great senior painter she had always admired, a diamond-level figure, was truly a young girl standing before her. Yes, Lin Xi nodded. Chen Minor paused, then quickly responded with an excited tone. This is wonderful. I heard you were coming in the past few days, but I couldn't believe it. I never thought you'd actually see my letter and agree to come all this way to paint my portrait. I'm so happy. Lin Xi watched her calmly, thinking to himself, I came here precisely for you. You must be having troubles in love, and you need a love expert like me to help sort things out. After all, he excelled at this. Just look at Zhao Zidong as an example. I'm sorry, Chen Minor realized she had been a bit too forward. She had only ever seen his paintings before. This was her first time meeting the artist in person. But Lin Xi was so beautiful, with an exquisite temperament, appearing even younger and more refined than her. Suddenly she, a pampered young lady of the Chen family, felt awkward fawning over someone her own age. She quickly suppressed her excitement. Lin Xi noticed all of this. It's fine. I saw your letter and happened to have time, so I flew straight over. As he spoke, a hint of relief flickered in his clear eyes, and an inadvertent smile crossed his face. Female leads were always like this. Given her status, it was natural for her to have a bit of pride. Can you start painting now? You're only here for 2 days. Won't that be enough time? Why not stay a few more days? Don't worry, our Chen family is very wealthy and influential in the metropolis. After you finish the painting, you can stay and have some fun. Chen Minor seemed very warm-hearted, but in reality, though she wasn't as skilled in painting as Lin Xi, her family was powerful. Something Lin Xi should not forget. Lin Xi smiled and said, it's fine. 2 days are more than enough for me. I've already bought a plane ticket for the day after tomorrow. He avoided staying too long, so he had bought a return ticket in advance. He wouldn't linger a single day longer. After gathering the situation and watching the drama unfold, he would go back to his own fun. All he wanted was to see how Yi Mohan was tormented by his death and record it. In a few years, he might even write a book titled The Daily Life of a Protagonist Toyed With by a Villainous Crossdresser. In a few more years, he could publish a sequel, The Daily Life of a Protagonist Toyed With by a Villainous Crossdresser too. Since he hadn't reaped the benefits of being Yi Mohan's tool, he had to do something to make up for it, letting future generations witness his ultimate victory. We can start now? It's still early, and I prefer to begin at this hour. It also allows me to finish sooner. Alright, I'll go upstairs first. They'll take you to your room. Do you need anything too? Anything works as long as I can paint. Lin Xi had painted all sorts of things, so a simple portrait was child's play. He could finish it in half a day if he hurried. His real purpose here was not the painting, but to find amusement. Afterward, the Chun family's butler, a spirited elderly man in his 60s with graying temples, led him to the room. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xi casually chatted with the old butler. Having been cared for by butlers at home, he easily struck up a conversation. Old sir, this place is quite large. Will the young lady be at home these 2 days? I have my own habits when painting portraits, and visitors might affect my concentration. Don't worry, the young lady knew you were coming. She seems to have no plans for these 2 days, and no guests. However, the day after tomorrow. The old butler paused mid-sentence, then continued, the young lady has nothing to do these 2 days. In short, just paint with peace of mind. Lin Xi nodded, having gained a clear sense of direction. As long as the environment is quiet and I have room to work, I'm reassured. Before long, Lin Xi arrived at the room he had been staying in for the past couple of days. The room was spacious, offering a fairly comfortable stay. This is the place. Call me if you need anything. Alright. Lin Xi entered the room, closed the door behind him, and finally found himself alone back in the country. He hadn't brought much luggage on this return trip. It was merely a convenient opportunity to come and see the satisfying results he had achieved, as well as to observe the progression of the storyline. Although he wasn't particularly interested, since he didn't even plan to meet Yi Mohan this time, he inexplicably felt a nostalgic longing for the joy of teasing Yi Mohan back then. College boys were so easy to fool. Lin Xi hung a bag to the side and sat down on the nearest chair. He searched for information about Yi Mohan online. Sure enough, Yi Mohan had already gained some fame in the Magic City. Not bad. With skills like that, he should be able to win over the girl he likes, right? After saying this, Lin Xi put down his phone and stared blankly into space for a while until he heard a knock at the door. He knew he had to paint Chun Miner's portrait. He would probably be stuck here for the next 2 days. The Chun family's mansion was grand, but what intrigued him more was Yi Mohan's current relationship with the Chun family. He wouldn't mind indulging in some gossip over these 2 days. No matter what, dead or alive, watching the show was still entertaining. Then he could go out and have fun for a good, while driven purely by novelty. And most importantly, none of it concerned him, so he didn't have to worry about being caught. Alright, I'll be right there. After saying this, Lin Xi walked straight out. Everything was as normal. For now, his identity was merely that of a painter. At the painting site, Chun Miner was already prepared. Her face was made up to look even more beautiful than her natural appearance, though it was all just cosmetics. How could the observant Lin Xi not notice the female lead's little thoughts? He simply kept it to himself. Is everything okay? Chun Miner asked. Lin Xi glanced over. No problem. Everything was complete, though for someone who disliked adding unnecessary flourishes, it felt a bit excessive. Great, then let's start now. Chun Miner was eager. She had been waiting for this moment for nearly a whole month. For someone who loved painting, it was a pure pleasure. Alright. By the way, I heard Miss Chun has been free these past 2 days, staying at home. That means I can finish the painting quite quickly. Lin Xi spoke while adjusting the position of the canvas and the lighting. Yeah, I didn't want to stay at home either, but I guess I won't have any other opportunities. Chun Miner seemed to think of something, and a trace of desolation flickered in her eyes. It was plain to see. She was still just a young girl, her thoughts written all over her face as she dwelled on someone. Lin Xi remained impassive. He mused to himself that she had indeed fallen for Yi Mohan. The female lead was always the female lead. Coincidences would always connect her to Yi Mohan. Since he wasn't around before now, he would have to give her a proper helping hand. For instance, making Yi Mohan think it was him, giving him a sliver of hope only to dash it in the end. A villain returning for 2 days couldn't bear a single day without playing a prank. Miss Chun has someone she likes. Lin Xi picked up his paintbrush only to hear Chun Miner say yes. A slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Xi's mouth. Matters like this were right up his alley. Although Master Lin didn't know how to be a lovesick fool, the female lead's object of affection was his own plaything. Didn't that solve everything? As everyone knew, Lin Xi had once helped Zhao Zito. Regardless of the outcome, did she or did she not get Yi Mohan's attention? Admittedly, his methods were somewhat unscrupulous, but he had paid the price with death, though only a figurative one. Lin Xi put down his brush. There was plenty of time, and the portrait wasn't urgent. He needed to give the female lead some advice, otherwise he felt he was being too wicked. He had usurped the female lead's position, then walked away without a backward glance, leaving that spot as his personal territory. I have to help you out. I've got experience. Young lady painter is just one of my titles. Lin Xi adjusted the glasses on his nose, a hint of maturity mingling with his handsome features as he spoke. Painting was merely a hobby. This was his true calling. Though he hadn't done it in years, he felt like his experience was maxed out the moment he started. Actually. Chun Miner was taken aback. This girl, who didn't seem much older than herself, was a renowned young lady painter. How could she possibly be better at matters of the heart? She didn't believe it. Lin Xi said, I also go by the title of professional love guru. Any relationship problems you have, come to me, and they'll all be resolved. Don't worry, it won't delay your portrait. Yet despite Lin Xi's confidence, Chen Minor remained unmoved. It's useless. Nothing works on him. Chen Minor bit her lip. Just look at how wrong the child felt. It was clear she had tried every trick in the book. Only Yi Mohan could reduce a dignified heiress of a great family to such a state. But unfortunately, Yi Mohan had been bewitched by him. No matter how high-ear the heiress was, she couldn't compete with him. Now was the time for him to step in slightly. See, that's a lack of confidence. You are the esteemed eldest miss of the Chen family with all the wealth and influence in the Magic City. There are few who can match your beauty. As Lin Xi spoke, Chen Minor perked up, bolstered by his praise. These were her strengths. Even if Yi Mohan didn't like her, she was still the most suitable match. That's right, and we're even engaged. I used to hate the idea of arranged marriages from childhood, but I never imagined it would be him. A joyful expression lit up Chen Minor's face, but it faded within seconds. Maybe it's because of my family. They don't like him, but I do. Why won't he pay me any attention at all? Chen Minor was on the verge of tears. Her personality was even more delicate than Zhao Zitong's. Her eyes glistened with tears at the slightest provocation, making her look utterly pitiful. Lin Xi thought to himself, I'm crying too. Should I apologize? Yi Mohan was only interested in him. It was getting way too gay. Although Chen Minor couldn't match his acting skills, it still felt like occupying a toilet without using it. So isn't that why I'm here? Guys who are aloof like that are the easiest to handle. Chen Minor still didn't believe it. If she believed him, wouldn't she lose face? How could Lin Xi possibly handle Yi Mohan? A young lady painter exuding an artistic aura. Yi Mohan didn't like painting, so how could he be interested? Forget it, Chen Minor shook her head. She had only heard that Yi Mohan had once liked an heiress just like her. For someone as handsome and extraordinary as Yi Mohan, she didn't stand a chance herself, let alone anyone else. This is the first time someone has doubted my true calling, Lin Xi thought, watching Chen Minor's utterly skeptical expression. Fine. She had successfully ignited his competitive spirit. Yi Mohan, just a dog of a protagonist. What was so great about him? Let me show you. Open your phone, find his contact. I have a way to pique his interest and make him message you first. After saying this, Lin Xi added, if it doesn't work, I'll paint your portrait for free this time. But if it's really not possible, then forget it. Still, this is quite easy for me. His expression was relaxed, and the last sentence came out lightly with a drawn-out tone, leaving Chen Minor momentarily stunned. A flicker of disdain then subtly passed through her eyes. She had originally assumed the young girl painter possessed extraordinary skill, and her youthful age added an air of mystery. Now it seemed the painting was indeed beautiful, and she liked it, but the arrogance in her character was the only flaw. No wonder some geniuses harbor such imperfections. This thought made Chen Minor feel a surge of superiority. She was just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. But I haven't added him yet. Chen Minor had already agreed, yet the next moment she tossed out another challenge. Yi Mohan truly showed no courtesy toward other female leads. It seemed Yi Mohan only saved the contact of one young and pretty girl, didn't he? But in reality, none of them were women. Haven't added him. Lin Xi paused to think for a moment, then said directly, no problem. Adding contacts isn't that hard. Back in the day, he had used 2 or 3 alternate accounts to trick Yi Mohan. This is Yi Mohan's personal account. Even some really impressive people can't add him. A private account, huh? Not friends can't get in. Let me try. Lin Xi took the phone, and without a second thought, typed a few words. He was certain that upon seeing this message, the person would definitely add him. What did you send? I've tried everything before, but never managed to add him. This account never adds girls. Chen Minor asked from the side. Really? I sent another one, but it should be fine. Seeing Lin Xi's confident expression, Chen Minor thought to herself, how could it be fine? It was a huge problem. This was Yi Mohan, the self-made man everyone knew, aloof and indifferent to the extreme. Yet the next second a ding sound echoed before Chen Minor could even react. See, added. Lin Xi thought it wasn't that difficult. Did Yi Mohan take one look and immediately accept? He was certainly impatient. Lin Xi had only sent a few words he occasionally said before. Huh, how is that possible? Chen Minor quickly grabbed the phone to see what Lin Xi had sent. It was just 2 words, one was pervert, the other small fry. Chen Minor's eyes widened instantly. How could you do this? Why did you insult him? Why did you insult him? Now he'll definitely hate me. Chen Minor was almost in tears. She had finally managed to add his contact, and now it was all going to fall apart. No, please. She quickly sent an apologetic message. Lin Xi watched from the side, shaking his head, suddenly reminded of a lyric, the harder to get the more you love, the too easy you ignore. Lin Xi explained, you don't understand. This is called playing hard to get. Insult him, and he'll become more interested in you. But at that moment Chen Minor's mind was full of Yi Mohan, and she paid no attention to Lin Xi. Suddenly a voice call came through. Lin Xi immediately fell silent. Chen Minor, on the other hand, was overjoyed, her face blooming like a flower. Who are you? A mature male voice came through. Lin Xi was startled upon hearing it. It had been years since he last heard that voice, and it sounded strangely familiar. Without even clearing her throat or any preamble, Chen Minor's voice transformed, entirely switching to a soft, coquettish tone. Yi Mohan, big brother, it's me. Sorry I sent that by mistake. I didn't mean to insult you. I was just trying out an online trick to add friends, and it actually worked. After a few seconds the man on the other end spoke. Who are you? Chen Minor, who had been so happy a moment ago, opened her mouth, but felt as if she had choked on food. The atmosphere turned unbearably awkward. Lin Xi wanted to laugh, but managed to hold it in. Chen Minor, don't you remember? I came to your company to see you once. We're engaged, and in the future well. Before she could finish the call, ended with a series of beeps. Chen Minor stood frozen in place. Lin Xi thought to himself, I gave you a chance, but you wasted it. How could you let Yi Mohan treat you like this? Fool. If it were him, Yi Mohan would already be on the road, arriving in less than 5 minutes. What happened? Why did he hang up? I wasn't even done speaking. Chen Minor's eyes were brimming with tears again. She had thought happiness was just beginning, but it ended in 3 seconds. Biting her lip in frustration, she considered sending Yi Mohan another message to torment him, but the next moment a red exclamation mark appeared. Lin Xi watched from the side, imagining a little red ball on Chen Minor's nose, but upon rubbing his eyes he realized he was mistaken. He's angry. What do I do? Chen Minor was about to cry again, not even wanting to look at Lin Xi, unaware that her own actions were why Yi Mohan disliked her. Being angry means you've caught his attention. Adding his contact was already the first step to success. Just keep it up. In a few days invite him out to dinner, pretend to be just friends with no interest, and he'll become interested in you. Lin Xi's advice sounded convincing, but in reality, it was completely made up on the spot. Weren't the CEOs in those novels just like that? Woman, you're playing with fire. Woman, are you playing hard to get? Of course Yi Mohan had changed. Now he only liked good smell. Really? You mean there's still a chance? He's already angry and ignoring me. Hearing this, Chen Minor was immediately captivated by Lin Xi's words. Whether true or not, Lin, she was now her only hope. Yes. If you had followed my advice earlier, not only would you still have him on your contact list, but you might have even advanced the relationship. Now it's become much harder. Lin Xi shook his head helplessly and let out a sigh with an expression that said, if you don't listen to the elder, you'll suffer. Could he just help trick the protagonist? This female lead was really foolish and annoying. Miss Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't believe you earlier. You're truly a master. Chen Minor wiped away her tears, her attitude suddenly becoming sincere, her eyes filled with utmost respect. However, Lin Xi merely glanced at the time on her phone and said calmly, anyway, there's no hope right now. We still have some time. How about we continue with the painting first? It's fine, don't draw for now. This matter is more important. Chen Minor immediately recognized Lin Xi's value in this regard. Compared to that painting, Yi Mohan was far more significant. As long as you can help me pull this off, he'll do anything. She looked at Lin Xi, momentarily shedding her aristocratic demeanor and lowering her stance before him. It seemed she was truly willing to endure much hardship for love. Lin Xi shook his head, inwardly thinking it was better to be an emotionless person, carefree and untroubled. Patience. He simply sat down on a chair and picked up a paintbrush from the toolbox beside him. Now paint with peace of mind. Rest assured, since I came, I will fulfill my promise. And Yi Mohan, rest assured. Lifting his gaze to Chen Minor's impatient expression, Lin Xi held the brush and gestured toward her facial features. I have a way. By then, even if your family disagrees, and even if you refuse, he will chase you to the ends of the earth. However, his tone shifted, and he slowly lowered his eyes. There is a risk involved, you must think it over carefully. As long as I can make Yi Mohan interested in me, he'll do anything. Risk means nothing. Hearing Chen Minor's words, Lin Xi began to move his brush across the paper on the easel. If it weren't for me, someone would be heartbroken again. But since I'm not back, often leaving without doing something would be too easy. Lin Xi thought to himself, slowly forming a plan. The next day, Chen Minor came knocking at Lin Xi's door early, her face beaming with joy. There was finally hope for her relationship with Yi Mohan, especially after she had asked several times the day before. Lin Xi had appeared very relaxed and confident, claiming that handling a guy like that was a piece of cake. Even easier than painting, since he had only learned to paint for a few years as a mere hobby. Xiaoyu, are you sure it will work? Right now I can't even be friends with him. Chen Minor changed her address on the second day to appear closer, speaking with some worry. You don't have to trust me, but you should trust a professional. That Yi Mohan you mentioned may seem aloof, but handling him is still a breeze. Lin Xi spoke the truth, recalling how things were with Yi Mohan in the past. He had bullied Yi Mohan so much that the latter almost developed a masochistic streak. A guy truly in love could sacrifice so much, but countless others had also stumbled along the way. Alright, I trust you. He'll do whatever you say. Chen Minor replied, her mind already filled with visions of success. Lin Xi looked at her calmly. He hadn't told Chen Minor the plan immediately the day before, partly because it was late and partly to avoid arousing Yi Mohan's suspicion by waiting a day. He didn't want Yi Mohan to guess his intentions. Can you tell me the next opportunity you have to meet him? Probably not. Oh, that's right, tomorrow. He has to discuss work with my family. My family has been suppressing Yi Mohan's company, and my parents think he's just a poor country boy who isn't worthy. They might even directly call off the engagement. If I'm not locked up and can get out, I definitely won't allow it. I've already made up my mind from the moment I saw him. Lin Xi covered his face, feeling as if a melancholic BGM had suddenly started playing in his ears. How ironic that he, the one who breaks up couples, had become a savior. Then this makes things easy. He had already figured it out the day before relying on familiarity. After all, he knew Yi Mohan inside out. Send an email to his private account. He laid out the offensive route directly. Naturally, he had to assume an identity that would pique Yi Mohan's interest to have a chance. Who was it that Yi Mohan was interested in? Lin Xi silently shrank back. If he wasn't discovered, it would be quite amusing. Chun Minor still didn't understand, so Lin Xi got straight to the point, arranged to meet him. Yi Mohan. He can't be lured out. You saw it yourself. He hangs up the moment he hears my voice. Now it's even more impossible to get him out. Ordinary methods definitely won't work. You need to maintain an air of mystery. Understand? Don't be too forward. Set the email to confidential, and he'll give you an address. Lin Xi said, still very confident, as if he had prepared everything in advance. The address was set to the small house where they had first formally met. He was sure Yi Mohan would show up. This was like baiting a fish. If he really comes out, and we suddenly meet, what should I do next? Confess directly. Wouldn't that be a bit off? Lin Xi. Lin Xi covered his face, genuinely speechless. Of course you can't meet him face to face. If you do, hell, run away. You need to maintain an air of mystery. Understand? Your family still doesn't allow it, right? Listen to me, when you go, wear a white dress and a mask. And hey, race the most important part. Lin Xi began to emphasize the key point, and Chun Minor listened attentively. Leave a small note that simply says, let the Chun family agree to this engagement, and you'll know. After hearing this, Chun Minor still hadn't reacted, as if waiting for Lin Xi to continue. However, Lin Xi was done. Seeing Chun Minor staring at him in confusion, he looked at her, as if she were a complete fool. He had taught such a brilliant method, one that was very effective against Yi Mohan. Usually he wouldn't even use it himself. All to help her. What's wrong? Lin Xi said. That's it. Yes, that's it. Just wait for Yi Mohan to take the bait. Chun Minor still found it hard to believe. She had expected some complex steps to spark Yi Mohan's interest, but instead it was just arranging to meet at a place, without even showing up, leaving only a note. This felt somewhat unreliable. Is it really that simple? Chun Minor obviously thought it wasn't enough. In her eyes, Yi Mohan was a clear-headed, very aloof guy, the kind of male god that made girls swoon. A little trick like this seemed unlikely to work. Just trust me. Perhaps you should place the note there first, and then send an email to Yi Mohan. Someone can keep an eye on Yi Mohan's movements, and soon we will know whether it has any effect. Lin Xi spoke with a professional demeanor, each movement of her fingers exuding maturity. If it were someone else it might not work, but for Yi Mohan it would certainly be effective. He knows he is dead. First, he didn't find himself, which must have caused some delusion, and second, there was a time he thought he had died, only to discover it was a misunderstanding. However, even ordinary people can still harbor fantasies about certain things as long as they feel that the person is still around. Then I will give it a try. Afterward, Chun Minor followed Lin Xi's instructions, personally writing the note. It had to be somewhat familiar, but not entirely the same, with some odd requests such as why she needed to wear a white dress and a mask, yet she still complied. When everything was nearly ready, it was time for the final step, sending an email to Yi Mohan. For Chun Minor, the Chun family's young lady, securing a private email was not difficult. Alright, is it really enough to do all this? Chun Minor asked. Lin Xi sat quietly in front of the easel, continuing to help Chun Minor finish the remaining painting. From Chun Minor's perspective, the area obscured by the easel, Lin, she let out a soft sigh and murmured. In the past, someone might have rushed over directly, but with just this information, he is different now. Whether it is fear or something else, he will likely recall many memories tonight. Lin Xi understood Yi Mohan too well. It would be remiss to not play a prank on someone she knew so intimately, only she could make Yi Mohan die at her hands. Not long after, Chun Minor hurried to check on those gathering information, and soon received news of Yi Mohan's latest movements. There's news. Yi Mohan really left the company, and he is driving towards the east. Upon hearing this, Chun Minor was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with joy it actually worked. However, she quickly became worried that by not going she might leave a bad impression on Yi Mohan. The painting is almost finished, Lin Xi suddenly said, feeling that it still needed a little more work. It had to be done well. That was his professional ethic. Meanwhile, Yi Mohan held the small note, carefully comparing it to the letter Lin Xi had written for him. He checked it over 10 times, wanting to confirm that this small note was indeed written by Xiao Xi. But how could Xiao Xi be dead? No, everyone thought Xiao Xi was dead, but he had only heard about it, and had not seen it with his own eyes. Perhaps she truly. Yi Mohan's deep-set eyes flickered as memories from years past flooded back into his mind. Although he could recall them from time to time, this time, it was markedly more intense. The once lost hope now reignited within him. Xiao Xi was still alive, as she had not died. Regardless of the circumstances this time, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Yi Mohan's clenched fist trembled slightly. Yet each time he felt the handwriting resembled hers, the next comparison felt different. Yi Mohan feared that all of this was a figment of his imagination. After Xiao Xi left for a month, he always fantasized that she was still alive, playing just like before. When he saw a girl wearing a mask that obscured her face, he hoped Xiao Xi was still like before, pretending to bully him, but in reality, it was all to get closer to him without him noticing. But the people behind those masks were all strangers, and Yi Mohan had given up hope. Until today he received a mysterious email inviting him to that small house. All along he had driven alone to that small house, and very few knew what happened there. He also discovered this small note, and the delicate handwriting was clearly that of a girl. Yi Mohan's eyes widened, awakening all memories of Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, if you were still alive, did you not want me anymore? Everything you said to me, does it not count? This time I will not play. Oh, I do not want to play anymore. We will never be apart for the rest of our lives. You were wonderful when we were young, but now I cannot live without you. I do not want to be responsible. Xiaoxi, I will personally teach you how to take responsibility. Yi Mohan lay on his bed, his dark eyes cold, the exaggerated lines of his muscular body exuding a strong sexual tension, his aura resembling a predator ready to pounce. Thinking about the contents of the small note, all of it was related to that person. Tomorrow he wanted everything to be under his control, even if it meant using all his power or facing crisis. So what? Running away, how could Xiaoxi possibly escape? On the bed, Lin Xi sensed something, as well, sleeping somewhat restlessly. However, he only propped himself up on one side, leaning against the pillow, half reclined on the bed. He then turned on the bedside lamp, reaching into a small bag beside him to take out a small notebook, which contained a stylish pen. Lin Xi pulled it out and opened the cover, flipping to a certain page. Record 6019. Today is almost the second day since I returned home. This is the first time back after the last incident. Actually, I can provide many answers as to why I left and returned, but I am not sure which one is the correct interpretation lately. They all seem normal, but also seem incorrect. I truly enjoyed my time abroad, but leaving him seems not to be the ending I desired. It's like I understand Yi Mohan better than anyone else in this world. Knowing that he would be tormented by the thought of being dead is indeed quite nice. But as for me, I still have some inexplicable nostalgia, always wanting to bully him. Perhaps this is a sense of thrill that doesn't last long. But there is one problem. If a growth-type protagonist gets caught off guard and ends up in trouble, it becomes problematic. The first and second times I could still fool him, but the third time would turn into a tragic ending like Nanlian. Yet in front of Yi Mohan, I am no longer the same. No identity can restrict me. With money I can go anywhere, and when the protagonist lets down his guard, I will give him a kick. These past few years have indeed been slow. Compared to not being discovered by the protagonist, bullying offline while chatting online is really too slow. I need to find something to do to pass the time faster. By the way, am I ill? None of these things are as interesting as bullying the protagonist. Damn, a kick to the balls still feels like it's not enough. As for helping Chen Minor, I still feel uneasy knowing that with Yi Mohan's personality, he might be ruined by me in this lifetime. But seeing how much people love Yi Mohan the protagonist, I really want to kick his arrogance to pieces. Writing this part, Lin Xi paused, wondering if it would be inappropriate to write this in his diary. Writing it down is one thing, crossing it out would make it stand out more. After that he wrote down almost everything he had in mind. This is the deepest part of his heart. Everyone actually has their own secrets which are the hardest to forget. If one day these secrets were seen by others, it would probably lead to the discovery, change, and ultimate conclusion of these secrets. Xiao Nanliang. The first rule of the Lin family's villain code. The 16th rule of the Lin family's villain deception code. Aspire to be a charming and adorable villain all the way to the end. The next day Lin Xi rose early and, relying on his memory, finished the last details of the painting in his room. It was merely a matter of perfecting a few fine points. Leaning by the window, sunlight streamed in, illuminating a face more beautiful than any woman's. In less than 20 minutes he completed the painting and set down his brush. Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief, then inscribed his signature in the corner. The task was accomplished. Regardless of who the portrait was, for he had painted it with absolute seriousness worthy of his standing. Just then a rapid knock sounded at the door. Without a doubt, it was Chen Minor. It worked. It actually worked. As soon as Lin Xi opened the door, he saw Chen Minor's face brimming with joy. Lin's eyes expression remained calm, as he simply said, "Seems it was useful." Of course he knew it was useful. He thought to himself that someone was now desperate to find him, or rather to catch him. The consequences wouldn't be pleasant, so he still needed Chen Minor's cooperation. Chen Minor remained oblivious, her girlish smile unstoppable. "Sorry, I had my doubts before, but I never expected it to work so well. Yimo added me, said the engagement wouldn't be called off, and that he'd handle my family today. I'm so happy." Chen Minor was lost in the throes of love. Does he think I sent him that email? Does he still have feelings for me? This is wonderful. Lin Xi listened without much reaction, merely turning around to hand her the finished portrait. "It's done. Thank you." Chen Minor admired the portrait, but her heart was set on someone else. Did he ask about anything else? Lin Xi suddenly inquired. Chen Minor was puzzled. Anything else? No, he just sent me a message. Was there something more to say? Did he have another trick up his sleeve? Chen Minor was already overjoyed that Yi Mo had sent her that message. No, Lin Xi shook his head, then murmured to himself, "Seems he's grown up. Afraid of being fooled by me again." A smile curled at the corner of Lin Xi's mouth. What a perfect opportunity. Overthinking it wasn't he. It was better to just follow his instructions. How obedient. Last night, he could sense that someone had probably been tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep, thinking of him. For Lin Xi, whether he was alive or dead was still uncertain. He had no cards to reveal, no hint of his own hand. He could play his pranks freely. He knew Yimo, while Yimo was still struggling in a world of illusions. Yimo will be here soon. But my family won't let me see him, they've locked me in my room. Can you help me later? Chen Minor pleaded. Of course, Lin Xi readily agreed, but then his tone shifted light and airy. However, I have one more thing to tell you. Then you can decide if you still want my help. The Chen family was currently a first-rate power in the magic capital, controlling the lifelines of various industries. Anyone who gained their support could rise swiftly in the city. The Chen family's heiress was courted by countless suitors, many willing to marry into the family, as the patriarch had only this one daughter, his sole heir. Yet few knew that the Chen heiress had been betrothed to someone else since childhood. What should have been a path to meteoric rise was complicated by the Chen family's lack of commitment. With such vast wealth and influence, how could they give their daughter to a country bumpkin? Even if that person was extraordinary and held boundless potential, his origins dictated everything in the eyes of some. Thus the Chen family had always opposed Yimo, fearing he might one day come to claim the betrothal. They sought to humiliate him, making it easier to break off the engagement. Moreover, they had already found a more suitable match for Chen Minor, someone of equal standing. A marriage between the two families would accelerate their growth even further. Yimo's visit to the Chen residence today was ostensibly to discuss a major incident that had recently shaken the magic capital. Coming here was like walking into a trap. Yimo could have sent someone else or found a way to deal with the Chen family directly, especially since someone was pulling the strings behind this incident. Brother Yi, are you really going to sell your soul to secure this marriage? Even if Chen Minor agrees, the Chen family won't. Besides, haven't we already found a solution? The person beside him was puzzled. In his eyes, Brother Yi was one of the top 10 outstanding young figures in the magic capital and the most handsome. Over the years, he had encountered many romantic opportunities, but had deliberately avoided them. It made no sense for him to be interested in Chen Minor, especially when the Chen family had always been hostile. Just do as I say. Yimo's eyes were deep and unfathomable. After uttering these words, he stared ahead, lost in thought. Understood. Don't let anyone out. There's a little girl who loves to play pranks, especially on days like this. She enjoys watching me get bullied. If she's still here. Yimo's last words were almost inaudible, the image of a girl flashing through his mind. A little girl. The person beside him was momentarily stunned, then seemed to understand. No wonder you brought so many people. Don't worry, Brother Yi. If the one you love is here, not a single strand of her hair will escape. Reassured, Yimo felt a bit more at ease. But if she was hiding somewhere, he would personally catch her and hold her close, never letting her leave again. And she had deceived him for so long. Little she needed to be severely punished. He was no longer the same person. Her childish coaxing and reminders of their past wouldn't work anymore. He had given her a chance. He loved her, but leaving was not an option. Yimo entered the house accompanied by only 2 or 3 men, all of whom were exceptional. The Chen family was a formidable clan, skilled in cunning and deceit enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. Yimo's face was cold, and the chilling aura emanating from him made even his companions sense that something was different, as if he had touched a dangerous nerve. Hurry up and settle this. I need to search for someone. I will search every corner of this place, no matter the cost. Yimo's voice was icy. He had spent the entire night wrestling with the question of whether Little Xi was alive or dead. Now he would scour this place until he found a definitive answer. Once inside, an elderly butler soon appeared to lead the way. This way, please. They crossed several winding paths, passing by exquisite decorations and antique courtyards that spoke of the family's century-old heritage and distinction. Entering the main hall, they found many people already seated. All members of the Chen family, familiar faces to Yimo. They had long threatened to show him the Chen family's power, yet here he was unscathed, ready to bring an end to this farce. As soon as they saw Yimo, their expressions turned hostile. A few were so angry their faces turned red. The atmosphere in the hall shifted instantly, the temperature seeming to drop several degrees. Please have a seat. The butler pushed a chair forward, but its position was deliberately placed in an obscure corner, as if they were all waiting for a good laugh. Yimo did not sit. Instead, he looked up at the old men, showing no fear. His demeanor was proud and aloof, as if he held absolute confidence even in the face of formidable opponents. His 2 companions showed no sign of cowardice either. If they were in Brother Yi's position at their age, they would be even more arrogant. There was no need to fear these old men now. The future was uncertain. Once the brat actually showed up. What an inexperienced, arrogant little fool who doesn't know his place. The Chen family members' eyes were filled with contempt. Yimo's arrival meant he was desperate. How could a mere Yimo dare to challenge them? So what do we do with him? First, make him give up the engagement with Minor. He's got her completely infatuated. Zhang Cheng's eldest son has always been fond of Minor, and his conditions are quite favorable. Good, we must make him give up. A childish promise from years ago. Does he think he can latch onto the Chen family? After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. They wouldn't let Yimo off easily, but the engagement had to be resolved first, or Minor's future would be complicated. Yimo, since you're here, we won't waste time on pleasantries. The speaker was Chen Minor's uncle, the second in command of the Chen family, second only to Chen Jiao. Despite the family's internal divisions, they were united against outsiders. Hey, race the deal. The Chen family will help you settle the matter of the collapsed building. We'll do our best to get your brother out. But you must agree to 3 conditions. First, renounce the childhood engagement with minor. You're clearly not worthy. Don't think your tricks to bewitch her will work. Second, kneel and apologize. All your clever schemes are useless. You still have to stand here and listen to us. Third, leave the magic capital. Of course you can stay, but then don't blame us for being ruthless. The air grew even colder as several pairs of eyes fixed on Yimo. They were eager to eliminate this young man once and for all. But Yimo remained unfazed by their aggression. He stepped forward a few paces, stopping near the center of the hall, and said calmly, "Sorry, but now it's my turn to call the shots, not yours. If you think otherwise, you're mistaken. You have no right to speak to me like that." What? They couldn't believe their ears, their faces twisting into sneers of mockery. "Ha, do you know what you're saying? I can make sure you never leave this place alive. How dare you act so arrogantly in the Chun residence?" Just as they were about to lose their temper, Yimo cut in. "Don't rush. I have something to show you." He signaled to his companion, who handed over a document. After a glance, they placed it on the table and turned to Yimo. "What's the meaning of this?" Yimo remained silent, but his companion spoke up. "The materials and cement weren't from the original batch. Someone used substandard quality, causing the collapse and so many deaths." Upon hearing this, the men in the hall burst into laughter, clearly unperturbed. They thought it was something significant, but it was just this. Did they think the Chen family could be intimidated so easily? How dare they underestimate them? "Ha, so you're saying the collapse was due to faulty cement? That we were behind it? Even if we were, what can you do about it?" "Yimo, we might have overestimated you. Forget it, you're just a greenhorn. Running into us is your misfortune. You'll never climb out of this hole." Yimo's expression didn't change. He spoke unhurriedly. "You might have forgotten one thing. The person who did this for you didn't die. We found him. That kid Chen Tao. He was ruthless enough to become your adopted son, but in the end, he was just a pawn." His companion added, "We wouldn't bring this up without evidence." The building collapsed, killing hundreds, including people with connections. At these words, everyone's gaze turned to a shifty-eyed man, Chen Yesher. Feeling the pressure from the angry stares of the elders, Chen Yesher quickly defended himself. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's lying." The others chose to believe Chen Yesher, assuming Yimo was just bluffing. "Trying to trick us? How boring. This was your brother's fault from the start. What a great project, and he messed it up. If the Chen family had handled it, none of this would have happened. Of course I wouldn't make baseless claims. Just make a phone call, and you'll see." Yimo took a phone from his companion and began dialing. The Chun family's second and third in command still didn't take him seriously. They had been navigating the magic capital for decades and had seen it all. Even if Yimo had found something, they could simply deny it. Soon the call connected. "Go ahead, tell us who you are." Yimo put it on speaker, and a young man's panicked voice came through. Everyone recognized it as Chen Tao's. They couldn't understand how he was still alive. Usually when things got this big, loose ends were tied up. "Go on." Chen Tao then recounted the entire affair. Though their faces remained impassive, their minds were racing, figuring out how to handle this. The cement and construction were all from the Chun family's factory. Using their materials, the building was bound to collapse. "Don't kill me. I can help you take down those Chen bastards. I know a lot more about them." "What are you saying?" Upon hearing these words, the members of the Chun family turned pale with shock, never expecting that Chen Tao was not only alive, but had become a thorn embedded in their side. "Chen Tao, you ungrateful wretch, having received the Chun family's generosity for years, yet you come back to harm us. If you dare speak another word, I swear you'll die, without a complete corpse." The recipient on the other end was too terrified to speak. Yimo Han's gaze hardened as he ended the call. Then in a voice devoid of any emotion he said, "If the outside world learns of your Chun family's involvement in this, it might not cause you much damage. But if they also discover that your cement materials have been unsafe for years combined with this incident." Everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. Chen Tao was alive, and all the dark deeds the Chen family had committed in secret were now in Yimo Han's hands. "How dare you? A mere brat still wet behind the ears dares to threaten us. Believe me, the Chun family can crush you with a flick of its hand, and have you carried out horizontally instead of walking in." The old men who had been sitting complacently now had livid faces. They all rose in fury, launching a verbal assault at Yimo Han, assuming the air of elders. Yimo Han listened, his expression unchanged, as if these people were merely basking in temporary satisfaction. If he wished, with the cards he held, their names would soon become insignificant. "Enough. If you could have destroyed me, you would have done so long ago." These words left the Chun family members utterly speechless. They realized that in all their confrontations with Yimo Han, they had rarely gained the upper hand, even though they looked down on this country bumpkin. They exchanged glances, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their expectations, and began to discuss how to resolve it. Meanwhile, Yimo Han seized the opportunity to scan the surroundings, searching for anything he might have missed. After several glances, he found nothing unusual. But then on the second floor behind a door, he noticed a slight movement of the curtain. Yi Mohan's pupils dilated as he caught a glimpse of a white shadow barely visible, yet at that moment his heart skipped a beat. Was it her? Xiaoxi? Yi Mohan's heart tightened, and he struggled to resist the urge to rush upstairs to catch her and see if it was indeed Xiaoxi if she was still alive. Brother Yi, what's wrong? A companion beside him asked, noticing his agitation. Nothing, Yi Mohan replied, but his eyes remained fixed on that spot. The figure had vanished, yet he was 100% certain he had not been mistaken, as someone had been watching from there. He could wait no longer, not even a moment. Xiaoxi might still be alive, hiding right under his nose for years. How could he endure it? All right, this matter can be resolved. After all, the Qin family has dominated the demon city for years. Oh, we're not afraid of you. If you blow this out of proportion, you'll suffer as well. The words carried a hint of threat. The Qin family members were cunning foxes, and even if they were wary, they would never show it. But Yi Mohan had no time for pointless bickering. His mind was consumed by the fleeting silhouette and the memories of that girl. His dark eyes concealed a raging storm as he said coldly, Qin Lin, I'm not here to negotiate. I'm giving you an official notice. Your Qin family has made countless enemies with your ways. If I rally them all, what then? Do you think your family can withstand it? Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. A tall, imposing man exuded an aura of authority, each word carrying impact, as if he held absolute control over everything. The people present were terrified. Yi Mohan seemed to have transformed. How could a man in his 20s exude such depth, surpassing even seasoned veterans? They exchanged uneasy glances, realizing that this man was unlike any opponent they had faced before. Having risen from nothing to this position, he would not be easy to handle. What exactly do you want, boy? Simple. I want make you kneel before me. I just need to take one person from your family. Haha, boy, you're formidable. This is the first time the Qin family has lost to you. But since you fancy our minor, you should treat us as your elders. Is this how you speak to your elders? The crowd was taken aback. Such an easy resolution. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. But then Yi Mohan spoke. No. The person I want to take is Lin Xi, Xiaoxi, my girlfriend, my woman. Not Qin minor. Their faces twisted with confusion as they looked at one another. Who is Lin Xi? Wait, that name sounds familiar. Isn't she the one from the Lin family who returned from abroad a few years ago? I remember now, but wasn't she dead? Is there another Lin Xi? A dozen minutes earlier. What a change. It would be a shame to leave without taking a look. Lin Xi stood behind the curtain, watching the scene unfold like a spectator. This spot was perfectly chosen to avoid detection by Yi Mohan. With a quick turn she could hide, and he would never catch her. I'm right here, but you can't see me, can you? You can't find me, she taunted silently, feeling a thrill from being so close. From this position, she could hear the conversation. Listening to Yi Mohan put on his act, she was tempted to go down and kick him. Keep pretending, and she'd send him flying. But it was just a habit. No matter how impressive he was, she had him wrapped around her finger. Next time, who knows? He'll come back to play with you when I feel like it. Lin Xi had already decided her next move and destination. Just then she saw Yi Mohan suddenly turn around. Startled, she quickly hid behind the curtain, relieved that she had reacted in time. Lin Xi patted her chest. Oh, that was close. Almost got caught. At the Qin residence, Yi Mohan frantically searched for Xiaoxi, willing to turn the entire place upside down using all his resources. He grew increasingly certain that the figure he glimpsed earlier was indeed Xiaoxi. But this time if he found her, she would never leave him again. Never. He could not afford to lose Xiaoxi. I'm sorry, but we have no one named Lin Xi here, the old steward of the Qin family declared with conviction. A white dress. Quite beautiful resembling. He recalled someone, then affirmed again, no, there is no such person. Yi Mohan searched the second floor, repeatedly asking everyone he met, yet found no trace. His anxiety mounted. She must be here, so why couldn't he find her? Where could she be hiding? Where is your young mistress? Yi Mohan suddenly thought of someone who must be connected to Xiaoxi. She must have hidden Xiaoxi away. The old steward pointed and said, our young mistress is in her room. The master locked her in to prevent her from meeting you, and she hasn't come out yet. Yi Mohan now had the Qin family in his grasp, holding Qin Tao as leverage, so they could only let him search for his target. Yet they were curious. Who was this Lin Xi that meant so much to him? Had they known, they would have seized her to use against him. Rapid footsteps echoed as Yi Mohan dashed up to the second floor of a building, quickly finding Qin Minor's room. He heard movement inside. Perhaps besides Qin Minor, his Xiaoxi was also there. Indeed, earlier when Zhao Zitong was present, she had spoken well of her, and he had been displeased. Too many coincidences pointed to Xiaoxi. Perhaps her body was never found in that lake because she hadn't died. He had been deceived. At this thought, Yi Mohan's dark eyes grew profound. He stood silently at the door, his breathing becoming rapid and heavy. Xiaoxi had tricked him, but she was alive. This time he would not let her go. No matter where you hide, I will chase you. Xiaoxi, I love you. Once I catch you, you'll be mine forever, Yi Mohan murmured. Seeing the lock on the door, he knew the key might be with the old steward, but Xiaoxi could be inside, and he couldn't wait another second. He would seize that deceitful woman, hold her in his arms, and punish her harshly, making her feel the pain. Hadn't she been kind to him in childhood? Then he would repay her with his body. Without hesitation his dark eyes turned ice-cold, vowing this would be the last time. He kicked the door open with a loud bang, shattering the lock. As he looked up he saw a figure in a white dress seated on a chair, a familiar silhouette glowing in the light. "Xiaoxi," Yi Mohan called out, rushing forward, his hands trembling as he tried to embrace her, but he stopped half a meter away. Seeing no reaction, the figure turned to face him, wearing a cute mask, her eyes full of anticipation as she opened her arms for a hug. Yi Mohan gritted his teeth so hard he nearly shattered them. He tore off Chen Miner's mask. "Do you think I could mistake you? I could never mistake her in my entire life. Even if she turned to ashes I would recognize her. How dare you think I would take you for her?" As the mask was removed, her true face revealed. Chen Miner forced a smile to hide her embarrassment, her eyes flickering with guilt. "Yi Mohan, what are you saying? The one you're looking for is me, isn't it? Now my family agrees we can be together. We can finally be together. Where is she? Where have you hidden her?" Yi Mohan's voice was low. "Who? What person? Rest assured I'm alone here. How could I hide anyone?" Chen Miner, jealous of his affection for another, bolstered her confidence. "Tell me who made you write that note. Now, or I'll make you and the entire Chen family pay with your lives." Yi Mohan showed no mercy despite her gender. He roared at Chen Miner, his gaze murderous. Chen Miner trembled in fear, tears reddening her eyes, but the more he pressed the more innocent she pretended. "There's really no one else. Only me. Who are you looking for? I wrote that note myself. There's truly no one else." "You wrote it yourself? Impossible. Even if you did, how could you know that place?" Yi Mohan was convinced Chen Miner was connected to Xiaoxi. Too many similarities, the white dress, and so much more. He had been ready to bind Xiaoxi to him forever, but now he wanted to see Xiaoxi, not Chen Miner, the only one he had ever loved. "I know the person you like is Lin Xi, but she's already gone. So I gathered information about you to become what you love." Chen Miner's eyes glistened with tears, her voice choked with sorrow, yet Yi Mohan didn't spare her a glance. He cared only whether Xiaoxi was here. He couldn't accept that after a sleepless night, and this day it was all just Chen Miner's scheme. Moreover, this whole affair bore Xiaoxi's signature style. "They'll give you one more chance. Where is she? I don't believe you could have done all this alone. Tell me where she's hiding, and the Yi family will owe the Chens a great debt." Yi Mohan pulled out a photograph, his eyes filled with reluctance. For Lin Xi's sake, he forced himself to speak gently to another woman for the first time. He had to find Xiaoxi. He held the photo before Chen Miner. It was one Lin Xi had given him years ago, clear and vivid, showing a smiling girl whose very image radiated warmth. Chen Miner glanced at it, then shook her head, speaking with sorrow. "I know you love her, Yi Mohan, but she's dead. She can't come back. No matter how much you love her, you have to accept reality. Forgetting one love means embracing a new one. Yi Mohan, am willing to help you to become what you desire. Lin Xi liked white dresses, so I'll wear them every day. Whatever her personality, I can match it, even surpass it." Before Chen Miner could continue, Yi Mohan cut her off. "Enough." His fists clenched, knuckles cracking. Hearing these words made him want to strike her face. Hearing her name from this woman's lips disgusted him. "You can never be better than her. No one can be better than her." Yi Mohan's eyes turned icy as he stared at Chen Miner with deep loathing. "Do you know the price of this? Xiaoxi cannot be replaced by anyone. I've dealt with the Chen family, and you too. Xiaoxi isn't dead, is she?" He still refused to let go. After believing her dead for so many years, to get news only to find it was another woman's trick. He began to doubt himself. If it weren't Xiaoxi, how could he have been fooled? His heart told him she was back, not dead. Stop dwelling in illusions. Lin Xi is dead, long dead. Even if you love her, you can't go your whole life without finding someone else to date or marry, Chen Miner shouted, shattering his last hope. Yi Mohan still couldn't fully accept it. Xiaoxi dead? How could that be? Such a lovely, brilliant girl with endless quirky ideas. How could she die so easily? Yet now it was stated so bluntly. Not long ago, Lin Xi had just confided the final secret to Chen Miner. The reason he could hold Yi Mohan in check wasn't his extraordinary skill, but rather Yi Mohan's deep affection for him, a love that would persist even beyond death. "If I'm discovered, you'll lose your chance entirely. But you could also expose me to protect the Chen family, and then I'd stay by Yi Mohan's side instead of you." As Lin Xi uttered these words, he read the expression on Chen Miner's face, and knew that this female lead would likely take the secret to her grave. Chen Miner, with her proud and haughty nature, could never bear to lose to him. If she couldn't have Yi Mohan, she would ensure no other woman could either. "How did you make Yi Mohan fall for you? After disappearing for so many years, he's still utterly captivated by you," Chen Miner said, biting her lip. In response, Lin Xi merely replied, "Well, first of all, you'd have to be me. Otherwise, it's impossible." Just like back then, when they were merely online acquaintances who had never met, Yi Mohan waited for him for 6 years, replying to tens of thousands of his messages over that time. Perhaps this was the true irony of fate. A person is forever haunted by what they couldn't have in their youth. Back then, he never expected to accidentally have his identity exposed. Life is full of countless surprises, joys or shocks, and he had learned that lesson well. So he adopted the strategy of striking once and moving on. The more you can't have something, the more you crave it. You chase, I run. But if you can't catch me even in the same room, then you need more practice. I really don't. How could I possibly have someone else, Mohan? You need to face reality. Chen Minor had repeated herself several times by now. She couldn't understand what kind of magic Lin Xi possessed to have transformed Yi Mohan so completely. He was like a completely different person from the Yi Mohan she usually knew. But the more he acted this way, the less likely she was to reveal the truth. She believed that if she could make Yi Mohan think Lin Xi was dead and give up all hope, he would eventually turn his heart toward her. Yi Mohan's face darkened completely. He couldn't accept this. Suddenly a thought struck him. Yes. The figure on the second floor, the one Chen Minor had kept locked in that room. Who was that person? You're lying. It has to be related to Xiaoxi. I saw her. She must be hiding here somewhere. Yi Mohan trusted his instincts. He had no choice but to believe. The memories that surged back flooded his mind like a torrent, and his vision seemed veiled by a thin mist. Time rewound to that bitter winter as fragments of memory played like a film reel leading up to the horrifying events that shattered everything. Afterward, he turned the Chun residence upside down, knowing he had to search personally. He knew Xiaoxi was a master of disguise. She could fool anyone but him. Everyone realized Yi Mohan wouldn't stop until he found her. No one could hold him back, not even his own men. Anything was better than having no hope at all. How long do you think he'll keep searching? Who knows? I heard he's looking for that eldest Miss Lin who died years ago. Shoo. Despite the whispers around him, Yi Mohan didn't pause for a moment. He pulled out a photo. If Xiaoxi had truly appeared here, someone must have seen her. Some people thought the photo looked familiar, but they quickly swallowed their words, afraid of offending anyone. Yi Mohan went from a glimmer of hope to repeated disappointments and, finally, to utter despair. It was as if he was reliving Xiao Zai's death all over again, his heart twisted in agony. No one could understand why, after all these years, he was still searching for someone who had died. Only he knew what it felt like to watch his beloved disappear time and again until everything sank back into a silent void. All of this was Chun Minor's doing. That figure might have been just a maid, but Yi Mohan had a feeling, as he looked at everything, that he was missing something crucial in his life. He didn't know what. Whether he found her or not, even just a shred of news that Xiaoxi was alive would suffice. But there was nothing, not even a glimmer of hope, plunging him back into despair. He remained immersed in pain, wishing Xiaoxi were still alive, even if it meant giving up everything he had now. But perhaps he could do anything except bring his beloved back to life. Yi Mohan left the Chun residence without a word. He had forced the arrogant Chun family to submit, yet in truth, he had gained nothing. Chun Minor was now unforgivable in his heart. No one could cross the red line he had drawn within. Lin Xi was already seated on the plane, watching the sky grow distant. He could imagine Yi Mohan searching for him frantically, only to come up empty-handed, consumed by rage. Not bad. He suddenly realized he had overlooked one detail. The painting bore the name Lin Xiaoyo, but his signature style was identical to the one on the letter he had left for Yi Mohan back then. Still, even if it were discovered, it didn't matter now. He had already left, and this time everything had gone smoothly. Time to sleep. Lin Xi put on his eye mask to rest for a while. He couldn't care less about Yi Mohan now. If he could find him, fine. If not, the game would continue. A few days later. This Lin Xiaoyo. Find her. Bring her to me. The Chen family. Chen Minor. How dare you deceive me? You're dead. You hid her from me. They'll have you all killed. Yi Mohan sat in his chair, radiating an endless aura of murderous intent as he roared. Xiaoxi wasn't dead. He knew his instincts couldn't be wrong. The figure he had seen that day was Xiaoxi. He could mistake everyone else, but never the one he longed for day and night. Chen Minor had lied through her teeth, putting on a pitiful act that disgusted him to no end. Yi Mohan clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. Thinking back to how close he had been to catching Xiaoxi, just a wall away, his eyes turned as cold as a frozen abyss. He wished he could go back to that moment and charge in without a second thought. He regretted it bitterly. He should have known that someone as clever as Xiaoxi couldn't have died. Once, twice, 3 times. Yi Mohan had lost count of how many times he had been deceived. Xiaoxi, I will find you. On his phone screen, a news article displayed the painting Lin Xi had done for Chun Minor, bearing the signature of Lin Xiaoyu, in 3 characters. For others to determine whether the handwriting matched that of another person, they would need to scrutinize the strokes carefully. But for Yi Mohan, it was instantly recognizable. He had studied everything about Lin Xi down to the smallest detail. He could never mistake something written by his own hand. Good news, Lin Xi wasn't dead. Bad news, Lin Xi had fled. The belated realization kept Yi Mohan from sleeping soundly for an entire month. He regretted that one missed chance, so close, yet so far, jolting awake from nightmares every night. Have you found her? Where is she? Where is she? Yi Mohan was on the verge of ordering everyone to be buried with her if they failed. He had truly changed now. His subordinates thought to themselves how impossible it was to find someone overseas, but they had no choice but to brace themselves and answer. Not yet, but we have leads. Well, send more men and find her soon. 1 month. I'm giving you 1 month to bring her before me. Deploy everyone. Yes, boss. Rest assured. Awakening abruptly from a dream, Lin Xi jolted awake and realized something, his eyes widening in disbelief. Damn, I dreamed I was caught. Fortunately, it wasn't true. He had woken up only finding the dream bizarre. How embarrassing. But dreams are dual-sided, entirely detached from reality, so no need to dwell on it. Poor Yi Mohan, probably forever out of reach, and still being toyed with. Lin Xi thought, gleefully waking up to sip some tea. Villains' heroines. Only when writing does he recall them, otherwise he idles in a daze. Being coveted yet unattainable, without being caught, is truly a blissful existence. In the original storyline, the Lin family would have been wiped out in a single stroke. Now the tables have turned. The protagonist barely does anything but cry in the bathroom. Now at 26 or 27, Lin Xi wasn't sure, but he definitely knew Yi Mohan was still a virgin, a mere nobody, laughably turned into a eunuch-like protagonist. He wouldn't still be holding my picture. Lin Xi shook his head. Some people are beyond saving, and though unintentional, ruining him wasn't so bad. Amidst mountains and waters, the biggest change in Lin Xi now was a sense of ease. Before he had to strategize around the protagonist, fearing being caught. Now separated by more than 100,000 miles, he grew increasingly relaxed. As a master of manipulation, he couldn't just stop. Occasionally he indulged in a little thrill. Thus Lin Xi often returned in different guises to see if someone needed another dose of adrenaline. With enough money and a long life, he sought to add challenge, replaying this dungeon once more. Of course, everyone fears being caught, especially Yi Mohan, whom he had thoroughly deceived. Clever as Yi Mohan was, guarding the airport like a cat chasing a mouse, seizing every chance. But who was Lin Xi? So without a guaranteed escape, he wouldn't recklessly kick Yi Mohan from behind. He couldn't get too close either. Yi Mohan's nose was unmatched. Upon returning, Lin Xi just kept tabs on Yi Mohan's affairs, checking if the corpses of past villains were still around. How some non-villains have also fallen. Is this a kind of blade? Lin Xi found the unfolding events amusing. Though absent for years, everything seemed intricately linked to him. Zhao Zitong was dead, along with her entire family wiped out by Yi Mohan in one fell swoop. The little sycophant by her side met the same fate. Lin Xi tried several times to recall his name, but gave up. As for the Qin family, some were fortunate enough to end up in prison, while others vanished without a trace. As for Chun Miner's fate, Lin Xi thought Yi Mohan wouldn't go too hard on her since she hadn't done anything egregious, but in reality, she fared worse than Zhao Zitong. Speaking of Chun Miner, she probably shouldn't have said anything. She threw away her life for a love-struck obsession. Yi Mohan had gone berserk, saving him years ago, but towards Lin Xi suddenly realized something. Before dealing with these two heroines, Yi Mohan had been changing, growing along an unprecedented path. Simply put, he had turned dark. Earlier he feared being killed, now though safe, someone carried the burden for him. A sudden pressure surged within Lin Xi. Bro, don't do this. If him caught, it's truly the end. Yet compared to fear, a thrilling sensation spread through him. No matter how formidable Yi Mohan was, Lin Xi remained in the shadows, knowing every card Yi Mohan held. Killed so many people, pretty fierce. Next time he'll come play with you again. Before leaving, Lin Xi didn't forget to play a prank. He found a child, bought her a candy, and placed a phone in her backpack with an email set to send automatically in 2.5 hours, without anonymity. If a very handsome uncle comes looking for you later, don't be afraid. Just give him this note. He handed the note to her, waved goodbye, and turned away without looking back. Yi Mohan received the message, and the city's forces swarmed in. Little one, be good, don't be scared. Tell big brother where that big sister went, he said, crouching before her in a soft voice. Anyone else would be trembling, fearing a wrong word could cost their life. You really came to find me. I don't know where the big sister went, but she left me a note. The child, unafraid, handed Yi Mohan a crumpled note. His eyes flickered as he quickly unfolded it to read. It contained only one line. Yi Mohan, stop sending people after me. You won't find me. Smug face. Yi Mohan was stunned, staring at the note for tens of seconds, especially angered by the emoticon drawn at the end. He ground his molars in frustration. I'm angry. I'm really angry. You like playing games so much. If you've got the guts, don't run. Come face me and play. Yi Mohan's rage spread as he spoke. After a while, his expression chilled to freezing point, his eyes gleaming green, unable to control the primal hunting desire to capture the person right then. Capturing would grant him all the spoils, and he only needed one chance. Meanwhile, his subordinates stood bewildered. Yi Mohan rose, his tall silhouette striking in the night, radiating an extraordinary aura. He spoke in a low, emotionless voice. The target is right under your noses, and you're just standing there. Investigate. What are you good for? If you can't find him, you're all going to Africa to dig coal. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The furthest distance in the world is not between life and death, but that I love you, yet I always pass you by in silence, wanting to hold on, but feeling utterly powerless. Yi Mohan had received Lin Xi's care and help since childhood. From a certain moment onward, he regarded her as the sole and destined one in his life. At that time, Lin Xi was truly wonderful. For the first time, he felt like someone's entire world revolved around him. He believed no one could ever be better than Lin Xi. In fact, that was indeed the case. It was the first time he had ever loved a girl, so deeply willing to do anything for her, to give everything he had just to leave all the best parts of himself for his moonlight maiden, Lin Xi. But after so long, they were no longer the students who stayed up late chatting, nor the children who cherished everything from their youth. Yi Mohan's gaze deepened, his voice turning low and resonant. Shall she come back, and I'll hold on to you for good. I'm doing this because I love you. Though it's a bit selfish. I never treated you this way before, but after being deceived by you so many times, I just want to win once. I don't want to work overtime anymore. Inside a corporate office building, a short-haired girl in a white shirt wailed in agony, surrounded by equally helpless office workers. Always being mercilessly drained by work with no life to speak of, though at least the salary was decent. At another workstation sat a girl with faint freckles painted on her face, concealing her naturally stunning features. Yet she still appeared more refined than most, especially with an air of cool elegance about her. A few strands of hair fell across her forehead, lending her an approachable aura. Unlike everyone else here, her expression was remarkably relaxed, enviably so. How could she look so at ease? Sitting there, as if completely unwound, while others were driven to depression by the damn job. Slacking off again. A woman beside her leaned in, feeling that this new colleague wasn't here to work, but merely to experience life. I just gotta slack off. Why would I actually work for someone else's profit? Lin Xi was leisurely scrolling through videos on her phone, watching news about a young tycoon who had burst onto the scene. Today he had reportedly made another fortune snatching up several small targets. But indeed, Yi Mohan had changed so much, now different from before. He eliminated his enemies the moment they showed their faces without any hesitation, and his pace had quickened considerably. Not only did he have stepping stones everywhere, but he also devoted all his time to his career. It was as if without women he became a natural god. Yi Mohan was now in his moment of glory. Wow, you're watching him too. I love him, he's incredibly handsome. The woman beside her saw the man in the video and stared more intently. He's okay, I guess. He used to be better, but now he has a bad temper. As soon as Lin Xi finished speaking, her female colleague stared at her, as if she were a monster, then spoke in a tone suggesting she was too young to understand. Oh my god, do you even know who he is? Do you know that this huge company of ours is nothing but an insignificant little firm to him? The richest man you know. He became the richest before turning 28, and he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Is he that impressive? Lin Xi pretended to be amazed. This guy wasn't even 27 yet. Damn, she thought it had been a long time, but he was still in his prime. Of course. You know about Modu, right? The most developed city in this entire region. He's the most powerful figure there, a top-tier big shot. And he's so young. I can't imagine how happy his future girlfriend will be. He's so... Lin Xi paused, then muttered softly to herself. He's so impressive, yet he still falls into my hands. By the way, you're not saying you like him, are you? But people like us don't stand a chance. Countless heiresses are dying to throw themselves at him. The world of the rich is beyond our imagination. Hearing this, Lin Xi quickly turned off her phone and said with a hint of disdain, no way, he's nothing special. Who likes him? All glitz and glamour on the surface, but who knows how twisted he is behind closed doors. Lin Xi thought about how Yi Mohan had once admitted to using her photos. What a pervert. If she ever got the chance, she would expose his past deviant behavior. Shall he stop being so disingenuous? Hearing this, Lin Xi pretended not to notice, then suddenly remembered something, and said, you say he's in Modu, and we can't see him. Do you believe I have a chance to make him stand right here? How is that possible? He's a top-tier big shot. Even our boss might not get a meeting with him unless you're some kind of deity. I'm not a deity. Then how could you possibly do that? Just focus on your work and swallow the pie your boss is feeding you. With that, she turned and went back to her workstation to continue working. But Lin Xi merely whispered softly, but I am his moonlight maiden. I cared for him and looked after him during his most sorrowful days. Just then, Lin Xi's phone rang. It was time to clock out. She stood up, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and prepared to leave. But she was the only one who stood up. Some colleagues who were on good terms with her quickly advised, you've only been here a short while. If the boss sees you leaving like this, you'll get fired. So what if I get fired? It's not me who'll be heartbroken. Oh, and if you see Yi Mohan, remember to kick him in the back for me. With those final words, Lin Xi walked straight out, leaving a group of bewildered people behind. Lin Xi was thrilled. She was just messing around anyway. Nothing else mattered. She was doing things that even Yi Mohan couldn't fathom. After all, who would imagine that the beloved he was searching for overseas had been working at his own company for a few days only to end up getting fired? But there was another reason. Lin Xi needed inspiration for her writing. Staying in one place too long always left her lacking creative spark. 2 days later, Yi Mohan flew directly to Tongcheng by plane, then took a helicopter straight to the rooftop. Xiaoxi was always true to form, leaving him little clues, leading him step by step only to find nothing. She always loved to trick him again and again. Hey Yi Mohan, come find me in person and he'll let you find me. Yi Mohan received this message and didn't waste a single second. Gone. Still no news. Seeing that she was nowhere to be found, his gaze turned even colder. This time she used a different identity and even wore makeup. What was she doing here? Seems like she was working here as an ordinary employee. I questioned the people who had contact with her, but didn't get much information. It was exactly the same as before, and her hiding skills were getting better. They didn't even have a chance to make contact. Once she disappeared, it was nearly impossible to trace her whereabouts. Yi Mohan looked at the neatly arranged desk, which still held some of Lin Xi's belongings left untouched. This was already much better than before when she left nothing but empty air. He picked up a cup and examined it closely. He could faintly make out the lip print Xiao she had left behind. In that instant it stirred up many memories of the girl. So she deliberately left a note, and then suddenly left again. Yi Mohan pocketed the cup, his tone unreadable. She was fired. Yi Mohan was stunned. A cold glint flashed in his dark eyes, and his sharp jawline looked even more severe. Fired? Who the hell had the audacity? It was as if he had suddenly found an outlet for his pent-up fury. The boss was so terrified he nearly fainted. What kind of connection did that girl have to bring President Yi here? If he had known in advance, he would have treated her like an ancestor. He thought it was just a Gen Z employee rebelling against the workplace. Now even he, the small boss, was about to be cleaned out. I had no idea. I didn't know that girl had any connection to you. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared, the boss quickly explained. I've been searching for her for years only to find her working in my own company, and you fired her. Yi Mohan's eyes were icy, radiating the oppressive aura of a man at the top. With just a few words he pulled down this man, and everyone associated with him, dealing with them all at once. Did she say anything to you? Yi Mohan lifted his gaze, and asked the person closest to him. She had no choice but to tell the truth. She said something like, "You're not that impressive, and your personality isn't as good as it used to be." Yi Mohan listened without a word. He simply gathered the things Xiao Shi had used, and left without another glance. He knew that Xiao Shi was now far, far away from here, more than 100,000 miles. At this moment the female colleague who had spoken to Lin Xi a few days ago was still lost in shock. She had actually seen with her own eyes the legendary celebrity she had only ever seen in the news. Wait, who is that girl? Why would even a top tycoon like Yi Mohan have to search for her, and why is she hiding from him? As time passed, there was still no news of Lin Xi, as if she had vanished from his world entirely. Yi Mohan could no longer hold back. He began using every means he knew to search for Lin Xi. He investigated the Lin family, delving into every detail of Lin Xi's life from childhood onward, including the school she attended in both China and abroad, even scrutinizing her teachers. With the power Yi Mohan now wielded, he managed to unearth a trace of Xiao Zai's whereabouts. All forces immediately cooperated to locate her, and the bounty he placed reached an unprecedented astronomical sum, with the strict condition that she be brought back unharmed. Yet it all seemed to vanish into thin air, and many whispered that he had lost his mind, spending such a fortune to find someone who had been dead for years, clinging to a fantasy. Of course, only Yi Mohan truly understood it all. Even standing at this pinnacle, envied and resented by all, he could not obtain what he truly desired. He thought that by investigating every facet of Lin Xi's past he could grasp her entirety, but instead his heart grew emptier, and memories of their childhood flooded back. In the magic capital. In April. This season was when flowers bloomed. The cherry blossoms at Qing University, the roses along the streets, all seeming to burst open overnight, adding a touch of beauty to the city. In certain special places under meticulous cultivation, one could even behold the spectacular sight of a sea of blossoms. He used to return here often, especially after learning that Lin Xi was not dead. He had people watching the place around the clock, believing that if Lin Xi ever showed up, she would not escape his grasp. But perhaps Xiao Shi had foreseen this all along, as she never once came here. No matter how breathtaking the sea of flowers bloomed, without her figure it meant nothing. The small house from back then had grown old and worn. The aunt who once lived there had moved to another city with her son, enjoying a better life. Yi Mohan bought it. Within this house were not only preserved gifts from their childhood, but also memories of their first formal meeting, their first embrace, their first. When Xiao Shi recognized him back, then his first reaction was one of grievance, tears streaming from his eyes. The feeling of losing someone so dear from childhood, and then finding them again, could only be experienced with Xiao Shi. Now it seemed Xiao Shi wanted to end it all, leaving him with one last beautiful impression, never expecting that he would later uncover the truth and expose Lin Xi as Xiao Shi. But he did not regret it in the least. At least he knew that Xiao Shi was not entirely Xiao Shi. If time could rewind, he would not have listened to Xiao Shi and let go. Instead, he would have pressed her firmly against the wall. He was no longer afraid of being hated by Xiao Shi. What he feared was never truly possessing her in the end. President Yi here again. This is the 4th time this week. Don't you know? President Yi can't sleep well these days. Only coming here helps him feel better. With luck he might even get a good night's rest. What happened here anyway? This place is so dilapidated. Who knows? But I do know why President Yi suffers from insomnia every night. One person was on the phone with another while a luxury car was parked nearby. The string of zeros on its license plate made passers-by stare in disbelief. But when they saw it parked in front of this rundown house, they all understood. Ever since Yi Mohan became famous, it was said that this was his home in the magic capital. Yet the place was usually deserted, with only periodic visits from caretakers. Many neighboring houses had been renovated or rebuilt, but this one remained exactly as it was. The driver craned his neck, glanced at his watch, and spoke into the phone. I don't know, he probably won't go back today. Cancel everything. Have you ever seen President Yi rush back after coming here? Just let him get some good sleep. With that he leaned against the car, gazing at the endless blue sky and the lush green trees. He nodded to himself, acknowledging the pleasant environment. But the reason President Yi refused to develop this area was likely just one thing: this very house. Every year he planted flowers behind the garden, now more than twice its original size, filled with rare and precious blooms. He even built a fence to keep other children from picking them, as if it were all prepared for one person alone.